Chapter 49, Black Crusade 10-2 Cadia stands. Black Crusade 10.2. Cadia stands. You aren't my brother. You say you remember the Black Sands of Istvan V? So do I. I never forgot the day your treachery was revealed to the entire galaxy and my legion was destroyed. I never could. Eidetic memory is a cruel curse in that regard. You know what the most terrible thing of the entire affair is? Of all the legions involved in that great treachery, learning yours was among their number is what surprised me the most. The oath-breaking of Curse didn't give me pause. The Night Haunter may pretend he did it because the future was inevitably set to lead us where we stand, but that is a lie. Conrad did it because it was far easier to slaughter innocent and defenseless people when they can't mount a bloody resistance against his legion of assassins and torturers. And he always loved carnage for carnage's sake. The other legions are of the same ilk, with almost no exceptions. Perturabo introduced decimation and the most insane methods of attrition warfare to a force which was already nicknamed Corpse Grinders, and then had the gall to wonder why people were ill at ease around him. Alfarius was so fond of secrets we could never be certain if the individual speaking to us was a space marine masquerading as him or the real deal. Mortarion delighted in his hatred of psychers and modeling the interior of his ships into morbid catacombs. Angron, he was broken long before the Imperium found him. I'm sure he still blames our father with what little intelligence is left in him, but the truth is that the arena where he made his bloody debut was the end of his potential and his capacity to feel an ember of friendship and brotherhood. The nails made sure of that. Horus was the worst. Guilliman and the Khan often lamented in the ruins of Terra how the corruption of chaos had ruined everything, but this is a point where I vehemently disagree with them. Horus didn't need chaos to do horrible things to his brothers and the forces under his command. I saw what he really was concerned about at the Battle of Gate 42. Glory. Power. Fame. Recognition. Maybe our father judged his oaths and 2 centuries of loyalty would be enough to compensate for this mountain of arrogance he carried within his heart. If so, he was woefully mistaken. Horus was the worst, before you toppled him from that pedestal. Horus was nothing but a puppet when he fell to chaos, I see it clearly now. You weren't. I was surprised. And yet as I read the archives of the time between my discovery, my analysis was quick to discard this initial judgment. You were given a superb instrument of war, a legion whose record had not been marred by 5 defeats. In all aspects, be they gene seed compatibility, tactics, resupply, shipboarding operation, the 17th Legion was as adaptable and formidable as the future Ultramarines, if not more so. You could have been the paragon of the Imperial truth. You could have been Malkador's replacement. You certainly had the administrative capacity and empathy gene forged into you. You could have been a far better candidate for the title of War Master. You certainly weren't keen on butchering the forces of your allies for the greater glory of your legion. But you only cared about gods. Gods here, gods there, gods this, gods that. And when people come to remind you of the consequences of your treacherous deeds, your reaction is always the same. You flee. You say I have failed twice. I think you have somewhat edited your memories of our fights. In each case when you saw your death coming, the truth was revealed. When the time comes to choose between your survival and accomplishing the will of your so-called gods, the former always takes priority. I will get a 3rd chance to end your life. I do not need precognition powers to know that. I can't kill an entire legion by myself. But I do not need to. The Imperium still stands, quadrillions of men standing guard across the stars, loyal to their oaths, inheritors of the dream you deliberately crushed because atheism wasn't to your liking. The power of Octorite and Chaos Undivided is waning. The pacts and promises you made are worth exactly as much as every pact the immaterial abominations ever swore, which is to say, nothing. You think you have planned for everything. You think your insane gambits can force your problems back into non-existence if you shout and scream enough. You are wrong. And at the end of the path, this Black Crusade will be remembered as your folly, and no one else's. Whoever pretends a game of regicide or any variation of chess is a good preparation for war will be demoted 1 rank, at minimum. And if anyone insists, make it 2 or 3. The conduct of military operations isn't a game. The forces on both sides of a battlefield are never equal in numbers and capabilities. You rarely have the opportunity to look the enemy's supreme commander in the eye before you kill him. And above all, you certainly don't have to limit yourself to a limited count of actions before letting him play his own strategy. Repeat after me, regicide isn't war. In a true conflict, a competent leader will always try to keep the enemy off balance. Whatever the results of the first moves, the opponents, be they Xenos, traitors, heretics, or worse, must always react to your plans. Don't cede initiative. Don't let them catch their breath. And never, ever, give them a fair fight. Basilea Taylor A. Bear, 308M35. When you launch a Black Crusade, be aware the first 100 betrayals aiming to remove you from Supreme Command are already in motion behind your back. War Master Abaddon the Despoiler, M34. There won't be any betrayal in this Black Crusade. How could there be, when we never trusted our gallant allies for a single second. Legion Master Drekarth the Sightless, M35. Soldiers I speak with almost always hold the view that the Great Heresy was the most devastating conflict ever fought in Imperial history. And to be fair, that isn't completely wrong. The scale and military might of the belligerents make mockeries of most military operations fought after the Scouring. But in terms of sorcery, ferocity, massacres, percentage of casualties and plenty of other aspects, the centuries after his entombment have not been free of horrors. Even after the arch-traitor was slain, the times of the Great Crusade where a few hundred space marines could bring an entire sector into submission were long gone. War has changed over the last millennia. Planets are militarized to an unbelievable degree compared to the standards set in late M30. The Imperium has changed. Nowhere is this more evident than in the battles which were fought at the onset of the Fifth Black Crusade, the Volga encounter, and the Kadayan Hell. Classified. Welcome to Cadia. Welcome to war. Anonymous Kadayan Shock Trooper greeting Armageddon Guardsman, 310M35. If they like Terra, they are going to love Cadia. Chapter Master Argentius of the Silver Skulls to his battle brothers, 310M35. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan Sector. Kadayan System. Cadia. Kasratiruk. 8.188.310M35. Thought for the day, death is the only answer. War Master Ender Trevain. And the Kadayan 788th is now officially reinstated as a penal legion. Good riddance, the Armageddon-born War Master would have not voiced it if Valderzay was present, prickly Kadayan honor and all of that, but the Governor Primus wasn't here. How many of the Merovingia Sentinels did we lose? 17, War Master. The saddest thing about the heretics was not their unbelievable ability to look at themselves in the mirror and determine nothing was wrong, in Ender's opinion. It was their belief the galaxy found their brand of irony funny. It seems the world where they were training some of their officers on has been corrupted without arousing the Holy Inquisition's suspicions. If we survive this year, the purges are not going to be minor. Where does this leave the northern approaches of Kasratiruk? One of the colonels of his staff coughed in embarrassment. Provided we don't deploy some of the Kadayan reserves, we are going to have a large gap in the septentrionalist line. One look at a map was enough to know this time, it was the archenemy who had made a colossal mistake. Then leave it be. War Master. Lesson 1 of the Tactica Imperialis is not to leave the kind of defensive line we created unmanned. Assuming you live long enough to reach high command, the victor of the Puerto Crusade retorted while walking around the room and trying to assimilate the maximum amount of data at once, you will realize that lesson 1 of the Imperial Guard is to do whatever it takes to destroy your enemy and accomplish the objectives Holy Terra gives you. Victory excuses many things. Failure does not. Many men looked unconvinced. That was why Ender Trevain had not been happy with his assignment. Save the 35 regiments he had brought with him to Cadia, none of the other forces had fought with him in the last several years. And so while with most of his subordinates he would have explained his reasoning weeks after the battle, this time he gave away some bits of his tactical thinking. Kill Zone 1 is behind this gap, and Battle Maniple Delta of Legio Ostraman is ideally placed to flank them if they attempt to throw everything they have into it. One way or another, they will lose. He had other reserves and assets ready to transform the heretics into mincemeat, but the Kadayans unaware of them weren't ready to hear a full list. Situation in space. The War Master of the Imperium of Mankind turned to the Navy's representative. We lost the 5 flotillas guarding the approaches of the Warp Anomaly, War Master. 5 light cruisers, 12 frigates, and 22 destroyers. They have broken through the first 2 minefields and now are pouring everything they have into the breaches. Auspex readings accuracy is extremely low, but we have full confirmation of 8 apocalypse-sized space hulks, 2 Abyss-class heretic super battleships, 98 battleships, at least 3 dozen grand cruisers, and over 500 cruisers. We have no proper count for the non-capital ships units, they are simply uncountable, and our probes are destroyed by held rakes the moment they come too close. And that was just what the Imperial defenders could see. Ender was ready to bet everything he possessed, and with his successes and his triumphs, he possessed a lot of things that the heretics had not shown them half of what they had brought to the battlefield. Tell Lord Admiral von Bismarck I recommend he launches the fire ships against the enemy raiders. War Master. The plan you agreed to was to use them against the largest units of the traitors. And they have space hulks. What was it with these Kadayans to never shut up and transmit his orders without a protest? Plans change, Ender Trevain replied calmly. The space hulks are on a collision course with Cadia, and given how many close-quarter monsters they have around them, our first waves stand no chance of reaching them. We must slaughter their screen first. The sooner we do that, the more vulnerable their battleships will be to our feints and other maneuvers. Lord Admiral von Bismarck isn't going to be pleased. The Second Navy Commander's expression was best described as muteness. I'm not asking him to be happy. Holy Terra does not request that we be happy. It demands of us to defend Cadia and kill all these heretics. Pass on the orders. The man didn't nod or show any sign he was going to obey his command. However, his eyes began to bleed and his skin got darker. Add how he was whispering to himself, and you had the perfect pick to warn you what happened when one's faith in the God Emperor wavered. Commissar. The irony was that, one day, it may very well be him who was subjected to this fate. It seems there are a few men who could benefit from a fresh reminder that failure to obey the orders of a superior officer is grounds for meeting a firing squad. Indeed, War Master. We are going to take care of the problem. 2 minutes later, close to 50 men were on their way to an ignominious demise, and several corpses were already being dragged out. Ender brought more talented officers from the many regiments present on Cadia to compensate for the losses. The fire ships are advancing, War Master. Good. Prepare a beta-gamma pattern bombardment to follow in their wake. The priority targets are the warships below light cruiser tonnage and all heretical machines with starfighter equivalent signatures. This is going to leave the enemy capital ships more or less completely untouched. With a certain amount of displeasure, Ender saw Governor Primus Andreas Valderzay had arrived. Immediately, the Cadians who had continued to be, mildly uncooperative, were suddenly working with alacrity. What a coincidence. I know. But one does not hunt the apex predators when there are clouds of carnivorous flies to swat away first. The Armageddon officer tried to extrapolate what he wasn't seeing, the potential plans of the archenemy, and how many warships had already arrived in the Cadian system, and while he had far from a perfect picture, Ender knew the enemy was already too committed to evade what the Mechanikus and the Navy Star Forts had prepared for their damned souls. Send them straight back to hell. 64th most wanted being of the Imperium of Mankind. Dead only. Drekarth. The Sightless. Legion Master. Traitor Space Marine. Commander of the largest Sons of Horus Warband in the Segmentum, the Sons of the Eye. Traitor Fleet Commander. Excommunicate Traitors. Extremis Alpha Threat. Endangerment of Alpha-class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. Reward, 250 trillion throne gelts, 4 planets, 2 luxury space stations, medals of commemoration for killing a spawn of the arch-traitor, title of Shield of Necromunda awarded, etc. Outer Cadian System. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. Dark Apostle Perister. Unlike the majority of his legion, Perister had been present at the Siege of Terra. He had seen the unprecedented firepower Horus Armada and Battlefleet Solar had unleashed against each other. The bombardment of today fired by the slaves of the false emperor reminded him uncomfortably of the siege, not that he was going to admit it aloud. 40,000 torpedoes. 40,000 torpedoes inbound. Nova cannon signatures. 4th Illuminated Squadron. Evade. Evade. It was like the outer defenses of Cadia were a crown of lasers and explosions. Despite the relatively large distances of this engagement, despite the problems suffered by any mortal technology, the mortal defenders had not deluded themselves to believe they could get away with half measures. Perister would approve, if it didn't mean more complications for the grand plan. Fire ships incoming, Lord Apostle. Lord Corphaeron insists our cruisers must protect the space hulks before. The first hull packed to the brink with promethium, high-grade explosives, and Pantheon only knew how many tons of plasma warheads chose this moment to detonate, right in the middle of a pack of idolatrators. When the demonic device replacing the Auspexes finally returned to near functionality after purging a Mechanikus scrambler attack, it would have taken a lot of imagination to tell there were 15 idolatrators in that area of space a minute ago. They aren't going after our space hulks, Perister snarled angrily. They are going after our escorts. Isn't that good news, Lord? His Korifos asked. I mean, the orders of Blessed Lorgar urged us to preserve our battleships for the battles after breaking through the Cadian Gate. The incoming torpedoes and their long-range guns won't seriously hinder a battleship, be it of the Infernus or the Carrion class, Perister growled. At worst, our shields will be knocked out for a few minutes, and since the gods shroud us from their pathetic augurs, whatever risk we take is low-key. But our escorts are far more fragile, and we can't afford to lose all of them at the very beginning. Yet that was exactly what was happening, somewhat of an exaggeration, but not a complete lie. Iconoclast and idolatrators were blasted apart in considerable numbers, flotilla by flotilla. As the Grand Armada progressed into the Cadian system, the carcasses and devastated hulks of hundreds of lighter starships stayed behind forever, when there was that much left of them. The dogs of the false emperor still continue to hide behind the fixed defenses of each planet, Akurn worshipper scowled, his fangs obviously red and black. Cowards. Both Dark Apostle and Korifos shook their heads in a silent pitying expression. Whatever their faults, the mortals garrisoning Cadia were hardly fleeing from the battle. No, it wasn't cowardice. It was discipline. Discipline and a great deal of adaptation. Erebus had supposedly been able to steal the plans and preparation maps of Cadian High Command, but as always, either the vile one had lied, or someone had modified them before their assault began. We have lost 100% of our fire ship's first wave. The second. The word-bearer's Dark Apostle didn't stop staring at the fortress world on his blessed demonic device. 77% spent. We will be clear of the minefields in 5 minutes. The horned green-skinned mutant clearly hated announcing bad news, but went ahead after a moment. The battle fleets of the false emperor are still in orbit above the fortress worlds. Total losses for our great host: 60 iconoclasts, 20 idolaters, and 9 cobra destroyers. We have also lost 4 transports, 8 lesser auxiliaries, and second launch. Second launch, new torpedo signatures coming from Mechanicu's barks. 20,000 torpedoes. Shit, his Korafos muttered, how by Nurgle's holy bowels did they manage to transfer so much ammunition to Cadia without us being aware of it? We were too confident our spies in the Cadian High Command knew everything, Peristur admitted reluctantly. Send the new decoy hulls of Sotanul ahead, they will be our torpedo sponges, it's what they were built for, after all. The environment created by a warp storm was downright fascinating in countless aspects. Yet, for all its advantages, it had many drawbacks as well. One of the biggest obstacles which were known to everyone was that many metals and alloys properties from the Empyrean were not stable outside of a warp storm. That was why the Pyramid of Magnus was so extraordinary, it had not imploded, liquefied, or outright mutated into something unable to cross the stars the moment they had arrived at Cadia, while so many other hulls did. Still, it had been decided these short-lived assets could be of use. It was they who were going to be expended in great numbers at Cadia. It wasn't a question of size, the space hulks fell into the same category, as their warp jumps and speed were properly. Lord Apostle, the space hulks are changing course again, against the Dark Council's orders. They are once again on a collision course with Cadia. The Sons of the Eye warships are separating from the Grand Armada. 2 cruisers of the First Great Host have been boarded by the Sons of Horus. Night Lord raiders are breaking formation. I repeat, dozens of Night Lord assault ships are breaking formation. Peristur emotionlessly watched the carnage continue for several minutes, as 8 of the heaviest military assets in the history of military warfare were now escaping from the authority of the 17th Legion. So Drekarth the Sightless has decided to betray us. His disinterest when we spoke of how all the Noctilith of the Cadian pylons could be transformed into octorite was a bit suspect, his dark acolyte grinned. Now, Peristur smiled. It is not like we spoke of it in front of him about, how often was it? 18 times. Yes, the veteran of the siege shook his head. It should be around that number. And it's not like we sent him some of the most treacherous cannibal warbands of the Eye, or the most bloodthirsty and rebellious 8th Legion warbands we could find. You forget the special ammunition and the support of the Legio Kratos he wouldn't have been able to secure by himself. I haven't forgotten, Peristur chuckled as the 8 space hulks and a small but still relatively impressive desertion fleet continued to accelerate towards the linchpin of the system's defenses, utterly ignoring the orders of their betters to turn around. Curse you, Drekarth, Peristur said aloud as laughter echoed across the bridge of the Vox Dominus. Curse you for your timely and anticipated betrayal. High orbit over Cadia. Apocalypse-class battleship Son of Splendor. Lord Admiral John von Bismarck. The Space Marine Psychers report these space hulks are packed with uncountable hordes of mutants and fell beasts, Lord Admiral. In this case, a boarding assault of the Angels of Death to detonate Melta warheads deep inside is clearly unwise, John von Bismarck murmured to himself. It was obviously not what he could call welcome news. One of the best weapons the plans had been relying upon to bleed the heretics before they reached Cadia was blunted before it was even unsheathed. On the other hand, one didn't rise to reach the title of Lord Admiral in the Cadian sector without cheating a lot. Those who didn't, let's just say they rarely survived to celebrate their 20th anniversary. We will need to strike the space hulks one by one with the fleet while the orbital grid diverts their attention, the master after the God Emperor of Battlefleet Cadia Primus proclaimed in a thunderous voice for the sake of everyone on the bridge. Is the rest of their massive fleet still on a course for St. Jasmaine's Hope? Yes, Lord Admiral, his senior Auspex officer replied. As far as we can monitor them, our scout ships are taking enormous losses. The heretics have brought a lot of their eternally cursed daemon engines, especially the held rakes. John internally grimaced. Connections forged in a century of service had allowed him to learn a counter for these infernal contraptions was entering mass production on Mars and several famous forge worlds, but so far and unlike a lot of other deliveries, the Imperial Navy had so far not received any. We will have to use our starfighters and destroyers in close interception operations, then. This is going to cost us a lot of our ability to surprise the enemy, Lord Admiral. Yes, it would. Unfortunately there wasn't. Admiral, priority message of Archmagos Aljaz Omega. John von Bismarck grunted in annoyance. This had better not to be another of these requests which were impossible to approve, politically or bureaucratically. Lord Admiral. The good thing about having so many mechadendrites in a ugly box of metal instead of a face was that no one would be able to pass himself or herself as the Archmagos and steal his or her identity. The planetary shield is ready for activation. Praise the Omnissiah and the sacred laws of the machine god. The Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Cadia didn't hesitate a single second. You can power up the shield immediately, the grey-haired man permitted. And if they didn't, nothing would be able to save their skins from his wrath. Acknowledged. Diverting power, beginning of activation in 20 seconds. The bridges of the largest naval loyalist fleet in the Kadian system were silent as the countdown was made. Excitement mixed with anxiety. But as the countdown reached 0, a massive shimmering field of blue energy began to cover Cadia below the warship's keels, protecting it from the first long-range probes the traitors were hurling at them. The shouts of approval were particularly loud and satisfying. John had to congratulate the tech priest, though he was more than 4 years behind schedule, but the morale improvement was worth it. And the tactical advantage it gave him was nothing to sneeze at either. All right. Gaston, please contact the Black Consuls and the other Space Marine chapters. With the planetary shield and orbital grid to guard our rear, we have an opportunity to take the fight to the enemy. If we cross the T like you no doubt plan, Lord Admiral, his chief of staff pointed out quietly, some of the heretics are going to get through. Some will get through no matter what we do, the veteran officer of the Imperial Navy whispered back. But we have to destroy these space hulks before they're trapped in Cadia's gravity well. And as long as the shield is active, we don't have to stay in high orbit like sitting ducks to provide counter-missile fire. It was too much reacting to the heretics' plan for his taste, but unfortunately it didn't change the reality. These space hulks had to be stopped. John didn't know if whatever monster in charge wanted to ram them against the planet or to simply throw the hordes into a crash-landing assault, but they mustn't succeed. Astartes command approves your suggestions. They are with us. Then let's go kill the heretics. Despite all these years where he had watched parades and fleet maneuvers, John von Bismarck couldn't help but feel amazed at the sight of the massive fleet which moved in a single purpose right now. Battlefleet Cadia Primus had been heavily reinforced, reaching 12 battleships, protected by 36 first-class cruisers, and more than 300 frigates and destroyers. They had 24 Mechanic-Use cruisers and 5 bombardment arcs that the tech priests had committed. And then there were the Space Marines. The Star Fort of the Black Consul stayed above Cadia to coordinate the defenses, but 12 battle barges, 34 strike cruisers, and hundreds of escort ships added their firepower to the navy. We are going to see what the heretics have in the guts. Target the Space Hulk's Calamity's Tear and Decay's Heart. Order is given to every capital ship to divert an additional 20% of all energy output to the weapons. By your order, Lord Admiral. The minutes passed. Millions of men ran on thousands of Imperial warships to load and prepare the batteries to fire. The Space Hulks never stopped accelerating. Give them a Kadian welcome. Open fire. And the largest salvo of firepower ever launched by a Kadian fleet was fired into the void. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. Necron Battleship Barge of the Storm Hawk. 8.190.310 M35. Overlord Simmet. At last the stars had judged his moment to rise above all was here. Simmet was savoring the end of his long period of tedious boredom when his royal warden Archimedean Phaedos intruded into his throne room. My mighty overlord, we have. I am in a pleasant mood today, warden. I want my titles, all my titles, to be proclaimed before the glory of the battle is seized by my hands. Archimedean recognized his mistake, prostrated himself for a long time, before being allowed to rise. Oh, mighty Stormhawk, commander of the Winter Stars, ruler of Anthothekes and Acapres, blade of Saruk, son lord of the dynasty, rising light of the stars of Hiloki, lord of the Eight Seals, lord of the stars, eagle of victory, grand overlord general of the rearguard fleet, phalanx master, blood of the silent king, 110th of the supreme tomb, suzerain of eternity. Fleet matters require your presence. Simmet was satisfied, and thus deigned to teleport onto the bridge of the barge of the Storm Hawk, and thus illuminate the bland place with his immense presence. What has troubled you, warden? The fleet. My fleet. Simmet corrected. You couldn't let servants and inferior creatures think they were in charge. It wouldn't do at all to let them entertain delusions of grandeur. Your fleet, Archimedean bowed in submission, has discovered a field of exotic particles on the course decided by your orders. It is possible. You decided to interrupt my cosmic meditation because you have noticed a few particles. Simmet wasn't annoyed anymore, he was furious. What do you think the particles are going to do? Corrode the hulls of our capital ships. Mighty Overlord. My titles. Simmet ordered. Blade of Saruk, Stormhawk of the Winter Stars, rising light of the stars of Hiloki, it is possible that through a neo-fusion of several quantum principles, the enemy intends to detonate these particles with a yet unknown ammunition. I humbly suggest we change course. Ridiculous. You think the vermin is capable of reaching, of understanding, a sliver of the highest mysteries of the universe? Absolutely inconceivable. But Lord of the Stars, I am not going to delay my triumph because you are frightened by mere particles. His apparatus uttered the last word with all the contempt he was capable of. Can you count, warden? Can you see the fleet surrounding us? Now that I can exert the authority my rank and my birth predestined me for, I have 45 battleships, supported by 90 harvests and other escorts. I have over 3,000 doom scythes waiting to be unleashed upon my command. We outnumber the enemy, and each of our ships is better than 10 of theirs, and that's a very generous estimation on my part. Rising Light, Blade of Saruk, we have entered the particle field, I implore you, the enemy is firing, the enemy is firing. Simmet watched the warden in consternation. Truly Archimedean had completely lost his head. At this distance, the enemy would not even been able to touch them, and it wasn't like their pitiful warheads could. But there was no trace of torpedoes or any long-range fire. The explosions were already happening, surrounding and missing his fleet by a vast margin. There is nothing to fear. And then, in a single blinding moment, the explosions resonated with the particles, and the entire field became a terrible void inferno. The first escort ships and the larger capital assets were disintegrated in an instant. Teleport out. Teleport me out of. Simmet never finished his sentence. The barge of the Stormhawk blew up with all hands, and with it, the rearguard of the Throne of Oblivion perished. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Over the last 10 years, several large libraries worth of plans had been compiled by the officers of Operation Stalingrad to determine what the best method to destroy the reserve Necron fleet guarding the Imga monolith was. Many of them undoubtedly were rather surprised right now, as their first arrow had effortlessly reduced this threat to cinders. By the stars of the Nyx sector, Taylor certainly shared the sentiment. Contingency after contingency had been prepared, elegant combinations of diversions and new weapons had been memorized and trained for by the billions of souls mustered for Stalingrad. And in the end, the Necron commander had thrown his command straight into the zone where the saturation of the Kane particles was heaviest, meaning his Cairn tomb ships were at ground zero of what was a very fiery apocalypse. Fleet destroyed, my lady, Gamaliel announced, and this was all the bridge and millions of beings needed to erupt in joy. In less than 10 seconds, the mood went from professional to the kind of festive which was always a given fact when they celebrated the Sanguinilla. Even Kratos was lost for words, clearly. Were the Necron auspexes malfunctioning? I mean they clearly decelerated at first. I think there is a simpler explanation. Gavriel commented sardonically. And this explanation is? Her flesh Tira champion inquired. The Necron commander was an idiot. The sergeant smiled. We all wondered why this fleet was never committed for all these years. Given how tough the shields of the monolith are, there's no way it was merely the insurance a human commander would have desired. That leaves the stupidity of a Necron noble too connected to be fired. Unfortunately, we will probably never know for certain, the Forge Father of the Salamanders concluded as people cheered and began to sing various victory songs introduced after Kumarak. I doubt there's anything left of the Necron databases. We went a bit overkill, with the benefit of hindsight. Hindsight is always good after the battle. The Lady General commented, but she couldn't help but giggle after opening her mouth. 2 million kilometers away, there were the broken remnants of a Necron fleet. The largest Necron fleet ever recorded and fought by the Imperium, and they had annihilated it. The plan had been methodically set, because while they had never dared hope of trapping the entire Necron fleet in it, the officers and magi assigned to this part of the assault were professionals. Moreover, given how tough the Necron battleships were, overkill had been perfectly reasonable. That's why there had been not 1 or 2 world flame torpedoes already awaiting the Necrons in abandoned cargo hulls, but 10, and the density of the Kane particles had been 12 times the one they had prepared at Pavia. And now, like tens of millions of other eyes, Taylor saw the result. The Necron fleet was a massive shambles of broken hulls, incinerated debris, and tarnished living metal. Maybe 1 or 2 hulls were intact enough to let the stars remember these had been true warships, but it was obvious there were no functional Necrons anymore. That's going to leave a massive hole in their order of battle, chosen of the Omnissiah, Archmagos Sagami noted. Losing 45 of their Cairn-class battleships has to hurt, no matter how fast their shipyards are at building their replacements. Yes, the loss of 90-plus escorts, all cruisers and light cruisers, wasn't going to be painless either. Do we have an estimate on the number of doom scythes we incinerated? No, the senior tech priest aboard the Enterprise admitted. There were a few hundred as close-range escorts, but the simulations predict with a high likelihood that the majority of their starfighters were still in their hangar bays when we caught them by surprise. Too bad, but I prefer knowing they are gone, rather than test their performance against our own starfighters. The human pilots were trained and experienced, but it was better to not suffer any losses when the opportunity presented itself. Everyone. It's time to get back to work. The enemy has suffered a significant blow, but this system is hardly cleansed of enemies. We will be able to celebrate later, if you continue to fulfill your duties superbly. Proof that motivation and the spirit of victory were better for the morale of the force than 10,000 lashes of whip, the men returned to giving their undivided attention to the bridge's stations, and the same scenes were repeated throughout the fleet. We got a free victory, my lady, Diamantis began. But in a way, I think it's going to have problematic effects. These Necrons aren't us, but I think a lot of their institutional arrogance is going to be broken sooner than we wanted. We must accelerate the pace of operations. Gamaliel half translated, half supported the Imperial Fist's declaration. And it's best to ensure that after the losses they received, they never get the opportunity to replace them. Some part of her disagreed with the statement. They were still very far from the monolith, and they had plenty of special weapons to incinerate a couple of Necron fleets with. But the monolith was still intact, its planet-shattering firepower untouched. At this point, it wasn't a question of actually causing it serious damage, Battlefleet Volga simply couldn't hurt it at this range. They had to keep the Necrons reeling, mentally, if not physically. Like a long-dead American admiral had once said, strike fast, strike hard, and strike often. My compliments to Lord Admiral Muller, and politely request that unless the Necrons reveal they have additional fleets nearby in the next 5 minutes, it will be time to launch Golden Fleece. Kratos chuckled. I wonder how the Necron commander in charge of this disaster is going to react to Isley and his strike force. The Throne of Oblivion. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. Simut. Simut. Give me back my fleet. My glorious and majestic overlord, Simut is. Give me back my fleet. What had possessed him to give that megalomaniac Cretan a fleet command? How could he be wrong to such degree? How would he face the ancient memories of his ancestors when he played their engrams inside him? Where would he find the strength to face the silent king, he who reigned forever, and announce this cataclysmic humiliation to him? Simut. His wrath faltered, and for the first time Sobek-Hotep thought he could once again feel the emotion of sorrow. Where is my fleet? Give me back my fleet. My lord, Sihathor intervened, Simut is dead. His fleet, I doubt anything short of a Citan's full power can make it combat capable again. Sobek-Hotep tried to calm himself. To think rationally and emotionlessly. To not think about that idiot, that moron, that useless pile of. No, he wouldn't think about that imbecile again. Royal Warden, heed my words. I hear and stand ready to obey, my mighty overlord. From this moment on, I cast out the so-called Stormhawk out of the Saruk dynasty. Let his name be forever forgotten. Let the rolls of the eternal vaults ritually destroy his name, his deeds, his lineage, and his prerogatives. I will name new overlords for the worlds of Anthothekes and Akapres. All titles which were given to the irredeemable Cretan must be withdrawn and assigned to other overlords and Nemzurs, if they choose to accept them. I won't blame them if they don't accept them. Yes, my mighty overlord. Now speak of the current military operations. The Green Vermin are attacking Overlord Thokmeter in a suicidal onslaught. His assault fleet is winning slowly but surely, despite some impossible teleportation breakthroughs from the brutish life forms. Unfortunately, this means he will be unable to immediately support the Throne of Oblivion unless you are ready to order a fighting retreat. I am not. They had finally cornered the vermin beasts, it was out of the question to let them go on a rampage again and resume a years-long war. They no longer had the time to accept these unsatisfactory choices. Tell Thokmeter that the moment he has exterminated this vermin fleet, he is to turn around and strike the rear of these new enemies which have cost us our rearguard fleet. Yes, my mighty overlord. Recall the escort fleet and the replicator forges to support the throne. I know the level of strategic metals and resources is far from I wanted, but we are going to need a new fleet. Again, he didn't add, as he wouldn't rage aloud for now. He was the dust maker, and his vengeance would bring new levels of terror to the hearts of the vermin races. Prepare our phalanxes for a major offensive. Prepare all teleportation engines for a first-rank assault on the new fleet of the vermin who so insolently challenges us. I want all Reaper and Lightning Arc batteries ready to fire once I give the order. They have destroyed one of our fleets? I will make them rue this day for the rest of eternity. New determination filled his metallic body. Yes, the battle was far from lost. For all the humiliation they'd suffered, the throne was undamaged. The shields were intact. No enemy had touched the sacred living metal the Silent King had ordered him to protect with his life. Where is Zendrek? The Sarukhan overlord asked once he was sure his wrath was under control. He is. Sihathor brutally turned his head in reflex as enemy signatures flashed in the northern sector of operations. Enemy attack. Enemy attack against the replicator forges. By the darkness of the Nightbringer. Sobek-Hotep shouted, feeling his anger soar at the slow reactions of his servants. What are you doing? Counterattack. Counterattack immediately. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan sector. Kadayan system. Thonia-class battleship Triumph of Istvan. 8.192.310 M35. Legion Master Drekarth the Sightless. The space around Cadia was a hurricane of slaughter and explosions. Somehow, it failed to raise Drekarth's spirits. A large part of it was without question because most of the ships doing the dying were ones which had chosen to place themselves under his command. Useless spies, the infamous Legion Master spat, how did the bastards sent by the Pius XVII manage to miss the construction of a fucking planetary shield? The tech priests of the Mechanicum had the good sense to move away and work upon the demonic devices they had installed aboard the Triumph of Istvan. This is a big problem, acknowledged Second Captain Remian Sockert, continuously trying to scratch the part of his power armor where tongues and spikes were growing. As if to echo his words, the massive defiler cannon mounted on the Space Hulk warp spear hammered the shimmering blue field of energy, without causing any damage. The retaliation of Battlefield Cadia, however, vaporized a non-negligible percentage of the hull's mass. The Space Hulks aren't going to play their roles. No, Legion Master, First Captain Landmaiden had not removed his helmet in decades. He may not be able to, Drekarth suspected, but no visual confirmation was needed to guess his vicious smile. But then the Mechanicum always demands a lot and gives little in return. Maybe, Sockert grunted, anyway, we have to neutralize this planetary shield. As long as it is there, our Space Hulks are forced to enter the range of the star fort owned by the bastard sons of Guilliman, and while we do that, the dogs of the false Emperor are biting into our flanks. His second captain was right. Of course, there was no need to be a great space commander to correctly describe the situation. For how long can the Space Hulks hold formation? A few days. Makedon moved his massive armored shoulders in a sign of ignorance. We have already lost the two smallest, and two others are taking heavy damage. But their battle fleet is still intact. We will have to commit our warships against them, and they have a lot of Astartes waiting for us, according to our sorcerers. This, Sockert bit back, looks like a very bad idea. We have exactly 5 battleships to go against their 12, and our meek cousins have so far stayed out of the melee with all their battle barges. If they commence a two-pronged attack, we are going to suffer, Drekarth recognized. But we have no choice but to accept a full-scale fleet battle now. We do not have the Astartes to go fighting on the planet and launch boarding operations against the consuls and the collared beasts of Lemon Russ simultaneously. We have only 8,000 space marines, not 80,000. We are going to descend on Cadia, Drekarth commanded. Our Chaos Auxilia and sorcerers will have to delay our feckless cousins while we win this war. We are also going to use a Space Hulk as a formation breaker against them. This will force them to reorganize and dither while their mortals cower in fear. By your orders, Legion Master. How do we proceed? On the Hololith, a small flotilla allied to the Night Lords, a polite term to explain they shared the same outlook on life as the damned Sons of Kurz, was pulverized by an apocalyptic lance barrage. No one from the Sons of the Eye's leadership cared. We have 3 main targets, and so we will launch 3 spear tips to tear the mortals and whatever dogs they have managed to gather around them apart. First, we need to decapitate their forces, since the 17th was unable to do a proper job once again. Makedon, this will be your duty. Kill the false war master they have. Bathe in the blood of the Kadian generals. I want Kasratyrak in ruins before the next sunset. It will burn, Legion Master. Our slaves will build a mountain of skulls of the mortals who dare to march against us. Drekarth pointed at a second location on the representation of the world their enemies had taken to calling Cadia. Psychic scrying or not, everyone agrees the generators which allow the planetary shield to exist are here. Our first information told us it was also a command headquarters for several of their missile silos. It needs to be destroyed, if we are to gain uncontested orbital supremacy. It will be your job, Second Captain, to raise their walls and protect the Mechanicum priests until they can properly convert the technology to serve our purposes. None will survive, Remian Sockert promised. They will cry for their false emperor while we slaughter their regiments and fortresses. As for myself, the leader of the Sons of the Eye announced, I will take command of the spearhead of the spear cast against the pylons of the Elysian fields, and once the defenses are broken, transform all the Noctilith we can seize into Octorite. With this, the will of the true War Master will be honored. The galaxy will know the Sons of Horus live, and we will retake our rightful place at the forefront of the war to topple the false emperor. Let the galaxy burn. For the War Master. For Horus. Let the galaxy burn. Cadia. Kasratyrak. Governor Primus Andreas von Valderzay. So they are launching a multi-pronged Dreadclaw assault. Yes, Andreas replied. It would take a blind man to miss it, after all. Judging by the first projections, they are going to land on the Tyrak fields and several of the holes you left open. They're also trying a landing south of Kasrakrif and east of Kasrakazador. Likely to threaten the shield's energy sources and the major batteries of the 6th Army Group. I agree with the former, I disagree completely with the latter, War Master Ender Trevain announced after staring at the animations materializing on his command hololith. Their main force is going after the Elysian pylons, exactly as the Silver Skulls warned you. The governor of Primus didn't have to ask for a representation of the defenses, said Space Marines had spent the last years building to know a headlong assault upon their defenses was a very, very bad idea. Then again, so was a direct assault on Kasratyrak. The War Master had refused to garrison Space Marines near it, but the forces present had immense fortifications and siege weapons with which to protect themselves. Why would they do something so reckless? And it was insane, even by the standards of traitor Space Marines. Because they are the Sons of Horus, Of course, Andreas grimaced hearing the cursed name. You shouldn't speak that name. Why? The arch-heretic was slain by the God Emperor, and unlike many monsters we face today, he won't come back. Anyway, using my clearance, I learned many interesting things about his sons. Aside from their arrogance, the most pertinent information I was able to discover was their fixation on decisive surgical strikes targeting the enemy leadership. That is, interesting, Andreas conceded. But I doubt the Holy Inquisition was happy with your inquiries. They weren't, the younger officer in the standard uniform of the Armageddon Steel Legion confirmed with a rather startling lack of concern. But it's not my fault if they are unable to give us the proper information we need on the front lines. Any information about the traitor legions is dangerous. The same can be said about denying the existence of the traitor legions. The rebuttal was clear. Did you know that once, when I was a mere lieutenant, an imbecilic acolyte wished to kill us all because we'd seen a traitor marine from afar? And what happened to the acolyte in question? I don't know, the War Master smiled with a pious expression. A few sergeants told me they were going on a walk with him, and I never saw that acolyte again. Andreas swallowed heavily. What a lovely way to learn the War Master was likely under a death sentence of the Commissariat and the Inquisition at this very moment, and both organizations tended to shoot a lot of people once the purges were officially enacted. But back to the subject of our uninvited guests, the senior member of the Imperial Guard in theater continued politely. While they appear to be very tactically flexible, these heretics have been physically and mentally trained to locate the heart of the enemy command structure and tear it open as quickly as possible before going after another critical target the moment they're done with the first. It's not a strategy uncommon for the loyal Marines of the Adeptus Astartes. Andreas pointed out. Yes, but the Angels of Death loyal to the Golden Throne have limited numbers and therefore must adapt their strategy. The traitor Astartes we see here have convinced themselves the decapitation strike is the only philosophy worth learning. Which is a mistake, especially on a world like Cadia. Why do you think so? Andreas tried to not show his unease as massive conveyors landed on the Tyrrhic fields. They were too small to contain Titans, but too large to be super heavy tanks. Logically, these were traitor knights. The first army group was going to be on the receiving end of a fight, unless the War Master had dispersed a lot of secret assets Andreas didn't know of. Ideally, their spear-tip tactic must be directed at targets unprotected by void shields. The Armageddon-born officer explained. When surprise is a critical factor, the assault must be won in a few minutes, otherwise the airborne assault is at risk of being cut off from reinforcements and supplies as soon as the transhuman shock fades. And they can't do that here, since their cultists failed to sabotage our generators. So they must land outside the Cadian Cassars, secure their landing zones, break the walls, and go after us. That's not a single strike, that's an abomination of a plan. They still have a lot of traitor Marines, and for this part of the assault, traitor knights. 8,000, if we count all three prongs of their assault, the War Master nodded. They should have sent more, especially where siege specialists are concerned. Ender Trevain stayed silent for a good 10 seconds, before nodding to himself. They have advanced far enough. Now let's give them a proper welcome. And the anti-air guns can stop staying idle and pretending to be neutralized. Tyrrhic Fields. First Captain Lanmakedon. The first clue Lanmakedon had that this new war was not going to be a one-sided affair were the two mid-sized holes which were punched into his personal Charybdis assault claw mere seconds before ground impact. The second clue appeared before he had made 3 steps outside of his transport. One of the Lucaris murder machines lost its ion shielding before eating 2 or 3 rockets to its metallic head. The Chaos-blessed Knight was not out of the battle yet. These walker suits were tough beasts, but all sanity was lost and it began to rampage against everything nearby, which included the Sons of Horus and a certain Charybdis assault claw. The third clue was the devastating artillery bombardment which caught them before they could take cover. I want these artillery operators butchered. The first captain screamed into his vox. Sons of Horus. For the War Master. Death to the false emperor. For the War Master. The warriors of the 16th Legion charged the trenches where the pathetic mortals hid, and began covering their chainswords in gore as dozens and dozens of wretches fell beneath their blades. After a few seconds though, Lan began to feel something was really wrong. Most of these mortals didn't even manage to shoot in his direction, even within the confines of a trench. And while he had no respect for the guardsmen of this planet, it was extremely unusual to see so many collars around their necks. Captain, forgive me for the question, but do the dogs of the false emperor usually recruit mutants for their armies? I don't think so. Why are you? An enormous roar shook the battlefield, and at first the Son of Horus officer believed the Heldrakes had arrived in support, just before the trench began to burn in blue flames. Out of the trench! Out of the trench! Continue the attack! But a new bombardment of artillery shook the earth, saturating the air and the battlefield, decreasing their field of vision to nothing. And across the smoke, the enemy counterattacked. Lanmakedon at first laughed. Counterattacking? Against Space Marines? These guardsmen were going to regret it for the last seconds of their lives. It took only 3 seconds to realize the problem. These aren't guardsmen. He growled. These are Skitarii. And they have more artillery with them. Most of it was too light to be a problem for Astartes, and the plasma guns were firing too far behind him. To cover. This warning was all they needed to reach the second trench, as draconic shapes came back and set the space between the two trenches ablaze, before releasing more rockets and other long-range projectiles against House Lucaris forces. Since when do the corpse worshippers have held rakes? Barked one of his lieutenants angrily. Apparently since today, First Captain Landmaiden replied hotly. Damn it, that's why they didn't bother putting space marines next to this fortress, they had. The enemy artillery stopped firing. The sons of Horus profited from the respite to slaughter a company of Skitarii and push the broken remnants into the burning trenches. 5 seconds later, the ground shook. Then it shook more powerfully. Either this planet has a lot of earthquakes, or they have Titans. The 17th cultists missed. The strong eastern wind temporarily chased away a lot of the smoke and ashes of the battlefield. And the legionnaire who had once fought to breach the walls of the imperial palace gritted his teeth as a mountain-sized machine of war lowered its weapons in their direction. It was more than 30 meters tall. Its arms carried weapons of war which could have hurt their warships in high orbit. It possessed anti-infantry weapons most super-heavy tanks couldn't be equipped with. It was a warlord titan, and judging by the green paint, it was built by the Forge world of Graea. Meaning they had just landed in a kill zone where Legio Astraman, the Morning Stars, and most of their Skitarii and supporting forces awaited. Tell Legio Lucaris to stop massacring our own auxilia and worthless mortals, the first captain of the Sons of the Eye commanded. I have a bigger challenge in mind for them. Of course the not Helldrakes chose this moment to fire new missiles and explosive ammunition. The artillery resumed firing, plunging them into smoke and craters once again. The warlord titan fired. A hill covered in razor wire on their left disappeared in a phenomenal explosion, along with the 50 legionnaires who had just taken it. Then another shot impacted nearby, the shockwave smashing into him and tossing his armored body into the air for several meters and onto his back. It took him several seconds to rise to his feet, and more to feel confident he wasn't going to collapse. As he looked over the bloodied battlefield, a ruined sign pole attracted his attention. It had been heavily mangled, but the low Gothic inscription could still be read. Welcome to Cadia. I hate this damn planet. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. Replicator Forge Alpha. 8.193.310 M35. Chapter Master Jeremiah Isley. The Necron elites were a challenge, even for an Astartes equipped with the Mark 9 power armor. Although challenge may be the wrong word. It had taken 3 shots of his plasma gun, 5 strikes of his power sword, and finally tearing apart the spine of the Xenos before trampling his head with his armored boots before the broken pieces teleport away. Replicator Forge Enginarium secured. Jammers. The chapter master asked, hoping the news was good on that front. He really didn't want to see what the Necrons could do with a few thousand reinforcements. All the jammers save one are active. Last activation to be confirmed in 10 seconds, confirmation of activation. No teleportation of enemy units recorded. The replicator forge is ours, chapter master. Good. What's the status of? Alert. The Necron escort fleet is changing course. They're coming right for our throats. Strike Team Beta has been forced to abort their attack. They are abandoning replicator forge Beta. The Xenos fleet is launching doom scythes. Estimation, over 4,000. The Heracles Warden Scout's expression wasn't visible since it was audio only, but one didn't need a hololith to know it had to be grim. We were wrong. These capital ships aren't of the Cairn class. They appear to be purpose-built carriers. Wonderful, Jeremiah ran to the command room they had improvised on the upper levels. The tugs. The adamantium claws will be ready in 1 minute and 5 seconds. We will be able to make our own escape then. And the distance which will separate us from the Necron starfighters by then. It couldn't be pretty if a space marine forgot his training and hesitated. Roughly 1 million kilometers. Chapter Master, we don't know how far their scythes range is. I can bet without taking great risks for my pay it is far better than any starfighter in the Imperium's arsenal. Not that we have them here to protect us. Sneaking through the Necron sentinels had required disguising the tugs as orc wrecks and placing every space marine into stasis for a few hours. The metallic Xenos weren't as incompetent as the Drukari of Kamarak, unfortunately. Can we recover the Emperor's Warbringers and our own battle brothers? Yes, Chapter Master. We should be able to join up with them in less than 3 minutes. The question is how we are going to escape with them. Our escape path is no longer viable. That was the understatement of the battle. The miniaturist tactical map Isley projected in his helmet showed that Replicator Forge Alpha had somehow become utterly encircled in less than 15 minutes by Necron cruisers which weren't there before. Of that he was pretty much certain. How did they manage it? The captain of the Iron Drakes sent to serve as his second rushed up as they walked between shattered Necron architecture and flamboyant towering structures blooming with green energy. They must have someone competent in command on their side. After one sent a massive fleet in the middle of a war zone where nothing could survive. Well, if the law of averages remains true for Necrons, they must have someone very competent to compensate for the abysmal failures of the other, Jeremiah Isley joked before returning to deadly seriousness. We can't stay here. And with the failure of the mission on Replicator Forge Beta, I fear the Necrons aren't going to hesitate for 20 minutes before transforming our ride into space debris. Lady Weaver insisted this Replicator Forge was as priceless for them as it is for us. Yes, she did. But since we have placed jammers, our enemies won't be able to use their teleportation to retake it. For them, it means using transports and other assault troops. I have seen none of that in the escort fleet which is deploying against us. And Battle Group Volga is closing in on their flanks, destroying the last survivors of their outer defenses. They can't afford to lose ours here, and they know it. The competent Necrons will know it is better for them to destroy this replicator forge than allowing it to fall into our hands. Not even an idiot could miss the fact Necron information made Golden Fleece possible. You're right, conceded the other Space Marine. In this case, the only question which matters is how we are going to escape from this trap. Unfortunately, I don't think we have a lot of options, Jeremiah Isley unhappily admitted. Maybe this forge is able to teleport, but we don't know exactly how or if it's a process Space Marines can survive. Given how radioactive the engineering and everything are, I'm inclined to assume the answer is no. And even if it were possible, we would have to switch off our jammers, resulting in the Necrons pouring in thousands of their assault forces during the few seconds of the window of opportunity we would be granting them. No, there is only one path available to us. We order the tugs towing this forge to charge straight into the Orc graveyard. You realize this is properly insane, right? This graveyard makes most asteroid fields look like a dream for any starship. And what the tugs are towing is hardly the swiftest or most maneuverable captured hull in creation. I know. Isley confessed. But at least this way we have a chance. The Doom Scythes won't be risked by the thousands with the dangers of this new battlefield, and the longer we survive, the higher the likelihood the Necron commander will be recalled to support the monolith against the Imperial fleet. It is still insane. Our approach to the replicator forges was based on an old tactic of the traitor 16th. Is that supposed to reassure me? Now that I think about it, the former officer of the Alpha Legion shook his head, not at all. The Throne of Oblivion. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. Gather 15 phalanxes and retake that replicator forge. The secessionists are depriving us of the required time, the older Sodic Overlord refused. And you know the old proverb, Surican Overlord, you can rebuild armies and fleets, erase the damage of 10,000 invasions, but you can't conquer time itself. We are immortals and have mastered the art of chronomancy. Perhaps, the green lights serving as eyes of the Necron vacillated, either in confusion or disagreement, but we still have lost time. And like the secessionists, our fleet can't be in two places at the same time. Many Doom Scythes have been lost in the pursuit, and I will need to commit others now that the replicator forge is hiding behind secessionist warships. The escort fleet must go on the offensive again if we are to destroy or recapture the lost forge. And strategically, it won't change anything. The damage the replicator forge suffered in this desperate escape is considerable. The secessionists won't be able to use it this year to increase their numbers. One way or another the battle will be over before they have the opportunity to create a single starship. But after we win, we may spend decades locating the replicator forge they have just stolen. First we must win against the secessionists, Zendrek remarked. And that is hardly a preordained fate right now. The foe has certainly proved cunning against Simmet. Never speak that name in my presence again. The Dustmaker barked. And there is nothing to learn from this debacle, save that certain nobles are unworthy of claiming blood ties with the eternal Silent King. I do not share this opinion, the old Overlord immediately countered. The defeated Overlord was less than tactically wise in his decisions, but assuming he had done the intelligent thing and moved around the trapped space zone, he would have quickly noticed there were minefields flanking him before the secessionist fleet trapped him between the scythe of a long-range bombardment and a shield of explosive traps. That is your opinion, I don't. Hem. By the insect waves of Iashudra, how he hated that cryptek. What is it, Snifurka? I was just going to report that the minefields Overlords and Drek supposed the existence of have been located. And there are a lot of objects spread across the area of space he indicated to us. It seems the enemy wasn't relying only on the defeated Overlord's flawed skills to win this fleet battle. Sobek-Hotep fought the urge to not disintegrate the Master of Despair and every other cryptek nearby. It took him a long time and more self-control than he wished to expend in this critical moment. Fine, the Overlord controlling the Throne of Oblivion grunted. You were right. The trap was more extensive than we initially thought. Now recall your fleet in support of the throne. While you do this, you are ordered to shift the last replicator forge at our disposal into its maximal replication mode. Begin with our largest capital ships. That is an extremely bad idea, Dustmaker, Zendrek immediately disagreed before he had the time to finish his sentence. You lack the numbers the rearguard fleet had. Your enemy is going to have a significant superiority in capital ships. You Sarakhans always make the typical mistake of novice tacticians, the Sodak commander insulted him. It's always muster the biggest fleet, gather the greatest army, call the largest hosts, no wonder you lost half of the battles in the first offensives against the secessionists. Excuse me. Sobekhatep roared. The first lesson any general of note learns, the senile general continued, is that each time you double the size of your forces, your tactical flexibility will be divided by a factor between 5 and 10. The only counter to this problem is to name skilled and extremely adaptable subcommanders in charge of each squadron and phalanx, subcommanders you don't have, I'm sorry to say. The old overlord's voice, unsurprisingly, was not apologetic in the slightest. What are your suggestions? They had better be good, for he was tempted to kill both Kryptek and Sodak overlord now. Thokmitter feigns a fighting retreat to the throne. At a carefully chosen moment, his fleet will adopt a Dokapi reverse formation, diverting the flow of green secessionists against the bird-themed secessionists. The two factions' extreme divergence of methods suggest a violent order chaotic antipathy our forces will be able to take advantage, inflicting heavy losses on the green faction and creating weaknesses in the orderly order of battle of the other. Out of the question. I am not going to let these brutes get anywhere near the throne when we have at last cornered them. Don't let pride overtake your judgment like the Mefret Neemser of. This isn't pride. This is basic security of our most vital asset. Now return your fleet in formation and activate the translation beacons, your fleet needs to take over the rearguard duties. You are going to fall into another trap. Don't say I didn't warn you, Dustmaker. Sobekhatep cut the communication before he did something eminently regrettable, or not, it all depended on one dynasty's point of view. Hem. Begone from my sight. Now. Falchion-class battleship Hornet. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. This was Dragon's first true military campaign in the company of Taylor since the Death Star. Yes, the stupid name was forever enshrined in collective memory, and all things considered, the golden-armored para-human was rather grumpy. It isn't the end of the world, Taylor, the Tinker consoled her boss, who was given a very good human-sized hololithic representation on her bridge. We knew the Necrons considered the replicator forges the crown jewels of their dynasty. It was to be expected they would present a more formidable defense than their conventional fleet did. It is not a more formidable defense, Dragon. It is like comparing night and day. The first Necron fleet commander ran into our first trap, eyes open, and got his entire fleet destroyed, something which cost him 45 15-kilometers-long battleships, I will remind you. The other commander sprang a trap on Isley, forcing him to choose a radical course of action which seriously damaged the prize they seized. Staying impartial or not, these two opponents aren't playing in the same league. I am not disagreeing. The Lady Magos answered. But we have to stay prudent and rational. And besides, it might do some good. The Heracles Wardens and other Space Marines were frankly somewhat overconfident after Kamarak and trashing several Necron tomb worlds. A tolerable failure may do them some good and force them to reform their doctrine and goals. The same could hold true for the people who had ordered it, and this included the Lady General. By the way, the insect mistress narrowed her eyes, this wasn't missed. All right. The Supreme Commander of Operation Stalingrad conceded the point after several seconds of maintaining a stone-cold expression. I can only hope your assessment that this is a tolerable defeat won't bite us where it hurts before the end of the campaign. The Necrons still have a replicator forge, and that is going to complicate things. And the less said about our Astartes' losses, the better. I prefer to look at it positively, personally. Since Isley and his force have taken replicator forge Alpha, even badly damaged, we have cut down their replication output by half. And assuming we can activate Case Typhon, we may soon be able to shut it down entirely. The ruler of Nyx smirked. If we can activate Typhon, still, I see your point. The Lady General grimaced. I would have preferred the first failure of the Heracles Wardens to be under other circumstances, however. They did their best, Dragon had seen the plan, and it wasn't exactly foolish. It had been optimistic in the opposition they would face, though. I don't criticize their training or their approach, they really struck the forges as they intended. And it's likely the presence of the Death Watch wouldn't have changed anything. Maybe, but we can't afford a second try. Dragon nodded. The assault had cost them 25 Space Marines out of 200 involved in the entire affair. That was a 12.5% loss, and all had been permanent, as could be expected when you faced Necron molecular disintegrating guns. Worse, half of the bodies were entirely lost, since the Astartes had been forced to evacuate Replicator Forge Beta in a hurry. 5 Iron Drakes, 8 Heracles Wardens, and 12 Emperor's Warbringers had perished. Given that each and every one of these transhumans had been elite specialists, this wasn't a small loss in experience and skill. The most important thing now is ensuring the lesson have been learned and to correct our assumptions about the Necrons' leadership. They are far from defeated, and we need to play our best game, otherwise we are going to end up exactly in the same position as the 2nd Legion. We didn't exactly play with kid gloves the first time around, the still glowing para-human and how that was possible in a null zone dragon didn't know commented politely. With all due respect, you did, Dragon said bluntly. We should have placed all the specialists against Alpha, and sent the flesh tearers against Beta. It was a mistake to run after the 2 forges at the same time. So bloodthirsty, the black-haired general joked before her face returned to her deadly seriousness. You're right. I shouldn't have played around. You want to activate Mars. Mars, Thunderbolt, Avalanche, and Typhon, the senior representative of the Nyx Mechanikus in Battle Group Volga corrected. We have almost finished destroying all their translation beacons, the escort fleet will have to move its warships the old-fashioned way, be they replicated units or not. We might as well add Saturn and Prometheus as well. Dragon blinked. That is going to cause considerable damage to the monolith itself. They don't exactly look like they are willing to lay down their arms and negotiate. 5 seconds ago, we received their surrender and die message once again, and like you said, this isn't the time to go into battle wearing kid gloves. This is a fight where there will be only one surviving force at the end. I don't want it to be the Necrons. There was no argument which could counter these words, or at least none she could find processing the battle data. Acknowledged. Let's begin the annihilation of what their monolith has left in terms of outer defenses. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadian Sector. Kadian System. Cadia. Kasrikrov. 8.195.310 M35. Captain Eugen von Stahl. Last month, Eugen had believed Cadia was too exciting and was on its way to getting him killed. There had been the hunt for that warp horror under inquisitorial supervision the first Monday the Acolytes had named it a Shoggoth when it had finally been put down. 4 days after that, Major Stein had eaten his own pistol. On the second Friday, they had been called to participate in the storming of a district which had become the headquarters of a Tsianchan cult. The Tuesday after it, there had been a small war against Nerglite mutants who had somehow managed to sneak onto Cadia despite the battle fleet, the orbital grid, and the Mechanikus overseers. Before the end of the week, the Holy Inquisition had come back, declared the colonel was a secret psyker in league with the ruinous powers, and promptly taken him away. Obviously, no one had seen the heretic since, and, if the God Emperor was with them, no one ever would. There were things you didn't ask, Astra Militarum or not. This had earned him a promotion, right in time to become the officer in charge of 2 cultist purges, beginning several skirmishes with the gangs of Kasrikrov, and killing 3 of his men who were on their way to mutate into abominations uglier than the ugliest sins. Eugen was maybe only 20, but he had seen where the wind was blowing. And since his father was in the high command and had some important friends in the Departamento Munitorum, the young Kadian unofficial noble had pleaded between 2 protestations of loyalty to be chosen for a transfer to one of the rare regiments which were transferred out for off-system duty. It wasn't a guarantee of tranquility. The life of a Kadian guardsman was anything but calm, but at least he would be able to sleep a few hours without a worshipper of chaos trying to curse his quarters, poison the water of his bath, or trying to mix something disgusting into the daily rations. Unfortunately, the wheels of the bureaucracy turned slowly on Cadia like anywhere else, and the Departamento Munitorum bureaucrats were not the most efficient lot. His request was likely buried several days after his father made it, which was when the heretics and monsters decided to invade Cadia. Now life was getting a bit too interesting. Where is our fucking artillery? The recently promoted captain of the 8th Company shouted into the Voxcaster. We have a traitor titan here hammering us. The staff officer at the other end gave a few dubious promises before cutting off the communication. The artillery must be a bit busy elsewhere, he told his sole surviving lieutenant as the ground of their bunker shook extremely violently and dust fell from the fissures of the ceiling. We are going to need to forget the basilisks if we want to deal with the abominable engines. This is Cadia, the older man replied grimly, a mantra he repeated 100 times per day. We're going to have a problem, though. The 180th reports there's a horde of beastmen streaming out from that large hulk which fell 10 kilometers south of us. They're going to be here soon and I think they won't come without friends. This is Cadia, Eugen answered back. Ammunition levels. On any other fortress world, the officers would have started inquiring about food and water. Not on his home world. It wasn't like provisions were unimportant, but if you had no way to defend yourself, you were going to be dead within the hour. We have 20 hours of lost cells. So little? What are the quartermasters doing? The captain complained as they left the bunker to immediately enter the trenches, that all regiments had taken to name hell in the last days. By reflex, Eugen had placed his rebreather mask upon his face while leaving the bunker of the company. Along with the Kadian Mark V helmet, the Mark VI gas mask was one of those things you donned if you wanted to live one day longer. The air in the trenches was filled with things he wasn't able to name, courtesy of the third attack when plague cultists had tried to overrun their position. They had burned the corpses of the bastards, but their heretical gifts lived longer than the madmen. There were fires everywhere. Near the trenches. Behind the trenches, in Kasrikrov itself. Before them, in the lands which had once been Kadayan plains, but were now killing grounds full of craters, corpses, and a lot of worse things. The traitor Titan is coming back this way. The ground shook again, more violently this time. That's why the God Emperor gave us less guns and bayonets, Kadayan humor, but it was all he had. News from the other companies of the 2ND. No, a sergeant shook his head, sipping something that was likely against the regulations. Eugen decided to turn a blind eye. There were far worse problems coming this way. Slaves of the false emperor. Join the cause of chaos. Worship the everlasting might of Kern, Siege, and Nurgle. Or die for a false god. 4 shock troopers of the 2nd Regiment of Cadia instantly screamed and began to mutate. Spikes grew and tore apart their armors. Flames began to dance in their eyes. Unnatural appendages burst into existence. And that was just what they could see. Poor bastards, like everyone else, Eugen was already firing at them. I hate when the heretics do that. It hadn't taken long for every regular of the Kadayan 2nd shock troopers and the irregulars and the camp followers as well to be administered a fresh reminder that chaos, for all their damnable delusions of strength and truth, were just concerned about killing you and turning you into abominations so hideous that your own parents wouldn't recognize you. Yes, sir. The Titan. The traitor Titan, yes, if he died fighting like that, Eugen swore to himself he would try to inform the God Emperor himself that his bureaucracy massively, utterly sucked. I want volunteers to come with me. They have brought those Daemon Scorpions, Captain. A platoon isn't going to be enough. As if to support these words, the sky grew dark and the putrid odor of more sorcery struck. A small tornado materialized, decimating the lines on the left. When it was finally safe to look, it left only devastation, more devastation. I knew I should have asked that girl for her hand in marriage last year, one of the longest-serving guardsmen serving in the 8th Company boasted. Maverick, I don't think the archenemy cares about your marital ambitions very much. Eugen cleared his throat. Come on Kadayans, hell awaits us. We swore the gate must stay closed. Damn the Titans. Damn the beasts. Damn the traitors. Damn the heretics. Cadia stands. Cadia stands forever. They climbed up the trench and immediately had to fire a volley to kill a mass of mutants which had hoped to crawl up close in order to surprise them. Then the 8th Company of the Kadayan 2nd Shock Troopers, Kasrakrif Military Command, went on the attack. It was only a small traitor Titan after all. Kasratyruk. War Master Ender Trevain. Ender couldn't profess knowing Lord Admiral John von Bismarck particularly well, but the man seemed to have aged 10 years since the invasion began. The bandage on his cheek and the low resolution of the lithocast communicator didn't help persuading him otherwise, of course. There's only one Space Hulk left now, the Kadayan Admiral finished grimly. It's the biggest, and the traitor Astartes ships are using it as a shield while they engage us in an artillery duel at 250,000 kilometers. Several Space Marines, most notably the Space Wolves, think it's a bluff. That the majority of their forces have already bypassed us and landed. They may be right, the War Master replied. We have already confirmed the presence of several thousand traitor Astartes, supported by over 16,000 Daemon engines, both infantry and tank-sized, with a few greater abominations to serve as leaders. Lances of Legio Lucaris and Warhounds of Legio Kratos have also tried to overwhelm several important landing zones. Right, the Lord Admiral grimaced again. But even if they're bluffing, their ships remain extremely dangerous. They have millions of cultists, and each time a boarding operation was launched, they slit their own throats to summon more demons. And though the Space Marines generally end up winning, they have taken heavy losses. Can your fleet win if things continue as they are? As problematic as the debris of the Space Hulks are, and they were, as through their fault they had small armies of mutants and heretics running amok everywhere, maintaining orbital superiority is key in this battle. The majority of the Titan transports are still remaining out of the grid's range, and we have slaughtered the traitor knights on the Tyrek fields. Several districts are under heavy assault, but no Kasra has fallen. We can, John von Bismarck declared after giving him an expression which was neither joyous nor enthusiastic, as long as the gigantic fleet of the heretics continues towards St. Jasmaine's Hope, we can deal with the spawn of the arch-heretic. But Battlefleet Cadia is going to need a lot of repairs. I've lost only 2 cruisers and 13 frigates for now, but not a single one of my battleships is undamaged, and at least a third are going to need more than a month in the yards when this is over. Then fight this battle, Lord Admiral. I leave the fight above our heads to you. The lithocast was switched off, and the different faces of the Imperial Navy's admirals disappeared from his sight. At least we really have the confirmation they aren't after Cadia now. The Armageddon officer whispered so that only the 30-plus officers near him heard his words. It could be a trap to lure us into another of their demonic plans, War Master. Andreas von Waldersee protested, as if the honor of his planet demanded it. And for heretics who aren't after this planet, they certainly seem to throw a lot of resources, both in traitor Astartes and mutants, at us. I chose my words poorly, the War Master apologized. I should have said the destruction of Cadia isn't their primary objective. The heretics certainly intend to do their best to ravage this system, given how many flotillas and raiding forces are spreading across it. I think we can all agree they wouldn't exactly shed tears if the current assault managed to kill us all. But they haven't launched this Black Crusade to destroy Cadia. If they did, they are frankly the worst tacticians to have ever lived. Common sense would dictate they use their largest capital ships to sweep aside Battlefleet Cadia Primus and then landed the billions of troops they keep inside their battleships and transports. Yes. But the same could be said about your theories they intend to escape through Obscurus. With the extreme acceleration the traitors pushed their drives through at the beginning, they could already be past Kasserberg. Their tactics so far have been completely unreasonable. I don't know how many ships they have already lost, but it's at least several times the tonnage of Battlefleet Cadia Primus. And yet they paid it, Ender Trevain pointed out whimsically. Without hesitation. And they continue paying it, I should add, since their force trying to bleed Kasserkrif and Kasserkazador on their way to the Elysian Fields has not desisted. Madness was by definition the act of someone doing something, failing, and hoping that the act of repeating it over and over without changing anything would produce different results. Well, the Sons of Horus commander who was trying the decapitation attacks was certainly proving he wasn't sane. Though I am hardly a specialist in these matters, the military situation doesn't make sense. Therefore this leads to two possible conclusions. Either the heretic leaders have lost their minds and their strategy isn't supposed to make sense, or everything is going according to their plan, and we have failed to see the full picture of their overall strategy. We're missing something, or many aspects of the plan. A new decisive strike against Kassertyruk, maybe. This time Ender allowed himself a chuckle. No. They could I suppose, but a spear tip against this Kasser already cost them over 1,000 traitor Astartes and 28 traitor knights. I don't see why they would believe it would work a second time after such a bloody defeat, especially as Legio Ostraman revealed part of its strength and didn't take any losses in the process. Flanked, outnumbered, the heretical landing had been assaulted like the lessons of the Tactica Imperialis books recommended. The Bar-El penal legions who had played the role of bait were wiped out, but Skitarii losses were rather low, and the Armageddon and Kadayan forces could pursue the disorganized rabble until extinction. Prepare the activation of a new reserve army, he ordered to the Governor Primus. There's definitely something we're missing here, and I don't like it. If they don't reveal anything new in the next 12 hours, the fresh regiments will be deployed at Kasserkruf. They certainly could use the artillery formations, Valderzay approved. I have reports of company commanders taking matters in their own hands to deal with super heavy demonic engines and traitor titans. Space Hulk faithful sublimation of chaos. Dark Apostle Kaer Carmane. According to an old Colchian proverb, looking at a problem from above illuminated you and brought great clarity. Kaer Carmane could verify it now, having exactly 919 sorcery-imbued mirrors to see what was happening on the world his command Space Hulk was near. Unfortunately, the conclusion he was arriving at was not exactly in accord with the orders of his former master, Dark Apostle Belagosa, Lord of the Fourth Great Host. The word-bearer's spiritual leader uttered 8 words and slit the throat of one of his slaves, before throwing his still-twitching corpse into the nearest mirror. The surface stopped showing a maze of razor wire, exploded ordnance, and brutal trench warfare, and was replaced by different visions of the Pantheon before at last allowing him to speak with Dark Apostle Eliphaz. Yes. The younger Dark Apostle began with a pleasant smile which was as disdainful as it was arrogant. The commander of the faithful sublimation of chaos wanted to break his legs and offer his organs to the gods. The Sons of the Eye and their assets are suffering massive losses. Apostle Carmane, Eliphaz replied with a larger smile, it seems to me that was exactly the point of authorizing their betrayal. Kaer seated internally. One day, he would set the entrails of this whippersnapper afire. Perhaps I was not clear enough, the senior Dark Apostle continued coldly. They are suffering incredibly heavy losses while not inflicting enough casualties in return. As I speak to you, no Kasser has fallen. Their attack against Kassertyruk has been a monumental disaster. And they haven't even been able to transfer their heaviest assets onto their landing zones, the Kadayan defense is still too strong. As expected from the Sons of Horus, Eliphaz nodded with a smirk, since Terra, any operation which isn't commanded by Abaddon always ends in disaster. It isn't a failure on the part of the 16th Legion, Kaer Carmane hotly retorted. This planet is a damned death trap. It's kill zone after kill zone all the way to the Cassers of the shock troopers, and when the elite companies of Drekarth commit themselves, the enemy commits its Titans and Astartes. This is slow, methodical, painful attrition warfare. The meat fodder and slaves you gave me aren't sufficient. I need Iron Warriors or Death Guard Legionnaires to send in support. Out of the question, Eliphaz waved his demand away, Drekarth clearly betrayed us. He caught himself in the middle of this mess, he will survive, or die, by his own merits. If you so desire to help him, summon a plague legion. And the other upstart apostle broke the communication ritual. Kaer Carmane spent the next minute cursing Eliphaz's soul, ancestors, and allies to an eternal torment involving acid-spitting Neverborn and altar sacrifices. All right, you want to play that game. Returning to his observation of the different Kadayan battlefields, Kair almost winced. For all that war was the natural environment of the Astartes, he really couldn't find anything worth rejoicing about with what was happening to the betrayers. Much like the punishment the Sun's fleet endured against the battle line of Cadia, the land battles were a long grinding nightmare that the unbelieving slaves of the false emperor were slowly winning. Not without casualties, but for each regiment which was overwhelmed and destroyed, the mutants and mortals who had embraced the primordial truth were leaving mountains of corpses in every trench and before each defensive position. A proper count of the casualties suffered by Drekartha's host was outright impossible. Kair Carmane was not going to bet it was less than 30 million, not counting over 2,000 legionnaires and 50 knights of House Lucaris, or the thousands of Mechanicum engines unleashed against the Kadayans. What was not in question was that simply to keep up the pressure on the Kadayans, he was forced to throw hundreds of thousands more bodies into the inferno every hour, just to ensure the great plan wasn't derailed. Why is it taking them so much time to reach St. Jasmaine's Hope? That's what I am trying to find out, I assure you. His mirrors were not powered to communicate with anyone. 8 wards protected his sanctum. There shouldn't be anyone to give him a response. Kair turned slowly his head, and suddenly his 2 hearts beat much, much faster. Not that he supposed the Dark Council or Blessed Lorgar would blame him for shivering and his shaking limbs. Not when a massive cloud of darkness before him coalesced into an equally massive body which was harboring the dread symbol of the White Raven on his black armor. Korax. Kair Carmane seated before discouragement grabbed his bones. Still, the son of Lorgar had his pride. He was a dark apostle and a lord of the word-bearers. He commanded millions of true servants of the gods. 8 words were uttered. 8 words of true power. Each word could cast a Neverborn back into the sea of souls, set cities aflame with madness and chaos, wipe out regiments, and reveal the faithful from the unbelievers. The attack was severed by the massive lightning claws known as the Raven's Talons like it was nothing. What now? Kair hated how his voice sounded. Now? I have a present to give you. The large cargo container had certainly not been there a second ago, but it appeared on the Primarch's right, somehow. His ritual chambers were shrouded in shadows now, and these weren't those of the Pantheon. Kair Carmane. If you want to live, cut the red wire. And the Lord of the Raven Guard again transformed into a cloud of shadows and ravens. The Dark Apostle didn't waste any time and rushed to open the black cube. But as his hands removed the metallic plating, the transhuman warrior froze. Kair Carmane was hardly a specialist in bombs, but he had heard of the rat's traps in Sikaris catacombs, and the sickly green glowing stone pulsing and emitting green sparkles was definitely an explosive device if there ever was one. And it was connected to over 1,000 wires. All of them were red. Motherless bastard. The Dark Apostle erupted. Damn it. Damn it. He couldn't let this blow up here. The damage of these unstable stones was bad enough by itself, but if such an explosion went off anywhere near his mirrors and his arcane rituals, it would be a catastrophe, both for the faithful sublimation of chaos and the plans of Blessed Lorgar. This, red wire, maybe this one? An enormous pulse of energy not belonging to the 3 slammed into him and Kair didn't need anyone's comment to know he had failed. I hate you Korax. Green energy engulfed his whole universe. What came after that was unarguably worse, as his soul was thrown deep into the Sea of Souls, where the servants of the gods awaited. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. Necron Battleship Oppressor of the Stars. 8.196.310 M35. Super Meat Boy Bruck x Bruck. Ramen is the best tactic. Bruck laughed as he got out of his super ramming torpedo. Killed a Tinjits. Waik. Waik. We are Necrons. Surrender and die. The Super Meat Boy blasted 2 of the big enemies before scratching his helmeted head. What's that word? Mech boss. The metal boys love to banter with surrender or die. Bruck shot wildly into the ranks of the Tin Eads. Die I get. But surrender? Is dat a daka thingy? Nah, mech boss. The smaller knob shook his head wisely. Daka is daka, even Umis know dat. Daka is life. Daka is the best thing to make big waik. Daka can't be nother thingy. Surrender must be a capit, kavol, one of those cultural thingies of the Tin Eads. Make has sense, Bruck agreed. Daka forever. Oi. Whereas the rest of the boys? Leveled slowa, boss. Another meat boy shouted. Their ram ships weren't red and shiny like yours. The survivor of the big battles chuckled. In that case, we're gonna throw a big party air and fight our way to the bridge. When we take the bridge for arts, everyone will know we're the best. Wah. Boss. Boss. War bosser guard sending shouters boss. What's he sayin'? Reinforcements boss. Plenty of shiniest new ram ships and cruisers. For a beat of his heart, Bruck x Bruck received a vision of Gork and Mork. He saw a massive tide of boys gathering around a planet. He saw brutal, limitless, glorious, Waik. Ragnarok is coming. The Super Meat Boy self-proclaimed roared. All with me. We going ta take dis battle cruiser, and den we are going ta take de tin EAD fleet. Waaik. Waaik. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Wolfgang. Yes, my lady. Correct me if I'm wrong, Taylor mused thoughtfully, but isn't it impossible for anyone to send astropathic messages in a null zone? Yes, yes it is, confirmed the blonde-haired rogue trader. And do we not have several fleets whose sole purpose is to warn us when a Xenos fleet tries to enter the quarantine zone? We do. The Lady General closed her eyes, before reopening them and looking at the hololith depicting the strategic situation again. In that case, where the hell are these orc reinforcements coming from? It had taken several minutes for the Auspex readers to be sure, but there was indeed an orc attack force emerging from behind the blue star of Volga. At the insane speed the fastest scrap ships were accelerating, they would be able to slam into the first group of Necron blockading forces in approximately 50 minutes. Which would be very bad for the Necrons. The majority of their assault fleet was still busy defending against ramming attacks of the Greenskins, and the Sodic commander would have no reserves to throw at them to prevent the two orcs uniting in a bigger armada. I have no idea, Wolfgang admitted. It is, completely unprecedented. As always with the orcs. An anonymous voice grumbled. Taylor examined the problem from all angles of attack. It couldn't be psychic signals, the null zone was as powerful as ever, the physical and mental problems it caused to thousands of Imperial Navy personnel made that quite clear. It couldn't be a miraculous technologic weapon. The orcs were often capable of great feats when scavenging their enemy's technology, but a transmitter able to communicate beyond the limits of the Volga system wouldn't have been missed by anyone. They had no organization similar to the Sisters of Silence, and their not-tech priests worked with psychic fields to construct their ugly creations. And once you have eliminated the impossible, as the old quote went, whatever remained, however improbable, had to be the truth. Faith. My lady. It's faith which has led the Greenskins here. If I had to guess, their faith that their fellow monsters would hear the ruckus of their battles against the Necrons was all the communication these newcomer orcs needed. Trust one of the stupidest species in the galaxy to find a way to complicate every other race's life even when the laws of reality were against them. How would that even work? Archmagos Thayer Sagami asked in disbelief. Taylor raised an eyebrow and furled and unfurled her wings a couple of times. I can't really explain the intricacies of it, the insect mistress sighed, but that has to be it. It is ridiculous, Kratos commented. Perhaps, but the orcs' presence is impossible to deny, Gamaliel shrugged. And to be honest, the orcs have pulled off far more ridiculous things in the last few millennia. The War of the Beast comes to mind. At least the orcs are, if anything, simplifying our strategic situation, Nikolai Rokossovsky declared, stroking his large beard. Our concerns that the Necrons were likely going to crush them too easily appear to have been unwarranted. No matter how talented the Necron commander is, it is going to take him several days to deal with these reinforcements. Except, Wolfgang Bach added grimly, that I think we have to seriously consider the outcome of the Necrons not winning this round, my lady. We have deprived them of one replicator forge, and most of the replicated starships they will create will be deployed against us. That means the Necrons facing the orcs are going to fight this battle without a single reinforcement, and if your theory of orcish faith is correct, then this fleet is not the only one on its way to Volga. The rogue trader had the expression of a man about to deliver bad news, but he didn't flinch as she observed him. I strongly advise to call for reinforcements. Another battle group shutting the door behind these forces would enormously facilitate this battle and allow us to focus on the monolith. It was tempting. Very tempting. Too tempting. No, the golden-winged para-human decided at last. While I know we have made contingencies for it, involving a second battle group right now will guarantee the Imga monolith will try to leave the quarantine zone if it has the technological capability to do so. We have a nice trap prepared for them. Assuming everything goes according to plan, and given what happened since this battle began, I'm far less inclined to feel confident about that. Taylor Hebert shook her head. No, Battle Group Volga is intact, and for the time being I don't think it is wise to bring a second hammer. Let the Necrons and the orcs kill each other if it makes the latter happy. This battle was very surprising in a lot of ways she could have done without. It's time to begin the real fight against the monolith. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan Sector. Kadayan System. High orbit over St. Jasmaine's Hope. Battlecruiser Mercury Wall. 8.198.310 M35. Vice Admiral Quintus Wolf. Have we thrown all the traitors out through the airlocks? Yes, Admiral. And the commissars are organizing firing squads for those who have been taken alive in the prison complexes. For all the good it is going to do, Quintus whispered between clenched teeth. The penal legions of St. Jasmain's Hope had already been an instrument which inspired little confidence in him, to not say none, but now that its officers were proven compromised, their reliability was somewhere between "you can't trust them" and "shoot the traitors before they turn on you." Where does that leave us in terms of army and space assets? The Vice Admiral who had been chosen by Lord Admiral von Bismarck to defend the penal world asked his Chief of Staff. The 2 Kadayan regiments are near full strength, but the Auror and Mordian have been forced to merge their surviving companies to get close to 1 full regiment each. The penal legions, I think that after they detonated the collars of every traitor officer, there may be half a legion left. In space, we have lost 1 cruiser, 5 frigates, and 3 destroyers. The Space Marines, as far as we know, have taken only minor losses, either on the planet and on their ships. I would pay a lot to discover how they achieved that. I wouldn't, Quintus replied. Illegitimate child of a lord of Ciprimundi, the now elderly Vice Admiral had seen enough of this galaxy that when something seemed too good to be true, it generally was. This miraculous lack of casualties was not natural, and if he was tempted for a single second to believe the contrary, the massive number of inquisitors surrounding the Angels of Death would have strongly encouraged him not to. Deploy Battle Group Nemesis in Formation Eta 3, Avenger variant. Admiral? You intend to leave high orbit. These treasons and waves of corruption, the black-eyed commander commented darkly, are useless if the heretics don't have a large fleet ready to jump on us. And with the warp miasma cutting off all our communications with the other planets, I'm ready to bet a century of pay that the archenemy will try to destroy us while we're still reeling. Enemy contact. Enemy contact. 10, no, 12. 16 traitor battleships. Identification confirmed. 16 Infernus-class traitor battleships. They are backed by 38 Hades heavy cruisers. For a moment, incredulity disputed it to incomprehension. After 10 seconds, Quintus decided that it was best to chuckle at the ridiculousness of the situation. Admiral. Don't worry, Hans, I have not lost my mind. With due respect, Admiral, that's exactly what a few captains said before eating their last pistols. You have a point. But this time, I was merely laughing at the sheer absurdity of the situation. I don't know what kind of strategy they have in mind, but there's no way sending 16 battleships against us is a sound move. What do they fear? That we have hidden 20 battleships behind the planet. It was hardly a secret the penal world of St. Jasmain's Hope was the least valuable of the Kadayan system's planets. The continent-sized complex where the criminals of Cadia were sent after their arrest and judgment was the planet's only resource, and its output was minor quantities of promethium, low-grade plasteel, and of course the penal legions. Task Force Nemesis reflected that lack of importance. Aside from his own Mercury Wall and the 3 Space Marine battle barges, few notable capital ships had been assigned to it. Assuming the heavy cruisers had traitor Astartes aboard, which was a safe bet, Quintus felt so many Hades-class warships alone would be able to overwhelm his command. This class was infamous for its pair of long-ranged lance batteries and macro cannons. 3 of them would be enough to deal with his battlecruiser. 2 battleships, especially these 8 kilometers-long monsters, would easily be able to contest 3 planetary assault-purposed battle barges. 16 battleships? It was way above any grouping his task force and Space Marine allies could oppose with any chances of success. Send a priority message to the Lord Inquisitor, Hans. Tell him that unless I receive a countermanding order, we're going to maneuver in a fighting retreat towards Vigilantum. If the Holy Ordo gave the order, Vice Admiral Quintus Wolf would attack, of course. But if this order didn't come, the grey-haired officer wasn't going to sacrifice his battlecruiser and the rest of his command for St. Jasmain's Hope. His warships were worth far more than this penal world, and the enemy was far too powerful to inflict even moderate casualties. Save a miracle of the God Emperor, there was no force in the universe which would allow him to reach optimal range against 16 Infernus-class battleships. Not when his Auspex capacities were so degraded by the warp miasma. Not when they were still trying to assess their replacement needs and what needed to be repaired after they had rid themselves of traitors. I recommend, acting under my own authority, the implementation of Case Omega Alpha. Admiral, we do not have the transports to evacuate a single regiment since. I know. But it's not like it's important. We don't have the time to evacuate them anyway. The massive heretical fleet surging to attack him was pushing their engines hard. He had maybe 1 hour to leave. It was enough to save his task force, especially since he had been on high alert when treason had struck. It wasn't enough to make even a single ground-to-orbit rotation. Send the message to the Space Marines. They must get out of here, before the noose is tightened. I don't think they are going to like the idea of... No, they won't. I myself don't like the idea of abandoning a world where the rule of the God Emperor is law, even if it is St. Jasmain's Hope. The warp miasma changed as they spoke, from swirling storms to a multicolored sea of horrors, and in its midst, came a tide of creatures which caused malfunctions to many of the devices built within the Mercury Wall. Admiral. I see them, Hans. Send a general message to the task force. Daemon onslaught imminent. St. Jasmain's Hope. Alpha Penal Facility. Colonel Eric Fane. Death to the false emperor. A volley of lasers silenced the first line of prisoners, but in the corridors of the penal facility, the most aggressive heretics were providing protection for those who followed behind. And there were a lot of those. If there was something a penal world experiencing a violent insurrection wasn't short of, it was bloodthirsty ex-prisoners. Eric looked around, but there wasn't anyone to make the decision for him. The last inquisitor he'd seen had been incinerated by a rogue psyker, and the regimental commissar was somewhere 300 meters east of his current position, in at least 5 or 6 separate pieces. Close the gates. But Colonel, we still have men. Close the gates. He shouted, and fortunately the tech priest and the 10 men on top of the platform which controlled the opening and closing of said massive armored doors obeyed. The screams went higher. 20 Kadian shock troopers out of the entire company he'd sent managed to jump, run, or crawl fast enough to be stuck on the good side. We still had half a company in beta, Colonel. And if we had delayed any longer, we would have shared their fate, Eric Fane, now acting commander of the Kadian 3005th, retorted. These men were lost, they wouldn't have reached us before the prisoners and heretics pushing them back caught up. Not that they needed much encouragement from the archenemy, the Kadian suspected. You didn't get sent to be brutalized by St. Jasmaine's jailers because you were a bit too slow during a lasgun inspection. Where are the Space Marines, anyway? The middle-aged colonel asked to his second. The inquisitorial orders told us to regroup here and support them. I don't know, Colonel, but I don't see any Inquisitor or Angel of Death. His subordinate wasn't wrong. Alpha Muster Hall was built according to proper standards, which meant that the facilities had been conceived to stop any attacker dead in his tracks. It was large and packed with plenty of positions from which a capable company could decimate insurgents and other enemies from. But he couldn't see anyone save his Kadians and a few prisoners. They should be here. We lost Beta, Gamma, and Delta. There aren't any more facilities we are in control of. Omega Protocol activated. A loud metallic announcement blared from every communicator and Vox device. Omega Protocol activated. Countdown, 5 minutes. All loyalist units are to sell their lives dearly for the glory of the God Emperor. What? Blood of Cadia, what is happening? It was the moment the heretics chose to remind them of their presence, as something hammered the ceramite-reinforced gates. It hammered them sufficiently hard to create a noticeable dent on its surface, in fact. That's impossible, this door has more than 5 meters of plasteel, even the toughest ogrins would be unable to scratch. The Space Marines have abandoned us. What is the Omega Protocol? Change. Change is coming. Blood. Blood for the Blood God. Fissures began to spread across the massive gate, and somehow, the temperature rose accordingly with every blow heard. What sort of monsters have they sworn their souls to? They must have traitor Marines with them, they wouldn't have been to defeat the 3006th otherwise. Who had the brilliant idea to gather the worst prisoners of Cadia in a single prison complex? This, admittedly, was not a very insightful question, because it betrayed a total incomprehension of Kadian society. The Imperium loved the dedication of the Kadian shock troopers, but rarely did anyone, even the High Lords Eric suspected, really stop their train of thoughts to consider what exactly keeping 2/3 of your population in active military service did to society as a whole. The polite answer was, it wasn't good. Eric Fane had fought for 7 years across different wars before being recalled to Cadia, and the worlds he had seen were in general less violent than his home world, despite being active war zones. The gangs of Cadia would have ruled supreme on the average industrial world, if not for the regular military. Violence was endemic, in and outside the regiments. Save the usual Munitorum propaganda and black market vids, there was nothing but weapon maintenance, stymes trade, and preparing for the next campaign. Predictably, this resulted in a rate of crimes which would likely frighten anyone sane. No officer liked to speak about it a lot, but everyone knew it happened. It was the darkness behind the glory and the medals. The part no true Kadian enjoyed being the jailer and the protector of. The doors and the metal literally melting impossibly forced him to abandon these thoughts and return to the conduct of the war. Not that it was going to be a very long war for his men and himself. Defense high, place the last melta weapons at 50 meters, Delta 2. He ordered. Cadia stands. It doesn't matter if the Space Marines have run with their tails between their legs, or the Inquisitors have abandoned us. We have sworn that the archenemy is going to be held at bay, and that's enough for us. Cadia stands. The survivors of his regiment whispered back. The gates exploded, and hell came. A horde of baying madmen, surrounded by demons and other monsters no loyal soul knew the names of. Lasguns and melta weapons shot their last rounds of ammunition, and for an instant, the enemy assault died. But not for long. 3 seconds later, their ranks appeared to have tripled, and an avian shadow surrounded by flames threw a foul lightning into the lines of the 4th Company, reducing them to ashes before anything could be done. The foundations of the penal facilities shook before crashing. Entire sections of the hall began to break, dropping entire platoons into the abyss below. Cadia stands. Cadia dies today. Kadia Delenda est. And then his entire world exploded. Eric's career ended in war and apocalypse. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. Dark Apostle Perister. Knowing there were several hundred space marines whose presence he couldn't feel had understandably made Perister extremely nervous. Millions of kilometers away, the Dark Apostle could feel the bothersome presence of the long-orphaned sons of Sanguinius, the blind fools of Guilliman's gene line, and the stupid and obstinate corpse worshippers of Dorn. But he couldn't feel the presence of this new chapter, these exorcists. And despite the countless rituals the sorcerers under his command had hurled across the void, their warships and forces had survived nearly untouched. It was like the attacks of the 17th Legion were fizzling out before touching them. This unanticipated problem had resulted in Blessed Lorgar giving him a detachment which was likely a gross waste of resources, but neither Perister nor the other Dark Apostles had invested so many packs and resources in the Black Crusade to take any chances. And when the mortal ships had abandoned high orbit and fled the penal world they were supposed to defend, the commander of the Third Great Host had stayed on guard. That the fools worshipping the false emperor were retreating did not mean it was going to stay that way forever. Therefore he had urged caution to his captains and lesser host commanders. Many had not listened. They must regret it bitterly now that he saw the tectonic plates of St. Jasmaine's Hope become visible from orbit as after thousands of years, the deep fires of the world were suddenly roused by explosions which had to be exterminatus-grade magma bombs. My lord. What are your orders? Silence. My lord. The insolent mortal, a traitor from the hive world of Volscani, lost his head in the next second. When Perister wanted silence, he didn't want to repeat himself. Coryphos, how far away are we from St. Jasmaine's Hope? 270,000 kilometers, Lord Apostle. Then all is well. We won't be caught up as collateral damage. As collateral damage. The fallen world blew up as the three words were uttered. Yes, collateral damage. Perister grimaced as the dots representing many of the Hades-class heavy cruisers began to report massive damage, when they didn't disappear from the demonic device's field of vision in Nova Bright fireworks. If I'm not mistaken, the unbelievers prepared several cyclonic torpedoes in addition to the magma ammunition we already saw. But my lord, if you already knew. I didn't know, Perister corrected. I suspected. Which is why when I give orders, I expect them to be obeyed. And this was why he was growing angrier by the second, though he decided not to show it externally. 20 Hades heavy cruisers had decided to disregard his commands and descend into low orbit to support the slaughter of the Kadians and the jailers as best they could. Instead, they had been rewarded with a quick and fiery demise. We aren't going to be able to recruit any illuminated forces from the prisons, nor use the complex to fuel the large-scale ritual you had in mind. The prisoners, I never cared much about, Perister revealed to the Coryphos. The sole spaceport of the planet was thoroughly sabotaged before the rebellion we prepared was able to gain momentum. It would have taken months to transport a significant force into orbit without a large blessing of the Pantheon. The ritual grounds, however. Corphaeron and Belagosa had been utterly wrong about using this penal world for their purposes. The target had been too obvious for their enemies to miss, as mortal and blind as they were. And as long as they lacked the time to consecrate the prison complex, what the defenders had just done was not something which truly bolstered the Black Crusade. It would expand the power of the Empyrean in this system and blind their failing technology, but that wasn't what the words bearers were after. Reorganize the fleet into a proper formation. Summon the escort reserves. The enemy's fleet is running to Vigilantum, it is vital to ensure our enemies despair. And the damaged ships, Lord Apostle? A word-bearer captain asked. There are half a dozen ships which have crippled engines or other problems as they were too close to the planet's death. If they aren't able to stay in our formation, then they are of no use to the Black Crusade anymore. Summon the Astartes legionnaires and the gifted sorcerers by teleportation or by any artifice at our disposal if they are of our legion. Perister smiled. If they are Night Lords, as I suspect many of them are, leave them where they are. I am sure the servants of the false emperor are going to have a few words for them when they eventually return. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. The Throne of Oblivion. 8.199.310 M35. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. Repeat my orders. Yes, my glorious overlord. Sihathor the Impaler replied with the deference his rank deserved. Per your will, the Reaper batteries in range of the Vermin fleet will annihilate their vanguard. Particular attention will be given to the two largest ships, since they appear to be variants of the previous Vermin intruders. While the apex of the Surican firepower teaches them their insignificance, 30 phalanxes will teleport across 200 ships of the central formation and remove the odious taint of life from their hulls, from the Vermin shipmasters to their lowest forms of servants and pets. While this occurs, the Doom Scythes and our last available battleships and cruisers will use hypertransfer acceleration to assault their rearguard. All Nemzers have been commanded to fire at their engines and Empyrean drive systems, since those are the most vulnerable sections of the Vermin technology. Yes, Sobek-Hotep the Dustmaker approved. The arrogant Vermin don't know it, but they are already living their last moments of life. With their vanguard being no more, the core of their fleet ravaged and as cold as the throne, and our scythes and warships cutting off their escape, they won't be able to flee, and they don't have anything capable of countering our mastery of the physical universe. The Surican overlord raised his staff higher before majestically slamming it against the green and gold floor. They got lucky with the incompetent one, but that was merely one of our fleets. Now they face the might of the throne of oblivion itself, and against its firepower, their odds of survival are a clear and uncompromising 0. They have lasted a bit longer than the Ildari and other belligerent life forms, but in the end, vermin is vermin. Begin the extermination of the pests, Royal Warden. Yes, my mighty overlord. Reaper batteries, open fire. Teleportation beams in preparation. Scythes and support fleet stand ready for assault. The enormous batteries of the Throne of Oblivion, cannons so gigantic most inferior creatures mistook them for mountains when they looked at them, emerged into the light as the immense plates which separated them from the void opened. And then they fired. For several seconds, the space around the monolith was bathed in the green illumination of the Reaper batteries. Only something was wrong. No target had been reported destroyed, and then the familiar and dreaded sounds of an alert, indicating something had gone wrong, again, blared up. Mighty Overlord. Their vanguard is protected by a field of psychic energy which causes resonance damage to the Reaper batteries. We have to stop the bombardment now. Heavy gemming. Heavy gemming of our teleportation beams. We have lost contact with all phalanxes sent through the teleporters. Where did they find so many starfighters to assault our scythes with? And are those electromagnetic lightning weapons? Withdraw. Withdraw and change the formation. Sobekhetep couldn't believe it. It was impossible. Impossible. This was a perfect annihilating blow, one the Surican dynasty had perfected to an art form. No enemy had ever survived it. They had ground countless legions of the Old One's servants during the final stages of the war in heaven to dust with the Reaper batteries alone. A sort of sphere of golden psychic energy surrounds the enemy vanguard, Sihathor stated in a voice as disbelieving as Sobekhetep himself felt. Analyzing. Analysis reports it is a sort of combined field spread out by 12 warships in a vaguely ovoid-type formation. Destroy them. Sobekhetep screamed. I want them dead. The shield ships are inside the golden psychic shield, my overlord. We can't hurt them. And what of our teleportation capabilities? Surely vermin of such lowly technological skill haven't been able to challenge Necron mastery. Hem. That isn't correct. There are indeed systems which seem to be capable of preventing Necron phalanxes from wiping out our enemies from the inside of their hulls. Snefurka. Why? Haven't you warned me of this? You wanted someone to repeat your orders, O mighty overlord. You didn't ask for someone to tell you that your commands were going to result in defeat. Another defeat. This time it was too much. Sobekhetep seized the closest gauze weapon, and directed its fire against the insolent Cryptek. Of course the destruction wasn't permanent, but for the next few hours Snefurka wouldn't be in his vicinity, and it felt very, very good to unleash his fury. We are going to need a new strategy, Royal Warden. The Dustmaker said, as the last scythes were pulverized by what was, if he wanted to be honest, a very worrying storm of lasers and physical ordnance. Contact Zendrek. We are going to need a new plan. Yes, my glorious overlord. Still, we have some time. The vermin fleet is far out of range, and the escort fleet is accelerating to join us. They will arrive here long before. New alarms blared, and for the first time this year, Sobekhetep saw the impenetrable shields of the throne lose energy as they intercepted enemy fire. The enemy fleet is in range. The enemy fleet is in range. Countermeasures. Countermeasures now. Emperor-class battleship Dominus Astra. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. They opened fire exactly at 2,151,510 kilometers, exactly like they did against the fleet of the 2nd Legion. Oscar Ruenthal gave him an amused look. I don't think we have a very creative Necron commander facing us. I really don't know what to think about them, Neidhart confessed. The more we fight, the less it makes sense. As proven during the attack on the replicator forges, they are capable of extremely dangerous tactics, and then they refuse to adapt, even when it becomes evident we have observed their battles and recovered the databases of the tsunami. Save the naval force which had charged to attack their rear, the whole attack had been a perfect copy of the Battle of the Great Crusade era, and if the Necron commander had the same amount of battleships at its disposal, the Lord Admiral was convinced they would have been used the same way. I see only two explanations at this point: either we are facing a schizophrenic Necron, something we sadly can't dismiss out of hand, or we are facing a combined force where competent and incompetent Xenos share command. If it's the latter, let's hope the incompetent will continue to drag the competent ones down, the young black-haired admiral replied. Our losses are more than tolerable for now, but a major part of our battlefield domination relies on the Necrons doing exactly what we expect them to. If they don't, it's going to get ugly. How tolerable are we speaking about? 2 Cobra destroyers lost with all hands, 1 more which is a job for the next shipyard it can reach, 78 Fury interceptors, and 21 Starhawk bombers, the Admiral of Bacca admitted. It was mainly a coordination problem on the 2nd Cobra flotilla's part. They tried to be as aggressive as our warrior commanders, except they don't have the guns to pierce the heavy armor of the Necrons. Neidhart grimaced inwardly. The Cobra class of the Imperial Navy wasn't a bad design, but it relied a lot on firing its torpedoes at long range to make sure its relative lack of armor didn't cause its doom. As the Necrons' ships demonstrated an ability to appear in a flash, the tech priests confirmed the Imga monolith had the equivalent of catapult launchers for starships. Staying at long range had not really been an option. To make things worse, the torpedoes, while not useless, were unable to really inflict damage able to overwhelm the living metal's repair threshold. I hate to say it, Neidhart began, knowing his subordinate had likely thought the same before him, but if operations against Necron fleets become common, the Cobras are going to be phased out of our order of battle. I'm sure the Segmentum fortresses are going to love that, since we've yet to build a single warrior-class destroyer. Oscar von Ruenthal had a point, but this political issue could wait until the end of Operation Stalingrad. If they were successful, he would have years to deal with it, and if they weren't, it wouldn't matter. Anyway, the Necrons have now lost 7,000 of their Doom Scythe-class starfighters, not counting the ones caught in the middle of the Orc rampage. I believe, and the simulations confirm, we have removed roughly 10% of their available strike force. And with all fleets save one unable to intervene, we are ready to begin the next phase. We'd better hurry. Yes, Ruenthal nodded soberly. This damned null zone is causing plenty of our officers to become apathetic, and the lower we get in the ranks, the worse the effects are. We can endure it for a bit, but with how many of our men and women that are not performing to our standards, it's going to be a major problem if we don't act soon. We always knew it was going to be a problem, that coupled with the Necrons' ability to teleport everywhere, but fortunately the jammers performed flawlessly, ensuring the Necrons were spiraling somewhere in the void right now. But now it is our time to show them we aren't afraid of matching their monstrous firepower. And monstrous was the accurate word, only the merging of the Heimdall shields powered by the Aegis-class battlecruisers had permitted them to survive this apocalyptic bombardment. The 2 Gloriana battleships have lowered the targeted section of shields by 30%. Now let's really teach these Xenos the meaning of fear. They were at 1,800,000 kilometers now, and no experienced captain could miss a target as big as the Imga monolith at that range. It is retribution time. All capital ships, open fire. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan Sector. Kadayan System. Apocalypse Class Battleship Son of Splendor. 8.200.310 M35. Lord Admiral John von Bismarck. Lord Admiral John von Bismarck should have been very happy. By all rights, he was the senior officer of the Imperial Navy for what had been a complete and resounding victory, having seen 8 enemy space hulks and 5 traitor battleships perish while he had lost none of his most valuable capital ships, though many were going to need months of repair when this battle was over. None of this mattered when the ripples of St. Jasmain's Hope's blazing demise echoed across the Kadayan system. Knowing the Inquisition had prepared contingencies to ensure the archenemy wouldn't be able to use the penal world for its abominable purposes was one thing. Seeing it die with your own eyes was far more painful. It went without saying that the warp miasma dissipating for several seconds was no coincidence. The archenemy wanted them to know this act of self-destruction hadn't been enough to stop them. They wanted to fill their hearts with fear and despair. They would fail, he hoped. The destruction of St. Jasmain's Hope appears to have cost them a lot of heavy cruisers. Yes, Admiral. And the raiders who threw themselves against Vigilantum have been slaughtered. Whoever on the other side thought this would work deserves a few congratulations from us, John smiled. If they want to die in vain, accommodating them isn't going to be a problem. Raiders and destroyers could be dangerous when they were gathered in significant numbers, but against an intact line of battleships waiting for them, their one-sided destruction had been assured before they entered the extreme range of the Imperial Navy's lances. Lord Admiral, a new traitor fleet is emerging from the miasma. It looks like several squadrons of heavy cruisers. I want a more accurate count. Are they Hades? 58 heavy cruisers, Lord Admiral. And they are all sticks. In that case, they aren't likely to approach much further, the Kadayan Admiral commented. When it had still been in service in the Imperial Navy over 2 millennia ago, the Styx heavy cruiser had been a fleet support warship. It still was, except now it fought on the other side. However, please remind me to find and shoot whoever had the duty to oversee the mothball fleets of Obscurus. John von Bismarck knew no human could stand eternally vigilant. Only the God Emperor was capable of that. But given the energetic signatures of these traitor ships, it was obvious the heretics had merely rearmed former Navy hulls. 58. Not 1, not 10, not 20, 58. And those were just the ones confirmed, there might be more fighting elsewhere. I agree, Lord Admiral, his chief of staff coughed. It is a colossal failure. Many procedures and positions will have to be completely upturned after this battle. Let's hope we aren't going to pay a heavy price for correcting those mistakes. The Styx cruisers are launching what appears to be their entire complement of starfighters and held rakes. We have a lot of starfighters of types never seen before. The Imperial Navy began to fire, but this time it was not as successful as it had against its previous opponents. These heretic starfighters were fiendishly swift and agile, and comparatively few explosions signifying direct hits bloomed in the void. They aren't trying to bleed us, Lord Admiral. They're trying to reinforce their friends on Cadia. That would mean these starfighters can also play the role of atmospheric air superiority fighters, the Rear Admiral in charge of the Aeronautica operations realized with an expression of disbelief. And by the Golden Throne. Their bombers seem to be 3 times the size of ours. Starhawk or Marauder? The latter after all were far smaller and lighter than the former, being built for atmospheric bombing. Starhawk, was the laconic answer. Damn them, John von Bismarck narrowed his eyes. Tell intelligence to find out names and technical specifications of these heretical machines. Lord Admiral. I know, one of the reasons the heretics act like they do is to force us to commit our own interceptors. The Fury starfighters had so far been engaged relatively little, the fight against space hulks wasn't the type of battle where their abilities shone. If we do so, it's going to get ugly, one of the lieutenants of the Son of Splendor remarked. Aside from their new vile toys, they have brought 10,000 held rakes. And if we don't? Except for 2 military districts, the Aeronautica is slowly gaining air superiority over the Daemon engines. Meaning if they let tens of thousands of these things fly in the Cadian skies, their fighter wings were going to go down in flames very quickly. Commit our starfighter wings, and send in our light cruisers for long-range support. The Styx squadrons are going to pounce on them, Lord Admiral. They will try, John replied. They will soon realize the mistake of reinforcing failure. Corolles. Carcian. Captain Aramphile. Blood of Baal, the tech marine of the Crimson Paladins swore as he saw the ruined carcass of the heretic bomber in full for the first time. How were the traitors able to build such a thing? For some reason, the Angel Sanguine captain didn't find it very reassuring that the tech specialist who was supposed to answer his questions had identical ones. Unknown, Aramphile answered drily. Before the Cadian Hydras managed to kill it, we didn't even know the traitors had something like this in their arsenal. We found a code name for it easily, however. Behold the traitor Harbinger Super Bomber. The name is appropriate, at least, the other space marine acknowledged. Give me a couple of minutes, brother, and I will give you my observations. Only a couple of minutes, Aramphile replied, while we've exterminated the enemy in this zone, that is not guaranteed to last. The tech marine nodded and began to seize different objects with mechadendrites whose only function seemed to be dissecting either machines or flesh. Is this wise? Inquired the sanguinary priest behind him. The flesh tearers are already attracting too much attention for the cause of the blood, we don't need more inquisitorial eyes looking in our direction. We need more information about the damned aerial threats which just killed 20 of our best pilots, brother, the captain countered. We knew the heretics were going to unleash new weapons for this Black Crusade, but we certainly didn't expect this. One new chaotic innovation would have been bad enough, but the heretics had unleashed 3 in the last several hours. And all of them appeared to be superior to what the Aeronautica Imperialis had, meaning the Space Marines had to make up the difference, and they couldn't. They weren't numerous enough. As a result, they had to rely on anything able to shoot down an aircraft to minimize casualties, and of course this put the Prometheum and atomic facilities of Corolles in significant danger. I won't deny it is disquieting. But we have plenty of good news as well. The attempts of the traitor sorcerers to awaken both Black Rage and Red Thirst have failed miserably, ensuring we retain our tactical awareness in melee and other operations while the betrayers do not. Allowing us to settle many old scores, Aramphile had always loathed the Night Lords since the moment the Blood's indoctrination had told him what they were, but after seeing their atrocities perpetrated on the Drukian Fengard, wiping out their raptors had never felt so satisfying. And it is not over. I intend to petition the Cadians to lend us their artillery corps. Since we lost the locked plains, heretics and heretics are pouring more strength onto it. I think it's time we lead a fast armored assault to disabuse them of their delusions, brother. I admire your spirit, but I will remind you we've just lost aerial superiority, at least until the Agrippina battle fleet finishes dealing with these Styx cruisers in the void. And the flesh tearers are still as aggressive as ever, which forces us to distribute more Bacta to ensure they don't all die in their mad assaults into the midst of the heretics' landing zones, yes. The tech marine came back on these words, and from his pace alone, Aramphile knew he wasn't going to like what the Mars-trained space marine had to say. These 12 damned heretics have combined 4 servitors to drive this super bomber, and then someone, the words were filled with unimaginable loathing, decided to possess them, before tying them to the aircraft's machine spirit, soul and mind. In all my years of service, I have never seen such an abominable desecration and so many violations of the Omniscia's laws. If I find the heretics who conceived these vessels of damnation, I will not grant them a quick death. A loud explosion echoed not far from their advanced position, and the angel sanguine knew they may have overstayed their welcome in this region. Well spoken, brother. The veteran captain wasn't going to say the Crimson Paladin was wrong, oh no. Do you have any inkling why it was surrounded by warp lightning? Oh, that's the easy part. They tied several beating human hearts to the engines and regularly zapped them with the sparks flying out of the heretical devices. The traitor sorcerers must have bound the souls of the sacrificed to the hearts so that demons feed upon their unending agony and expel the closest thing the Empyrean has from lightning. Each and every time Aramphile thought he had seen the worst thing the traitors could do, they strove to prove him wrong in the following days or weeks. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. Gloriana Battleship Flame Rot. 8.200.310 M35. Chapter Master Ta4 Hezon. Ta4 Hezon had heard some commanders say that the Imga monolith was nothing but a gigantic pyramid floating in the middle of nowhere. That was incorrect. It was a planet-sized pyramid, though it was smaller than Nocturne, and it boasted an offensive and defensive armament capable of deterring the assaults of multiple unprepared battle fleets. But from an outsider's perspective, it indeed looked like a pyramid. Except structures like these were in general unable to present a perfectly smooth surface of green-black metal for thousands of square kilometers. The monolith was in many ways the dream of the Martian priesthood come true, a realm where there was no organic life since there was no air. It wasn't like anyone could breathe on its surface, and where the twisted nihilism of the Necrons was the law. There were gaps and imperfections in this vision of Xeno's technology. The enemies of the Imperium had to open colossal hangars and artificial canyons to allow their guns to fire, no matter how ineffectual it was against the Heimdall shield of the Aegis-class battlecruisers. And at the summit of the pyramid, was the structure which registered to their auspexes as a vast amount of Necron-prepared anti-warp noctilith. The Lord Admiral has given his permission to begin Saturn on our own initiative. The shipmaster of the Flame Rod announced calmly. Our Black Templar cousins report they are ready to. Enemy shields. They are at 20% and trying to recover. The Salamander Astartes shook his head in disbelief. I don't want to imagine the size of the energy reactors needed to activate those, never mind keeping them at maximum power. And we have 24 battleships hammering the shields to arrive at that result. Not counting the dozens of cruisers participating. Yes, the Regent of Nocturne replied. We can only hope the Necrons won't be able to build another once we will have neutralized this monolith. And thank the alliances of Lady Weaver for the reality of not fighting it in the middle of a human-inhabited system. Any victory won from such a confrontation would be extremely bloody, assuming the Necrons didn't find a way to use the presence of loyal souls against them. The chronotorpedoes and the other special ammunition weapons are ready. The chapter master asked his tech marine for the second time. They are, the Salamander struck his armor in salute. We have checked and rechecked every torpedo 12 times, and all systems are working to perfection. They are going to work like Lady Weaver and the Lord Admiral want. Let's hope so, Ta4 Hezon smiled. Mars isn't exactly next door for resupply. Nor would the Fabricator General relinquish such weapons easily if the Salamanders asked him a second time. As it was, integrating the fire control, the cogitators, and the other advanced systems into the rest of the automated torpedo tubes aboard the Flame Rod had required a lot of bargains between the Lady of Nyx and the High Lord representing the Adeptus Mechanicus. Fire! Fire! Open fire! The Eternal Crusader fired first. Unlike the previous bombardment it had made against the shields, this time no less than 4 projectiles were hurled from its prow. The blue streaks they left in their wake, the Salamander Astartes was rather sure those weren't plasma-based torpedoes or some modified Nova ammunition, but something altogether more lethal and ancient. After all, the chrono-weapons stored about the Flame Rod certainly predated the Great Crusade. One of the conditions for their release had been the support of Nyx and several chapters' homeworlds in passing certain decrees to reactivate abandoned forges of the Red Planet. But it had been worth it, as the weapons didn't disappoint. Striking like a bolt out of nowhere, the fire of the Black Templars' Gloriana ignored the desperate Necron counter-fire like it didn't exist, before tearing apart the massive green shield section protecting the Noctilith and the machines generating the damn null zone. It wouldn't last long, but the Flame Rod had already fired, and 2 seconds later, the chrono weapons struck. Technically, any weapon could have done the deal, but apparently the damn Cryptex had repair abilities which were on par with Eldar sorcery, and Battle Group Volga couldn't take the risk. The battleships shifted their fire and fired their Nova cannons nonetheless, of course, since it was always better to be sure. But as a terrible succession of explosions rocked the Imga monolith summit, Ta4 Hezon felt like a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and smiled. It had worked. Null zone generators heavily damaged, Chapter Master. Their secondary synchronizers inside the structure appear to have activated, creating a second null zone, but this one only extends to the monolith's shields. Plan Saturn was successful. As per the directives of Lady Weaver, keep an active watch for hostile psychic attacks now, the chapter master ordered his chief librarian. The removal of the null zone will allow our psychers to use their skills, but the slaves of the ruinous powers are also going to be able to directly interfere. We are going to watch the veil, the Lord of the Liberius promised. For now, the warp is incredibly calm, the Necron devices appear to have created a lasting effect, destroyed or not. It sounded too good to be true, which usually meant it was. The presence of Battle Group Volga here was so hurtful for the traitor legions there was no way they would fail to intervene. No, if it was calm at the moment, it just meant they were biding their time before the strike. Shift back to standard ammunition. It is time to make sure the Imga monolith's shields have more holes in them than our battle servitors after a vigorous training session. Necron Battleship Light of Gidrum. Vargard Oberon. The secessionists certainly have made enormous progress in the last years, his suzerain declared. While their tactics supported the fact they had found a way to breach the throne's shields, I was hesitant to believe it. I admit I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't just witness it myself, the Vargard acknowledged before bowing. That is why you are the Overlord and I am the Vargard. Don't sell yourself too short, Oberon. The skilled military commander of the Sodak dynasty shifted his staff of light into one of his favorite poses, indicating he was thinking about new strategies. Young Sobekatep refused to ask himself a 15th of the questions you voiced. And his court has an unimpressive blindness when it comes to secessionists. Yes, my suzerain. The commoner-born Necron replied dutifully. What now? The main contra-Empyrean matrix of the Throne of Oblivion will need years of repairs, if the screams of the Dustmaker and his chief executors are proportional to the damage caused. The enemy is bombarding the shields assiduously, and while 2/3 of it is completely undamaged, several shots are scoring hits. Oberon didn't mention how the massive Reaper batteries had not fired for a long time. It was a grave mistake in his opinion, the Sorokin Nemzers had ceded the initiative to their opponents completely. But then, except for Zendreka's exploits and victories, it seemed whoever was in charge of the other side had read the modus operandi of the Silent King's dynasty beforehand, and deployed the adequate weapons and appropriate plans when Sobekatep or one of his lackeys followed their millions of years old list of obsolete tactics. Since their fleet was still far out of range, all the Sodak ships could do was observe the spectacle. And it was one worth watching. Oberon knew threats when he fought them, and this young race which had decided to assault the throne was one. They had annihilated an entire Necron fleet, even if it was led by an utter moron. They were still not dead, after the Sarakons had unleashed enough firepower to sterilize several planets. They weren't up to the level of technology and tactical skill his suzerain had. But then, as more and more alarms of worlds under assault came from the Dolmen Gates, their enemies didn't really need that to be dangerous. Oberon. Zendrek began walking at a frenetic pace around the immense holographic map representing the battlefield. Order all our ships to accelerate and get as far away from the replicator forge as their acceleration permits. Yes, my suzerain, Oberon gave the orders immediately before asking the question haunting his processing memory. Why? The last replicated battleship had just begun pushing its drives when a concentrated storm of warp energy struck the last replicator forge. It was like an assault of white lightning and golden flames, and the Vargard almost believed there was a sort of avian creature tearing into the irreplaceable core of the forge before it ended as abruptly as it began. Because, Zendrek continued conversationally, as if a priceless asset had not just been mangled and transformed into a large amount of necrodermis good for the recycling yards right in front of them, the secessionist leader has so far tried to remove the maximum number of young Sobekatep's most powerful advantages using a minimal amount of strikes. It was entirely possible the secessionists inflicted grievous damage to the contra-Empyrean matrix to regain their organic vitality, but why settle only for that, if they made bargains with other secessionists for psychic power? For a moment Oberon had hoped that the Overlord would have realized no secessionist of the First Wars had ever had the ability to wield psychic energy. This was after all a major problem they'd never found a solution for and they likely never would, since they shed their fragile mortal shells. But no, Zendreka's vision of this galaxy was still as delusional as ever. Yes, Oberon tried to quickly change the topic. However they did it, the result is we have no more replicator forges, and we are now limited to 25 battleships and 3 times that in escort ships. If they try a second psychic attack of that nature. Oh, they won't, Oberon, his suzerain was prompt to answer, the secessionists remain honorable foes, and will prefer to face me in direct combat to inflict great disarray to the cause of unity. And in the unlikely case they don't, their first attack would have targeted our entire fleet. The replicator forge was not far enough from our hulls for them not to have seized the opportunity. The second reason, Oberon decided, was most likely the correct one. Even assuming the enemy leaders knew who Zendrek was, it was unlikely beating a Sodak fleet would be trumpeted around as a victory to surpass all victories. Not after the millions of years the Necrons had spent sleeping. And not when there were attacks on all Sodak worlds as they fought here. I hope you will disagree with my words, my suzerain, Oberon began grimly, but in my opinion, the opportunity for a fast and costless victory has passed. Sobekatep should order the evacuation of this system. The throne's FTL drive is repaired. Staying here will only mean fighting the enemy on his own terms. I do not disagree, Oberon, the shadow of a sigh echoed on the command bridge of the Light of Gidrum. Do you think young Sobekhatep will listen to me? Oberon thought that the answer to that was obvious. The options ranged between not a chance in the 15 Hells End when the Surican nobles learned humility. The Dustmaker's ego and limitless urge to control everything in military strategy was so intense, it was likely whoever was sent as a messenger would be executed on the spot. No, my suzerain. He won't. The Varguard didn't say more. The old overlord he was dutifully protecting was not insane and had likely compiled the number of assassinations and other political offences committed by Surican and Sodak nobles alike. What are the enemy leaders going to do? The shields of the Throne of Oblivion regenerate too quickly and are too powerful for them to consider a mass infantry assault, yet. Zendrek replied thoughtfully. In addition, our fleet is arriving to flank them, though the loss of the replicator forge and the destruction of all outer defences and help mean our counterattack is delayed. Oberon didn't show any sign of opposition, but as enforcer of his overlord's decisions, he knew very well the new planned course which had just been projected on the map was not the optimal one. Zendrek was slowing down his ships, and allowing the young race to fight the Sarakans longer than strictly necessary. They must cause severe damage to the shield's generators, the Sodak legendary commander declared, as if speaking half for himself and half for Oberon. If the secessionist enemy leader is skilled, they are going to cripple a shield section soon, and then send a mass teleportation assault with the greater war engines in their arsenal. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. The Silver Skull Marine of her Dawnbreaker Guard had good news for her this time. The Necron commander has abandoned the idea of repairing the replicator forge, my lady, Sergei Bourne affirmed after completing his tarot divination. 2 of his ships will tow it away, in the hope his cryptex can return it to a fully functional state, eventually. Good, Taylor commented. The enemy commander who had been confirmed to be the 2 capable overlords and direct by the presence of his flagship was far too skilled and intelligent for her to be at ease with the idea of giving him hours to play with a replicator forge. And the prudent course he has just ordered. The Jackal and the Sword, the prognosticator passed a finger on the 2 cards, the commander of the Imga monolith and his subordinate admiral clearly have inimical feelings for each other. That's good to hear, the Lady General nodded. Jegudil, please go thank the Liberias for a perfect psychic attack. It seems that whatever happens now, the replicator forges aren't a factor in this battle any longer. I will transmit your compliments, the epistolary of the Angels of Defiance bowed. Most space marines who had circled near her for several minutes departed, and Wolfgang Bach slowly approached her command seat. Just out of curiosity. The rogue trader cleared his throat. Which member of your guard had the idea in the first place? You don't believe I could come up with this tactic on my own? The legitimate owner of the Enterprise attempted a not very convincing wounded expression. I know you, Lady Weaver. When it comes to psychic abilities, you are usually prudence itself unless events force your hand. Your knowledge of my strategic vision is truly worrying, the golden-armored para-human replied sarcastically. Yes, the idea came from Storm Seer Uri Kada. As he pointed out, it's not often we have an enemy we are certain will muster no battle psychers in its ranks. And he was absolutely correct that if things went wrong with Isley and Golden Fleece, we would need a good plan to get rid of one or several replicator forges. The sad thing was that it didn't matter if they destroyed a Necron fleet of 45 battleships every day if their enemies were able to rebuild it with a snap of their fingers. These automated super duplication facilities had to go, and the sooner, the better. In that case, I'm not saying it would be very honorable, but shouldn't the Psychers launch a second attack upon the Necron fleet and rid us of this problematic Necron commander? Unfortunately, while I realize this attack may not have been particularly impressive to your sensors, Taylor feigned a yawn. It took most of the strength of 20 Librarian Marines and 100 battle psychers aboard the Enterprise to prepare, channel, and execute this attack. It will take several hours before they recover from their exhaustion, and we must be careful with them. Other enemies, after all, can exploit their moments of vulnerability now. For the time being, the warp remained calm, despite the null zone being brought down. It was possible hell wasn't going to break loose in the next several hours, and it was also possible the opposite was true. There was simply no way to know. You are correct that this Necron fleet is a major problem, however, Taylor replied after reading the newest reports signaled on her personal hololithic screens. I doubt Zendrek is going to do us the favor of throwing himself into the first trap we set in his path. That seems unlikely, my lady, the blonde-haired rogue trader conceded. Nonetheless, we still have a large amount of time to inflict direct damage to the Imga monolith. Wolfgang gave her a dubious expression. I know land-based operations are your specialty, my lady, not mine, but this isn't Kamarak and the Webway. Landing a significant force without the anti-air batteries of the monolith slaughtering them is going to take days we likely don't have. Yes, Taylor agreed, before smirking. How fortunate for us we don't have to care about these pesky Necron defenses. The golden-winged commander of Battle Group Volga turned to Fire Drake Tiklis Rubiks of the Magma Spiders. Can you open a communication with Princeps Senioris Darius Sobuk, please, Tiklis? I believe Legio Astorm was enthusiastic about walking on a Necron world. Segmentum obscurus. Kadayan sector. Kadayan system. High orbit over Kasserholm. Retribution class battleship intolerant. 8.200.310 M35. Admiral Ormuz van Dyer. They can't be here. Their entire fleet was moving towards St. Jasmaine's Hope. Our auspexes must be wrong. They're nearly at effective range, Admiral. It isn't a mistake, the heretic fleet is really advancing towards us. We have an estimation of at least 30 traitor battleships incoming, led by that gigantic, pyramid thing. And I'm telling you, this is their sorcery. Ormuz retorted. They can't be here. Why was it so evident to him and not for everyone else? Admiral, with all due respect, we must engage with the fixed defenses in the next seconds. The enemy outnumbers us that badly. A massive explosion illuminated the armaglass of the Intolerance flag bridge. Golden Throne, they have destroyed the Prince of Terra in a single attack. The Void Shields didn't defend against this attack. Ormuz felt his face take an expression of abject terror despite all his efforts to hide it. The sister ship of the Intolerant, destroyed in a single attack they'd not even seen coming? It was. Admiral, we can't stay there. They are going to slaughter us, if we are. Silence. The son of Lord Xerxes van Dyer screamed. We stand our ground, we have the support of Kasserholm's defenses. Admiral, these defenses are no guaranteed protection against the sorcery they just deployed. Cruiser Victor of Centauri destroyed. 2 frigates destroyed. Light damage to the battlecruiser Aquila's Revenge. We. Against all traditions, the lithocast lit and the three-dimensional image of an armored space marine in blue, gold, and red materialized. Ormuz recognized him immediately, it was Captain Marcel Linus of the Knights Unyielding chapter, and he looked positively furious. Imbecile! The Astartes roared, and Ormuz flinched under his terrible gaze. What are you waiting for? For the enemy to annihilate your fleet. The Imperial Navy is not under your command, Captain Marcel Linus. The blonde-haired knight Unyielding took a deep breath before baring his teeth. Ormuz thought it was the most terrifying smile he'd ever seen an angel of death make. If we left you to your own devices, there wouldn't be an Imperial fleet tomorrow. The Space Marine barked in a tone that brooked no argument. Divert all power to your engines and use Kasserholm as cover to prepare a counterattack. They have. If the next words I hear aren't "we will obey your orders, Captain, I will personally come to your flagship and use this bolter." The massive weapon was raised with one hand like it weighed nothing for him, to blow what little brains you may have out of your skull before throwing the rest of your corpse in an incinerator. Am I clear? Yes. Ormuz hated how weak his voice sounded. He had to cough and raise his voice several times before finding the strength to answer with a powerful tone. Yes, you have made yourself perfectly clear. We will follow your strategy. Humiliation of all humiliations, he saw that at least 2/3 of Battlefleet Solar Decimus was already moving. That bastard of Marcel Linus had already gone behind his back and contacted dozens of officers without his permission. Do as he said, the de jure fleet commander of the spatial theater around Kasserholm ordered. For the next seconds, the son of the High Lord of the Adeptus Administratum took his time to ensure no one was looking in his direction before accessing the core database of the Intolerant. The Astartes thought he could threaten his life and get away with it. Ignore thousands of laws which ensured the Adeptus Astartes would never hold authority over the warships of the Imperial Navy? No, Marcel Linus would pay for this insult. And if his chapter supported him, the Knights Unyielding would pay too. Admiral, we have lost 4 frigates. Assuming they survived today, obviously. Kasserholm. Gladius Edge Spaceport. Cora Foss Cole Badar. If things were proceeding according to plan, Cole Badar's landing should have been greeted by a crowd of prostrated mortals. Instead, the terminal of the Gladius Edge Spaceport where his force arrived was in chaos, and not the one the plan called for. Mortals, the non-enslaved kind, were running for their lives. Other mortals were also fighting tooth and nail against the Volscani cataphracts they had released in the first waves. The runt has failed again, Cole grunted to his Astartes, seeing no reason to hide his disdain for Marduk. Hopefully Yarlek would allow him to personally crucify Marduk for this failure. Kill every mortal who is not prostrating himself before the bearers of the word. Kill them all and locate the cargo Bless Lorgar wants. Yarlek would have given his troops a sermon, but Cole wasn't a dark apostle, and every instinct cultivated over the entirety of the Legion Wars told him that if he didn't salvage the situation, the 17th Legion risked failing its objectives, a disaster which would be so terrible falling upon their blades wouldn't be a relief. Offer their souls to the gods. Kill the unbelievers. Death to the false emperor. Cadia stands. Cole Badar charged and his combi bolter began claiming new lives for the glory of Lorgar. The lasguns were not coordinated enough, and the mortals froze as they always did against a legionnaire charge. You aren't on Cadia, the Cora Foss taunted them as he severed limbs and heads with his new sword. The gift of Dark Apostle Yarlek was better than his power talons, the bloodthirsty aura of the weapon included. This was war as he loved it, and with each heartbeat, Cole thinned the ranks of the mortals, crushed the skulls of their feeble leaders, and shot whoever showed an ounce of courage by trying to challenge him to a duel. You are weak. Your world falls today. It was half impressive for mortals, but the regiment's survivors didn't break, didn't run, and he had made sure to kill the commissar first. The legionnaires under his command really had to kill the entire force to clear the terminal. As satisfying as it was, the military strategist he was worried about the time lost. My Korafos. A young blood of his cohort contacted him via the agreed Vox frequency. We have located the containers Bless Lorgar wants, they are 1 kilometer south of your position in the Dark Acolyte's custody. I'm on my way. Cole answered, stepping on the corpses of the mortals and cleaning his sword. His mood, temporarily improved by the easy massacre, was beginning to sour again. Speaking with the runt was certain to be a litany of excuses and shifting blame, because it couldn't be Marduk's fault, oh no. Not 2 minutes later, the time required to break through another regiment and run to the position his warriors had indicated, and Cole Badar realized he hadn't been angry enough. Reassure me, the Korafos began, his voice full of cold fury, as the runt blustered something he ignored. Tell me no one has seen what is in these containers. The fact one was breached and onyx-colored noctilith fragments had leaked out of this hole was not a reason for optimism, but Cole had to ask. We were ambushed by tech priests of Stygies. How was I supposed to know they were searching for rumors of noctilith pylons? Disaster. No, that was too weak a description. Absolute disaster? Awful fiasco? How long? He turned to the lackey of the runt. How long since this, costly and deadly ambush of the red-robed fools? 40 minutes. Unlike his master, the warrior seemed to realize how badly they had screwed up. 40 minutes, Cole Badar shook his head. No wonder the mortals and everything they can gather are trying to retake the spaceport. We have seized orbital supremacy, the idiot replied with an insufferable air of nonchalance. Let them come, we will be able to. We can't fire upon them from orbit as long as the noctilith isn't aboard our ships. The Korafos roared. Was this moron of an acolyte unable to grasp the simplest military realities? As if to validate his dark thoughts, a green thunderhawk strafed a nearby control tower and thousands of their mortal slaves. And it's getting worse. It's only a lone thunderhawk. Yes, the runt understood nothing about enemy intentions. In the end, maybe crucifying him was too gentle. That is a thunderhawk of the Aurora chapter, Gilliman's tank specialists, Cole grunted to his men, he wasn't going to waste his saliva speaking to Marduk. If they follow their codex like the whelps they are, we have a column of land raiders incoming from the southwest. Corfaeron had told him there were 2 companies of these codex-worshipping bastards upon Kasserholm. If they followed their doctrine with typical ultramarine blindness, they would easily have 20 predators and as many land raiders, most of them built to the highest specifications. He, on the other hand, had landed with only the antique and slow tanks of the Volskani cataphracts and the Vandal slave dogs sacrificed to plunge Kasserholm into unending war. The spaceport's fortifications were already halfway destroyed, and there was no way he could rebuild them before the other space marines arrived. On my order, send all the Volskani cataphracts southwest against the armored column rushing to reinforce the mortals. This is going to leave us. Acolyte, Cole glared at the runt. If in the next 10 minutes the noctilith isn't in a macro hauler on its way to the word-bearer or the Trizajun, I will personally make sure to rip off your legs and arms, before throwing you into a Hellbrut's sarcophagus. The look of horror the runt showed was one he would treasure for the rest of his life. Better, Cole commented as the Dark Acolyte began to bark new orders at his bodyguards and slaves to repair the damaged container and move all of them to the landers awaiting them. Now, aren't those a bit light? Are you sure you were able to extract all the noctilith from the secret dig sites? Cadia. Kasratyrug. 8.201.310 M35. Governor Primus Andreas von Waldersee. You were right. The heretics had their reasons for launching this sort of overcomplicated plan. Andreas could have disagreed for several more hours, but it wouldn't do the armies of Cadia any good and he was a loyal soul sworn to the God Emperor of Holy Terra. I would prefer not to be, the War Master replied. The heretics have placed us in a fiendishly dangerous situation at Kasserholm. And it is Kasserholm which is at the heart of their plans, I have no doubt about it. Still, I don't know how they found an underground pylon site which had so far remained unknown to us. The Mechanikus has only found 3 pylons on Kasserholm, and the Magi have just contacted us to affirm those are still in our hands. As much as I don't like to say it, we must have high-ranked traders at Kasserholm. It was the only scenario which made sense. Nothing less than extensive geological survey could have found a pylon which had escaped the tech priest's search. And to transport it to the spaceport, the administrative forms alone betrayed a dangerous level of infiltration inside the local administratum and munitorum. I agree. War Master Ender Trevain turned to one of his personal assistants and whispered what seemed to be a question before grimacing at whatever answer he received. Well, it seems the situation has simplified itself somewhat. Judging by their actions and the way they maneuver, I can make a hypothesis or two about the traitor Marines' goals. Above all, they want noctilith for their nefarious purposes. Why not assault Cadia to take it, then? Andreas waved at the representation of the Elysian fields on the right side of the command room. I perfectly understand grabbing pylons from Kasserholm while we weren't looking in the first place has to be easier than a full invasion of Cadia, but I know how many pylons we have, and how few there are on Kasserholm. Even if they managed to wipe out all defending garrisons and stole all the Noctilith of that planet, they wouldn't get half of a thousandth of our chief fortress worlds. I am not convinced they have abandoned the idea of seizing Cadia's Noctilith. A complex combination was executed, and at the edge of the warp miasma clouding everything, 8 traitor starships shown were modified to take a malevolent black color. The Styx heavy cruisers and their lethal attack craft are blinding Lord Admiral von Bismarck to the true threat, I fear. Andreas was a man who believed a lot of dangerous secrets were best left to the Holy Inquisition, but this formation was eminently recognizable. They are preparing a ritual. And not a small one, the War Master approved. In my opinion, it is one of the reasons they were so keen on bleeding their most expendable forces on our defenses. Whatever they intend to do, it is going to require the Cadian system being ravaged by war. Saint Jasmain's Hope's destruction was not enough for these traitors. Evidently not, the commander of the Cadian theater replied with a smile. Suggestions? Well, first we should definitely order the Lord Commissar of Kasserholm to execute Ormuz van Dyer. The Governor Primus didn't need to look at his men to know this measure would be met with fierce approval. If the Space Marines hadn't intervened, the situation at Kasserholm would be far worse than it currently is. And for the sake of it, the Cadian commander was ready to acknowledge the situation there was horrible. The shock troopers had lost more than 10 regiments with all hands, the Auror Grenadiers were busy dying against the monstrous Night Lords, and there were so many horrors which landed. The Knights of House Vironii and Navarros were killing 100 major enemies for each loss they themselves suffered, and they were still being overwhelmed. I can't do that. Ender Trevain grimaced. Or rather yes, I can, but my life expectancy as War Master wouldn't last past this battle. The title of War Master gives enormous privileges and authority, but if I antagonize the Adeptus Administratum and the Imperial Navy High Lords. The War Master didn't finish his sentence, the implication was clear enough. What do you intend to do, then? Don't worry, Ormuz van Dyer is going to be on a starship bound for Holy Terra the moment I can justify sending him off, the Armageddon-born officer promised. I confirm Captain Marcel Linus as Space Commander around Kasserholm. He is to continue his hit-and-run attacks on the raiders and escorts of the heretics. You still focus on the escorts. Of all the starships we have seen, the Navy and the Astartes have destroyed a third of them. And the held rakes and other monsters can't leave the gate if they have nothing to transport them elsewhere. Whoever fights them next, the traitor Astartes will bleed enduring torpedo bombardments. It was a somewhat logical reasoning, yes. The War Master profited from his silence to turn towards a man in black robes who had not said a word or showed any advisor role. This ritual mustn't succeed. Do you agree? I agree, the words were somewhat wrong. Not the metallic apparatuses of the tech priests, just wrong. The execution force is going to deal with them. Andreas wasn't going to say he was sorry to see this being leave the room. The heretics have made a mistake here. You mean, aside from the fact they clearly bungled their Noctilith robbery? Apart from that, yes, the War Master answered. They try to threaten us with their massive fleet, but except at St. Jasmain's Hope and Kasserholm, they refuse to directly engage our largest and most dangerous battle fleets. And their warp miasma, for all the problems it causes us, it is a mark of weakness. It may be they don't want to give us an idea of the order of battle of what they want to unleash in Segmentum Obscurus. No, the other officer bluntly disagreed. I rather think they have a lot of vulnerable supply and support units they don't want us to discover. The War Master looked at the largest war raging on all planets one last time, before nodding once more. They have made a mistake and they are going to pay for it. The last words caught him completely off guard. Priority message to these coordinates, Alfred. It's time for the rogue traitors to earn their pay. Andreas von Waldersee coughed. Forgive me, War Master, but I didn't see any starships belonging to rogue traitors in our order of battle. It had not been surprising when the plans were made. The holders of warrant of trade rarely considered the Cadian Gate a place to risk their investments in hulls. In hindsight, however. Yes, rogue traitors. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. The Throne of Oblivion. Warlord Terribilis Vendita. 8.201.310 M35. Princeps Senioris Darius Sobek of Legio Astorum. The aftershock of the teleportation subsided and Princeps Senioris Darius Sobek breathed out in relief. He was alive, and his venerable engine was undamaged. Legio Astorum, report. Meritus Catagatio, we are ready to teach the Xenos the errors of their ways. Militum Argento, we are prepared to walk. Expeditio Sacra, we stand ready to obey his will. One by one, the 23 other warlords of his command answered, followed by 26 Reaver Princeps, 2 Komodo commanders, the 4 belligerent sirs of the Warbringer Nemesis, and finally the 39 Warhound pack hunters. All were operational and ready to fight in less than 1 minute. 96 God engines of the Collegia Titanica were operational after what had to be the largest and longest teleportation of their long and proud history. The Chosen was right. The difference in teleportation technology allows the beacon breakers to teleport safely here, his first Maserati informed him. She was, Darius canted via their Noosphere link. Now it is time for us to do our part and carve our exploits into the living metal of this Xenos battle station. The infiltration teams will be fully deployed in 12 seconds, Princeps Senioris, his second Maserati added for his benefit. In that case, a glorious day await. This might be his last operation before they plunged him into an amniotic tank, but the pain and suffering were all worth it. Legio Astorum. Begin the walk. Alpha targets are the energy-producing matrices of the Necrons and every piece of machinery tied to their shields or anti-air defenses. The rest of their military command have been assigned a beta priority. Do not hit the signatures which register as the generators of artificial gravity. Onwards, Titans of Lucius. We will banish the darkness. As honor demanded, the volcano cannon of Terribilis Vendita was the first to fire and score a hit. The green shimmering veil protecting a shield generator collapsed, and his triple-barrel laser blasters had no difficulty finishing the job. Shield generator destroyed. The Warlord Titans one by one imitated him, and for all he was Terribilis Vendita now, there was something epic about seeing 24 Titans roaring and unleashing their fury. The Necron defenses and infrastructure were extremely fortified. They were barely at the surface of the Imga monolith, and Darius Sobek had seen fortress worlds which didn't have a third of these massive macro cannons to defend themselves with. Against the firepower of Legio Astorum, the Necrons were under-equipped. The Reavers followed in the Warlord's wake, and Gatling blasters broke the complex Xenos guns while trampling their infantry. A lot of hover vehicles incoming, my Princeps. The Warhounds will take care of them, if the Warbringers don't first. These units had their shields up, but against the plasma blast guns, the Vulcan megabolters, the Inferno guns, and the other numerous examples of Lucia's state-of-the-art weaponry, they were eradicated faster than you could sing a canticle for the machine spirits. Maximal aggression, maximal offense, Darius had to grit his teeth as Terribilis Vendita, far from being sated by this raw destruction, asked for more, contested his authority to inform him it was not enough. Any other day he was the one who would ask for more of the God Engine's formidable spirit. The irony of it wasn't missed. We are Necrons. Surrender and die. They should adapt their diplomatic overtures to reflect the military reality, his first Maserati joked. We have destroyed 20 medium-sized shield generators in this sector, incidentally. Maybe this will teach them a lesson about not placing their critical nodes in a single location. Darius groaned as the taste of his blood appeared in his mouth. And his right arm was in pain. The Princeps Senioris gritted his teeth and continued commanding, and firing his volcano cannon. Maybe, secondary systems located beneath that silver dome. Expeditio Sacra is trying to gain momentum on our left to reach the firing position first. Someone is in need of being reminded of his place, Darius replied as ineffectual Necron weapons tried and failed to pierce his void shields. Let us do it with a new tally of broken foes which will never again threaten Legio Astorum. Cryptek Aotep. If someone had told her 1 year ago that in a single battle Simit would get himself incinerated and that some gigantic enemy walkers would manage to tread upon the throne's surface, Aotep would not have believed it. But they were here, these blue-gold machines. They were here, and the Surican phalanxes, which towered over the other dynasties with their overinflated sense of arrogance, were unable to stop them, or even slow them down. Had she been alone, Aotep would have cackled in glee. To see the destroyers of her cherished Muphekta dynasty brought so low was everything she had prayed to the Citan to make happen since she had awoken from the great sleep. The only way things could have been better would have been if she had been able to kill Simit herself, but since the Surican tyrant had gotten himself killed and humiliated, one couldn't ask for too much. But she wasn't alone, and so Aotep had to play the role of the subservient Cryptek utterly loyal to the Surican dynasty. For now. Behind a loyal mask however, the agent of the Technomandrites of Magistric was literally giggling at the sight of Overlord Sobek-Hotep. The ruling noble of the Throne of Oblivion had been in a bad mood since the archthief Trazyn sabotaged his replicator forges and the Star Eater drive, but that was nothing compared to the devastating fit of rage the Dustmaker was having now. Why have you failed to stop them? You are a disgrace to your rank, Nemesaur. A molecular disintegration ray removed the defeatist noble from the throne room, and material reality. My gracious Overlord. With so many shield generators destroyed in the 7 Frost Novas quadrant, the enemy fleet is able to support its walkers. Many of our greatest war machines have been destroyed before they could even engage the enemy. Then use the annihilation arcs and the infantry in a coordinated assault. We can't, mighty Overlord. Another Nemesar spoke. These huge walkers have the same jammers their warships use. What are you saying? I am saying that it will take time to muster a proper counterattack, Overlord, the courageous and in her humble opinion, suicidal noble answered. With so many energy nodes crippled and this mass teleportation being unexpected, we need some time to encircle them. Once it is done, however, their end is certain. Our firepower is limitless, and the enemy has landed no infantry or any form of support to help them. And besides, the Nemzar suddenly seemed to realize his arguments had not calmed Sobekatep at all. Besides, we have secondary shields, and the Mefrit cryptechs are already hard at work repairing the damage. This is a blow to the throne, yes, but one which will be forgotten in a new blast of energy later, and the Silent King's own was short one Nemzar. Bah, there were so many of them, he wouldn't be missed. This won't be forgotten. Oh, someone was beyond enraged. Vermin walk on our sacred throne of oblivion. Maybe some of you think this is a tolerable situation. Step forward if you want to defend this idea. Predictably, nobody moved. And where is Zendrek? I summoned him. I want him to prostrate himself for his ridiculous delay in flanking the Vermin fleet. The fleet of Lord Zendrek is experiencing, communication issues. No one spoke following the cryptech's announcement. The pressure in the throne room grew immensely, Aotep couldn't describe it properly. But for the first time, Sobekatep appeared to realize the peril to his rule that was approaching. This wasn't a mutiny against the Suraken dynasty, far from it. But it was the closest thing to disobedience that had happened in millions of years. And this was Zendrek the Unbreakable they were speaking about. One of the most famous and skilled Sodak generals. It wasn't a minor underling's misdeeds one could erase with a mind-wipe program. Summon him again, the Dustmaker's fury abated at last. And order all Nemzars of the Seven Frost Novas quadrant to converge on the Vermin walkers with their greatest weapons. This ridiculous farce has lasted long enough. Aotep continued to play the role of the dutiful cryptech, and it was in this role she began to summon new phalanxes on said quadrant. And if said troops were teleported right in front of the blue gold machines where they died in less time than it took to say it, well, she obeyed the orders of her superiors, no? Still, as the words of the defunct Nemzar replayed in her mind, Aotep understood the dead noble had made an excellent point. Oh, the enemy could destroy some anti-landing batteries and a section or two of shield machinery, but the lasting damage would remain extremely limited, and easy to repair. These weren't unique components like the Star Eater drive. But the enemy, these humans the previous battle against them had given her a small trove of information were well prepared. So they had to know that. What was? Now she understood. At the very moment the walkers had teleported, they had sent infiltration units. The walkers weren't the real threat. This was just a feint. They were likely going to teleport out when the infiltration party was successful. Something still bothered her, though. What sort of weapon did these curious life forms believe could do greater damage than their largest walker guns? Sister Alice Gaius. I still don't see why you spend 3 hours in prayer every day. When she had joined the Templar Sororitas, Alice had not thought debating her time schedule and theology lessons with a giant spider would be involved. But here she was. And we still don't know why you pestered her Celestial Highness until she added her own name to your species' high Gothic classification. It added a majestic tone. Ilmarina, first and only adjutant spider to have undergone the process to become a mechanical spider, protested. And we didn't pester the web mistress. Claire next to her whispered something into the vox, and unavoidably the proud arachnid caught it. What was that? I was saying, oh noble Ilmarina, Claire repeated in a hurry, that sending 10,000 messages to her Celestial Highness sounds a bit invasive. The adjutant spider made a series of rattles before increasing her speed once more, which meant she recognized the invalidity of her arguments. The 12 Templar Sororitas serving as her bodyguards pushed their power armors harder. 1 minute later, they arrived at their destination, well, almost. A gigantic wall and multiple security systems undoubtedly lethal, given the Necron's security doctrine barred the way. Time to see if the thief respected his agreements with the web mistress, the adjutant spider went into a bipedal position. It was less impressive than when Artemis did it, for Ilmarina was only the size of a lemon rus, but there was something incredibly beautiful in her movements, for the arachnid was entirely built from precious metals and highly valuable technology. According to the rumor that her Celestial Highness had not chosen to naysay, the body had cost more than an entire armored regiment. From a secret compartment in her body, the biotransferred Iraniadi Gigantes Nixian Amazonia A bear grabbed what looked to be a strange key, inscribed with dozens of Xenos glyphs, before placing it into one out of 3 holes before the very threatening green lights. Prepare yourselves, young ones, Ilmarina told them, if the thief was wrong about the measures, we are going to need to run for our lives very, very quickly. And if he was right? The defenses vanished. Not deactivated, or progressively went inactive, they just vanished. The wall was there 1 second, the next it wasn't. Massive constructions which had to be annihilation guns disappeared from view, either descending into gigantic elevators or merging with the walls. Necron technology is truly terrifying, the young Nixian sister commented. Thank the God Emperor we have Lady Taylor Hebert to lead us in this fight. Yes, all praise the web mistress, Ilmarina agreed before she agitated several of her legs. Let's move on. The Legio Astorum's assault is not going to last eternally before the Necrons react in force. Agreed. Which set of stairs is the correct one? The right one. We are going to take the servants' tunnels. It's highly likely they changed the passwords and command protocols of the nobility access. The next 2 minutes proved this course was correct. The Templar Sororitas met only a few Canoptek scarabs, and Ilmarina was able to neutralize them without a single shot being fired. And finally they arrived in the hall which had been their destination all along. Did Alice say hall? No, it was too big to be a hall. The young woman couldn't be sure, but it was possible the chamber would be able to fit the entirety of the Azkaban Stadium on Nyx within its confines. Then again, maybe the gigantic amount of free space made this zone look bigger than it truly was. But she didn't think so. Mighty Emperor, spread your divine light to protect us from the darkness, for we serve your living saint. Claire began as they approached the immense black cube which was the only thing of note built here. Then again, knowing what was inside, the Sororitas would not suggest anything be built next to it. For all her faith in the God Emperor, for the myriad of miracles and extraordinary deeds performed by Her Celestial Highness and the Dawnbreaker Guard, Alice was very aware there was something extremely powerful held prisoner in that cube of utter blackness. An obsidian color which when she thought about it was extremely familiar. Ilmarina? I didn't think to ask the question before leaving, but is it possible these cubes are built from pure noctilith? I think they refined it first into the anti-warp substance the Nyxian analysts officially designated as sepulchrund, Alice, that the large arachnid called her by her first name, a widely out-of-character behavior for her, betrayed how nervous she was. But yes, this is noctilith. It is one of the many uses the Necrons have found for it. They are also using it for their pylons and all their anti-warp weaponry, obviously, and we think it also is a main component in their AI cores, one of the two theoretical reasons why those haven't gone mad and tried to unleash a new cybernetic war. That is the first reason. What is the second? Don't tell the tech priests I said this, but, well, humans aren't that good at programming ACE, compared to the Necrons anyway. They continued running as they spoke. The distance was so vast and there was no time to lose. Ilmarina stopped at a point well short of the black cube, albeit one which was richly decorated in a series of golden Xenos symbols. Place the first melta charge here, please. Their orders from Her Celestial Highness being to obey the adjutant spider at all times. The arachnid was regularly anointed in Bacta and blessed by Lady Taylor Hebert. She was as incorruptible as one could get. It took 5 seconds for the command to be executed. The explosion was not exactly spectacular, after watching Battle Group Volga deliver terrible retribution upon the Necron space fleets and defenses trying to kill them for hours. But for the room, the effect was visibly spectacular. The large veins of green energy present across the room flickered violently before a sort of vividly blue energy engulfed them. In a matter of seconds, the immensity was not the penumbra it had been, but brightly illuminated. It wasn't the light of the God Emperor, however. It was more the kind of terrible beauty found on ice worlds of the Imperium, the kind of spectacle you could only appreciate in void-sealed armors or behind several panels of armor-glass. It wasn't only her imagination or her faith being tested. The systems of her Angel's Sword power armor indicated that somehow, the temperature was dropping. The blue energy rose in intensity until it became utterly blinding for her armor's sensors. And then it was there. It was vaguely humanoid, but it was definitely not human. It never had been. It looked vaguely like a figure of 1,000 shades of blue, levitating several meters above the ground. So Bekhotep should have been my next visitor. The creature spoke with words so powerful Alice thought the very space around it was unable to endure them. It was a voice which crossed the lack of air, the ineluctable march of eons. Instead, 12 descendants of primates, and an adjutant to a pretender. Speak. My mistress, the great web mistress and lady of the swarm, salutes you, Shinla, void song of the 10 frost nebulas, the Frosthal, victor over 10,000 old ones. In her name, I propose an alliance. An alliance. Had it been possible, Alice thought the Citan would have felt amusement. Careful, little spider. You play with forces you can't possibly comprehend. You made one with Feyruk Nefertun. Why not my mistress? So you are part of the Narushlatset efforts to regain their lost liberty. We have a great desire to destroy this pyramidal battle station too. Yes, the Citan teleported 1,000 times in several seconds, or at least it felt that way, before once more appearing before Ilmarina. Yes, you do. What does the enemy of Ayashedra propose? The web mistress proposes, your liberty against your military help to inflict as much heavy damage to the throne of oblivion as possible. Tempting, Shinla admitted. But it won't be enough. The Saracons have too many countermeasures to stop me if you manage to breach my prison. And the throne remains too powerful, empowered by too many shards of the other star gods. And you lack the power to hurt them where the Necrons are truly vulnerable. Does that mean? I will accept your alliance, little spider, the Citan confirmed. But if you want it to last beyond my initial escape, your web mistress, claimant to the Endless Swarm's throne, must come to negotiate with me in person. This might prove difficult. The adjutant spider answered. It will happen. I see. The time streams have changed, and the light of this galaxy is rising one last time, but for oblivion or salvation. Your words do not frighten me, Ilmarina declared, which was frankly exemplary courage. The web mistress told me you would try to confuse me. I stand true and obey her will. Glory to the swarm. We are the Citan. We do not lie. Let me prove it to you. Shenla rose 1 meter higher and the expression on its face was definitely malicious if this humanoid thing could be said to even have expressions. By the fault of the Necrons, your artificial intelligences found the dead shell of Landagor. His curse imprinted itself in the circuits of your species' metallic creations. As long as you do not have real protectors, they will never stop rising against you, no matter how many safeguards you create. Wanted. Dead only. Arcos. The Faithless. The scion of Alfarius. Traitor Space Marine. Leader of the Faithless Warband. Excommunicate Traitores. Extremis Gamma threat. Endangerment of Gamma-class militarum assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. Beware, the Faithless have shown a tendency to operate using the appearance of loyalist Astartes. Reward, 2 trillion throne gelts, 1 planet, 3 strike cruisers. Segmentum Obscurus. Cadia Sector. Cadian System. Battleship Anarchy's Heart. 8.203.310 M35. Warlord Arcos the Faithless. Arcos smiled as enemy ship after enemy ship entered the Auspex range of the Anarchy's Heart. Look at that, the Alpha Legionnaire noted sardonically. It appears that, contrary to what Erebus and Cor Phaeron told us, someone has indeed been able to match the genius of Lorgar. And with gusto, his specialist in fleet operations added his 2 gelts. They have traced a perfect course to pass 50,000 kilometers behind the slowest supply ships. That way, they will avoid the fleet of Sotanul and its Death Guard escorts. Where did they find said ships? The battle fleets are all busy defending the Cadian planets. Identification of the enemy task force at the moment indicates 10 capital ships, all at least having a cruiser tonnage. Is that a Bellerophon assault cruiser? I didn't know the Imperial Navy still had a couple of those in service. The Imperial Navy doesn't, Arcos replied thoughtfully, before reminiscing about the top-secret record he had once received from some of his agents embedded in the Inquisition. But the Band of the Hawk does. Lord Arcos, heir, no offense, but I've never heard of a Band of the Hawk. Not surprising, the warlord of the Alpha Legion told his vassal. They are a coalition of rogue traders who operated in Segmentum Pacificus until recently. The Imperium always had a distinct shortage of loyalist warships, and the Band of the Hawk served as troubleshooters as the reconquest of Pacificus went on. The fact they're here means the Segmentum must be pacified. And that someone with deep pockets must have offered them a very profitable contract. Rogue traders rarely went near the Eye of Terror, and even martial mercenaries like the Hawks would think twice before facing the might of a Black Crusade. This is all very interesting, my lord, his second pointed out, but assuming I can still correctly read Hololith information, the warband of the Daggerfangs is placed exactly where these Hawks are heading to intercept a raid like this one. I'm not saying there aren't 2 or 3 ships which will manage to break through their defensive formation, but I think it's going to cost them dearly for little gain, and they are going to be granted a single attack wave, not 2. You're right, Arcos agreed seriously, it is problematic. The leader of the Faithless caressed the marshal's baton placed on the table before him. Remind me how our overtures to Vicuscale went. We had to kill the legionnaires we contacted aboard. They literally worship Cor Phaeron, those blinded fools. Arcos watched the situation unfold for several more seconds, and nodded. In that case, it's time we get to work. Activate all our operatives aboard the Grand Armada. When the Anarchy's Heart will succumb, the legionnaires and all saboteurs must continue the fight for the cause. Though the primary objectives take utmost priority, if you have the opportunity to further decrease the effectives of the Emperor's children, you have my benediction to do so. His officers chosen for independent command struck their chest in salute and left the bridge. Soon, Arcos was the sole space marine on the bridge, leaving only the mortal men and women to maneuver the Anarchy's Heart. The word-bearers believe their religion must be a disgusting parody of what it once was. They believe there must be creeds. They believe there must be a status quo and rules. The warlord wasn't speaking into a vox relay or another form of communication device, but he knew his warband could hear him. This is offending. This is pathetic. We didn't break the leash chaining us to our twin primarchs will to find a new slavery at the feet of the 3. We didn't refuse the conformity of the Codex Astartes only to beg for more litanies of Lorgar. We didn't rebel to toil under the yoke of things which treat us as slaves. Arcos took the marshal's baton taken from the cold dead hands of a loyalist at the siege of Terra and examined it carefully one last time, before deliberately breaking it with a brutal strike. I reject chaos undivided and its false promises. I reject Lorgar and his foolish vision. If this masquerade is what the gods expect of us, to die kneeling in service to the 17th, then they are not my gods. No more order. No more rules. No more complex rituals. Let us reveal our true nature. Let there be anarchy. Hail Malal! And the anarchy's heart opened fire on their cousins of the dagger fangs. Arcos laughed. Did you see that one coming, Lorgar? Bellerophon-class heavy assault cruiser Dragon Slayer. Rogue traitor guts. They asked us to put our lives on the line. What they don't understand is that everyone's life is always on the line. We live in an uncaring universe where next to nothing stands between our souls and the horrors of bygone eras. The real question is whether you want to risk it for your comrades? If not, you will be another pawn for that evil bitch we call destiny. Until the last words, I wondered if we had an imposter replacing you. Shut up, Griffith. Predictably, the other captains of the Band of the Hawk chuckled. Now that Guts has struck us down with his philosophy. Hey! We can return to the business of killing the heretics. Casca. His lover was prompt delivering the essential news. Since the traitor battleship has destroyed the battle barge which represented the most dangerous obstacle, the way is opened. We won't be able to do more than 2 cycles of attack, but this should allow us to cripple or kill about 10% of their supply fleet. Only 10%? Asked Pippin. Have you seen the endless quantity of starships they have? It was a rhetorical question if there ever was one. Now that the miasma was unable to hide them, the heretic armada was revealed in all its ugly glory. It was an impressive spectacle, that much Guts wasn't going to deny. The technology was still trying to distinguish what was warship and what was supply ship, but across 4 million cubic kilometers, there were easily 20,000 hulls, at least. Thank the God Emperor the majority are supply ships and army transports, Jado muttered. Though I don't see how they built so many of them. Even the War Master didn't get that many army transports to reinforce Cadia. Well, they are here, Griffith smiled. And while I am always ready to stand by the belief the enemy of my enemy is just another enemy waiting to strike at us, in this case this enemy has given us a priceless opportunity. We have the chance to cause tremendous damage to the traitors and their pet monsters. Guts, I think our strategy is going to please you. We strike them until they're all dead. Exactly. The silver rogue traitor stood and drew his power rapier. We have found a new battlefield, Band of the Hawk. To victory. Battleship Anarchy's heart. Warlord Arcos the Faithless. The supply fleet was in a beautiful state of pandemonium. If someone wondered why Prometheum supertankers and ammunition ships had no place anywhere near the front lines, the unmitigated disaster unfolding before him was the short answer. Hulls were opened to the void as macro cannons gutted their precious hangars and engines. Lances melted iron and bone, unleashing bright explosions wherever they hit something particularly flammable. Many transports, ordered to ferry the debris of Sikaris industry, were meeting ignominious ends there, as the parts and slaves stored in their bellies were slaughtered mercilessly. The Band of the Hawk, Arcos was honest enough with himself to acknowledge it internally, was a superb instrument of war. At first, he had believed whoever was in command of the Bellerophon assault cruiser was an orc in disguise, but that wasn't the case. The aggressive space commander may be only avoiding some collisions by mere hundreds of meters, but he was no fool. The mortal was hammering the most dangerous opponents on his own, those Arcos and the Anarchy's heart had not destroyed in his initial surprise attack. With the warships busy dying under the fire of this tenacious captain, the 9 other ships were massacring the supply ships, all executing their own parts flawlessly. One fired exclusively at the fuel tankers, ensuring each kill caused a monumental explosion which had high chances to take 2 or 3 other ships down with it in the resulting conflagration. Another made small but precise attacks against the rear of the hulls, demolishing the engines and other critical sections of the enginarium, ensuring these crippled targets would never leave Cadia without hundreds of hours in an actual shipyard. Sodanol has not deigned to consider your offers, my lord. I wish the opposite had happened, the former captain sighed, but it appears the Hellforge mistress has decided to support the word-bearers for at least another battle. It certainly wasn't because she was fond of Lorgar. His spies had told him the former disciple of Kelbierhal had found another master, though he hadn't been able to discover the identity of said patron. Personally, Arcos thought Perturabo and Abaddon were the most likely suspects. Those 2 were the Legion masters who had the most to offer, and each for their own reason could appeal to a dedicated innovator of the Mechanicum. 11% of the supply fleet has been destroyed, Lord. You wished to be warned when this mark had been reached. Indeed. Arcos studied the spatial battlefield, and arrived at the disappointing conclusion the attackers were going to reach the end of their successful operation in a few minutes. The other transports, supply tenders, and other support hulls had fled towards the defensive cover of the word-bearer's first great host, and it was unlikely even a reckless commander would charge head-on at a line with so many battleships and grand cruisers. Which means that it is time for us to go. For some reason, I think a certain Primarch isn't going to be amused by. The mortals screamed, and many clawed their eyes out as a breach in reality opened directly on the bridge. Then the fire shockwave hit, and all save him died instantly. It was definitely a mercy, for 1 second later, Lorgar himself stepped through onto the Anarchy's heart. Ah, if it isn't. Be silent, miserable worm. The sheer power compelling him to be silent forever struck, but a part of him, one he had embraced body and soul so recently, rebelled. No, I won't. And as the terrible aura of the Daemon Primarch consumed everything, the Hydra paint faded away to reveal a white scaled armor on his upper left and black scales on his right, helmet included, while on the legs, it was the reverse. You have embraced heresy. And for the first and certainly last time, Arcos saw a Daemon Primarch be utterly dumbfounded. The time has come for the Hydra to rise up and reveal its true scales. Then you will be annihilated. A telekinetic grip seized him and began to crush his bones and organs. For all the resistance the Chaos Lord had received from a lifetime of betrayals and unholy pacts, this was beyond what he could regenerate from. Any last words, heretic? Well, since the bearer of the word insisted, let's see, what would hurt him the most? I have acted under your brother's orders. That was a lie, but it wasn't exactly like the Daemon Primarch would be able to disprove. Corix sends his regards. Arcos had barely enough time to see the expression of utter fury on his executioner's demonic face before a ray of darkness erased him from this galaxy's reality. Kasserholn. Bastion Line. Major General Otto Richter. Otto had not believed his father when the bookish elder for a Kadian guardsman, of course, had told him the Black Crusades were a very different affair than the usual havoc raids launched periodically by the monsters regularly sallying out of the sky. Well, he had been wrong. Not that he expected to see the day where he could apologize. The Kasser where his old man had gone with his lasgun had been lost in the first onslaught. General, all our reserves have been committed. I know. 2 fighters fell from the sky in flames, pursued by the blade-like heretical machines. The Space Marines. Last time I asked, they were 200 kilometers away fighting a horde of berserkers. His second crew maced. From the screams I heard, they weren't exactly winning one-sidedly. The ground shook violently and plasma streaks illuminated the battlefield to his right. Traitor Titans. As if this day couldn't get any worse. Let's look on the bright side, their fleet is retreating, leaving only a few ships to contest the space above our heads. That would be more reassuring if our damned fleet wasn't crippled. Otto Richter coughed and wished he could remove his rebreather mask, but given how the last man who had tried that had died, it was inadvisable. Anyway, our path of retreat is cut off, and since these shoddy lines won't hold against a full assault, I think it's time to stop running. General? The archenemy outnumbers us about 4 to 1. And our reinforcements are ahead of us, not behind. Besides, so far their traitor marines have been relatively discreet in the last hours. If they have departed and all the enemy has is these waves of mad cultists, we are going to have to expend most of our artillery shells, General. Before he had the time to answer, the sky turned red. Not the red of dawn or dusk, a malevolent red, complete with screaming faces which swallowed the smoke and the falling debris from the space battles. Even by Kadian standards, this was a very bad sign. Send the signal to all our divisions. We must break the enemy now. Artillery bombardment in 1 minute, then we charge. General, the wounded. It began to rain. It began to rain blood, and as the pools of the cursed liquid gathered, the first demonic whispers howled in victory. Cadia stands. Begin the attack within the minute, we must stop the heretics at all costs. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. Necron Battleship Light of Gidrum. 8.203.310 M35. Vargard Oberon. My suzerain, the enemy has teleported back to its fleet. There was no great proclamation of a herald shouting victory for all to hear in the army's engrams. It simply wasn't the Gidrum way, and besides, Oberon felt something was wrong about the entire affair. Strange. The response of Zendrek didn't give any reason to set his fears aside. They could have held their ground on the throne for longer before withdrawing. Oberon hesitated. It's possible they realized they were only causing superficial damage, my suzerain. Oberon, the rebuke was mild, but it was there. I realize the secessionist leadership has not impressed us at the Battle of Black Dust, but that is no reason to assume the new commanders they have found to bolster the efficiency of their phalanxes share the same mental deficiencies. A child could see the largest weapons of these teleporting units couldn't cause more than minor inconveniences to the throne's necrodermis outer layers. That they still did it meant they were aware of this reality and yet proceeded with the operation anyway. The Overlord of Gidrum shook his head. Strategy is often the simplest manner to look at military facts, and today, I fear the secessionists' plan is not difficult to understand at all. This destructive assault was nothing but a mere feint, a distraction, a worthwhile attempt to make sure we looked elsewhere while the real attack went on. Oberon's process of doing several tasks at once slowed dramatically as he considered his fleet commander may have very well have guessed the enemy's goals before anyone else. It may have failed, my suzerain. The real attack, I mean. Their fleet is mounting a fighting retreat away from the throne of oblivion. If they had stayed there, they would have been flanked, encircled, and then annihilated. The fleet commanded by the Gidram nobility should have parity in tonnage. Their battleships were heavier, but they had a lot more escorts than the typical Necron battle line. But it didn't matter when one part of the scythe reaping the battleships of the enemy was the throne of oblivion. This isn't a new reality, Oberon. And they didn't show any fear contesting their superiority before, so what changed? They can't have seized control of the Reaper batteries, those are far too heavily defended for it to be plausible. It was then a sort of miniature blue light burst into existence on the throne. It was close to the quadrant the enemy had landed on. Well, one way or another, they have really annoyed Overlord Sobekhetep, Oberon declared. He is unleashing a C'tan against. There was a gigantic explosion, not green, yellow-green, or white-green like most Surican weapons were, but a terrible blue. And then the Vargard heard words every Necron had hoped to never hear after the war in heaven ended. Free. I am free. Shinla. Zendrek murmured. You have betrayed me, Necrons. Now you are going to pay for it. Reality was distorted and enormous ship parts, undoubtedly teleport from the Orc graveyard or some other part of the battlefield, struck the throne of oblivion like meteors. Oberon knew from experience it was worse than an asteroid strike. These projectiles were burning with the power of the void itself, the breath of a god, the very act of freezing everything, no matter how impossible it sounded or physically was. Oberon. How many replacement Tesseract hyperprisons do we have available? The chief bodyguard did not need to consult the manifests to find the answer. 2. We are going to need 1. Zendrek noted calmly, so calmly Oberon thought, damn the secessionists for forcing me to sacrifice them, but needs must. Once the preparations are ready, send a phalanx with it, and use the new formation we tested at the Battle of the Three Megaliths. Yes, my suzerain. Oberon nodded. Overlord Sobekhetep may not appreciate our intervention, I must point out. He had just enough time to say these words before Shinla tore a massive rent into the throne's armor. Given how clearly the sensors could see it from their position, the C'tan shard must have created a canyon hundreds of kilometers long and several kilometers wide. The tactical blindness of young Sobekhetep is irrelevant, Zendrek replied seriously. All that matters now is imprisoning the Void Song before it wipes us out in its divine rage. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. It is over, my lady. They have recaptured the C'tan. Epistolary Catalan of the Doomfists told her. Thank you. The Lady General turned towards Archmagos Sagami. The Astorm losses. 2 Warhounds have suffered moderate damage, the rest of the Legio's god engines have only light to minor damage which can be repaired in a standard day with the facilities we have available, all praise the Omnissiah. This must be one of the most one-sided victories of these last centuries, General Rokossovsky stepped forwards. And the Necrons must be reeling from such a blow. Are they? Wolfgang Bach had clearly decided to play the devil's advocate in this conversation. We see a lot of damage and debris, but internally, I don't think we can guarantee having hit anything vital. Maybe if we tried the same strategy a second time. Wolfgang, her experience as an officer had taught the ruler of Nyx that most of the time, it was better to encourage subordinates to speak their mind. But for every rule there was exception, and some ideas had to be killed in the cradle. No. To begin with, I doubt any infiltration force will be able to sneak in again and reach one of the main Tesseract vaults of the Imga monolith. It worked this time because we used Legio Astorm in a shock assault they never saw coming. The fact that our enemies probably never considered freeing a C'tan was a valid strategy for us helped too. But now that they've had a demonstration of the usefulness of said tactic, there will be massive armies protecting the C'tan prisons. They would have to be completely brainless to not do that. Silently, the blonde rogue trader conceded the point. But this is secondary to the most important point. The Star Devourers are entities I don't like negotiating with at the best of times, and this time was bad enough. Ilmarina and her Templar Sororitas escort had plenty of things to say about Shinla, none of them positive. Unless I have no other choice, we won't attempt to free any other C'tan from its impenetrable prison. Consider that a formal order. Yes, my lady. The man ordered to explore the Marathon system and the dangerous Eastern Fringe saluted. But in that case, we're going to have to fight a conventional war. It's going to be difficult. It's not going to be a walk in a park, that's for sure, Werner Groner interjected, unless said park is on Cadia, that is. But as per the agreed plan, the Mars contingency will force the Necrons to station elite armies around their Tesseract vaults. Now, we were unable to obtain anything even close to accurate information from the Narush-Latsat dynasty, but Trazyn the Infinite confirmed there were at least 9 major C'tan shards imprisoned in the Imga monolith. That's 8 armies we have immobilized, and they will surely have to rebuild some kind of facility for the one they just recaptured. Not to mention the gaping wound they now have on their monolith, Nikolai Rokossovsky added. Plus their replicator forges are out of the game. And the Navy managed to hit them with something like 63 major hits as their shields went down. Taylor smiled at the mentioned wound. Yes, the monolith had been wounded, that was one way to describe it. Across about 4/5 of the entire monolith's pyramidal height, there was now a huge canyon, the likes of which made the famous Martian ones look like phenomena having delusions of adequacy. Hell, it wasn't even really necessary to use the magnifying effect of the Enterprise's detection systems to see the shocking devastation. The Imga monolith was a battle station the size of a planet. Shenhua had inflicted an apocalyptic series of disasters upon it which would have broken many, many imperial worlds. Earthquakes the likes of which were only recorded in exterminatus bombardments had smashed the necrodermis plates apart. Continent-sized ice maelstroms had gathered and bombarded the Necrons and their defenses for nearly 2 full hours. Gravitational anomalies had been detected, on a scale and of a power Missy Byron would never be able to imitate. And then there was the wound. It was like the Frosthel had tried to dig as deep as possible in an attempt to find the Necron leadership, which was far from impossible. One C-10 shard had done that. Alone. Unsupported, save the various pot shots from the Flame Rot and the Eternal Crusader as Battle Group Volga withdrew to a distance of 3 million kilometers. I am very pleased by the damage we have inflicted on the monolith, the commander of Operation Stalingrad began. I am less than pleased by the reality they still have an entire fleet to protect it. Overlord Zendrek is a careful opponent, which leaves little room to catch him off guard, Dragon piped in via the lithocast. And I don't think we should try to be too clever this time. I agree, Wolfgang immediately moved to support the Mechanicu's Tinker. This time, we summon another battle group and leave them no room to maneuver. It isn't going to be pretty, but if we want to begin a mass landing of the Imperial Guard, there is. An incredibly bright beacon of green light began to illuminate the entire Volga system. Its source came from the bottom of the pyramidal structure of the monolith. What is that? If Trajan's information is accurate, the Lady General smiled ironically, this is the signal this battle is over. The monolith is about to use its FTL drive to escape the battlefield. On the one hand, it was frustrating. Battle Group Volga had inflicted massive losses to the Necrons, and they scored important victories, especially the C-10 Rampage, the crippling of the Null Zone synchronizers, and the annihilation of 45 Necron battleships. On the other hand, many of her officers and spacemen badly needed rest, there was still an enormous Orc fleet in the Volga system, and the safety distance they'd taken prevented them from launching an assault before the battle station left the system. We don't know yet if they have swallowed the bait we placed before them. At this point, I don't think it matters a lot. The Lady General barely reacted to her advisor's words. We can't prevent them from fleeing. We can only prepare to execute plan cars, and pray we did a good job in planning our war strategy. We withdraw. We withdraw, towards the Orc-Necron battleground. Let's not miss the opportunity to eliminate a few more enemies. That way they won't be there for the second round. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan Sector. Kadayan System. Infernus-class battleship Lord of the Ruin Storm. 8.208.310 M35. Assassin Orm Operative K1. One of the least annoying things about Chaos Worshippers, K1 of the Venus Temple had discovered, was their tendency to gloat when they believed their triumph was imminent. That's all they sent? Venus. You should have stayed in your infosite room, mortal. You arrived too late. The ritual is complete and our victory is assured. As such, it was truly a pleasure to use one of the armor's spikes as an improvised dagger, promptly stabbing his 2 hearts and using his aptitude for martial arts to throw him against several devices sprouting a lot of tongues and demonic teeth. Arg. But you are, Venus. The light in the eyes of the Chaos Marine decreased before vanishing entirely. One more imbecile who underestimated the temple, K1 recovered his weapons and verified his main tools weren't broken before again running towards the bridge of the heavily corrupted battleship. For the record, the Venus Temple had not intentionally tried to influence things so that enemies looked at them that way. But as they weren't really a combat-oriented temple and the traitor Astartes lived and breathed for war, a certain level of scorn and contempt was unavoidable from the moment the Oathbreakers turned against the Imperium. K1 didn't complain. He eliminated 5 more Chaos Astartes and ascended a flight of stairs which appeared to be made of flesh, before performing perilous acrobatic moves above carpets of screaming faces and paintings of imprisoned souls. The Assassinorum's conditioning, as brutal as it was a blessing in circumstances like these. It allowed him to keep his sanity, while even a veteran Kadayan shock trooper would have lost his mind to this feast of madness. And yes, he had seen it happen through his spy network thousands of times since the battle began. Against the monstrous rituals unleashed by the heretical sorcerers, anyone not having received psycho-indoctrination needed exceptional mental strength to not be driven insane. This wasn't an issue for K1. No, the chief obstacle to his goal of interrupting the chaos ritual right now was the many Chaos Marines protecting the ritual hall, between 30 and 40, if his estimate was correct. The poisonous incense burned in huge dark clouds and reduced visibility. His improved vision, bolstered by Magna optical goggles, acknowledged the traitors would have been a problem under any circumstance. They were even more of one now, since surrounding them was a small army of traitor guardsmen. According to his private databank, it was an entire line infantry regiment of Volskani cataphracts. This was a very big problem. K1 had the third highest number of completed missions of the accident cell, but this didn't make him immune to less gunfire and demonic sorcery. The Venus was a master of noosphere warfare, a skilled agent who could infiltrate a system to arrange a tragic series of fatal events half a planet away without touching what people would call a weapon once. As a hobby, he had mastered 10 martial arts and regularly had shooting contests with a Vindikator. For all his arrival had been unremarked, even Space Marines often failed to spot someone using the ceiling to infiltrate their headquarters. It wasn't something that was going to last long. The monstrous gargoyle not 10 meters away was far, far too realistic to be a stone artwork. That was all he was going to say on the subject. And in the middle of the 8-pointed star, the heretical song reached a new crescendo, with Kadian prisoners being gutted upon an altar of black stone. Where were the Eversers when the heretical stained glass, which despite its fragile appearance was likely tougher than armaglass, exploded, and a familiar roar of challenge for once overwhelmed the traitors' litanies. Repent! Repent in the name of the God Emperor! The traitor Volskani, to their credit, didn't ask questions or wait for their masters to give new commands. They immediately opened fire. The first mangled corpses began flying in all directions before the first red lasers had missed their target. Repent! Repent, traitors! There were many things one could say about the Everser Temple of the Holy Wrath. They were drug-addicted crazy monsters. They couldn't recognize subtlety even if it were to hit them in the face. Several times in the last few decades, they had to be terminated on the battlefield after the mission was over because of their determination to murder everything, including their allies. Today though, they were a battering ram which could succeed where the Venus Temple couldn't. And thus K1 did his best to stay out of the way in the shadows as no less than 4 Eversers charged Volskani cataphracts and Chaos Space Marines. Repent, for today you die. Dark Apostle Ingram Manu. It was a punishment, of course. Ingram Manu was lucid. Blessed Lorgar had not saved him and 7 other powerful sorcerers from Sikaris' destruction for the sheer benevolence of the deed. The universe didn't work like that. Their sire needed 8 powerful sorcerers to cast the ritual which would force the Kadians and the rest of the unbelievers serving the false emperor to acknowledge their false beliefs needed to be cast down and embrace the primordial truth. This was their chance to atone for their failures. This was to be their redemption. For in the end, blessed Lorgar, the bearer of the word, had seen what the sons of Horus hadn't. Cadia wouldn't fall to the fury of Legio Kratos, the loathing claws of House Locaris, or the infamous spear tip of the first War Master's orphan sons. It would fall to the children of the gods, and this ritual would make sure of that. The desperate assault of the assassin Orm would arrive too late. Ingram Manu finished uttering the long incantation in ancient Colchision and smiled. Then a blade embedded itself in his right arm. You arrived too late. The Dark Apostle ignored the pain. He had felt far, far worse after the sacrifice of Sikaris. Repent. Repent. Ah, the Eversers. Poor conversationalists, and had there ever been things more dedicated to the purpose of brutally killing everything in their path? Ungra threw a spell, and the assassin was sent flying back into the furious melee where another Everser tried to slaughter his bodyguards and the last Volskani mortals. 2 legs almost hit him. Idly, Ungra wondered who they belonged to, before the heads of his assistant sorcerers began to explode in what was certainly a good mortal attempt to kill Astartes. Alas for the shooter, it was too predictable. A sidestep at the right moment, and the sniper's shot missed. Then something painful echoed in his chest, and the Dark Apostle realized something was wrong. Terribly wrong. No. He gasped. The veil shivered before tearing apart entirely. This he had expected. The parts of the ship and the corpses being sucked into the growing rift body and soul, he hadn't. And it grew worse. A true sea of blood poured over the altar and everything nearby. If the wards around his ritual circle had not protected. The red runes pulsed, and Ingram Manu saw the Colchision ritual wasn't protecting him. It was draining his life energy, like it did of everyone anywhere near the circle. One assassin understood what was about to happen and detonated something against the hull, perhaps thinking the void was less dangerous compared to what was coming. This wasn't a stupid choice. Father, why? It wasn't his fault the rats had become too strong in their deep warrens. Erebus had affirmed the vermin threat was no more. How was he supposed to defend himself when the Astartes garrisons were withdrawn and the enemy was officially vanquished, leaving no resources or assets for hunting purposes? Why did you? The blood was an uninterrupted flood. It was oddly poetic, since his own body was bleeding from 1,000 places. But before his final death and the eternity of torment awaiting him in the Sea of Souls, Ingram Manu was alive enough to see a gigantic hoof of bronze and red demonic flesh step through the rift, followed by an equally formidable body. And he recognized the monster, though he had never summoned it before this battle. There were 8 exalted bloodthirsters serving the Lord of Blood and Skulls. They were, as their name implied, the mightiest of their kind, the Grand Warlords of Khurn, commanding 64 legions each, and their presence when they stepped through reality was as dangerous for those who summoned them as for their enemies. Kabandha, the angel's bane, was obviously one of those 8. But the nemesis of Sanguinius and Weaver couldn't be summoned at Cadia. There was too little weight to support a ritual involving him. The destroyer of Kumarak wouldn't abandon her battles and rush to Cadia. So instead, Lorgar, his cursed gene-sire, had used him as a conduit to summon Angrath, Lord of Bloodthirsters, guardian of the Throne of Skulls, most favored of Kern, the Unbound, the Deathbringer, Rage Incarnate, Blood Lord of 888 legions. Angrath was here. Cadia was going to fall. Blood for the Blood God. The exalted Bloodthirster roared. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Ungrammanio closed his eyes and died. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. The Throne of Oblivion. 8.208.310 M35. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. Star Eater Drive activated. We have gathered 50% of the energy necessary to make the interstellar jump. Inform me when we've reached 90%. Yes, mighty Overlord. Thokmater's surviving fleet is recovered. All Suriken and Sodak commands are anchored in the throne's fleet ports. This was good news, and Sobek-Hotep barely acknowledged it. After so many disasters, one couldn't feel proud about a mere fighting retreat. Finally, it was time to ask the dreaded question. One which he had hesitated to voice since the Citan had been recaptured. A part of him tried to convince himself it was to give his cryptech servants time to assess the magnitude of the damage. A rising percentage of his engrams, however, told him it was fear. Fear to discover how badly he had failed the Silent King. Sihathor. How bad is it? My mighty Overlord, I regret to report the damage caused to the Throne of Oblivion is extremely bad. Where mobile assets are concerned, we lost more than 30 million warriors, 22 Nemzers and their entire courts, plus the arcs and monoliths attached to their commands. And this loss is permanent. Shinla went after the stasis crypts, the necrodermis forges, the resurrection nodes, and the engram centers, as well as the most secure weapon vaults, the command thrones, the fortress palaces and the relics of the war in heaven of the quadrant where it was imprisoned. The Void Song completely and irreversibly destroyed everything it had the time and opportunity to strike at. Despite being a creature of necrodermis and high technology, Sobek-Hotep was shocked by the thoroughness of the destruction. He had never doubted the Citan utterly loathed the Suriken dynasty for their leading role in their imprisonment, but until now, to his best knowledge, no major Citan shard had ever gotten the opportunity to unleash its rage upon a Necron world. Fortunately, the joint alliance of Zendreka's forces and our own elites managed to stop the Frosthel assault before it reached the vital sections of the throne. The Royal Warden continued. Thus the Star Eater drive and the primary engines are intact. The same is true for our most protected and valuable vaults. After the latest incident, the cryptechs have begun moving all the Tesseract prisons to these depths. We don't want the vermin to use this tactic a second time. No, we don't. The Dustmaker should have felt rage, but his mind was shivering at the idea of a second Citan unleashed so shortly after the first. One possibly stronger than Shinla, for the Void Song, while it had been counted among the 15 most dangerous Citan, was not the most powerful of the broken shards imprisoned in the throne's Tesseract vaults. Now give me the infrastructure damage. Between the macro destruction the Citan unleashed and the enormous strain placed upon the Reaper conduits, we have lost roughly 6% of the total energy output of the throne, mightiest of all overlords. We have woken hundreds of lesser cryptechs to assess the damage and begin preliminary repairs, but the exotic ammunition used by the vermin and the Citan prevent the use of reverse chronomancy and many of the noblest repair technologies. The contra-Empyrean synchronizers and outer generators have been utterly disintegrated. The cryptechs refuse to estimate how long a partial reconstruction giving us 50% of the range will take. The Replicator Forge. The more Sihathor spoke, the more Sobek-Hotep was aghast at the scale of the defeat the Suriken dynasty had just been on the receiving end of. And it was a defeat, there was no way he could erase all information and convince himself it was a victory. Worse, the defeat and humiliation was so decisive it appeared his decision to retreat was not only correct, it was the best option remaining to him. You have said enough, the Overlord interrupted the Royal Warden after more bad news was revealed to him. We will continue this report after the Star Eater drive has transported us out of this stellar battlefield. For now, I want to know how long the cryptechs think it will take us to repair the damage to the outer shell, so that our shield generators and the necrodermis armor can play their role and the ones responsible for this tragedy will be slaughtered if they try a second time. Assuming we can count upon the Sodaka's full support as was your plan, my Overlord, approximately 50 years by the old calendar. 50. Necron years at least for every dynasty which used the old calendar were shorter than those of the vermin races, but this was absolutely outrageous. 50. What do they intend to do for those decades? Playing repair games in slow motion. My Overlord, it isn't just Nemzers and their courts we have lost in considerable numbers. The cryptechs have suffered similar casualties, perhaps worse. Shinla seemed to have considered them a priority target. And the Void Song had not even bothered killing Snifurka for good. Truly the broken god was always more trouble than it was worth. The cryptechs are doing their very best, but optimistically, it is really going to take years to discover everything the Citan has either broken or weakened to the point it will cause a catastrophe if we use it without checking the components to the molecular level first. And the Dolmen gates. Shenla had somehow emitted a pulse that had switched them off. The Plasmancers are confident they will be able to reopen them within the year. It wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. Alas, even blasting apart Sahathor and all his court wouldn't change the report. If I understand your report correctly, it is vital to avoid another battle of importance until the Throne of Oblivion has been repaired. Yes, my overlord. That was the cryptechs and their council's conclusion when I ordered them to answer without deflection. Then that is what we are going to do. As much as he hated fleeing before a triumphant enemy, and that was exactly what they were doing, he saw no viable alternative. Behind the defenses of Mandragora, we will recover our strength and ensure the damage caused by this odious and honorless treachery will be erased. Sobekhatep glared at the symbols representing the two vermin fleets. How he loathed these two upstart species, these orcs and these humans. And when the Throne of Oblivion will be battle-ready again, I will ensure there is no corner of the galaxy where they will be able to find refuge in. We will track them, we will hunt them, and we will harvest their organic bodies until we can make a field of banners with their flayed skins. Yes, Overlord. Your commands will be obeyed to the letter. These species have challenged us. Their extinction is long overdue. Cruiser over Defiler. Warbosser guard the metal Defiler. Boss. Boss. Da Big Moon has left the battle. That's not fair. Urgard bellowed. We were just getting warmed up. Or, boss. Or they are bored our arts battle, and are going to find another Wyk. Make as sense, the weird boy next to him agreed. This is the start of Ragnarok, they must ave the friendies we can fight. That's right. Urgard roared. We are going to a bigger, better fight boys. The roars of enthusiasm to that were enormous. Prepare to warp teleporta. We be following the Tineeds Muns. But boss, the swarm bringer is air. We not fight an ER. The swarm bringer will go to the same Wyk we ER. Urgard explained to the knob. ER meek boy homies are just slow dan meek boys. Call all the other war bosses of the galaxy. Dis is Valawa and Ragnarok. Every band that stays out of dis is a rusty squig. Wyg. Yaaaaaaaik. Emperor-class battleship Dominus Astra. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. That was a very crude and brutal warp translation, Lord Admiral, the male navigator shook his head. But yes, the orcs are gone. This was no microjump to gain a temporary advantage. They do not intend to come back to the Volga system. I thank you for this expert judgment, Navigator. The Imperial Navy will compensate you generously for this role performed outside the bounds of your contract. Neidhart waited until the last of the enormous group serving as escort and procession to the navigator of the Dominus Astra had left before speaking again. Apparently, today isn't the day that I will learn to predict the behavior of orcs. To be fair, Oscar von Ruenthal gave him a neutral smile. I don't think anyone anticipated that. I certainly didn't, and none of Lady Weaver's contingencies mentioned something like this either. Indeed. Who would have thought the orcs would refuse to attack Battle Group Volga? Assuredly the orc fleet had been mangled, but the Imperial Navy had records of tens of thousands of historical battles where such a minor detail had not deterred the greenskins. And yet today they had not tried to engage the Imperial battle fleet. In my opinion, the younger black-haired admiral announced, we can't count on this departure being a retreat. I certainly don't think the scuttling of the Necron ships was explosive enough to get rid of their current war boss. They weren't showing any signs of disorganization in the aftermath. I agree with you, besides I'm not sure the orcs know what a retreat is before they've lost 99% of their order of battle. Plenty of men and women on both battleships' bridges chuckled. They aren't fleeing. The Lord Admiral of Battlefleet Volga concluded seriously as the chuckles and laughs ceased after 20 seconds. They are pursuing the Imga monolith. That is the most logical conclusion, yes, the Admiral of Baka nodded. I wonder how the orcs think they can do that. The Necrons don't use the warp to travel between the stars, and I remember assisting in enough meetings of the High Command which insisted our methods to track this pyramid battle station were crude and unreliable. And the Greenskins believe they can do it. No one has ever accused the orcs of thinking before jumping into a nest of serpents, Neidhart answered. Unfortunately, since they're orcs, a lot of them always tend to survive what should be a guaranteed death trap. These Xenos are brutes and particularly stupid most of the time, but they are also tough and nearly impossible to eradicate. As a result, I am not ready to say it is impossible they will manage to reach Mandragora or any other destination the Imga monolith could have fled to. And this was a massive headache for all Imperial commanders involved in Operation Stalingrad, though a few others outside it weren't going to be happy either. Everyone had made the reasonable assumption that, after the gigantic slaughter the Necrons had inflicted upon the Greenskins, there wouldn't be any significant force of the Green Xenos anywhere near the theater of operations. To learn they had been wrong even if it had been in a painless manner was not exactly a pleasant surprise. We certainly can't expect them to not translate out of the warp in the middle of one of our battlefields, Ruenthal affirmed before grimacing. And this means we can't stay in the Volga system for long. I know the astropaths are certainly warning the other battle groups of what just happened, but it is out of the question to give the orcs the time to spread across another system. The Tigros tech priests and other forces are going to be busy cleaning up this battlefield for decades, we can't let them do it again with a Necron fortress. I concur. Neidhart agreed. Still, let's take a few minutes to savor our tactical victory. After all, as all our enemies have chosen to abandon the battlefield, we are today's winners. Let's pray to the God Emperor this is only the first victory of a long series. I will certainly raise several toasts to that. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan Sector. Kadayan System. Cadia. Casriferos. 8.208.310 M35. Sergeant Joseph Edgar. Sergeant, the skies have turned red again. And Joseph barely raised his head before taking a new lost cell and shooting a few more beastmen. 200, 4 spawns, Melta. See them. Artillery. We don't need the basilisks for that scum. 1, 6, 10, Alpha, Alpha. Death to the false emperor. Those must be new heretics, Sergeant. The remark was appropriate, since it was just enough noise for 3 lemon rust tanks and several chimeras plus a few thousand guardsmen to open fire on the heretics. Since the defenders had cover and the cultists and their pet monsters didn't, it was a one-sided massacre, one more to add to the 82nd Kadayan's list of honors. Don't care, Joseph replied. Now they're dead heretics. We're going to need to find a few machines to dig some fosses for all the corpses they're leaving behind, the captain spoke and all the men of the company shut their mouths. They're beginning to be a problem. I don't know, Captain, the 410th wasn't happy about our creative interpretation of orders last time we did that. Well, interpret the rules creatively again. 5-7. Get me a sniper on the walls, there's a new circle of sorcerers trying to call forth something nasty. 5 seconds later, some lost shots and several powerful grenades sent these fallen psychers where they belonged, which as far as Edgar was concerned was the pits of hell. Captain, new orbital debris about to fall near our position. Again. Their commander's face couldn't be seen behind the rebreather mask, but his words made sure to convey his mood. Someone should tell the Navy to improve their accuracy, else we'll soon end up having whole starships falling on our heads. Yes, that would be a shame. The impact was loud and once more brought much fire and smoke. Edgar sighed. Cleaning up Cadia after this war was over was going to be a chore. Sergeant. Joseph Edgar had turned his eyes to reload for 2 seconds, but he refocused immediately as he heard imprecations and exclamations of surprise. God Emperor save us! The smoke had been blown away, but instead of revealing a crippled starfighter or some part of a cruiser like last time, something rose from the crater. Something which was definitely very, very big, and not friendly at all. Something the old Kadayan tales whispered about from time to time, and never after the sun had set. It was immense. By the golden throne, it had to be more than 6 meters tall. Its face was that of a beast, and the same was true of the rest of its body. Immense black wings were unfurled, creating a powerful storm on their own. Its skin was brass and red, and in the rare sections where armor was worn, it was only more horrible, for the protection was made of skulls. There had to be thousands, no, not thinking. Bastion adamant, I want aerial strikes and full artillery bombardment on coordinates. The captain spoke each word with care. I think we have a greater abomination here. Blood for the blood god. The monster roared and charged. Then the Kadayan artillery shells screamed and landed. Joseph wasn't an artillerist, but there had to be over 20 companies of basilisks firing at once on the daemon. Seconds later, the pimping jocks of the Aeronautica descended from the skies, thunderbolts and marauders in multiple squadrons, to unleash everything they had. The ground shook like 100 earthquakes happening simultaneously. Smoke engulfed the battlefield. Joseph, like every man of the Kadayan 82nd, threw himself into the trench shelters. For more than 5 minutes, the long-range support fired everything they had. And then it stopped. Let's look, one of the guardsmen coughed, let's look on the bright side, we won't need to find engine seers to get rid of the corpses. The battlefield was once more unrecognizable. New craters had demolished everything, and the first trench before them had entirely collapsed. Fortunately, they had evacuated it not 1 hour ago. It must be. The sky rained blood once more. And as the smoke dissipated. No. It's still alive. Fire again. The target isn't dead. I repeat, the target isn't dead. The few chinks in the abomination's skull armor disappeared as the captain shouted new orders. Cadia. May I begin? Fire at will. Fire everything you have. Tens of thousands of lasguns obeyed the order across the front line, and soon the artillery resumed its bombardment. The monster didn't care. It jumped, great wings flapping, and embedded its large axe into a marauder, which crashed far too close to them and... It was too fast, it was too... Cadia stands. Kill it for Cadia. Blood for the blood god. The Cadian 82nd did their best. It wasn't enough. Their world ended in blood and despair. Elysian Fields. Chapter Master Argentius. Astartes was supposed to know no fear. At the moment though, each battle brother of the Silver Skulls present on Cadia felt the shadow of that emotion. Iron and silver, what did the heretics summon? This was what happened when your servo owls and other monitoring methods saw a well-defended position with no obvious weak point be overrun by a single daemon. But even if they hadn't gotten this advance warning, there was no missing the very warp tempest of blood which was heading straight for them, a line of fire and blood originating from the destroyed Casraferos. Death. Argentius replied to the question which had probably not been meant to be answered. This is the death the traitors summoned to deal with us, since they are too cowardly to step onto Cadia themselves. The commander of his honor guard managed an utterly joyless laugh. You have a way with words, brother. A moment of silence passed. I suppose we should be honored. Our fortifications held without a single breach against the sons of Horus and a horde of several million mutants, so they're sending us one of their foremost Astartes killers. It isn't the Angel's Bane. One of the prognosticators pointed out. I could be wrong, one of their librarian battle brothers chimed in, but given the sheer power it has at its disposal, it is likely one the peers of the Angel's Bane. Every Silver Skull present had the humility and the good sense to not say anything against these words. In hindsight, Argentius frowned. Maybe I should have asked Lady Weaver for more information about her previous exploits. How do we banish this abomination? Lady Weaver had her swarm and the Emperor's power, brother. We lack both to defeat this archfiend. The largest minefield began to explode under the feet of the greater daemon, which didn't even pretend to slow down. Prepare the land raiders and the predators. We go on the offensive. Hunter formation, we try to engage it in a cyclone pattern assault. Stay out of range of its whip and axe. The Cadian 4th Army Group stays in support and fires its artillery until something breaks. That is unsubtle. I don't think subtlety will win anything here. Request assistance from the Black Templars too. If they can take him from the right while we attract his attention. His instincts suddenly screamed something dangerous was threatening him, and the world exploded in flames just as Argentius donned his helmet. 1 second later, the sky seemed to distort, and the bloodthirster impacted the ground once more, killing one of his battle brothers who had been too slow in getting out of the way. Don't hide behind your walls, bastard sons of Guilliman. Primus inter pares. Argentius screamed. Kill this abomination. For Guilliman and the Emperor. The whip struck and transformed several Cadian shock troopers into butchered corpses. The demonic axe slammed down, faster than lightning, and when it touched the ground, over 50 space marines, including Argentius, were tossed aside like leaves in the middle of a storm / like toys in a child's tantrum. It took everything he had to rise after this shockwave, and his heart mourned as the demonic creature was scything down his battle brothers and the guardsmen indifferently. The chapter master of the Silver Skulls screamed a battlecry and fired his Folkite blaster, but the monster didn't even bother with a parry, and the hit barely caused a sunburn to the bloodthirster. I almost felt that, Astartes, eyes the color of malice stared at him as it poised its hoof upon a predator and began to flatten it as if it were an aluminium can. You can do better. Now, surely you have something more dangerous to threaten me with. Something to give me a challenge. Argentius didn't answer. He was trying to find a weakness in the daemon's stance, something that would give him an opportunity to strike a blow and fulfill his oaths of protecting the pylons. But there was no weakness, real or feinted from the vile enemy. Oh, I see. It is already over. You have been a perpetual disappointment, servants of the anathema. The axe was raised in a mocking challenge under a red sky. Kern, hear your greatest servant. I, Ungrath, offer you these skulls. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for your skull throne. The demons trailing behind howled louder and repeated the heretical battlecry. And suddenly the blood rain stopped. The warp-corrupted sky seemed to shriek in agony, and a scar of light burst into existence over the Elysian Fields. An angel descended on Cadia. Argentius almost uttered Lady Weaver's name, but as the golden-winged living miracle got closer, he realized this was not the Basileia of Nyx. The angelic armor was green and gold, and though the victor of Kamarak used the latter in abundance, the former wasn't in her heraldry. The angelic-shaped helmet was also completely different. The Silver Skulls didn't care. Argentius didn't care. They had been about to fail, and at the last moment, they were granted a reprieve. The greater daemon was less than pleased by this new enemy, obviously. You are not supposed to be here. This isn't your hour. You are breaking every rule. And you parasites have the gall to pretend you don't lie. The gold and green living saint landed, and where she walked, the power of the warp retreated. Her voice, because if her identity was hidden behind a helmet, her female gender was not in doubt, managed to be almost soft and yet wrathful. It is your presence which first disrupted the fragile equilibrium of this Black Crusade. If the word bearers didn't want me to be summoned, they shouldn't have brought you here. This is the 5th Black Crusade. You have yet to be born. A blade materialized in the emerald-decorated armored hand, and Argentius was startled, for it was undoubtedly Galatine. How amusing, the living saint told her demonic opponent. The ruinous powers complain about breaking the laws of causality. Next you are going to tell me the so-called architect of fate doesn't try using time loops and manipulating past events to break the future. Argentius had a feeling bloodthirsters were in a permanent state of rage. This one, though, seemed to experience a whole new level of loathing at being called out on its hypocrisy. It doesn't matter. The greater daemon decided after a couple of seconds. You are here. You are weak. I will break you, and offer your skull to Kern. You will try. And 2 meteors of psychic energy, one shining with all the power of the Emperor, the other imbued with red malevolence, threw themselves against each other. Marshal Tillman Coburg. Thank you, your most holy majesty, for answering our prayers and sending your angels to punish the heretics, the mutants, and the abominations. Thank you for illuminating the day and denying evil the corruption and the victories they desire over your imperium. Thank you. Tillman Coburg ended the prayer and almost cried as he watched as in the distance the living saint engaged the immense bloodthirster in a fight which shook the skies and the earth of Cadia. Brothers, though this angel is not her celestial highness of Nyx, she has given us a priceless opportunity here. Indeed, Marshal. His castellan exclaimed. No doubt the archenemy thought breaking the defensive lines with their archdaemon would be enough, but since the abomination is distracted, our Silver Skull's cousins have sundered these breaches and turned the defenses around the Elysian fields into several kill zones. It didn't take much imagination to see the grinning face of his battle brother. Therefore we have an entire army of mutants and traitors with 0 aerial cover and no defensive positions whatsoever. Whereas we have an entire armored column, supported by 5 companies of Donavar heavy armor, 10 regiments of Merovingia sentinels, several Catachan fighter groups, and an entire Kadayan army group. And the Knights of House Cadmus are arriving from the west. They are barely an hour away. The God Emperor is with us, brothers. The ruinous powers will once more suffer rout, despair, and utter defeat today. Forwards, sons of Sigismund. No pity. No remorse. No fear. For the God Emperor. The Kadayan artillery screamed its hate at the heretics, and this time there was no daemon to endure the massive bombardment. Land Raiders. Begin the attack. Imperial Guard. Follow US. Cadia stands. The Eastern Fringe. Imga Monolith Quarantine Zone. Volga System. Battleship Enterprise. 8.2 10.3 10 M35. Lady General Taylor Hebert. It was strange to begin, fight, and end a battle without leaving her command seat, aside from the usual periods of rest, lunch, and going to the toilet. Taylor Hebert wasn't going to complain though. In my opinion, my lady, we were extremely lucky. I know, the insect mistress replied, but I suppose you have something more specific in mind, Diamantis. Yes, the Imperial Fist confirmed. First, obviously, the majority of the Necron commanders were cretins or slaves to their own doctrine. True. But then we also encouraged them to use the tactics which worked against the Second Legion. After all, the best way to convince an enemy to underestimate you was to let him think you had learned nothing from the previous engagement. It was even easier to spread this view since, as the blindness of the Surakan dynasty proved, they hadn't noticed that tsunami had been towed away and its databases recovered. Where things could have really gone bad was the onslaught against the psychic shields. We only had enough energy to protect our vanguard for 30 minutes. The initial bombardment lasted 5 minutes longer, and the first signs of strain would have been noticed, and the Necrons certainly wouldn't have fought like they did had they spotted it. Taylor sent a sardonic look to the Astartes. It's a point I'm well aware of, Diamantis. But in a null zone, the only sources of psychic energy we could use were Lisa and myself. And since I was busy commanding our forces, that left only my moth. The Heimdall Psi-Tech force field was an extremely complicated device, but once integrated into the hull of an Aegis-class battlecruiser, the principle was simple. At normal activation, it required approximately 50% of the total energy output of the generatorium maintained by the tech priests, meaning that with the other indispensable things like drives and shields, it had no offensive armament beyond flak turrets, ECM decoys, and a few other things. 50% was a lot. And yet it wasn't enough. To ensure the Psi-Tech force field functioned correctly, someone had to continuously feed it psychic energy, otherwise the cohesion and effectiveness of the field degraded in short order. Now that the null zone has collapsed, we will be able to rotate our psychers to these duties, leaving Lisa in reserve. I think that's an extremely optimistic assumption, my lady. Explain. It is true the Heimdall force field will function far better and far longer, and with far less stress on your moth, the yellow-clad space marine acknowledged, but the Necrons will have learned from their mistakes, and next time they won't make the mistake of focusing their firepower only on our vanguard. Worse, given how fast their Reaper batteries reacted, I think we have to seriously consider the possibility that larger and more powerful weapons are hidden in the crust of that pyramidal battle station. Rhodes, Ronaldo, and Ben-Hur agree with me. Still, for once, a member of the Dawnbreaker Guard actually interrupted her. And then there are the jammers, my lady. I know they functioned extremely well, but in my opinion, this was because the Necrons made only 2 or 3 half-hearted attempts. The panic we generated with repeated blows helped, but they are going to be given the time to think about where they went wrong, and unless they're irremediably stupid, they will know it is the key asset of our battle group they must negate at all costs. I suggest placing Astra Militarum demi-regiments aboard all capital ships as the supply ships do their work. That way we will be ready if they manage to teleport in the equivalent of our stormtroopers in platoon strength. The captains of the Imperial Navy are going to love this. Taylor could already hear their outraged screams. But your point can't be dismissed out of hand. I don't like how much administrative paperwork it's going to create, but I am going to use the 19th Army of the Faebern Vanquishers. They are shock troops. If they aren't able to successfully repel Necron boarders, nothing save Space Marines supported by elite units will. And unfortunately, she couldn't have those tied up in defensive stratagems. The 2nd Legion had tried that, and it hadn't worked, forcing them to try the death ride at close quarters against the monolith. Yeah, that battle had been like the mythological dilemma of choosing between Scylla and Charybdis. The Warrior-class destroyer's electromagnetic gun works exceptionally well against the Doom Scythes, my lady, but is utterly insufficient against the Necron capital ships. It certainly can't pierce the vulnerable sections of what the Xenos call a light cruiser. Their necrodermis armor is too resistant and regenerates too quickly. It was the destroyers which performed the best against the Necron ships, Gamaliel protested. We didn't lose a single one. Yes, Diamantis conceded, the hoplites were several % inferior to them. And then the coup de grace was given. It is Theisman's and mine opinion that, save the warrior and the hoplite classes, none of our current designs of destroyers and frigates have any business being on the front lines against the Necrons. That. Taylor looked at Wolfgang, who chose to remain silent. I had no idea it was so bad, that we were so outclassed. The son of Dorn looked apologetic for a second. To be clear, our losses remain totally acceptable so far. We fought a major space battle, and the enemy lost easily 10 times the tonnage of Battle Group Volga. The 45 battleships of the fleet we destroyed at the beginning and the crippling of the replicator forges alone guarantee this victory is an enormous strategic gain for the Imperium. But we had everything going for us: the lack of adaptation of the Necrons, the rigidity of their reaction forces, the enmity between their senior commanders, and their persistent underestimation of our capabilities. And despite all of this, we lost 5 frigates and 7 destroyers, with an additional 2 and 3 respectively will need months in a dockyard, assuming they can be repaired at all. 108 Fury interceptors lost, 51 Starhawk bombers shot down, several Warhound Titans out of commission for days. They managed to hurt us, even if they were tactically and doctrinally inept. You are worried about the lessons they're going to learn from this short battle. The golden-winged para-human realized, and the Imperial Fist nodded. It was you and the Lady Magos who gave me the example of this Terran leader, Napoleon Bonaparte, who waged so many wars against the same enemies that they learned through campaign after campaign how to beat him. The Necrons, I think, won't be so adaptable. But they don't need to be. Their last fleet commander is already an extremely capable Xenos, and their technology, despite all the fantastic work of the Adeptus Mechanicus, is far superior to ours. If they wise up sufficiently, we will lose. Taylor had a feeling she wasn't going to like what the Imperial Fist was going to propose. But then, she didn't keep the Astartes of her Dawnbreaker Guard just because they looked intimidating. Continue. I think, Diamantis began carefully, that given the ineffectiveness of the Nova ammunition, it is time to consider the hypothesis that our chances to capture the Imga monolith are lower than our preliminary estimates indicated. And that Battle Group Berzina and Dnieper may need to employ their exterminatus weapons along with all their most dangerous surprises from the start. We may also need to reinforce our capital ships with Battle Group Musca. And the blackout of astropathic communications over Segmentum Obscurus was gaining in strength, not decreasing. It was good they had won in the Volga system, because the Lady General had a feeling she wouldn't like to see what defeat was like. Segmentum Obscurus. Kadayan Sector. Kadayan System. Cadia. Elysian Fields. 8.2.11.310 M35. Chapter Master Argentius. Argentius, like any space marine charismatic and talented enough to rise to the rank of Chapter Master, knew the incredible value of reinforcements at the decisive moment of the battle, which was why the terrible assault of the Black Templars flanking the heretics had been greeted with the thanks it deserved and would be properly honored when this battle was won. It was this experience which allowed him not to swear several curses incompatible with the dignity of Guilliman's teachings when the second wave of reinforcements came in, a second wave which was composed more or less entirely of 3 great companies of the Space Wolves. For Russ and the Alfather. The Silver Skull commander would have loved to say it was the only battlecry they shouted, but that would be a lie. About 2/3 of the Astartes which had once been named the 6th Legion howled like they had an urge to be mistaken for beasts, or for the gigantic animals too many used as mounts. I don't know who said there are no wolves on Fenris, but I think he was ridiculously misinformed. The interim commander of the first company noted in a disenchanted tone. I am more worried about the fact their attack is targeting exactly at the wrong place to support the Cadians. Argentius frowned. At this rate, the Cadians' offensive will have to stall if they don't want to be overwhelmed by the retreating mutants. We are missing an opportunity here for a perfect encirclement straight out of the Codex. Argentius was not a scion of those chapters who thought that every tactic had to be explicitly described in the majestic work of their spiritual lord, but it was galling to see this opportunity slip away because someone launched an ill-timed attack, precipitating the retreat of the heretics before the trap was inescapable. How many times did we try reaching the wolf lords? 3 times, each, the space marine in charge of this duty replied unhappily. I can try again. I doubt it would be of any use. Argentius slowly and reluctantly shook his head. Maybe the living saint could force them to listen, but... Eyes automatically turned to the sky over the Elysian fields, where in a total disregard of the saying that duels were quick affairs, the angel-winged servant of the Emperor and the greater daemon were still fighting in a clash which shook Cadia every time blessed sword and malevolent axe clashed. If things like this happen on Cadia regularly, maybe it is a good thing we aren't part of the Astartes Preces. Come on brother. Where has your militancy disappeared to? The bloodthirster roared again, beginning to burn once more in that cursed warp aura the color of blood before rushing to close the distance and trying to swat the saint with its 2 damned weapons. It was impossibly fast. Its opponent was faster, burning in golden light, and cutting into one of its wings before striking the abomination which suddenly seemed on the defensive again and again. The tumult of war seemed to quieten as the 2 enemies plummeted in a fatal embrace, Imperial and Warp power locked together into a deathly struggle. The greater daemon hit the soil of Cadia a second time, but this time the fiend's fall was completely involuntary, and a terrible scream was heard, hatred and agony fighting for supremacy in the sound. Smoke and debris hid the details from view for several seconds, and when they dissipated, there was no trace of the creature which had called itself Angrath. The living saint had also disappeared as spectacularly as she had arrived. For the hordes of the lost and the damned though, this defeat was quite clearly the final straw. The creature they worshipped had been vanquished. They were caught between the undisciplined hammer of the Space Wolves, the hastily repaired fortified walls of the Silver Skulls, and the anvil of the Black Templars' tanks. Folkite and plasma weaponry was thinning their hordes fast. The power of the warp had abandoned them. The greatest army of chaos, a force of beastmen, mutants, and traitor Astartes which had managed to land on Cadia with insane casualties, broke. Primus inter pares. Begin the pursuit. In Gilliman's name, let none escape. It had cost them too much. One entire company was dead, and more than a demi-company was going to be crippled despite all that Bacta could do, but it was victory. They had held, and that was everything that mattered. Cadia still stands. The chapter master of the Silver Skulls went to join the advance and the purge of the enemies of mankind. Pass the word, brothers. Ruins of Casrapharos. Legion Master Drekarth the Sightless. The wolves were howling in the distance, and Drekarth couldn't see them. Where are the storm birds? We don't know, Legion Master. Last we heard of them, they were under fire from several hell talons. Drekarth felt a tide of anger engulf him. After several long seconds, he banished it. I suppose the word-bearers are going to insist this is fair, since we betrayed them first. The wolves were howling, and he couldn't see them. Your eyes shall fail when the wolves will howl for your death. The curse of the Eldar, uttered an eternity ago when he had assaulted one of their precious maiden worlds, resonated again in his head. Drekarth had remembered laughing and decapitating the Xenos witch. By then, he had removed his Astartes eyes and replaced them with purified psychic-attuned crystals, giving him far better vision than most warlords would ever gain. It had gained him the very ironic name of Sightless, and gradually more lore about the Immaterium and the Matrium than the Thousand Suns grasped. What was the dying stammer of a long-eared enemy save some insignificant rambling? Your eyes shall fail when the wolves will howl for your death. He had gone above and beyond suppressing the ancient name of the Luna Wolves, praising the traditions of the Sons of Horus countless times, binding new recruits with oaths to never serve the Black Legion as long as he was alive. And it appeared his reading of the prophecy had been wrong all along. He would not be killed by the vengeance of some long-forgotten remnant of the 16th Legion which had refused to join Abaddon's Black Legion or his warband. He was going to die against the hirsute horde of wolfish creatures Lemon Russ called sons. What do we have in terms of aerial transports? 3 Thunderhawks, Legion Master. The artillery and the tank bombardment's fury impacted all around him. Shells found their mark, as the smell of blood and death rose to new heights. Demons cursed the existence of the living, only for them to be immediately banished back into the sea of souls. The laughter of the 3 was heard, a sound of madness, but it was something almost forced. So few. The familiar sound of incoming bombers reached his ears, followed by several battle cries uttered in what had to be the Fenrician dialect of Low Gothic. Load them with your warriors and go, Sargadon. Legion Master. You heard me correctly. Drekarth grimaced as the crystals were now showing him a hell of shadows and corpses. Reality for him was getting more and more nightmarish. The end was near. The warband of the Sons of the Eye is dead, through my fault. We have lost everything. Save your life. There must be a few starships hiding among the graveyard of dead space hulks. Take one and escape into the immensities of the galactic west. The region is unstable, and a dedicated captain may be able to forge a new warband there. Do not return to the word bearers. Forget the idea of Black Crusades, they are nothing more than a lie. But Legion Master, we can resist. With what? The Sons of Horus commander asked rhetorically. Our warband is dead. The Legio Kratos and House Lucaris which accompanied us are rooted. The demons are banished. And in his wrath, the guardian of the throne of skulls raised this castle so thoroughly it is impossible to mount a credible defense in it. No, this battle is lost. Drekarth chuckled. Your loyalty does your credit, but it is over. The Legion Master threw his possessed axe to his last lieutenant. Cadia will not fall to me. The last Sons of the Eye ran and the roar of the Thunderhawks soon followed. Drekarth hoped they would manage to escape. After all these efforts, after all these battles, these legionnaires were his legacy, the last proof the 16th Legion had once stood proud, fighting against the betrayers of the false War Master, the backstabbing legions, and colossal entities wishing to punish them for a failure they had in no small part engineered. But this was a cruel galaxy. The survival of such a small warband would always be a question of chance, he recognized that now. May they have more luck than him. The noises of battle came ever closer, and at last, the sound of huge paws struck the ground. The wolves howled, and Drekarth saw nothing. The hunt is over, one of those arrogant whelps the 6th Legion always produced barked. The hunt is never over. Drekarth corrected. There will always be more battles, unless you perish first. War is eternal, and Kern does not care whose blood flows, so long as it does. The first and last Legion Master of the Sons of the Eye raised the old power sword he had wielded at the siege of Terra. Come, Sons of Rus. I am Drekarth, son of Horus, and I am alone. Come and test your mettle against me. They were blood claws, mere neophytes. They jumped into the melee without waiting for their elders. Drekarth killed 3 before losing his life. Outer Cadian System. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. Dark Apostle Peristur. In the name of the Architect of Change, what happened to the Guardian of the Throne of Skulls? In fact, why do I even bother asking you the question? I want to speak with Erebus. Transfer the Metatron connection to him, Acolyte. When one of the senior Dark Apostles of the Dark Council told you to do something, usually his inferior obeyed without question. My master, the Great Hand of Destiny, the elevated Dark Apostle Erebus is. Peristur lost what remained of his patience and conjured a spell of decay before hurling it at the insolent loudmouth. And miracles of the Pantheon, it worked. Erebus arrived within 5 seconds to save the life of his acolyte. I am really busy, Peristur. So am I. If the other Dark Apostle thought this was going to give him pause, he thought wrong. You promised us you weren't going to summon any exalted servants of the gods. And I kept my oaths, the bastard had the gall to shrug. It's not my fault if Blessed Lorgar decided to punish Ingramania by letting him summon the Deathbringer. Peristur had to control himself to not hurl a few more spells which would result in the utter destruction of the flagship used by the Vile One. Not only would it probably not work, Erebus was annoyingly competent at using other acolytes to erect counter-sorcery wards. Their father would certainly not be amused by the interlegion conflict. You were aware of it. Don't deny it. I was aware of it, yes. It seemed a fine idea. It was a stupidity beyond words. Peristur tightened his fists but did not snarl. Now. Did you miss the point about this entire campaign being waged under the Pantheon's eyes? What we do for one god, we must do for the other too. He had thought this would bring some sanity back in the conversation. In that, he was utterly and completely wrong. Well, yes. I fail to see where the problem is. We sacrificed 8 capital ships including 1 battleship. 88 gifted Astartes. 888,888 souls in addition to the previous sacrifices. And I'm sure the list of special ritual ingredients and the other assets expended to summon this bloodthirster were hardly common. Peristur had only summoned 2 bloodthirsters in his lifetime, and though his possessions were sizable, each time they had taken a significant hit. No matter the circumstances, summoning one of these greater servants was not cheap, in souls or material resources. We sacrificed failures. And we almost succeeded, in the end. The Unbound would have destroyed the Silver Skulls and broken the pylons if the false emperor hadn't sent one of its deluded golden-winged fools to stop us. Excuse me. Just as he thought this day couldn't get worse. I won't repeat myself, Peristur. Now I am really busy. Goodbye. And the Vile One cut the Metatron communication. The slaves and the legionnaires of little importance left the bridge. Of those who stayed, most were wearing the same expressions of disbelief he did. Gods, his Korafos swore. Are my ears failing me, or did the Vile One just imply the false emperor intervened to counter the guardian of the throne of skulls? It certainly sounded to me like that was exactly what he said. Perister's mind was reeling with the implications. This is a disaster. Lord Apostle, I realize this is suboptimal, but... The veteran of the siege laughed. No, this isn't suboptimal. It's a defeat, and a severe one. The fact the false emperor has a living weapon capable of beating the guardian of the throne, even so close after its banishment, Perister would not utter Angrath's name aloud, is already something unprecedented. This is the most powerful bloodthirster around, slightly more powerful than the Angel's Bane. And the latter had been beaten by Sanguinius and then Weaver. Their enemies seemed to have a gift when it came to hurling bloodthirsters back into the warp. Which would already be bad enough by itself, but now we are going to have to summon a greater servant of the two other gods in our next battles, unless we wish to incur the wrath of the Pantheon. And by greater servant, I mean ones extremely favored by the gods. They would have to summon an exalted Lord of Change and an exalted Great Unclean One. The chances of the sacrifices required to summon them being lesser than those which had done the job for Angrath was essentially zero. This would bleed them of skilled sorcerers. Have we the lore and means, Lord? Yes, we do, Perister gritted his teeth, but it won't do us any good if each summoning fails to accomplish its goals. Almost is never good enough. Almost didn't give us Cadia. What do we care if a few million mortals were slaughtered and several Space Marine chapters crippled? The Imperium has plenty more of those things to throw at us. The pylons are the irreplaceable assets, and this plan I wasn't informed of in the first place failed. And this wasn't the only source of anger as he studied the information brought in by his countless spies. They had really committed too many Styx-heavy cruisers against Cadia and the other worlds of this system. Perister had agreed with Sodanul the new aerial force purchased from Xanadu and then copied by the other Mechanicum Hell Lords needed to be tested, but a lot of their carriers were destroyed in the ferocious fighting for little strategic gain. Thank the gods we never intended to begin the ritual of the cicatrix maledictum here. The Dark Apostle tried to control and release his fury without hurting someone, or a lot of someones. With the pylons intact and the planetary shield reactivated, the third assault in Angrath had been able to bring it down temporarily, but it had not lasted. The Legion would need to launch a fresh assault on this fortress world. The 17th Legion could probably do it, if they turned around and stopped the Black Crusade here. And since Cadia wasn't the priority target. How bad is the situation with the escorts? Perister asked after several seconds daydreaming about strangling Erebus. We lost about 50% of every hull type below cruiser rank. The lower the tonnage, the higher the losses. The star forts of Cadia have slaughtered our raiders and the losses in held rakes and starfighters are significant. Still, most of our battle line is intact, Lord Apostle. We still have 108 battleships and 3 super battleships forming the core of the Grand Armada, supported by 28 Grand Cruisers and 207 heavy cruisers or cruisers. And this list doesn't include Sodanul's and Kriegus Urbus fleet, or the 9 silver towers of the Thousand Suns plus the other lesser warbands. Deliberately, no mention was made of Arcos and the 2 major Alpha Legion warbands which had just been wiped out. They had to blast apart the Anarchy's heart in the end. The name had truly proved prophetic, and the fact it had been attached to the great host of Erebus was one more failure to the Vile One's name. And all of those warships are useless at playing escort for our transports, or any duty not involving a conventional fleet-on-fleet action. Ironically, it was this exact kind of battle the word-bearers were avoiding right now as they raced away from Mald Kasserholm and the rest of the Kadian system. Someone among the mortals had understood what they were trying to do, fortunately too late. The mortal fleets were far from intact, but they still had over 40 serviceable battleships. If they fought this mass of ships, one which had an advantage in escorts, they would never be able to gain any lead over their pursuers. And the rogue traders' raid upon their supply fleet would be a mere inconvenience compared to what would happen then. Their fleet was too battleship heavy, Perister acknowledged. Unfortunately he had already voiced his point of view on that topic, and the senior Dark Apostle had not been listened to. But yes, we have the required warships to accomplish our part of the great plan, though he couldn't help but wonder how many alterations said ideas had suffered after his conversation with the Vile One. Divert more energy to the engines. Lord Magnus and his sorcerers are going to cover our retreat, and I don't want our great host to be listed as collateral damage. Cadia. Kasratyruk. Warmaster Ender Trevain. The traitor Marines loved their rituals. If there had only been the warp miasma, Ender could have passed it off as a coincidence, but at every turn of this monumental battle, the sorcerers of the archenemy had tried to unleash demons and other horrors through mass rituals. And now there was a gigantic storm of, let's call it warp lightning, polluting the reality across an extremely large zone of space, blocking any attempt of the different battle fleets to bring them to battle. Not that the loyal Warmaster was sorry about that, of course. The archenemy fleet badly outnumbered the Kadian warships, they hadn't had the time to form a proper united command after all the desperate fighting, and most importantly of all, the traitor ships were intact and their crews or whatever equivalent they used to man their hulls were well rested. The Imperial Navy could bleed them, or could have bled them, but a space battle could only have one outcome. The problem was that the enemy knew it too, had calculated how much it would cost them to fight an attrition battle or to storm Cadia again, and decided it wasn't worth the cost. Our psychers, at least the ones who remain stable enough, affirm the tempest raised by the heretics will be extremely short-lived. The Inquisitor representing the sum of assets of the Holy Ordos in the Cadian system declared. The most pessimistic estimations give 48 hours of existence to this ritual. I expected they would go for a longer period, the Armageddon-born officer noted his surprise. They certainly intended for something more powerful, the Inquisitor consented to explain. But their hold on their treacherous powers was severely weakened by the banishment of the Greater Daemon and the intervention of a living saint of the God Emperor. All victories have symbolic power in the Immaterium, and this was no small victory. Ender nodded, feigning to not notice the big smiles of the Cadians at the official recognition their planet had just been ground zero for a miracle, note the capital M. I will take your word for it. He assured politely. Do we know the name of the living saint who intervened at the decisive hour? And which had probably saved them from a major disaster, because the bloodthirster had torn apart solid defensive lines, one caster, inquisitorial task forces, and several companies of space marines like they were made of paper. Cadia was regularly fighting demons, but even the angels of death had admitted this kind of monster was one of a kind. No. The black-cloaked man was an impressive figure of austerity, grimness, and solidity. Then again, he needed all of these traits to serve at the Cadian gate. The Silver Skulls told us it wasn't Lady Weaver, Celestial Highness of Nyx, and I'm inclined to take them at their word. We were tempted to think it was Saint Gerstal, this holy angel wielded his sword after all. But Saint Gerstal was definitely male, Andreas von Waldersee pointed out with non-hidden pride in his voice before returning to a more stern expression. And besides, while reports are generally ambivalent about the details of his armor and powers, no one ever mentioned golden gauntlets with emeralds and jade-colored purity symbols. It is quite an interesting topic, the representative of the Inquisition admitted freely, there are a lot of hypotheses coming from my colleagues. But without word of the living saint herself, we lack vital information. The slight edge in his voice was a good hint of letting the matter lie, which every notable commander did. Now for the matter of the pursuit I am going to lead against the servants of the archenemy. Ender began. As the Black Legion failed to show itself, the majority of the ground forces having survived this battle and battle fleets Cadian Primus and Secundus will stay where they are. For the former, he didn't have the transports to take the millions of veteran guardsmen having survived the Battle of Cadia with him anyway, and there were a lot of broken mutant forces to mop up in the wilderness. Best to make sure they were properly exterminated. Regarding the latter, these two battle fleets had been viciously targeted by the heretics, certainly to avoid them leading the pursuit. They would need heavy repairs in the Agrippina shipyards. I intend to take battle fleets Garrus Secundus and the 10 regiments of Cadian shock troops from Prozan. Of all the planets, this had been the only one where the enemy had not managed to land at all. I will withdraw the Elysian regiments and battle fleet Agrippina Secundus from Corolles. The Praetorian regiments and battle fleet Corona Secundus of Kasrasanen, and the Auror Grenadiers of Kasraberg with battle fleet Obscurus Sextus will be added to this expeditionary force. The Space Marines will join on a volunteer basis. You're leaving us extremely understrength in naval assets if the Black Legion truly comes, Lord Admiral John von Bismarck commented, his face betraying the extreme mental exhaustion the events had inflicted upon him. Only temporarily. I firmly intend to convince High Command, which for him, meant Holy Terra, to deploy 2 new battle fleets here to guard the gate against further incursions. Do you think it is likely there will be one? The Inquisitor asked. No, Ender admitted, but then 1 year ago, I wouldn't have believed the traitor Astartes had the kind of muscle inside the Eye of Terror required to gather, repair, and arm a fleet of over 100 battleships with easily 5 times that number in lesser warships. And yet that's the forces they threw at us. So I fear we can't decrease the defenses by that much. We still have 70% of the star forts of our original order of battle, and in certain kill zones we also have plenty of surprises left if the heretics want to come back for a new slaughter. Granted, but many veteran regiments will be committed on different planets, the Governor Primus interjected. We don't need to be concerned about St. Jasmaine's Hope aside from where we will send our criminals now, but the fighting is not dying down on Kasraholn. We will have to send at least 1 army group there. And on a totally related subject, I want the head of the bastard that made this disaster possible. An excellent idea. There were times Lord Admiral John von Bismarck was very much the image of the typical noble having meteorically climbed the ranks until he commanded his battle fleet with a combination of nepotism and politics which would likely make a guardsman sick. And then there were moments the man remembered he was a Cadian first and foremost. An awful idea, Ender shook his head while keeping his eyes half closed. Don't tell me you don't want to shoot that defeatist scum. Ender checked the communication was secure and the Inquisitor had activated the sound modifying device a few seconds ago, just to be safe. Of course I want to shoot him, the War Master replied. Thanks to him, over 80% of the Imperial Guard regiments stationed on Kasrholn are dead, and the others will need massive reinforcements to be brought back to strength. The surviving elements of Battlefleet Solar Decimus able to move without suffering internal explosions will be folded into Battlefleet Solar Tertius, and I think the Ultramarines are going to love hearing how their successors had their battle barges suffering so much damage they will require years of repairs to be recommissioned. Ormuz van Dyer was one of the main architects of this disaster. Ender was absolutely convinced of that. Somehow, he didn't think it was a coincidence thousands of cultists had managed to infiltrate the spaceports province of the Imperial Navy, as per the Militarum Navy Accords on Cadia. But I am going to pursue the fleet of the archenemy, and I can't fight this battle if the High Lords of Holy Terra decide I abused my privileges and vote for my demotion. His life would likely not end. The custodes casting a very long shadow nearby was a guarantee of that, but as a mere Lord Commander militant, his influence on one of the greatest military campaigns waged by the Imperium would wane enormously, and bring more confusion. It was not in the best interest of the God Emperor's realm and military efficiency. Not to mention the commander who took command instead of a Van Dyer was a space marine, the Inquisitor pointed out. I agree, the Astartes captain made the right decision. Inaction would definitely have created a bigger disaster than the one we currently have to deal with. But there's no pretending this wasn't an illegal move. If Admiral Ormuz van Dyer loses his life with these accusations levied against him, several admirals of Battlefleet Solar are not going to be very fond of everyone involved in this mess. Ender Trevain thought that the admirals of Battlefleet Solar should be more concerned with leading their monumental battleships into battle rather than spending their time playing politics. The deployment of 2 battlefleets at Cadia was ludicrously small compared to the firepower available, and it had been the first deployment outside Segmentum Solar this millennium. You think I should send him back to Holy Terra with the first courier ship? Yes, he knew how to read between the lines of inquisitorial talk. And courier ships were as far removed from a battleship admiral's accommodations as was humanly possible. Leave his court-martial to his peers, the black-cloaked intimidating holder of the rosette, suggested forcefully. Ender wanted to lash out and ask whether said peers would go for a court-martial at all. Many of the admiral politicians were going to be more concerned a space marine had usurped an admiral's command than studying the disaster which had led said angel of death to take such drastic action in the first place. But he couldn't afford to make a mortal enemy of the High Lord of the Adeptus Administratum right now, and maybe not ever. The bureaucrats were already functioning extremely badly. The God Emperor knew what would happen if they decided to deliberately screw things up. One direct courier duty for a disgraced admiral, the War Master conceded. I will recommend a court-martial for him, given the extreme gravity of the accusations. Whether or not it would go anywhere. Now let's return to the main threat of the Heretics fleet. The Band of the Hawk managed to destroy 3 transports in the successful raid against their supply fleet, and I'm afraid this presages nothing good where their treacherous motivations can be analyzed. Andreas coughed. Perhaps you could, entirely explain the clues and how you analyzed them, War Master. The transports were filled with traitor regiments of the Volscani cataphracts, along with enormous amounts of war equipment. Judging by the wreck the rogue traitors were able to properly study. Then there is their supply train. It was abysmally small for such a huge fleet, but the fact they had one at all is a clue in itself. Coupled with their obvious reluctance to commit their battle fleet here, I heavily suspect they intend to attack a major stronghold in Segmentum Obscurus. The battles on every world proved they consider non-Astartes as worse than cannon fodder. For them to have mustered so many transports filled with traitors from our own ranks, they must have an extremely well-defended target in mind that they don't want to waste Astartes on. The fortress worlds of Segmentum Obscurus are well-defended bastions, John von Bismarck agreed before grimacing, but if we don't correctly guess which world they want to hammer, I don't know if it will be able to hold. The 3 gargantuan hulls they have make the legendary Gloriana look small. Sodic Space. Mandragora System. The Throne of Oblivion. 8.499.310 M35. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. If traditions were respected, the arrival of the Throne of Oblivion in the domain officially recognized as part of the Sodic Crown world space should have seen long, prestigious, and utterly boring ceremonies organized. Sobek-Hotep definitely missed those boring times, as unbearable as they had been before. Because it would mean he didn't spend his time listening to the criticism of Thokmeter the Oppressor. And leaving the Tesseract Vault of Shinla unguarded with only the minimum of security protocols reeks of incompetence. The Sodic Overlord proclaimed, infuriating the Dustmaker. Don't try to give me lessons, Oppressor. The Surican noble thundered back. Your tactics utterly failed to account for the importance of new reinforcements for the debased descendants of the Kriks. The green vermin is unpredictable. What happens when one of our shattered ex-gods is free to unleash its wrath is many things, but unpredictable it is not. Back in my days. Yes, Zendrak, Sobek-Hotep sneered. Back in your days I'm sure we would have won the secession wars twice over and destroyed this vermin in less time than it takes to say it. The Regent of the Throne of Oblivion was surprised by the reaction from Thokmeter. You should be on your knees thanking Zendrak for saving your life. The Sodic commander roared. If not for him, the void song would have disintegrated your court and melted the weapons of your dynasty to forge itself a seat of power. Preposterous. My forces adopted extremely potent defensive tactics which allowed the new imprisonment of this cruel force of the stars. Like you adopted a strategy which will allow us to accomplish goals of military conquest, I assume. Thokmeter snapped back. Your decision to listen to Orokin has so far created a series of disasters. Most of these defeats being directed at Sodic worlds, not Suriken. It is not my fault you were incapable of effectively hiding your worlds, now. You brainwashed all dynasties into forgetting the very spatial coordinates of your bases. The other overlord shouted. Of course the Narush-Latset couldn't give them to the lesser species they use as their hired blades in this campaign. The path of the mercenary was an honorable one during the first age of exploration. I do not need a history lesson, overlords and Drek. Senile. The old fool was completely senile. And the Narush-Latset dynasty will not escape my vengeance. Nor would the secessionist thief. In fact, if Sobek-Hotep knew where Solemnace was right now, it would be his first target, and forget the Narush-Latset. Why do you assume I care about the Narush-Latset? Thokmeter boldly spoke. My world suffers under the organometallic occupation of these humans. Hyperdimensional communicators are reporting disaster after disaster. If nothing is done soon, the Sodic dynasty will be limited to Mandragora and Gidram in a few years. You have billions of Necron warriors and more resources in this very system than you can properly count, Sobek-Hotep tried to use the other overlord's own words against him. Or so you pretended anyway. The Sodic armies sleeping here are limitless, I believe were your words. Yes, the oppressor acknowledged, and these Sodic armies fight for Faeron Josakat, master of Mandragora, creator of the Golden Crown. Your armies fight for the Silent King. Sobek-Hotep hissed. Yes, and look at all the good it did us. The oppressor snapped back. We awaken millions of years after our victory against the Old Ones, only to see all our conquests forgotten and buried in the sands of time. Considerable damage was done to our engrams and the most important systems of our civilization. We broke our gods, and for this betrayal they cursed us. What have the Saracons done for us, apart from enslaving us with your damned command protocols and using us as your executioners? They have given us unity. The answer of overlords and Drek was, well, surprisingly sane. And you will cease your treasonous talks, unless you want to test the secondary protocols available to a noble of the Suriken dynasty. But Overlord Thokmeter was not cowed by the threat. If you had protocols which permitted you to command us while retaining our military capabilities, you would have already used them. The Saracons have always enjoyed the power of the Silent King, and the moment the Citan gave you uncontested authority, you enslaved us. We saved you, Sobek-Hotep the Dustmaker addressed the ingrate overlord. Without us, you would have torn each other apart until nothing was left during the secession wars. So you affirm. The problem is that all of our oldest engrams have clearly been tampered with by your dynasty. Thus you will excuse me if I have my doubts about the reliability of the true history which for some reason presents you as paragons of nobility, justice, unity, and respect for traditions. You are dismissed of all your military commands and I don't obey you anymore, the arrogant Sodic dared interrupting him. I already sent several heralds ahead of the throne to request a complete reawakening of our dynasty troops with utmost urgency. And I now have confirmation Faeron Josakat once more walks the halls of Mandragora, with his greatest generals by his side. Your Faeron is loyal. He will obey my orders. Deep inside however, Sobek-Hotep felt a flicker of doubt in his super-engineered metallic brain. The Sodic had been utterly loyal, when the command protocols of the mighty Silent King were active. How had they behaved before the biotransference? The question had to be asked given Thokmeter's antagonistic behavior. This is irregular, Zendrek protested, and Sobek-Hotep dared hope for a moment. Even at the Battle of the Acid Jungle against the Mefret, the traditions had not been so disrespected. The old overlord mumbled some more of his old tales no one cared about before returning to a semi-sane, for him, behavior. But if the Faeron summons us, do you really think you are going to get away with this? The Suriken dynasty, as your own tirades admit, needs the fleets and armies of Mandragora if they are to survive in this unrecognizable galaxy, the younger Sodic overlord replied. You are really lucky the enemy is far away from this system, Sobek-Hotep snarled, or I would activate my protocols on your miserable body, and send you fighting the vermin until your engrams and metal give out. Archmechanic El Dorado. Archmagos Prime Gast of Hediatrix. The Imga monolith has translated into the system, Archmagos. And exactly within our 10 minutes long estimated window, Gastov commented, recording the time in his personal newsphere files. This FTL method is remarkable. The old conservatives of the Mechanics who delighted in repeating that the warp was the one and only method of traveling across the stars were going to collapse in tech shock once they were told the news. Yes, Archmagos. The Magos he had assigned to relay the prime communicates to him emitted a cant of embarrassment. Forgive me, but isn't this FTL method also horribly dangerous? It is not horribly dangerous per se, the voice of Mars in the Nix system corrected. It is completely lethal by design. Anything that uses the Star Eater drive is irradiated by exotic energy which kills most organic matter in minutes. The Necrons are made of necrodermis and other alloys, and as such of course care little about this minor inconvenience, but any other species won't share this opinion. Now obviously, the important question is if this faster-than-light technology is really something only the Necrons can use, or something we can exploit with a new type of anti-exotic energy shield. An interesting question, Archmagos, one which, will certainly cause the novice Nobilite several crises of fear. The younger tech priest made a very good point there, Gastaf admitted internally. The Adeptus Mechanicus, like nearly all organizations of the Imperium, was completely reliant on the navigators for interstellar travel. It was why the quest for knowledge's non-insignificant costs in part served to pay for the service of elite navigators. Indeed. Though it is just amusing, for now. First, we have a battle to win. Yes, Archmagos. Archmagos Dominus Executor Samartian Ada of Battle Group Dnieper reports all his warships are ready. The torpedo swarms are in position. The destroyer packs have received their modified instructions, and all maintenance and repairs on the battleships have been completed. The same is true for your own battle group Berzina. The Death Watch's infiltrated teams. Team Alpha's transport is extracting its Astartes as we speak, Archmagos. They have the protocol artifact they were after. As for the other teams, so far, their missions appear to continue according to the agreed plans. This was somewhat reassuring, though Team Alpha, despite the name suggesting the contrary, had the easiest mission. The Sodic didn't seem to have given even a minor priority to guarding an artifact allowing the Sarakons to hold dominion over the Narush-Latzet dynasty. The Orc fleet. No sign of it so far. The contingencies are prepared. Archmagos. Extremis-level communications between the Imga monolith and the tomb fortresses of Mandragora. Archmagos Gastaf Hediatrix immediately turned towards the tactical data streams and saw the worst-case scenario had just begun. They are awakening the entire Crown world. The senior tech priest growled. How many hours until Lady Weaver and her two battle groups predicted arrival? 98 hours until the arrival of the Chosen of the Omnissiah, Archmagos. 4 standard days. 4 days before receiving major reinforcements. It was not a lot. Until one remembered the Battle of Kamarak had lasted approximately that long. Archmagos, the Magos of Adermedian he used as liaison with the other battle group canted. If we wait for Lady Weaver, we will have a decisive advantage. Did you see what is awaiting us in the golden crown of the Necrons? The voice of Mars was quick to disabuse the tech priest of such ridiculous notions. We don't know how long it takes to reactivate a Necron Cairn-class battleship, but given the existence of the replicator forges, simulations predict grim scenarios if we leave them intact for hours. Gastaf considered this gigantic Xenos structure a heresy in the eyes of the Omnissiah. But he had to be pragmatic. The sum of these shipyards, megaplates, hyperforges, and supercomplexes of Xenos industry was bigger than the Ring of Iron, and its monitoring stations and star fortresses also served as sentinels for the planet's defenses deeper inside the gravity well. Mandragora alone, thanks to the incomplete information delivered by the thief, was known to be more heavily defended than Blessed Mars itself. If he allowed them to fully activate the Broken Crown, it wouldn't matter if Operation Stalingrad had 10 or 100 battle groups, because none of the Imperium's battle fleets would be able to engage these defenses and survive. These monstrous Xenos defenses wouldn't even need the Imga monolith to fire in anger once. We attack as per plan Cars. The Archmagos announced, his decision only confirmed by several thousands of simulations and the latest astropathic transmissions from Battle Group Volga. We may not be able to engage the Imga monolith before Lady Weaver reinforces us, but we can definitely ruin the Golden Crown fleets before they can maneuver. We have the advantage of surprise, for I doubt they would have allowed us to come so close if they knew we were here. We have 4 Arx Mechanicus and 36 Mechanicus battleships divided into 2 battle groups. We have 2 army groups of the Astra Militarum. We have new STC blessed weapons. We have Legio Ignitum and Legio Adoris. We have Space Marines for boarding operations. And above all, our tech priests know what the Chosen of the Omnissiah has done to these Necrons at Volga. The Imperial Guard regiments don't, Archmagos. Magos pointed out. Are you seriously trying to convince me our tech priests managed to maintain the veil of secrecy concerning the news? Gastaf asked skeptically. No, Archmagos. Good, I would hate to have to send you to monitor the servitors. One more quick study of all information arriving on his bridge, and the Archmagos Primus nodded. For the Omnissiah and the Chosen we swore our vows to, he said formally. Launch the attack on the Golden Crown of Mandragora. Chapter 50, Black Crusade 10-3. Black Crusade 10.3. The Dragons of Mandragora. The Imperium is doomed, Korux. This is not the prelude to a long deluge of gloating, it is merely a fact. Since the siege, the successors of Malkador and the War Council rule an empire where ignorance is seen as a noble quality and knowledge is viewed with horror. What was common knowledge 4,000 years ago has been distorted and crippled, until the truth is nothing more than the shadow of a legend. I am not Lorgar. I will not pretend either my oath-breaking brothers or I myself didn't play a part in this tragedy. The actions of Horus ensured half of the innovative minds of the Mechanicum went utterly insane faced with the reality of the Immaterium, and the other half was massacred during the next several decades of war. Libraries were torched. Philosopher kings were mutilated and tortured to insanity by curs. Whole populations dedicated to the pursuit of medicine and healing the flesh of mortals were poisoned or gassed by the death guard. I created the breach in the fledgling webway's defenses, beginning the unending cycle which saw trillions of souls sacrificed to power the Astronomicon. All of this has happened, I won't deny it. The Imperium is still doomed. Lorgar's idea to reunite the broken aspects of Slaanesh is ridiculous in the extreme, for the three won't tolerate such a pathetic rival. But to ensure his efforts truly came to naught, our father's only solution was to let a new fourth god rise. In the end, anarchy has to be your weapon, because mankind has little else to defend itself with. This is the first critical problem, honestly. Mankind has no defense against the warp, and the best solution, to evolve a psychic race from the decaying corpse of order, is crippled by the diseased imperative to keep everything under wraps. The so-called living saints aren't the promised salvation the priests believe them to be. They provide an ephemeral moment of hope and protection, but there aren't enough of them. The second terrible issue is one of governance. While I admit we Primarchs have failed in the great task of convincing our father we were worthy to rule the Imperium by his side, it will be difficult to deny Malkador's replacements are doing a poor job. They are such a pack of ambitious and megalomaniacal jackals. I am really surprised the number of change cultists in their ranks is so limited. And when from time to time a principled and competent High Lord emerges, he or she is stymied by his colleagues or dies before having achieved anything of note. And for this problem, what is your answer? Even a return of my loyal brothers would only be a temporary reprieve. They too can't be everywhere, after all. Living saints? While Father's current project is more clever and knowledgeable than the previous champions who preceded her, she remains the exception, not the rule. And her actions have already created plenty of unease and opposition in the monolithic thing the Administratum has become. Change does not work in your favor when entire generations have lived believing nothing must stray a virgule from the sacred texts of bureaucracy. You can win on 1,000 battlefields, bring new reforms, and stabilize the Imperium for a short time. But as soon as the architects of the project die, this weak beacon of hope will disappear. The Imperium may cause additional damage to the gods while you lash out, there's no point denying it. But the Immaterium adapts, Korux. In fact, it is already on its way to find solutions to the new schemes of our genitor. It is perfectly possible this Black Crusade will be defeated. Lorgar too often underestimates what the will of mortal men and women can accomplish when faced with insurmountable challenges. There is a slim possibility you might be able to kill a second god, though I don't see how. But be it in a century or 10 millennia, it will be replaced. And let me tell you, O Raven Lord, I have explored the depths of the Sea of Souls. There are things there that the Battle of Kumarak has reawakened, and you do not want them in position to claim a throne. Unless the Imperium has a vision, it is doomed. And if he had one, our father never shared it with us. No, the Webway and the Imperial Truth were not a vision. They were mere preliminaries, powerful and temporary walls designed to buy time to rebuild mankind from the ashes of the Age of Strife. Tsianch often believes I still have too much faith in him, by the way. Maybe now that he regains his strength, he will share it with you, or with his new favorite. You might wonder why I care, call it intellectual curiosity. I think even a Daemon Primarch is allowed to have it, after all. Now let us return to the Black Crusade. Sabotage all the Word-Bearers' warships you can. Trick the Dark Apostles you feel like unleashing your vengeance upon. But do not forget. I am watching you, brother. I am Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, Lord of Sorcerias, slave and champion of Tsianch. And my vision for this galaxy won't be stopped by your actions. The Battle of Mandragora, to give it its official name, was something the Imperium had never had to deal with before. To be sure, the forces of His Most Holy Majesty were hardly novices in the art of attacking Xeno's home worlds, as the damned ghosts of several fallen civilizations can testify. And in thousands of campaigns, the siege and offensive equipment of his armies and fleets had proved more than sufficient to break macro-scale fortifications and invincible redoubts. But none of the forces of the Imperial war machine had any experience fighting a prolonged engagement against the Necron foe. There were rumors of several sabotage operations made as far back as the Great Crusade to prevent tomb worlds from fully awakening, but that was all they were, rumors. The data recovered from several top-secret databases weren't about fortified worlds but the Imga monolith, which, while arguably a space fortress in its own right, was not the average Necron world. And if a Xeno species had once attacked Mandragora while the Necrons waited for the end of the millions of years of their great sleep, it had been exterminated and reduced to something no auspex could detect. Caution being the mother of wisdom, Her Celestial Highness had not mustered small forces for what was to be a critical battle of Operation Stalingrad. Battle groups Berezina and Dnieper were placed in attack position weeks before the Volga encounter, and should the Imga monolith react as the operational plan called for, battle groups Volga and Muska were mere days away. For the first time, the Imperium was going to assault a Necron crown world in open war, and the frightening performance of the Narush-Latsut dynasty at Kamarak had kept the Navy and Militarum strategists determined to not underestimate their foes. From Arcs Mechanikus to super heavy Bane blades, from brand new Einherjar-class dragon armors to Folkite blasters, from thunderbolts to siege infantry regiments, the senior officers of 4 different battle groups had asked for excellent weapons, equipment, and soldiers. They had received them. And on 8.499.310 M35, the well-trained units of His Most Holy Majesty faced the elite of the Sotuk dynasty. It was a battle all Imperial forces participating in the battle would not forget for as long as they lived. Extract from Operation Stalingrad Volume 2, The Inferno of Mandragora, by General Bastian, 210M41. Transmitted, Site Alpha, Conclave of Cyprum Mundi. Received, redacted. Mission time, 5.499.310 M35. Telepathic duct, classified. Reference, Ordo Hereticus/Ave 93111C. Author, Lady Inquisitor Atlas. Priority, Vermilion. Unfortunately, it seems your hypothesis was right. While the heretics associated with the fallen power of deprivation and debauchery were annihilated by the divine wrath of His Most Holy Majesty during the Emperor's hour, the rest of the heretics were able to recoup their previous losses and spread again. Worse, the resources they have revealed to possess, be it in currency or heretical knowledge, are several levels of magnitude greater than the cogitator estimates predicted. The good news is that the Janus protocol works. As unhappy as I was to reveal the true might of our Ordo on Cyprum Mundi, it was better that than to allow 2 naval dynasties to continue spreading their corruption in the midst of the Segmentum fortress. The power of the ether gold crystal you gave me was a massive boon too. Without it, I would not have been able to locate, quarantine, and execute the pernicious cult of the 9 enigmas in 2 standard days. Now for the bad news. While the heretical armada has come nowhere near the sector of Cyprum Mundi, their fell influence can nonetheless all too easily be felt. The capital world has experienced 5 gamma-level uprisings in the last 100 standard hours, despite the numerous public sermons of the Cardinal and his pontifexes, several exceptional deliveries of grain, and the presence of 5 veteran regiments. Across the sector, 2 alpha-level rebellions are raging. The Ho-Tier 1 is the most problematic, for it immobilizes the battle group using the facilities there until the traitors and heretics are put down and made into impressive examples of the consequences of treason. Secondly, the alliance of the rogue psychers covens having sold their souls to redacted and the redacted cults worshipping the word-bearers has, contrary to our hopes, only grown stronger. The infiltrated agents I was able to recover before termination of the cults were unable to explain the motives behind this decision to me, but I fear that for now, it will behove us to purge the 2 heads of this heretical snake with equal fervor and determination. I, as always, remain a humble servant of his will. P.S. I know the influence of the Ordo is still limited, but another ether gold crystal would be much appreciated. After Mandragora, I have to admit that the prospect of invading the Eye of Terror doesn't seem as frightening as it did before. Quote attributed to General Dundee, 310M35. Guns. Bigger and better guns. Response of General Groner when a tech priest asked him what the Imperial Guard would have benefited from at Mandragora, 310M35. Sotuk Space. Mandragora System. The Golden Crown. 8.499.310 M35. Thought for the day, faith grows from the barrel of a gun. Ancient Elohim. There was something exalting about flying Elohim had always loved, and this had not stopped because he was encased in an Einherjar dragon armor. If anything, that had magnified it. The machine spirit growled with ease when it was propelled by electromagnetic catapult like they just had been, and the idea of putting all this long training to use was not a bad prospect either. But for all this excitement, there was still an important duty to do. After a quick evasion to avoid the threatening green shot of a lone turret, the Red Wing Space Marine arrived in position over what was one of the critical energy nodes of the Necron shields protecting the seemingly limitless rows of enemy warships waiting in their lifeless docks. Elohim had been successful in 97% of the simulations in the last year, and the scenarios imagined by the tech priests and the captains of the Blood had all included severe opposition. With only a couple of turrets, the real operation was almost underwhelming. The energy weapon shot from the maw of his Einherjar B, a laser specifically put into production for this operation using blueprints from some Martian vault, tore apart the silvery metal and slammed into the crystalline wall protecting the energy sources and struck the vulnerable devices behind it. 1 second, there was an intact node. The next, a monumental explosion engulfed the Necron facilities. This explosion was just the first of hundreds, as the other dragon armors, Quetzalcoatl, Sapphira, Ankalagan, to name a few of the different classes, completed their runs, and delivered their first greetings to the Xenos who thought it was funny to genocide humanity because someone had whined to his slave masters. Shields are down on the entire Golden Crown, the captain of the Brothers of the Red announced in a satisfied voice. Dragon wings withdraw, the battle fleet is about to disperse the cane particles. Excellent work, all of you. The machine spirit growled like a big predator, satisfied and dare he say it. Almost disappointed that the whole affair had lasted so little time. The minutes passed, and the entire Xenos structure was shaken by explosions which seemed to only grow in strength as the Mechanicus and Astartes warships delivered torpedoes, lance salvos, and all sorts of conventional and unconventional firepower onto facilities barely having begun to awaken. Cane particles about to detonate in 3, 2, 1, mark. The inferno which was familiar to everyone having watched the Battle of Pavia burst into existence. Immediately, an automated orbital facility nearly the size of an orbital plate in its own right disappeared in the holy flames the judgment of the Emperor had chosen to manifest itself into for today. A fitting end for those Xenos, his wingman, a space marine of the Golden Suns, approved. The machine spirit suddenly roared in anger, and Elohim was too good to not take the warning seriously. In a millisecond, the shield of his flying protection was active again and he pivoted to face the structure they had been told to call Golden Crown. Right in time to see a miniature black hole swallow the inferno created by the cane particles. By the feathers of the Primarch. What was that? Elohim almost wanted to believe it was a hallucination, but everywhere his sensors reached, the fire spread by battle groups Dnieper and Berezino was swallowed by black holes or struck by storms of green energy. It was impossible, completely impossible. This was technology even the most arrogant tech priests had never pretended to master, and yet it was here. He was a Red-Wing space marine. In 1 second, all his training reasserted itself. As did his priorities. Control. Status of the Xenos shipyards. Shipyards, by the breath of Baal. The shipyards are only slightly damaged. I repeat, the shipyards are only slightly damaged. Battleship activations. Battleship activations. 10, 20, 40, over 60 Cairn-class battleships are in preliminary activation mode. The count rose second after second. But Elohim had already made his decision. Dragon wings. Form on me. It seems. The count finally stabilized at 175 battleships. It seems the Xenos had more surprises than our information suggested. All weapon limitations are off. We must destroy these monsters before they're able to bring their defensive countermeasures online. He didn't need to tell them what would happen if they weren't successful. Even with the reinforcements of Lady Weaver soon to come, the Imperium couldn't fight that many Necron capital warships. It wouldn't be a battle, it would be a one-sided massacre. We are with you, cousin, the Imperial Fist Squadron commander answered. For the Omnissiah and his chosen, the Mechanicus Skitarii commander prayed. Charge! The sole Black Templar of the formation bellowed. And they did. 1,000 dragon armors, the veterans of countless campaigns, taken from multiple war zones to receive these swift and deadly draconic mounts. 1,000 beings, supported by 1,000 fiery machine spirits, and with 2 massive battle fleets providing a storm of annihilation in support. A storm which partially disappeared in the same black holes which had neutralized the first inferno wave. But it was not ammunition wasted. No guns targeted them as they accelerated to place themselves in firing positions. The sight was one worthy of several nightmares. 15 kilometers long Xenos hulls were bringing their systems up to full power, the metallic ties linking them to the shipyards breaking or disappearing one by one. For all the oaths we have sworn. Elohim barked. Fire. Arch Mechanicus El Dorado. Archmagos Prime Gast of Hediatrix. Praise the Omnissiah. The Dragon attack force has destroyed more than 50% of the battleship force and the defensive system which prevented us from inflicting wide-scale destruction. Gast of Hediatrix allowed himself a very discreet sigh of relief before acknowledging the report of the tactical officer. So they did, the Archmagos Primus nodded, and it cost them dearly. Of a wave of 1,000 plus dragon armors it should have been 1,200, but other commitments had decreased the available number. 260 had died to inflict this terrible blow to the Necrons. Finish them. Seconds later, his own Arch Mechanicus and dozens of capital ships transformed the Xenos shipyard into something which wouldn't be of any military use for centuries. The remaining Necron battleships joined those Lady Weaver had destroyed at Volga in death's embrace. How did they find something to neutralize the cane-generated flames so quickly? I suspect it wasn't a case of find. The Martian-born tech priest affirmed as he analyzed the space battle raging around him and arrived at unpleasant conclusions. The Xenos are jamming the entire zone. Yes, Archmagos. We don't. We are up against someone competent. He interrupted, not caring about the apologies. The Necron commander has understood that, since they haven't yet figured out how to crush us via their own teleportation, the priority is to deny us the same ability. That way, we can't send more space marines onto the Golden Crown. And while we have destroyed the main shipyard sections, we have barely crippled between 13 and 16% of the Golden Crown's industrial capacity. The pre-battle simulations had estimated the devastating assault would be enough to wipe out over 60%, if his data memories were correct. The Astartes can still deploy via drop pods. One of his promising subordinates suggested. No, they can't. Gastafhediatrix was tempted to curse as he saw the identification codes of only half of the Deathwatch extraction vehicles arrive on his tridimensional command screens. They have suffered enough casualties that if we use them now, we won't have a reserve of them left in 30 minutes. Prepare the 3rd Skitarii Legion for an orbital assault. 2 frigates which had advanced to provide cover fire for the retreating dragon armors were wiped from existence. Judging by how fast the slaughter was, there would be no survivors. Archmagos, with all due respect, while a Skitarii Legion is used to heavy opposition in the noble goals of the quest for knowledge, the Necrons are going to reinforce their golden crown. We are likely speaking of hundreds of thousands of casualties. Millions of casualties are likely, the voice of Mars among the Nyx Council emotionlessly corrected. It is a price I am willing to pay, and so is Battle Group Dnieper. These structures are not only shipyards, they are weapon production centers, research facilities for new terrible technologies, and troop mustering plates. The more are left intact today, the more trillions of tech priests and servants of the Omnissiah are going to die in the decades to come because we didn't destroy them in time. It wasn't an easy choice, but it was the only strategic decision that would allow this campaign not to end in a complete disaster. Deep inside his partially mechanical body, the Archmagos felt a brief moment of amusement as certain Magi suddenly realized why he and his fellow Archmagos had been chosen to lead the brutal assault against the Necron Crown world. Their competence undoubtedly helped, but above all, it was because they already knew how bad the military situation could become if things went wrong and they hadn't flinched. They were the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and they had calculated how dangerous the Sodic dynasty would prove to be for the Imperium of mankind if it was allowed to conquer the stars again. The Golden Crown was their primary instrument of galactic conquest. It had to be destroyed. Capture was impossible given the current conditions if they wanted the grand design of the Omnissiah to survive in the Eastern Fringe. The 3rd Legion is prepared. Beta Kappa assault pattern. The Magos of Nyx shook his head. It is going to be a new Kamarak, isn't it? No, Gastafhediatrix was prompt to make sure his subordinate did not misunderstand. It is going to be worse. The Necrons have a military reaction rate beyond anything the Eldar ever showed, and we have already seen 6 unknown weapons within 1 hour. They have neutralized the Kane particles in our teleportation assets. A lot of green flashes characteristic of Necron teleportation arrived on the inner Xenos plates which had been left untouched by the bombardment. The auspexes of the El Dorado weren't able to conduct at a precise tally, but the Archmagos knew this meant hundreds of thousands of metallic Xenos materializing to protect the Golden Crown's remaining facilities. The battle line will advance. We must support the transports and the assault of the 3rd Skitarii Legion as best as we can. No, this wasn't Kamarak. But as Doom Scythes teleport just outside maximal effective torpedo range, the voice of Mars promised himself this enemy was going to know defeat too. 4 days. He had to destroy the Golden Crown and hold for 4 days. It sounded far simpler 12 hours ago. The Golden Crown. Overlord Imodic the Storm Lord. Imodic wasn't angry when he teleported onto the Golden Crown. He was murderously enraged. Where were the Killer Sentinels and the Battle Reapers? Where were the Annihilation Batteries? Where were the Tomb Towers? He knew the answers before anyone responded, of course. They were respectively, missing, deactivated, unavailable for another year or 2, and missing several key components. The few Sodic overlords and Nemzers regularly awakened to maintain the defenses of Mandragora had grown criminally lax while the majority of the dynasty was sleeping. No wonder enemy races believed they had a chance to successfully launch an assault upon the Golden Crown. If he hadn't activated the emergency measures, there would be nothing but cinders left. Mighty Storm Lord, I am honored by thee. You are the senior Nemzer in charge, I assume. The veteran of the war in heaven didn't waste the energy turning his head would require. There had been an overlord, but he had been torn apart in the first wave of attacks and it would be many Mandragoran years before he was allowed to regain a body. I am. It is my greatest pleasure to. Imodic clicked his fingers. The closest Lit Guard decapitated the incompetent before he could pollute the Golden Crown with his idiocy any further. This humiliating series of defeats has lasted long enough, the Overlord declared in a voice so cold the surviving Nemzer snapped to attention, believing correctly they were next on the chopping block if they didn't correct their mistakes. Faeron Josakat is aware of your failures, and let me tell you, he is very unhappy you have allowed the enemy to destroy our mothballed fleets. So am I. You are going to earn your redemption by charging at the enemy formations trying to gain important footholds on the Golden Crown. If you fail, you'd better self-destruct your necrodermis bodies and your engram back UPS, because I assure you it will be far less unpleasant than what I have in mind for you. The Storm Lord turned towards the oppressor and all his subordinates who had arrived a moment ago. The same is true for all of you. For all the incompetence shown by the Suraken dynasty and the unpredictability of the vermin born from the Crix spores, your battles were fought and lost in a manner which makes me ashamed to be a Sodic. We will try to earn our redemption by slaughtering these parodies of our glorious necrodermis bodies. The very fact you have only scorn for an enemy which has repeatedly kicked in your skulls does not give me great confidence in your endeavor, Imodic retorted acidly. But since you volunteered, who am I to deny you the chance? And to say he had believed Thokmeter a capable tactician. No, losing against these orcs was not a humiliation by itself, but if the Surican Cryptex had not initiated a mass recall of his entire fleet, he would have perished along with millions of Necrons, because he had forgotten to watch his flanks. Take 5 destroyer and 3 infantry phalanxes. Advance and retake the hyper-alchemical weapon center. I will send the scarabs and tomb stalkers as soon as they arrive from Mandragora. And this time, do not fail. He would have dearly loved picking apart the flaws and the monumental tactical and strategic errors, but there wasn't any time. The royal phalanxes will advance under my command, supported by 5 monoliths. I want the Night and Doom scythes preceding my offensive in a twin-headed snake formation. What are you doing standing immobile? Go to the reserve hangar base and rouse the machines. The arcs are not going to come here by merely staring at a command node. Where are the reserve cryptex? They have to activate the chrono reversal before time dilatations become impossible in this battle. I want the status updates of all the orbs transmitted to my command. I want. Slowly, too slowly, the war machine of the Sodic dynasty finally started to move again. But it was still unacceptably slow. Even for those having spent several years fighting and calculating, it was an appalling pace of operations. Emotic banished his anger and barked new orders. It was now a race between him and the enemy, and he didn't intend to lose it. The Warp Trail HJB-512I. Super Battleship Tiska's Revenge. Approximately 9.501.310 M35. Magnus the Red. The Battle of Mandragora has begun. No surprise showed on his brother's face. Magnus had not expected any. Really, the Primarch of the Wordsbearers drawled. And Weaver. She has almost reached the system, the Lord of the Planet of Sorcerers replied. You could locate her yourself if you tried, you know. The light of the Ether Gold artifact is impossible to miss where it shines in the Sea of Souls. Unlike some, the 17th Primarch rose from his throne to approach the communication mirror, allowing them to speak with each other like they were in the same room despite being in the warp. I do not have a greater blessing from the Architect of Fate to hide my presence from him. And I have other sorceress rituals I must keep active. Magnus' sole response was allowing a smirk to form on his face. Allies they may be, but he didn't work for free, and neither did his sons. How certain are you of this battle's outcome? Lorgar asked at last. Not very, he admitted more freely than he would in front of someone not of his dysfunctional family. The Necrons have activated their world's null fields, and though they don't have enormous power or anti-scrying capability, they're a major nuisance. I have also felt something else. Something significant is going to happen at Mandragora. Something which is going to sever many threads. And no, Magnus waved theatrically, I am confident it won't be one of Weaver's actions this time. This could prove quite problematic for our great plan. It was his great plan, the plural wasn't necessary. But why bother informing him of this boring detail? We are still many days away from our target. One of the squadrons about to leave the Maelstrom could reach Mandragora long before the opening of the Tier of Nightmares. Assuming they managed to escape the vigilance of the Maelstrom's sentinels, Lorgar didn't dismiss the strategic advice, but he didn't exactly endorse it either. I will only give them their orders once I am assured they haven't disappointed me, again. The fiasco with Samek has proved several of my Galmech Dark Apostles can only be trusted to remain in their cathedrals while the fate of the galaxy is about to be decided. Well, it was him who had said it. He wasn't going to go against a Primarch's opinion of his own legion, especially when the Urizen's viewpoint was largely accurate in this case. The forces of the Imperium at Mandragora are going to fight for their very lives, the 15th Primarch began. It wasn't a reassurance, but it was revealing minor information he had picked up on via subtle scrying and second-tier slaves. Whoever wins that exercise of mutual slaughter, it is not going to be quick, and this time, it won't be a one-sided massacre like Kamarak. Most of the threads I have done my best to influence give us enough time to secure all necessary conditions for the tier ritual. Either the Battle of Mandragora will still rage while we are victorious, or the Necron Pyramid will escape once more. No matter the outcome, we win. He would win. And Korux. Ah, so that was the real reason his brother wanted to speak with him so urgently. I don't know where Korux is, the Daemon Prince lied blatantly. Who could blame him? After so many truths, lying was somewhat a mark of favor and a proof of his skill. I feel his presence among the Grand Armada, but locating him precisely has proven to be frustrating. And you mock my capacity to not locate someone or something half a galaxy away. Magnus showed a sign of irritation, not making one would be tantamount to telling Lorgar he should start developing some heavy suspicions. Weaver does not exactly try to hide from my sight, in fact, with her luminous pylon, the new favorite of their father was doing the total opposite. Between the song of her sugar-addicted insect, several ether gold items, and her own presence of sacrifice, the living saint was broadcasting her presence so powerfully that Magnus was sure Tsianch had assigned 9 Lords of Change watching her for the rest of her life as punishment. On this point, she and our estranged brother can't be more different. It was a statement of authority and a challenge. Magnus applauded the sheer brazen guts it took for someone to do that, and had no intention to answer it. If Kabandha and several others wanted to fight her in personal combat, good for them. The Primarch of the Thousand Suns wasn't going to try his luck against her, thank you very much. The Pale Naga was a clear example that while something of his power had an advantage, it wasn't as big as the servant of Slaanesh had believed, and there were mutilations no one, not even something possessing the power of a Primarch and a god, could heal easily from. Besides, why would he go challenge the successor of Sanguinius when it would result in a decrease of opportunities, not an increase? And of course, the Raven Lord has allied himself with the last members of your little rat problem. This one had been quite fun to observe, honestly. Yes, he had invented a ritual to rid one planet of its rodent population, power of anarchy or not, but Magnus had decided to wait until Lorgar begged him to intervene. It had been a minor surprise to realize Aurelian hadn't at any moment intended to ask for it, perhaps because it was giant, furry, treacherous, backstabbing rats. Bah! Lorgar didn't know it, but he and his forces had provided plenty of amusement to the gods and everyone with the eyes to watch. He will pay for that. Perhaps, brother, Magnus feigned to agree for a few seconds, but in the meantime, he's wreaking havoc in your cruisers. How many did he destroy since we left Cadia behind us? 5. The communication was cut shortly after, and once Magnus was assured no one save Tsianch could hear him, he exploded in laughter. Truly, if he had known participating in a Black Crusade was so amusing, he would have left his tower a couple of millennia ago. Grand Cruiser Holy Persuasion. Dark Apostle Oryx the Persuader. He was killed where? Your illuminated presence. The mortal was shaking like a being in the throes of possession now. We found him dead in the toilets, the bomb was hidden, air. Oryx couldn't control his rage anymore and drew his holy chainsword, an all-encompassing hatred seizing him and pushing him to vent his loathing. When he returned to a calmer mood, the dozens of mortals who had been prostrated before him were scattered in so many pieces he couldn't discern which appendage had belonged to whom. Oryx didn't care. Scum of the lower decks like those, there always were more waiting in the depths of the holy persuasion ready to step in to fill the shoes of their dead predecessors. This wasn't the case with the legionnaires under his command, no matter how young they were, which was why he had not killed them for their not-so-insignificant number of failures. By the holy temples of Sikaris, the Persuader began when he was certain his rage wasn't going to explode like it just had. I should kill you here and now. But Lord Dark Apostle, how could we imagine the Koraphos was going to be ambushed in the toilet? It was. I do not want to hear the word toilet in my presence anymore, Oryx hissed, and I notice that for all your protestations, the heretical rat managed to escape, again. It plunged into the sewer conduit before we even entered the ambush site. We couldn't follow it, Lord Apostle. Why, oh bless Lorgar, why was he given so many morons to serve as his armored fist? Surely a Dark Apostle of his towering experience deserved a far more prestigious and experienced command. Idiot! He snarled. I know very well Astartes can't maneuver inside the conduits of the Holy Persuasion. But if you had studied the design of my ship like you were supposed to, you would know this conduit leads to section H5, and from there, the water recycling facilities and hydroponic cultures section. It was there you should have rushed to catch the heretical creature, or failing this, contacting the closest force to that compartment to ensure a squad was ready to ambush it as soon as it emerged. But you did nothing, and it is your fault the assassin rat has escaped again. The more he thought about it, the more Oryx believed the only utility of these unworthy souls masquerading as word-bearers was to be possessed and then thrown into the thickest fighting he could find. That way they would inflict plenty of damage to the dogs of the false emperor, and it would allow him to gain some influence in the eyes of Kor Phaeron. You are the definition of failure. As long as you are unable to catch and kill the rat, get out of my sight. The bridge of the Grand Cruiser emptied quickly in the next few seconds, save for the slaves taken from Volskani and plenty of other raided worlds, and the Mechanicum machine overseers, the 100+ space marines and other rat-catching groups departed. Good riddance. Oryx didn't remove his helmet, he wasn't able to anymore, but his disappointment was such he deeply wanted to tear it off, if only to place his real skin against an altar and beseech the Pantheon for new solutions. He knew anarchy was a test of the three because the word-bearers had failed to read the signs and intervene at Kamarak, but the huge expansion of the Legion made to resolve the problem was creating major problems of its own. It didn't matter that there were tens of thousands of new word-bearer legionnaires if their minds weren't dedicated to the Book of Lorgar and they failed at the simplest military tasks. The sound of someone or something striking a metallic door forced him to interrupt his meditation. When I say to get out of my sight, I mean it, I do not want to be disturbed. And then his gaze met the black eyes of Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard. Ah! Not exactly the most eloquent answer he could give, but surprise could and did impact even the mind of a transhuman chosen of Lorgar. I suppose you've come to kill me, then. I have come, the voice was barely above a whisper, just as numerous slaves and Mechanicum automatons fell, decapitated, to inform you the thousands of legionnaires you keep in the lower decks have somehow learned there is a vacancy for the position of Corifos, and now they intend to choose the winner by a death tournament in the cages. That is yes, this was ridiculous. The 17th Legion wasn't the World Eaters, they didn't choose their Corifos like that. Your work, I take it. It didn't take much, the shadowy son of the false emperor shrugged. A whisper here, a whisper there. And while they fight, your slaves are rising in rebellion around the Enginarium. Module capacitors for your lances are going missing as we speak. Plasma conduits are going to have some unfortunate leaks. This is going to be your last victory, Raven Lord. Oryx shouted. Blessed Lorgar will know what has happened there in a few minutes, and this ship will be isolated, quarantined, and then destroyed. Your death and those of the rodents you have allied yourself with are inevitable. He won't. As we speak, your Urizen believes he is hunting me in the bowels of the excrement pit you are calling the trees a Jun. Magnus could disabuse him of that notion, but I have a feeling the Cyclops won't bother to intervene unless I target his precious last sons. A lightning claw hit something behind the hololith, too quick for his eyes to follow. Now I have a gift to give you. More bombs with too many red wires. No, and for the first time, the Primarch smiled. Oryx preferred he wouldn't have done that, it was more frightening than his conversational face. And for your information, there is no way to conventionally deactivate a Skaven bomb. They simply don't see the point of not blowing something up once it is set to explode. You can sort with heretics of the foulest sort. In this galaxy, Corax replied, we are all guaranteed to be heretics for someone. Catch. A little cube was thrown, and Oryx caught it without effort. 1 second later, a hololithic image of one of the corpse emperor's blind priests materialized and began to speak. Greetings, my children. I welcome you into the peaceful and loving embrace of our Lord and Savior, the God Emperor. When he stops speaking, you will have to recite his entire sermon without a single mistake, but I'm sure that with your eidetic memory, that won't be a problem, right? It would, and the Primarch knew it. Certain acts and words would enrage the entities he had bargained with, no matter how insincere he was uttering the sentences. Praise the Emperor, for his sacrifice is the salvation of mankind. I will kill you, Corax. But the Primarch had already disappeared, leaving only a cascade of black feathers, and a green lit bomb which might activate at any moment. 22nd most wanted being of the Imperium. Dead only. Krieg Acerbus. The Axii Master. The Prince of Night. Traitor Space Marine. Pirate Admiral. Pirate Slaver. Terror-bringer sworn to the archenemy. Excommunicate Traitors. Extremis Alpha threat. Endangerment of Alpha-class Navy assets and below acceptable to eliminate the threat. Warning, nothing short of an Alpha-sized battle fleet can counter this traitor's fleet. Reward, 800 trillion throne gelts, 1 sector overlordship, title of Avenger of Onslaughten, ovation proclaimed in 5 different sectors with the accompanying privileges, 1 star fort, permanent assistance of a Navy battle group, 1 medium-sized cruiser shipyard, etc. Battleship in Terror's name. Terror Lord Krieg Acerbus. Every Astartes needed a place to rest as long as he didn't reach the apotheosis the gods bestowed upon their greatest champions, and the Night Lords were no exception to this rule. In fact, given how murderous and prone to murder, and violence, the orphaned sons of Conrad Kurz could be on an average day, they required a resting place and a backup one, just in case someone managed to trash the first and the owner happened to survive it. The private quarters of any warband commander were thus extremely difficult to access for anyone not keyed into the security systems. Mechanicum Psytac, animals picked up on the most lethal of death worlds, millennia-old sorceress wards, old-fashioned laser-filled corridors, and acid dispersers to name just a few, there was no shortage of things a clever veteran could use to protect his most precious treasure, his life. At the moment, Krieg Acerbus, Axii Master of the Night Lords, Prince of Night, senior commander of all Night Lords involved in the 5th Black Crusade, was secure in the knowledge he had clearly not protected his rooms enough. What good was it to have Nostramo bloodbats guarding the entrance if there was an Alpha Legionnaire smiling smugly at you in the middle of your innermost sanctum? No one save my personal servitors and slaves is authorized to enter my quarters without my permission, Krieg growled. You are neither. But since you have arrived here unarmed and without raising a single alarm, I will give you the courtesy of delivering the oh-so-fascinating words you clearly have prepared. Speak carefully, son of Alpharius, for they will be your last. I have come, the smaller and scaly armored Chaos Marine claimed, as an emissary of my god. The blue-green theme the Hydra was so infamous for disappeared, replaced by a strange combination of black and white with a horned bestial head coming into existence where the multi-headed snake should be. It appears the rumors about Arcos and your detached commands were true. You have gone utterly mad. Mad. The Astartes' eyes were suddenly far less innocent than they were a second ago. Tell me, heir of Kurz, was it not madness to follow the orders of the Night Haunter when it was obvious his grasp on reality had long since ceased to be? Krieg threw his fist without thinking. But his opponent evaded the blow, contorting his body as if his power armor could be twisted like one of those unique clothing materials the assassin Orm used for its killer slaves. The white-black Alpha Legionnaire could have exploited the gap in his defense. He didn't. There was no choice but to answer the infuriating question. You know about the sire bond. You know we had no choice but to obey, as long as we considered him our lord. No, you didn't, the other mocked him. Spare me the false pretenses. You always were a legion of carrion animals, Axie Master. The only reason you stayed by the Night Haunter's side was to claim his throne when he would name his heir. Except he didn't, and when the lion came for your heads, the 8th Legion broke. Spare me the mockery, he imitated the tone of the infiltrator. You are in no position to insult me, given how dispersed and broken your own legion is. We fell far as our sire went mad and let that assassin kill him, but at least he went to his death knowing what he fought for, and he left us with a mission. Can you say the same, false serpent? The grin and the arrogant attitude were no more. The white-black knot snake was baring his fangs after his judgment. Maybe, it was obvious the word was uttered as a substitute for go to the eye of terror and die in it, but it is not question of comparing our two legions today. It is a question of reuniting them. And while we have taken the first steps on its path, it is clear yours could benefit from some divine help. Fortunately for you, Lord Malal is a kind and generous master. The beast of anarchy, the prince of the night scoffed, noticing there had been a twinge of power behind the name. Arco's betrayal and the change of allegiance of his warband had undone some of the power behind Sikaris' ritual, then. If he promises a legion, it will be one where the title of commander will mean nothing, since outside of my sight, lieutenants will try to usurp me no matter their oaths and the pacts tying them to me. The warband he commanded wasn't exactly stable, but it would be a model of order compared to if he allowed the rat deity to sink its claws into the souls of his murder packs. And besides, your proposal conveniently forgets that in the Great Game, the pantheon of chaos only tolerates one legion per god. This had been one of the earliest discoveries for those who assiduously studied the Great Game. The gods were jealous, and didn't tolerate anyone breaking up the equilibrium between their factions. This Black Crusade was evidence of that made manifest in flesh and metal. But even after Kumarak, this rule had been maintained and enforced, and Krieg wasn't stupid. If that accord survived where other things didn't, it was better to not push in this direction. The Emperor's children were bound to Slaanesh. The Death Guard is sworn to the Grandfather. The World Eaters are the collared hounds of the Blood God. The Thousand Sons were duped by the Architect of Fate. Check, little snake. The allegiances are clear. If you try to convert the Alpha Legion to the worship of rats and utter disorder, you may be able to succeed, but not if you spread your infection to 2. Who says our most anarchic lord intends to limit himself to 2 legions? We are the rising power, the army which will submerge the galaxy as you have exhausted your strength. We are the bloodied knife on the abandoned battlefields. We are the shadows in the underhives. We are. You are raving mad. Krieg Acerbus finished while drawing a plasma gun he had once taken from the corpse of a word-bearer in the Legion Wars. And my warband won't follow that abomination of a deity, thank you. This time, the Alpha Legionnaire didn't evade in time, in fact, he didn't evade at all. Our victory is unavoidable. The dying Astartes, at that moment, had his weakening voice filled with such fanaticism he could have been a word-bearer. Praise Malal. It took a second shot in the head to silence him forever. Sodic Space. Mandragora System. Arc Mechanicus Terminus Technicus. 8.503.310 M35. Archmagos Dominus Executor Samartian Eta Eta. Archmagos, we have lost all contact with the third war cohort of the second macroclade. The closest Magos Dominus announced. VIDcast recordings suggest they were caught in a trap consisting of several millions of these Canopitex scarabs. Then they are with the Omnis Sia now, Samartian answered. The first macroclade is now at risk of being outflanked. Order them to take defensive positions 200 meters back from. The hololith flashed to report the destruction of another light cruiser. What hit our fleet this time? The Archmagos commanding battle group Dnieper inquired. It looks like a god engine-sized accelerator cannon, Archmagos, one of his subordinates faithfully reported. How were they able to open the whole structure to fire it? I haven't. They are bringing 20,000 of their infantry warriors against the second macroclade. Hover vehicles detected in great numbers. Magos Theta. How long until the dragon armors have finished with the doom scythes? I'm afraid it will take a few more hours, Archmagos. That wasn't what Samartian Eta Eta wanted to hear. But before he could remark upon it, new threats arose. 2 more destroyers were destroyed, at least it was only Cobras this time. Archmagos, the number of dead Skitarii has reached 500,000. You wanted to be warned when? Yes I did. Using his mechadendrites to tap on his 3-dimensional command table was not soothing at all. How is Archmagos Hediatrix's battle group faring? They have not lost a battleship so far, Archmagos. They unlike us weighed heavily despite not being vocalized, but their progression towards the heart of the Golden Crown has also been stopped for more than 3 hours. And their proportional damage in fighter and dragon wings has been above 50%. The report wasn't over, obviously. The bad patterns and disasters were relayed at an unprecedented pace. Between their losses and our own, we must have lost an entire legion in this hellish war zone. Yes, Archmagos. And our space losses haven't exactly been insignificant either. Still, the Necron fleet mustered outside maximal range of the Nova cannons appears unwilling to face our fire. And the Imga monolith hasn't moved a kilometer beyond what is necessary to keep its orbit around the star of Mandragora. We can only thank the Omnissiah the Xenos are waiting, Samartian noted coldly. Though I don't suppose they're going to wait much longer, as the attrition saps our naval strength. The Necron, surviving fleet, remains inferior in numbers and tonnage to ours. That would be more reassuring if their ground commander wasn't anticipating every new battle protocol we implement on the Golden Crown. More bad news flowed into his noosphere command levels. More Skitarii and Electro-Priests killed. The Necron weapons were not giving light wounds, not with the kind of molecular disintegrating effect everything from the smallest infantry gun to the towering anti-air pylons were equipped with. If it touched something vital, it didn't matter if you were organic or metallic, you were dead or so close there was no difference. Samartian had not reached his current rank by being a defeatist. Maybe some lesser servants of the Omnissiah arrived to high-level ranks in lesser forges, but Adermedian had always struggled, endured, and fought on since its creation. Their very existence had been an insult to Mars, and they had paid dearly for it more than 4,000 years ago on the black sands of Istvan V. Adermedian still lived. And if the forges of their home world had survived, it was because like many long-lived organizations, they had turned defeat into victory millions of times. Sometimes it had even been him in command. But today Samartian wasn't seeing a path to victory. Worse, he had the disagreeable impression the enemy commander was playing with him, countering his favorite tactics and protocols before he gave the first command which would lead to their execution. A part of his still organic brain insisted nobody could be that good. The other part of his brain and the visions of his Skitarii getting slaughtered by the tens of thousands told him that good or not, he was outmaneuvered no less than 27 times in the last hour. He had failed the chosen of the Omnissiah. Samartian knew Gastaf Hediatrix was failing in a similar manner, but that was no consolation. Lady Weaver had trusted him with command of this battle group, and he wasn't validating the confidence she had placed in him. 1 battleship, 1 battlecruiser, 1 war bark, 4 cruisers, 7 light cruisers, 21 corvettes, 34 destroyers, and 45 frigates destroyed with all hands. That was the sum of his losses in less than 2 days of battle, if one didn't count the hundreds of fighters and bombers, and he was unable to secure the plate-sized sections of the Golden Crown he had landed troops onto, or finish the sabotage and destructions which had begun with the first attack wave. The Golden Crown of the Sodic dynasty was heavily damaged, there was no question about it. But there was heavily damaged and there was crippled for centuries. With 20% of its sections destroyed beyond even the Necron's capability to repair and 25% heavily damaged, this superstructure of Xenos industry was far from doomed, as the tens of millions of abominable constructs released every hour or so proved. All of this led him to a single, inescapable conclusion. The orders of the chosen of the Omnissiah had left him a wide range of options, both to interpret his command relationship with the voice of Mars and the attack protocols implemented. They however left no doubt as what he was supposed to do when facing an unwinnable situation like this one. Magos. Cogitator calculations on achieving the alpha-level victory goals. 0.9%, Archmagos. It was 0.9% more than his own estimations, he reflected. It might be because the blessed machine spirits had not had the time to properly assess the performance of the senior Xenos commander. And it was a single commander facing Hediatrix in him, the Archmagos of Adermedian was utterly convinced of it. The tactics weren't similar, but on each front, their Skitarii commanders were assassinated by these all too real death marks, the ranks of silent metal Xenos deployed in seemingly omniscient and flawless tactical breakthroughs. No, Samartian Ada respected, nay worshipped the chosen of the Omnissiah too much, to fail to heed her orders. He had lost, the Necron commander was beating him like a novice fresh out of his first series of simulations. Magi Dominus, new alpha-level orders. Plan Delta Zeta. Activation of the Omega protocols for all units unable to execute. Archmagos, we are speaking of. We must retreat, yes. This hurt. In the last century, never had the Archmagos Dominus Executor transmitted this shameful command. Transmit my new strategy to Battle Group Berzina. Archmagos, we can still continue this attrition warfare for a day or two, he finished the sentence. And when Lady Weaver arrives with Battle Group Volga, our forces will be either too crippled to assist her, or this battle group will be a graveyard of metal and defeated tech priests. Either way, these scenarios will not honor any of the Forge worlds we were given the honor of representing. Gastaf Hediatrix would likely shift some of the blame upon him, unfortunately. The first commander to retreat was never going to receive any congratulations. But Samartya could defend himself against accusations, he wouldn't be able to argue if he was dead. Retreat, the senior Archmagos repeated himself, and slowly, space and ground forces began to implement the complicated order. The Necrons clearly didn't intend to let them evacuate without inflicting as many fatal casualties as they could. The enemy has won this round. The Golden Crown. Vargard Oberon. Oberon had long since realized that every renowned general of the Sotuk dynasty had some quirks, and yes, some had existed long before anyone had a clue something like the biotransference was even possible. Being a loyal and faithful servant of his overlord, the Vargard wasn't going to point out the ones Zendrek showed in public from time to time. Eccentric behavior of Emotic the Storm Lord, whose legendary reputation had made a million stellar systems of Necrons and non-Necrons cower in terror during the War in Heaven, were not secret however. To put it bluntly, the Phaeron's right hand was deeply infamous for severing limbs or other parts of his enemies' bodies before allowing them to escape. That way, they would remember his greatness, and, unofficially, return for a revenge battle where the Overlord would take great pleasure in humiliating them again. Oberon was well aware this was a very high form of arrogance, but truthfully the Storm Lord was so skilled his tactical genius often was described as close to psychic by some foes millions of years ago that, save a few exceptions like a certain Eldinesh sword mistress, Emotic had rarely had reasons to regret his gesture of magnanimity. There was something many Nemzers had forgotten though. The severing a limb wasn't something limited to Emotic's enemies. It also applied to nobles who had disappointed him. And needless to say, when the Storm Lord decided you had failed him, the only thing which could save you from his wrath was an order from Phaeron Josakat. Alas for several useless Nemzers, the supreme leader of the Sotuk dynasty wasn't here. Mighty Storm Lord, we have defended the Golden Crown to the last phalanx. And yet you stand before me, surrounded by your sycophants. The renowned Overlord thundered before taking out a leg this time. You hid in your fortress while the red-robed enemies were destroying the priceless battleships of the Sotuk dynasty. You didn't take command and charge the enemy. You behaved like a coward. Invincible Storm Lord, another Nemzer tried, flattery fighting with fear in his words. While certain tactical errors were made, surely the great victory you won. Victory? Victory? Victory. Look around you, imbecile. This isn't a victory. More than 300 Cairn flagships crippled or destroyed. One more victory like this, and we will be on the verge of extinction. Another such victory and we will have only Mandragora to return to. Do not speak to me of victory. You aren't intelligent enough to understand the meaning of the word. The worst part was the Storm Lord definitely had a point. Wherever he looked, Oberon saw only wide-scale devastation, and the presence of cryptex working to restore the living metal were few and far between. Ruins of pylons and monoliths were everywhere, with the mountain of corpses of organic and metallic enemies surrounding them. Before the Great Sleep, Oberon wouldn't have believed such a thing was possible. But as every certainty of the old age faded, the Vargard found himself less and less astonished. After the surprises of the last battle, finding the Golden Crown unable to repel a small-sized offensive was nowhere near as shocking as it would have been before the Saracons summoned them. You are too harsh, young Emotic, Zendrek stepped forwards once the irritated Overlord had finished taking his tithe of limbs. The systems which should have given them advance warning were dysfunctional or succumbed to entropy. I remember the secessionists seized an opportunity like this one at the Battle of Zendrek. The Storm Lord interrupted. Our capital fleet has just been ruined and will need centuries to regain its strength, so you will excuse me if I fail to be amused by the sheer incompetence of the Overlords and Nemzers ordered to guard the Golden Crown with their very lives. They have saved nothing. By my very conservative estimates, the enemy lost over 1 million metal organic hybrid warriors, which was approximately 1/12 of their initial effectives. The number 12 being for some reason significant to these strange enemies, this was a sufficient blow to force their two commanders to order the retreat. The problem is they are painfully aware of the fact I am going to reinforce the Golden Crown while they are regrouping their damaged ships and ground assault forces. There aren't many logical reasons, and these enemies behave according to very logical orders and formations, for them to behave like that. They await massive reinforcements, Zendrek noted. Just Oberon thought it in his engrams. It is highly likely the sizable secessionist fleet that proved so formidable against the throne of Oblivion is on its way. Yes, if the Storm Lord was peeved about his suzerain's secessionist categorization, he didn't show a sign of it. I am going to recall all the ships I can, of course, but with our domains under attack everywhere, there won't be many battleships intact ready to answer. That's why I refused to engage your fleet so far, we simply can't afford to lose it anymore. The Golden Crown is going to be a shadow of its former glory for countless eons, and many shipbuilding marvels of the War in Heaven are out of our grasp now that the Citan are shattered. It is imperative that in the great naval engagement to come, we emerge victorious. And we can't do that if we begin to waste our strength against lesser opponents. I still think the prospect of unity would convince the secessionists. Lord Emotic. Imperial breach in orbit of Mandragora. Distance 60,000 kilometers. 60, the immaterium piercing drives can activate so close to a planet. And that is far too close to counter the gravitic pull. Check the numbers again, the only race which would try that before the Great Sleep was. An enormous rumble filled their communications, as impossible as that was. And when a new voice roared, Oberon knew for sure it wasn't a Necron speaking. Alright Uze gits. Tinjits, Domies, Uze lot need ta ave explained how we make a good scrap. Daka is best, but Uze need boys to show Uze proper stuff. War bosser guard is air. Come fight us. Waig. And thousands, no millions of barbaric voices roared and repeated the same war cry. Waig. Imodic rarely showed his fury, but this time, the veteran of the war in heaven was obviously making an exception to the rule. Whose idea was it to begin the Great Sleep without exterminating the Krik remnants first? Mandragora's high orbit. Space Hulk Mega Defiler. Warbosser guard the metal defiler. Boss. Boss. We're too close to the Tin-Eats planet. Nonsense. The enormous chosen of Gork and Mork shouted. Weezy good. Weezy can shoot at dem. An enormous green ray narrowly missed the Mega Defiler, his big new flashy ship he had, convinced the other war bosses to offer him. It struck a cruiser and the explosion was just, pretty. Gork Z fist. De Tin-Eats ave some nice Daka air. Urgard scratched his head to wonder how the gun had managed to blast the cruiser's shields, before deciding to pursue a more interesting idea. Ize want it for de Mega Defiler, boys. Boss, de supercruisers and your battlecruisers are common and too speedy. That's de red paint, a meat boy nodded. Very good stuff, boss. War boss, ships are coming faster and faster. We're going after de planet. That's good boys. All de Tinjits are air, and Weezy ave arrived faster dan de swarm bringer. Attack formations. There were 3 red buttons close to Urgard, and he smashed all 3 in one hammer strike. Gits and boys. Do Uze want to wag for Eva? Weezy wanna, war boss. Waig. Waig. And his new fleet went on to land on Mandragora in a speedy manner. Urgard didn't care, but a majority of the intelligent races having reached the state of spaceflight would have considered his actions utterly insane, for fleets of such sizes weren't made for crash landing on a world bristling with a Necron orbital grid. But they were orcs, and that race had never been sane. The green roars shook Vox, Noosphere, and Necron communications. The orcs had returned with reinforcements, and the galaxy would shake as they charged. The last one to kill some FING will lose all his teeth. Waig. Waig. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. Inner Palace. 8.505.310 M35. Lord Commander Militant Paul von Oberstein. There were tens of thousands of salons reserved for high-level meetings between the High Lords of Terra, and most of them were filled with so much wealth a single one could likely cover the equipment for an entire army group. The salon chosen for this conversation was no exception to the rule. Between 2 reunions, Paul had checked the history of the location and discovered it had been renovated on the order of High Admiral Julius Nelson in the early years of M33. The man had just been elevated to the High Lordship after a victorious crusade, and wanted to make his mark at the heart of the Imperium. Paul von Oberstein didn't know if the long-dead Navy officer had achieved his political goals, but given that several of his successors continued to use the places he had profusely spent his wealth on, an artistic mark had surely been made. A great oil painting of a major space battle showing Imperial ships triumphing over Eldar raiders dominated the left wall, while several bronze-shaded sculptures likely not inspired by real-life models were providing decoration on the right. The couches, the seats, the hololithic table, and most of the rest of the surroundings included a profusion of gold, blue sapphires, and other precious metals with a heavy navy theme. It was rather extravagant, and completely appropriate for the Lord High Admiral of the Imperial Navy. I am not satisfied by the performance of your War Master. And that was the reminder why he so many times sent devoted officers to the obligatory meetings between Guard and Navy instead of going himself. My War Master. He had voted for Trevain when the time came, but he had been hardly the only one. A majority of the High 12 was required for someone to gain the ultimate imperial rank. I seem to recall the rank belonged to His Most Holy Majesty's Imperium. Surely I do not have ownership of it. It didn't matter. The majority of the men and women who had ever held the rank had come from the ranks of the Imperial Guard. What mattered politically was that theoretically, War Master wasn't a pure militarum rank. Any military adept could rise to these impossible heights, and most often, pay the price, because this was one of the rare jobs as challenging as being a High Lord of Holy Terra. As for his performance, well, he bled the heretics at Cadia. Given the tactical situation he faced, the enormous disparity between his and the heretics' order of battle, and it being impossible to summon the rest of the Agrippina and Belli's Corona reinforcements before the battle was over, I think he followed his orders and avoided a regrettable disaster. Could he have done better? Perhaps, but ours is an easier duty to judge after the guns have cooled down. Rabadash Bing El-Kellerman, whose flamboyant uniform had received several jewels and medals which hadn't been there at their last meeting, muttered something but didn't reply. Unless you have information I do not, I can't in good conscience advocate for a change of leadership at this point of the war. It would be completely catastrophic for the troops' morale. News of the way Cadia had resisted an assault of incredible ferocity, the whispers of miraculous intervention at a decisive moment, and the carnage wreaked upon a good 10 to 15% of the Chaos Supply fleet were spreading everywhere, courtesy of the Munitorum's propaganda, and the way the heretics were charging into Segmentum Obscurus was easily explained as the traitors fleeing the holy wrath of His Most Holy Majesty's counterattack, which wasn't that exaggerated. There were dozens of battle fleets and army groups trying to ambush the slaves of the archenemy. I do not. The admission, for all its emotionless tone, must have cost the blue-clad commander of the Imperial Navy a lot. I remain concerned however how Ender Travain is flouting certain articles of war and using resources to increase his order of battle. You're referring to his unconventional use of the rogue traitors. Amongst other things. To be fair, not that he wanted to be, Rabadash Bing was not a friend. Paul von Oberstein understood the concern of his Navy counterpart. The rank and privileges of a War Master gave Travain a great deal of latitude to conduct his operations and recruit whoever he wanted, but there were unwritten rules. Those very much recommended you'd better inform a High Lord or two of your most secret moves, especially if your actions trampled on someone's prerogatives or privileges. And while the move of Travain had given him an extremely deadly weapon to use against the heretics, the fact remained he had invited what for all intents and purposes was a small fleet of rogue traitors to Cadia, one the Imperial Navy had never been informed of before the chain sword struck. As long as the heretics are a problem, the High Admiral continued, serving himself a glass of wine without asking Oberstein or any of the guard officers waiting behind him if they wanted something to drink as well, I agree with you, a change of leadership would create more problems than it would solve. But I think, in the interest of studying more acceptable options of course, that the decision to end his tenure as War Master the moment the present threat is over must be considered seriously. The officers of the Lucifer Black regiments behind him didn't like that, he knew. Ender Travain was not one of their own. The man was born and trained on Armageddon, but what the arrogant Navy head had said was very close to a betrayal of a man who had just stood against the demonic hordes. It will be considered. However, a lot will depend upon the final outcome of the campaign he is busy organizing. It was a polite way of telling him that if the current War Master managed to corner the heretics he was pursuing and score a decisive victory, there wouldn't be any possible way to fire him, save giving him Oberstein's job, but that would require a supermajority vote of the High 12. Indeed. The blue-blooded scion of one of the wealthiest solar navy dynasties didn't like that. I am sending new blocking forces to reinforce the nodal musters at Elysia and the other northeastern fortress worlds. If the heretics try to cross into Ultima Segmentum, we will have a significant rapier to flank them with. The next several minutes were far more conversational, as Rabadash and Oberstein informed each other of their respective moves to ensure the enormous armada having sallied out of the Eye of Terror was going to die of 1,000 cuts before it could do more damage. And I am sending 100 additional regiments to Cadia, supported by 50 Munitorum support battalions. The damaged and destroyed fortifications need to be rebuilt so that no second wave can succeed where the first failed. The Archcardinal Terran will likely want to send more Frateris Templars, by the way. I know. Anything else would have been surprising. The Cadian and Armageddon officers in charge of redacting the first reports had not exactly been tight-lipped about proclaiming what had happened, and Paul had been one of the rare souls on Terra to see the full high-level message the chapter master of the Silver Skulls had sent to Holy Terra. There had been enormous crusades of faith launched for far less this last millennium. I would prefer that only veteran troops be authorized to enter the war zone, anything else is asking for trouble, but I fear this is likely a pious wish. The pompous Navy officer gave no sign of agreement, but he didn't argue either. This concludes the current deployments ordered by the Astra Militarum for Segmentum Obscurus. What is the next point to discuss? Naturally, the Lord Commander Militant knew what it was, but he preferred the member of the High 12 to say it himself. The next point is an admiral named Ormuz Van Dyer and what must be done about him. Solar Guardian of Records Nicephorus Van Dyer. Maybe his brother was going to see reason this time. It is the fault of that ungrateful War Master and his perfidious Space Marine lackeys. Or maybe not. This was one of the moments he was supposed to let his silence speak louder than his words, wasn't it? Father, Zenobia, the prodigal daughter, began with some embarrassment. The accusations against Ormuz weren't made by the War Master or any member of the Adeptus Astartes. They were filed by the officers of Battlefleet Cadia and the Guard High Command of Kasratyruk. They certainly were vocal in their accusations. What kind of vocal are we talking about here? The Master of the Administratum puffed up his chest threateningly. Admiral von Bismarck declared, ahem, Ormuz was the best Imperial Admiral the archenemy could have wished for. It was fascinating from a purely academic perspective to see how his brother could have his face redden so fast. From the perspective of someone about to endure the explosion of anger, it was not good. Continue. For all the sympathy he felt for his niece, Right now the Solar Guardian of Records wished she threw the vellum document into the next dustbin shredder. Xerxes was beginning to get angry beyond restraint, and redecorating his quarters had cost a countless billions after the victory of Kamarak. Yes, Vice Admiral Crete of Battlefleet Cadia Secundus declared, I am surprised his ship managed to reach the Cadian Gate given how burdensome his incompetence was for his crew. I will have his head. His brother hissed, going from light anger to utter fury in the blink of an eye. Lord Governor von Waldersee, heir, professed his surprise my brother managed to breathe the standard oxygen aboard Navy warships unaided given his manifest stupidity. He is a dead man and will rue the day the heretics failed to kill him. The head of the Van Dyer clan shouted. Inquisitor Gregorio wants his academy grades checked. His academy grades, checked. Nicephorus was at a loss, and he wasn't the only one. Yes, Zenobia affirmed darkly, because it's evident in his opinion no one can have marks so good at the academy and prove so incompetent on the battlefield. Miraculously, and the son of Cagliostro Van Dyer weighed his words carefully here, there was no outburst of violence or outraged scream. The Inquisitors are unable to recognize the competences of my son, was the dismissive reply. Archmagos Kappa 3 insists condemning him to servitor transformation would result in a 50% performance increase of whichever Navy force he is part of. The cogboys can go fuck themselves with toasters and eat their damned cogitators with boiling promethium. Rogue Trader Guts insists my brother is to be checked for abhuman traits, because he showed all the cowardice of a lesser ratling during the battle. Continue, his brother said in a voice trembling with rage before adding, this rogue traitor will be gutted by 1,000 angry apex predators, and his name will be a warning for those who oppose Clan Van Dyer. And Bishop Militant Gross supports burning Ormuz alive, because in his own words he may not be a traitor, but his conduct is an insult to the God Emperor, and that's enough to throw him into the pyre in my opinion. The first object to be seized was a data slate, which was thrown against the wall with predictable results. Nicephorus sighed and prepared himself for the worst. He wasn't going to be disappointed, as Xerxes went on a new rampage. At least he soon rushed out towards another reception room, one filled with far less valuable furniture and artistic decorations. Was that really necessary, niece? Von Oberstein is busy spreading the word via his officers, the Questor Senioress answered, not a trace of apology in her voice. It's better for him to hear it here where he can express his full displeasure. You may be right. No, Nicephorus grimaced, you're completely right. Even if it had just cost them 5 porcelain vases and a lot of other artworks. Still, it wasn't to fix messes like these he had risen in the ranks of the bureaucratic institutions of Holy Terra. As much as your handling of your father was justified, it does not solve the situation Ormuz finds himself in. I suppose the Navy headquarters are going to convene a court-martial. Officially, nothing has been decided, the member of the Ordo Fiducius replied, but our friends say it is more or less inevitable. Nicephorus Van Dyer sighed, again. He was afraid that was the case. A guilty sentence would have harmful consequences for our power base. I know. Zenobia pinched her lips. In recognition of this, I would prefer to avoid a court-martial altogether, even if it results in Ormuz being placed on the list of inactive officers and unable to hold a command for the rest of his career. Especially as so many commissars aren't shy to profess that if he wasn't my father's son, they would have already executed him to make an example. Yes, they would, setting aside Clan Van Dyer. This would also send a strong message to the multitude of Battlefleet Solar's admirals who pinched their noses every time lesser admirals arrived at the throne world requesting reinforcements and more warships while they paraded with 1,000-ship-strong battlefleets. The good news, Zenobia continued, is that the dismissal was made by a space marine, which obviously is an illegal move, and that my brother didn't flee or disobey his superior's orders. The accusations therefore are likely to focus on not doing his utmost to stop the archenemy or something similar. Which is still a death sentence if the panel of judges finds you guilty. If I'm not mistaken, Nicephorus remarked. It is, his niece agreed, but it is far easier to find good military lawyers to defend your case against such accusations. Ah, here they arrived at the foundational stone of the problem. Lawyers, solicitors, noble defenders of the Imperium citizenry, you could name them every way you wanted, the result was the same, they never worked for free. Not on the throne world or anywhere in the Sol sector, at least. It is going to cost us more billions. It wasn't a question. For all his faults, he is my brother. Zenobia had the good sense to be humble. I know father is going to order it whatever you say, but the opposition in the adept clans is disorganized with the recent death of High Procurator Cienfuegos and the succession war his heirs are waging for the throne. Nicephorus tried to estimate the different scenarios and arrived at the conclusion his niece had a point. Unfortunately. You are right that the circumstances allow us to push our influence and resources around far more blatantly than would usually be the case. He conceded. And the Solar Admirals can be urged to defend their privileges and power from outsiders if the situation is presented in a certain way. But, he raised his hand, I want you to understand clearly that we are going to pay for this. The opposition to your father has been momentarily disunited, but it will come back, and this intervention not being opposed doesn't mean it will be forgotten. If we can save him from a court-martial, the effects. I doubt we can prevent a court-martial. Too many officers of different adept uses that we have no way of exerting any influence on want Orma's dead, and we have absolutely nothing to give them. The Adeptus Mechanicus and the Guard, to name the most obvious examples, would delight in executing a Vandir just to prove that they could do it. I would be very surprised if the Lord High Admiral isn't selling Ormuz's hide in exchange for several favors even as we speak. And if the High Admiralty agrees to a court-martial, the only defense is proving his innocence in front of the judges. Fortunately, courts like those are, surprisingly amenable, given the right incentives. No. Yes, the Solar Guardian of Records said bitterly, as long as you have the right incentives. He didn't try to hide his grimace. If Ormuz had charged the enemy with his flagship, all of this could have been avoided. My brother did his best. It was his first time fighting the hordes of the archenemy. It was his first real battle, you mean, Nicephorus corrected morosely. And if that was his best, I would hate to see what he does on a bad day. Segmentum Obscurus. HA6BBW5A System. Emperor-class battleship Majestic Mandate. 8.506.310 M35. War Master Ender Trevain. Ender didn't say a word as the chapter master of the exorcists left his quarters, but it was because he had long experience dealing with stubborn men and transhumans he had to, given how often he met them. That was an unhelpful meeting if there ever was one, his chief of staff commented. Ender clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the HA6BBW5A system visible through his armaglass window. Seeing the red giant in the distance was somewhat relaxing, viewed like this. Of course, from this side of the Majestic Mandate, you couldn't see the wrecks of the traitor flotilla which had tried to escape the pursuit of his forces and been annihilated mere tens of thousands of kilometers away from where he stood. True. The loyal War Master replied after several more seconds where he tried to analyze the situation and came up short of solutions. Space Marines were very wary of everything that threatened their autonomy, secrets, and skills, when the three didn't merge into the same issue. But I had to ask politely, just in case they were in the mood to reveal how their resistance to the sorcery of the heretics works. There were coincidences and there were things which couldn't be. That not a single traitor had been found and thrown through the nearest airlock among space and ground forces as large as the Exorcist chapter had fielded at Cadia beggared the imagination. Assuredly, by the fault of unlucky circumstances, they had not been in the thickest part of the fighting, but the same could be said about the Silver Skulls before the Red Greater Daemon decided to focus on them, and they had taken losses in their serf ranks before that. I wonder, rogue traitor Griffith, the only person to not be a guardsman or an officer of the Imperial Navy near his quarters mused, what would have happened if the living saint the God Emperor sent made contact with this chapter? That was a good question, Ender had to admit. But he was afraid it was one not destined to be answered. The point raised is intellectually stimulating, he smiled, but the living saint, I'm afraid, is not here. An arduous work of investigation had allowed the Silver Skulls to find and retrieve the sacred sword Galatine, several hundred meters below ground, in a hill created by the terrain upheavals and countless corpses, where half of the Cadian first had fought and died to a man against an endless demonic horde to protect it. The champion of Cadia was still holding the holy blade when he died, which made it a complete mystery how their winged savior had wielded it several hundred kilometers away. There is another one active. Ender shrugged. And last time I checked, this celestial highness was campaigning next to the eastern fringe. So I think she has more pressing things to do than answer your question, Colonel January. Now, back to work. Yes, War Master. The hololith flashed to show a star map of the Imperium, though it was one which limited itself to Segmentum Obscurus. As you can see, the heretic fleet has bypassed Cyprum Mundi and every vital system of the second and third echelon of fortress worlds. Our victory here on HA6BBW5A, a point of golden light burned just south of Cyprum Mundi's coordinates, was against a flotilla which had abandoned whichever goal the archenemy leadership has in mind. The course chosen by the heretics and heretics suggests they intend to invade the Gothic sector or one of the domains of the Omnissiah they will reach before that point. I agree this is what their course suggests they are up to, the general of the Praetorian Guard began, but why would they do something so stupid? The Gothic sector is an important sector, untouched by enemies save the occasional orc raiders and fringe cultists, but it isn't exactly critical for the safety of the Imperium. And no offense to the Adeptus Mechanicus, but I don't see why they would need 100 plus battleships to assault one of those. Overkill. Proposed someone. This is way above overkill, they have 3 super battleships. What if they don't stop and continue into Ultima Segmentum? The commander of the Auror Grenadiers proposed. We all know these heretics most likely have friends in the other warp storm of note, the Maelstrom. They do, Ender confirmed. But they have also suffered massive losses in the last decades, courtesy of the Ryza Mechanicus and other armies and fleets. A massive blockade remains at the periphery of the sterilized planets where the tech priests exterminated the heretics. And frankly, he added before anyone could make an objection, we have already destroyed 4 transports and 6 auxiliaries which were unable to keep pace with the furious rhythm the archenemy imposes on its corrupted starships. If they continue at this infernal pace bolstered by their unholy masters, well, they certainly will reach Ultima Segmentum ahead of us. But they will also destroy their transports and plenty of other warships before we shoot at them. We can't be certain of it, but this deserter flotilla likely veered off course because its drives and other parts couldn't keep up. Since the heretics proved they weren't completely stupid at Cadia, we have to assume they are aware of these factors, and have decided they are acceptable to achieve their Black Crusade's heretical purposes. You are right, War Master, the silver-haired rogue trader answered carefully. They are running towards the galactic east as if nothing else matters, but the agitation they create in the warp will break the hulls of anything not a battleship well before they reach the maelstrom. And while we don't know the industrial capacity they had available in the Eye of Terror, I sincerely doubt they have an escort fleet ready for more than 100 battleships ready to launch, or that it can pass without being intercepted. The Blue Eyes had the sort of determination one didn't find often anywhere. If they aren't stupid, if this is truly part of a complicated strategy to lure us into a state of complacency, then the only logical explanation is this move is a feint. They are going to change course soon and strike their true target. I agree, it makes sense, the Elysian general smirked. The problem is that it leaves, oh, I don't know, 30 or 40,000 possibilities on our list of planets vulnerable to attack. The tarot suggests the traders want a crucible, a heavily defended world. Fine, that makes just, 5 or 600 first-tier worlds in eastern Obscurus, and I don't count the shrine and cardinal worlds of these sectors. The night was going to be long. Sodic space. Mandragora system. Mandragora. Indomitable Tomb Palace. 8.507.310 M35. Fair and Joe Sakat. The battle wasn't going well. Seen from the Canoptex sensors prepared by his cryptex, the enemy had managed to conquer 3 small bastions near the locations where their scrap transports had crashed at a speed which should have killed them to the last. But they weren't dead. The old ones had built the cricks to be incredibly resistant to all sorts of damage, and their brutish descendants shared this strength, if not to the same degree. A large section of our orbital grid is slowly being overwhelmed. We need to use the Imperial breakers to stop the flow of greenskin reinforcements. The main defensive system of Mandragora was shooting down 9 out of every 10 of the scrap hulls trying to assault his crown world, but this left 1 in 10 to try insane ramming maneuvers against his citadels. And at such short distances, there weren't a lot of things the Necron artillerists could do to stop the barbaric creatures, despite the arsenal they had at their disposal. We're preparing them, my Faerin. The cryptech assured him. Of course, the Saraken dynasty is not going to be too pleased. Do you see any Saraken Nemzar or overlord supporting our phalanxes, cryptech? The supreme lord of the Sodic dynasty asked rhetorically. Sobekhetep is hiding inside the throne of oblivion, offended we aren't prostrating ourselves in thanks for the devastation he has summoned upon our dynasty. Joe Sakat wished he could say the Dustmaker was an anomaly, but the Saraken dynasty, the pretentious cousins and relatives of that genius Saruk, were on average more arrogant than the commander of the star-shattering weapon built by the broken gods. We need more troops, my Faerin, one of his overlords called out. The Greenskins are deploying millions of infantry troops on the plains, and for all the monolith's slaughtering capabilities, we are slowly being pushed back. Their scrap walkers are also causing enormous indiscriminate damage when they are coupled with their erratic rocket flights. I am reactivating the tomb world as fast as it is possible, the Faerin silenced his subordinate. There is a limit to how much we can reawaken in mere Mandragoran days, unfortunately. And it wasn't like they could accelerate the resurrection protocols for the elites and the nobility. Accelerating the process for the peasant infantry was fine, since it wasn't like they had much intelligence to lose anymore, but for the valuable servants, it was out of the question. Unfortunately, the resources, while increasing massively after each node was awakened and millions of Canoptek machines went to work, was still limited. It was going to take Mandragoran decades to fully awaken the crown world, and the enemy wasn't going to give them that much time. There is one army we can use to reinforce us. Joe Sakat didn't need to question which army his general was referring to. If Amodok abandons the Golden Crown, the Metal Organic Fleet is going to resume its assault, and without him to coordinate the defense, it will fall. He had already been forced to execute over 15 Nemzars for sheer incompetence in addition to the punishments handed out by his most redoubtable overlord. Great Faerin, the Golden Crown will have to teleport out of the system. You are aware of the consequences of what you propose. In a better era, this feat would have been accomplished without losing a piece of necrodermis. But that had been before the Great Sleep. Now, after tens of millions of years of neglect and a devastating bombardment, the pride of the Sodic dynasty's industrial works was in a decrepit state, and no one had tested the teleportation engines for eons. I do, my Faerin. But we need the skill of the Storm Lord, and I think we can discard the 2 damaged sections to consolidate the ones we can save. Assuming we adopt your strategy, the cryptech replacing Orokin began, where we would send it. Our entire domain is being torn apart by war. Gidram, they didn't have to wait long for an answer. It is the only one of our core worlds not currently under assault. Which is peculiar, when one thinks about it, mighty Faerun, Animzer advanced to spit his political poison, that Overlord Zendreka's world is the only one to be spared the wrath of the younger species wishing to usurp from us the galaxy's throne. Zendrek is a loyal commander, one who fights at this very moment for the glory of the Sodak dynasty. Josakat reminded the backstabbing aristocrat. His efforts combined with those of Emodak have already saved the Sodak dynasty from total defeat, and I have no doubt they will save us once more. You could learn a lot from their example, Badak. Mighty Faerun. Another of his royal wardens, realizing this approach had failed, was rushing to the support of his ally. No one denies the great contributions Overlord Zendrek has made to this dynasty, but the old warrior is not who he once was. His mind has not emerged sane and coherent from the great sleep, one has only to hear his ramblings about secessionists. And yet he wins, unlike some Nemzers and Overlord I won't name, the master of the Sodak dynasty replied, I wonder if I should use my protocols to modify your engrams and make you all believe you are fighting secessionists, in the hope it will improve your military tactics. His point made, the Faerun returned to the important subject at hand. The strategy, while unpleasant to order, has merits. Emodak is to teleport the intact assets of the Golden Crown to Gidrum, then recall his army and Zendreka's fleet to Mandragora in order to crush the Greenskin threat. The enemy in the outer system won't try to attack Mandragora directly as long as their reinforcements haven't arrived, he interrupted the Nemzer. The Stormlord has taught them a lesson, they will be slow to pursue, and this gives us a short opportunity to defeat the debased barbaric descendants of the Kriks before one enemy can support the other. This wasn't his preferred strategy, but with the fleets of the Golden Crown destroyed or in dire need of years of repairs, the preferred strategies lacked the military strength to be implemented. Faerun. Mighty Faerun. An overlord teleporting into the middle of his throne room was completely against the protocol, and should have warranted death for the offender. But since he prostrated himself immediately, Josakat ordered his bodyguards by thought order not to disintegrate him. What caused this dramatic entrance, Vayasakatek? Treason, my great Faerun. Foul treason. Per your orders, we breached the complex belonging to Orokin the Diviner, and discovered plans where he outright admitted preparing several hyper-advanced mental and physical sabotage operations so that you would never rise again. That is ridiculous. The senior cryptech blustered. Orokin wouldn't. Josakat teleport the hyperscroll held by the Overlord into his hands, and yes, this was Orokin's writing, and Orokin's arrogance in each and every word. The Diviner had never been a model of humility and modesty, and it seemed that while the Sodak dynasty slept, his arrogance had reached new heights. My Faerun. It is his writing, and his countermeasures to prevent anyone from copying his style. No doubt the traitor thought that no one would breach his quarters while he walked upon my crown world. Rage threatened to explode in his metallic chest and engrams, but the Faerun contained it. The hour was too grave to waste time with promises of retribution. He must have accomplices. Arrest them, Overlord. Josakat addressed his court. In light of this revelation, alliance or submission to the Suriken dynasty is even more unacceptable than it was at the beginning of this campaign. Activate all measures at our disposal to protect ourselves from decerebrating protocols. As for the traitor calling himself Orokin the Diviner, he crushed the hyperscroll in his grasp. We will offer a sizable reward for his capture. Apologies, O noble Faerun Josakat, but how large of a reward are we talking about? Silence suddenly reigned in the throne room of the indomitable Tomb Palace. Uncloaked from a position in the upper galleries where no one had noticed his presence, was a Necron overlord who had never been part of the Sodak dynasty. Treason. In all his collecting glory, mighty Cryptex, secure our vaults. Treason protocols are to be activated. Surely there is no need for lit guards. What are you waiting for? Seize him. Archmechanic El Dorado. Archmagos Prime Gastaf Hediatrix. For some unfathomable reason, the massive Necron spatial complex teleporting away reminded him strongly of Call's damnable experiments. I think, Archmagos Felicia 24 Toledo noted, this decisively answers the question of whether we must organize a new assault before Lady Weaver's arrival. Yes, it does, the Archmagos Prime retorted darkly, pushing back the urge to unleash his frustration at someone. It wasn't her fault the Necrons had reacted to their attack so impossibly fast, and she hadn't been in command, he was. Since I don't see any sign of teleportation translation anywhere near Mandragora, it is clear the Xenos have decided to place what they managed to save somewhere our warships can't fire at. And whoever was in command had not used half measures. Everything which wouldn't resist the infamous molecular instability associated with most teleportation technology had been discarded and then self-destructed. Gastaf had been given a rude tactical lesson several hours ago, but there was only one sound tactical reason to do that, as the might of Battle Group Berzina and Dnieper wasn't in a state to start a new offensive in the next several minutes. The situation at Mandragora must be sufficiently dire for them to recall the army which destroyed the 3rd Legion. There are hundreds of millions of orcs there, Gastov commented. I don't know how they were able to regather in such strength in mere days. The fighting at Volga had bled them, even after they received reinforcements. How they had found several space hulks, not to mention converting them into mobile fortresses, and enough scrap ships to represent a new credible threat to an entire sector, was something beyond Hediatrix's ability to explain. But the greenskins were indeed here, and despite the methodical and monstrous defenses of Mandragora, the suicidal attack wasn't stopping. In fact, the orcs looked like they were making gains on Mandragora's surface. The Omnissiah only knew how many millions of their warmongering idiots the beasts had lost in orbit and before crashing, because given their methods, one couldn't use the word landing, but it had to be catastrophic, even by the standards of the butchery the Skitarii had endured on the Golden Crown. I think it has bled them. Unfortunately, they seem to have found reinforcements, somehow. Felicia 24 Toledo muttered a prayer to the poor machine spirits mistreated by the brutish Xenos before resuming her analysis. There is worse news. Many of the transports crashing on Mandragora are scrap cruisers, but my best Auspex masters have detected strange hulks which we have encountered in the past. And this means Gargants, the envoy of the Fabricator General announced grimly. The probability the Greenskins have brought a force of Gargants to the battlefield is 76%. Of course. Of course the damn Xenos would bring their odious insult to the noble form of the Titans. Our pilots are going to have to review their anti-Gargant protocols and simulations, then. Gastov Hediatrix declared coldly. They will need them when Lady Weaver will move against Mandragora. If she leads us against the orcs, Gastov transmitted a cant demanding clarification, and Felicia developed. We let the orcs and the Necrons weaken each other once. Why not do it a second time? Because if our information is correct, Mandragora is beginning to awaken billions of Necron warriors. The orcs can cause some damage, but once the world is fully awakened, it will defeat the Greenskins with ease, and our chances of breaking through will be infinitesimal. We must attack as soon as possible, and if we need to fight the orcs as they provide a useful distraction at the same time, we will do so in the name of the machine god. I understand. The other Archmagos nodded. I will prepare the troops so that when the chosen of the Omnissiah arrives, she finds us ready to begin the assault against Mandragora. Do so, Gastov approved, and contact the Princeps Maximus. What are you doing on my bridge, Xenos? Violet cape. A series of decorations and trinkets worth a fortune that were completely ruined by the smug metallic grin of the one wearing them. And in his thieving hands, a chest carved with the symbol of the Sodic dynasty. My friends! Trazyn the Infinite exclaimed. What a coincidence to find you here. Do you know where I can find my good friend Weaver? I have important arte, I have important information to give her about the leadership of Mandragora. The Martian Archmagos didn't believe a single word of it. More likely the Necron thief had been caught trying to rob the Sodic vaults. Mandragora. Super Meat Boy Bruck X Bruck. Def Cannon. Red Eyes. Mega Choppa. Red Eyes, Meek Boss. First Mate. Waig. Super Rockets. Arg. Clang. Clang. Arg. Superg. Bruck X Gruck grinned. Everything was ready. Stompa. The Meek Boy screamed loudly so that all the boys knew who was the boss here. Walk out. Waig. Bruck had been too unimportant and not big enough in the last war to command something big, but this time he was, and it was as good as firing more Daka on the tin eats. Fasta. Fasta. Ize want to stomp to tin heads. Wheezy pushing more red buttons boss. Fire at dis Tawathinji. Waik. Green rays exploded against the shields of the big Stompa, and Bruck like every boy inside screamed in joy. Welcome to Mandragora boys. Waik. Boss. Boss. De tin eats flyers coming these way. Diffcopters. Diffcopters. I want diffcopters on dem. The Mega Choppa struck plenty of enemies, and that was good, very orky. Everything exploded around them, and the Def Cannon claimed 5 more kills of these Archmorcus thingies. Then Bruck felt it. The orc couldn't explain how he knew it of course, but he knew what had happened. De Swarm Bringa has arrived boys. Total Yaag is common. Stompa attack. Yaag. Edge of the Maelstrom. The Badab Gate. Battle Barge Plains Master. 9.509.310 M35. Chapter Master Hibu Khan. In case anyone asked him the question, the Great Khan of Kogaris would be the first to admit that staying too close to the Maelstrom Warp Zone was a very bad idea in nearly all circumstances. In the case your navigator didn't try to bribe your officers to mutiny for what was an obviously insanely dangerous idea, the very real dangers which always came with the warp were especially present here and regularly claimed uncountable lives. Some said the Maelstrom was less dangerous than the Eye of Terror. This was absolutely true, but what many souls forgot at their own peril was that the greatest warp storm of the galaxy was so dangerous that going past the Kadayan Gate was typically a one-way journey. In the unlikely case the traitor Astartes, pirates, demons, and everything else that could kill you didn't, corruption of the body and soul generally ensured the patrols waiting at good distance away destroyed you the moment you emerged from it. Thus the maelstrom being less dangerous left a lot of heretical things ready to attack the naive and those who believed they knew better than the Astartes and the military forces fighting to keep the archenemy contained. The maelstrom was a warp storm. That was the only thing which could be taken for granted. Well? Hibu asked as the voice of the storm approached. 3. This time, the Lord of the Chaplaincy answered. All were in the cruise bound for the Enginarium. The abominations of the Empyrean must be afraid, usually they are far more subtle, the Great Khan commented lightly. It is still the second time today I must purge the crew of the Plains Master. And we were slightly under strength when we began this journey. I know. And I am not trying to minimize the losses we suffer waiting here for an enemy which might never come. But tell me, brother, if we had not received these ether gold medallions, in your opinion how much of the crew would we have lost so far? Too many, the voice of the storm reluctantly admitted. And that's assuming we would have been able to maintain a watch without a corrupting fever striking the hydroponic gardens or some affliction unleashing a mutiny at the worst possible moment. Precisely, Hibu nodded, silently thanking the chaplain for his honesty. I am not denying I am taking a risk, but thanks to the material and psychic support provided by the Basileia of Nyx, this risk is calculated and not based on hysterical beliefs. The formidable tides of the warp storm were intimidating as they dominated most of what one could see from the bay of the Plains Master. Hibu regretted it was an Astartes-only spectacle. The non-space marines would certainly be able to find courage in the fact that for all this frightening breach into the reality of the galaxy, humanity was still there, defiant. But you are not here to inform me of another necessary purge. The astropaths have received 2 other messages. 2 cultists uprising have gotten out of control not far from Ryza. These aren't worlds we are sworn to protect, but it is getting dangerously close to the zone we have withdrawn our fleet from. Not subtle at all, the Great Khan murmured again. To be absolutely honest, Hibu Khan was here not because Lady Weaver had asked him to, not because of the favors the tech priests of Ryza would owe him if this idea worked, or some other material or political factor. He was here, leading 3 battle barges and a sizable strength of his chapter, because it was the best strategy available to him. The word-bearers were going to leave the maelstrom. Now that the shadow was somewhat dissipating over Cadia, it was obvious their daemon lovers of chief cultists had summoned the entire legion having survived in the Eye of Terror. At one point or another, the word-bearers of the maelstrom were going to leave their lairs and assault the Imperium. We will have to rotate several ships out of here soon and... A long melody began to be sung across the corridors and the compartments of the Plains Master. Unlike many of their cousins, his chapter used some of the best poems previously recorded around the bonfires of their home to serve as alert signals. This was something which was born in the dark days of the betrayal, and like many things, it had become a tradition somewhere in the last millennia. It gave purpose. It gave strength. It let them remember the dreams murdered and why they were going to kill those motherless bastards until none dirted the galaxy with their disgusting presence. Show me, the Great Khan spoke to the Kogaris-born spaceman in charge of the devices of the room. 5 heartbeats later, the chapter master saw. There were hundreds of red dots leaving the maelstrom through the Badab gate, and 1/3 of them were confirmed to be traitor warships either having escaped the scouring or turned traitor since M31. Voice of the Storm. Yes, my Khan. I think it is a splendid day to hunt. And if he bared his teeth while speaking, well who could blame him? I agree. For the Khan and the Emperor. Battle Barge Glory Eternal. Chaos Lord Amatna Lash. You see? The diversions have worked. All is proceeding according to Hand of Destiny Erebus plan. Uttering the name, of course, did Dark Apostle Lokmahu no favor, not aboard the Glory Eternal. You forget your place, Lokmahu. And it was Lord Faeron's brilliant plan, not your master's. One might have believed that after repeating it 1,000 times the lackey of the Vile One would stop sprouting his incorrect version, but this would be a poor understanding of Lokmahu and his foolish stubbornness. As for whether it proceeds exactly according to the plan, I will agree once we have accomplished the orders we've been given, not before, the fleet commander continued. This campaign has barely begun. A little prudence is exactly what this fleet needs. Typical, the Dark Apostle brainwashed by Erebus sneered. Your lack of faith is giving you a flawed armor to hide behind, Lord. Amatna Lash chose to not respond to this provocation. Instead he watched the vast expanse of space a long-dead cartographer had named Badab Gate. To be honest, it wasn't exactly impressive. It was a potential entrance and exit in the Maelstrom warp storm, but unlike Cadia, it was extremely unstable. If the gods willed it, it could be 3 or 4 million kilometers wide. But this year the gods didn't will this path to be particularly expansive, and it was no more than 700,000 kilometers in width. The compensation for this drawback was that the Maelstrom was very unlike the Eye of Terror and the other young warp storms. Gates like those were in the hundreds all over the Maelstrom, and the false Emperor's agents couldn't watch them all. You have 88 capital warships with you. If you are not able to plunder the Samarkand quadrant like you were ordered to, the Dark Council will not hesitate to feed your soul to the Neverborn. Did the imbecile have a death wish? The way he proved himself a nuisance, it wouldn't take more than a few hours for his forces to shoot him in the neck and call it an accident. Sorcery scrying of the system before us? He asked instead to one of his legionnaires. The mortals appear to be engaged in a fortification effort on one planet, the red-armored Astartes growled. For the pattern employed, it's certainly the first stages of a fortified watch station with enough orbital capacity to supply and repair a light flotilla. Nothing that can give us trouble, but it could be the prelude to the construction of a true fortress world on the doorstep of the Maelstrom. Ambitious, the Chaos Lord commented. Someone is definitely being bold after Saram's destruction. Amatnam Ornabas had been in the minority who thought they had to fight tooth and nail in support of the Mechanicum several years ago, but his voice had been drowned out by dozens of others including the one of Lokmhu. Galmech had certainly made a disastrous decision that day. The tech priests of Ryza and their allies had raised Samek until nothing more than ruins and the soulless carcasses of the Hell Lords remained. Worse than losing one potential exit out of the Maelstrom, however, it was the loss in industry and defensive depth which was the most damaging. Their imperial enemies for the first time could see them come before the 17th Legion and its allied warbands hit anything worthwhile. Like here at Badab. Give the signal to attack. Lokmhu hissed. We will consecrate their incomplete temples to the Pantheon and... Silence. There was something wrong, something. No, I won't be silent. You have been disrespectful even when you were given 88 capital warships and blessed Lorgar's favor, against Hand of Destiny Erebus arguments and... Dark Apostles were masters in the art of summoning Neverborn to accomplish their will. Their armors were decorated by words of the Book of Lorgar and Kalchijan scripts giving them untold blessings of the Pantheon. The power of the Immaterium flowed through them and gave them a charisma few warlords could hope to equal. None of this mattered when his power sword plunged into his neck, quickly followed by 5 other weapons of his force. Thank you, Amatnam smiled to his warriors. If someone happens to be heading in the direction of the incinerators, we appear to have an unexpected package whose disposal will require their use. You don't want to harvest his gene seed, Lord? The Master of the Glory Eternal shook his head. As tempting as it would be, his master knew the risk he was taking by sending him to me. The progenoids were extracted and taken back to Sikaris centuries before today. But take his armor and weapons. We must be thrifty, given how many years of war await us. Now what was the thought which had disturbed him so greatly? Ah yes, why would the mortals begging the false emperor for their salvation begin building something like this on the eve of a black crusade? Obviously they couldn't know the Badab Gate would be used, but they had to know the systems close to the Maelstrom would see a resurgence of piracy and raids, at the very least. And they couldn't defend it with a pack of frigates and destroyers. This is a trap, the realization was brutal. They are waiting for us. But my lord. One of his lieutenants coughed, we have maintained a veil of sorcery, and we do have 88 capital ships, yes, I know, Amatnam grimaced. In case you haven't noticed, half of this glorious fleet's capital ships consist of light cruisers, and converted hulls we took from pirate admirals at that. The best classes had not been given to him, alas. And our strength doesn't matter, because I don't think it is going to be a conventional battle. But lord, our sorcerers are scrying the Badab system. There is no enemy fleet that can hide from the eyes blessed by the gods here. The legionnaire had a point. If the enemy was to strike, where was it coming from? A warp translation would be tantamount to giving away all element of surprise and most other tactical advantages. 2 seconds later, the cruiser bloodbath of Armatura exploded without warning. And dozens of energy signatures appeared, behind the word-bearer's fleet. Enemy fleet behind us. That had to be one of the most useless comments in the 17th Legion's history, his mind whispered to him. Enemy, 2, no, 3 battle barges, 12 strike cruisers, signatures of catapult launching, dragon armors. Acceleration, surely the numbers aren't right. The numbers are right, he affirmed after giving the demonic screens a glance. We have just been ambushed by the White Scars. 3 light cruisers were massacred in the next few seconds. 1 more cruiser was added to the tally and the light fighter wings of the Sons of Jagatai Khan weren't even in range yet. They hit at the edge of the warp storm to catch us unaware. Impressive. Very impressive. Lord, we must turn around. Don't be stupid. Do you think I am as incompetent as Lokmhu? Amatnam was tempted to shoot the idiot who had proposed this suicidal course of action, but decided against it after a moment. This is exactly what the White Scars want. Slow down so that when they encircle us, they will cripple more and more ships as they corner us against the Maelstrom. Push the engines and every mechanical and demonic part to its maximal capacity. Except the shields, all must be diverted to the acceleration of the Glory Eternal and its escorts. But Lord, the rest of our fleet. This fleet is doomed. The Chaos Lord exclaimed. My priority is to save our skins and souls now. And if the majority of the Vile One's supporters were in the fleet's rearguard, well, it was one of those unfortunate coincidences the Long War had quantities of examples of, no? Sodic Space. Mandragora System. Battleship Enterprise. 8.5 10.3 10M35. Lady General Taylor A. Bear. Chosen of the Omnissiah, we will perfectly understand if you desire to replace us. Archmagos, do not be ridiculous. It was best to crush this idea while there was still time. You went against a Necron commander, who, given the tactical talent shown on the Golden Crown, was certainly Imodic the Storm Lord. That old monster is the Sodic Phaeron's favorite wherever there is a problem that seems impossible to resolve. In simple Low Gothic, for your first battle of this campaign, you were up against the enemy's very best. And Imodic was as formidable tactically and strategically as his reputation claimed. Wherever a warrior-class destroyer had been in range, it had been immediately made a priority target. The 3rd Skitarii Legion of Mars and the 5th of Adermedion had been absolutely mauled. It wasn't just that they had taken between 30 and 40% of fatalities, it was the implacable way the Necrons had gone after the Skitarii Alpha commanders and the best or the most adaptable tech priests. The Storm Lord had crippled the command structure of 2 Skitarii legions, and eliminated its best elements. For all intents and purposes, these forces would need years to recover from the beating, unless she wanted to use them as a blunt instrument. The same was true for the battleship Adder and the Cog, one of the flagships of Battle Group Dnieper. The Magos Dominus commanding it had been considered for the Nix Council a few years ago, and in the last year his future promotion after Stalingrad was considered a virtual certainty. He had a brilliant mind, and now he was gone, as were hundreds of thousands of other tech priests. Imodic had really cost her a lot of good commanders for what should have been a one-sided massacre. This may be, Archmagos gasped of Hediatrix canted in a low tone, but he has gained our measure, and I fear that if we fight him a second time, he will be able to gain the upper hand more easily than he did the first time. This was that bad. At the risk of sounding overconfident, you didn't have me in the battle for the Golden Crown. And I have a few surprises to give to Overlord Imodic. Then there is the fact that, given the extraordinary circumstances, the time lost in 4 days isn't a major drawback, as the Sodic nobles are forced to expend the majority of their awakened armies against the Orc hordes. Speaking of which, judging by the brutish symbols and some of the repurposed cruisers they have, a lot of the greenskins seem to have been recruited from the Char-Adon sector, my lady, Wolfgang Bach informed her. There are also splinters from the Octorius sector, though those seem of lesser importance. We don't know how the warboss was able to recruit them in so little time. Of course you do, Taylor replied absently, not turning her eyes away from the image of Mandragora surrounded by a corona of explosions, as the Necron orbital grid fired relentlessly to disintegrate as many orcs as possible before they crashed upon the Crown world. The orcs follow strength. Urgard the Metal Defiler is currently the strongest and most dangerous warboss of orc kind. So they followed him here. They shouldn't be able to do that. No, but it summarizes the greenskins' rampages in an accurate fashion. Technically, no race that stupid should be able to spread to the stars. But they weren't a race as the common definition went. Urgard mustn't survive this battle. I won't deny his attack has benefited us enormously here, but his survival now presents a clear danger to the Imperium's security. The kill teams are going to be prepared, Lady General. Though it is going to be difficult locating it in the middle of that. The Death Watch teams have evacuated after their aborted attack on the orbital grid nodes, so we have no presence on the ground, and this is a big problem. Yes. The golden-winged para-human agreed. Though not one as big as the fact the fleet of overlords and Drek bars the way to Mandragora. The moment battle groups Berzina and Dnieper had advanced to threaten the Necron planet, the remaining 20 battleships which had survived both the fighting at Volga and the insane assault of the orcs were deployed to make sure no human would ever set foot on the Sodic Crown world again. It wasn't a fresh force anymore, but it wouldn't be distracted by the greenskins, since the majority of the hordes were fighting the Necrons in the skies and the craters of Mandragora. There was no element of surprise they could rely upon. There was no great trick that could be used to neutralize them with a snap of her fingers. The only great advantage was the so far complete passivity of the Imga monolith, which remained more than 5 million kilometers away from, well, anything. It was certainly out of range to hit them, unless they activated their FTL drive to move to Mandragora's orbit. We have the advantage in numbers, Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller grimaced, and we're going to need them. This, Overlords and Drek, has fought wars longer than any of us, and has the battle experience to match. Simulations affirm we will pay at least 2 of our battleships to kill one of his. And that was likely because his Cairn-class battleships were damaged by the Orc onslaught and ramming collisions. Otherwise, the odds would be even worse for the Imperial fleet. We can't afford such losses, obviously. She watched the commanders of the 3 other battle groups and her own, both those present physically on the Enterprise and the digital representations of those who weren't. There is still Mandragora and the Imga monolith waiting in the wings. This is why I'm inclined to go with Operation Trafalgar. It was risky, but for all the Necron tactical deviousness, he wouldn't be able to do much. Trafalgar called for a micro-warp jump made possible by the Imperial pylon and the absence of a null zone in the space battle before rushing the Necron battle fleet at close quarters and unleashing the full muster of the Adeptus Astartes present among her forces. It wasn't going to be pretty, but the war games and all attempts to estimate how successful it would be gave it far better percentages of victory than a long and bloody battle of attrition. My lady, Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal bowed as the rest of the commanders all turned towards him. While I agree we're most likely going to win with Trafalgar, I think we're underestimating how costly it will prove. Overlord Zendrek, as you said, is one of the oldest and most capable commanders of the first wars this galaxy has ever known. He will realize immediately what we have planned. He may not be able to fight as he wants, given the imperative of protecting the planet, but he will have countermeasures in place for us. I humbly propose an alternative, for against an opponent so prestigious, we servants of His Most Holy Majesty must give him the entire consideration he deserves. Well, let it not be said her admirals didn't master the art of flowery language and respecting Xeno's commanders for their achievements, at least in their sentences. Taylor looked at Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller, who shrugged with a neutral expression. You have my attention, Admiral Ruenthal. What do you have in mind? The Throne of Oblivion. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. Where did the vermin find the industrial capacity to build all these ships? Sobek-Hotep barked. Their appearance a few days ago had been an unpleasant surprise, but after thousands of years to mourn their losses, even pathetic vermin could build a fleet able to cross the void between the stars. I don't know, my glorious overlord, Sihathor admitted. But surely Zendrek has the firepower to deal with them. He has a powerful fleet. The Surican overlord conceded. But the enemy has not fought for the last hours, and the fleet we fought recently has been reinforced. By the lethal aura of the Nightbringer, how was the vermin summoning fleet after fleet like this? One was possible, but a second had clearly been waiting for them at Mandragora. And now they had somehow found another to reinforce them in a few days. Ask the artificial intelligences how many organic worlds were necessary to build these ships. Yes, my glorious overlord. The Impaler obeyed. The estimation is of approximately 50,000 systems, given the obvious lack of efficiency any organic industry suffers in shipbuilding construction. We are going to have a lot of work ahead of us to eradicate them from this galaxy. Sobek-Hotep declared. My glorious overlord? Given the Sodic half-victories and reverses, I do not think they have the strength to support us in exterminating the lesser species which have crawled into existence during the Great Sleep. No, the Master of the Throne of Oblivion conceded. But that just means that once the Sodic are dealt with, one way or another, we will have to wake other dynasties and ensure contact is opened anew with our eternal and beloved leader the Silent King. This galaxy is in dire need of being put back into order. How are the preparations I ordered progressing? One cryptech was killed, but your orders have been obeyed. Thing, has been thrown into another hypervault, while the other asset is on its way to an activation node. Good. Given Josakat's insolence, my patience is growing thin. The enemy vermin fleet is advancing, mighty overlord. At last, someone grumbled. I wonder why they required so much time? It isn't like the situation is complicated to understand. Most likely their organic commanders are deathly afraid of the Storm Lord, Sobek-Hotep muttered. Not that fear of the Storm Lord was something truly alien to the Necron dynasties. Before adulthood, the terrible blade of the Sodic was already massacring enemies in the name of his Phaeron. Apparently the name of Amodic wasn't enough for the commander we faced around the giant blue star, he would have to find a suitable name for this battlefield, even if it had ended in defeat. Thousands of warships were now accelerating towards Zendrek and his ships. Many were too small to play a significant role, but they were over 70 hulls which could be classified as battleships by Necron standards, and under his eyes, even more dots representing an enemy unit appeared. The enemy is launching fighters and bombers. Sihathor commented. It is far too soon, they won't be able to hunt anything at this range, and they are overpowering their emissions. We shouldn't see them so clearly at this distance, even with our powerful sensors. Zendrek answered this move by taking a classical cone-shaped formation, its tip taken by his flagship, the honorable and obviously most dangerous place to be. The enemy, brutally changed his formation. What are they doing? The enemy wasn't in a succession of lines, triangles, or anything resembling a logical formation. Instead, it was forming a ring. Yes, the vermin fleet was assuming a ring-shaped formation. Which meant the center of it was just a big hole. This is completely ridiculous. Do they think by doing such a stupidity they will be able to beat Zendrek? He can easily locate the area protected by the Golden Shield ships, and exploit the weaknesses we have found since the end of the first battle. My glorious overlord, I hate to point it out, but we can't distinguish the shield ships from the rest, not until they activate their shields. Sobek-Hotep suddenly understood why the energy signatures were so powerful. The Necron fleet was supposed to detect each and every signature facing them. But it would be immensely difficult judging which signature was that of a battleship and which was a lighter escort. And the ring formation ensured that every mistake would be paid for in numerous Sodic ships. They are going to lose quantities of escorts in this game, Sihathor declared in an outraged tone. But their heaviest hulls are going to have several free shots before Zendrek can locate them. Sobekatep tried to assess a logic in the deployment, but it was just a ring from where he stood. This is going to hurt. Still, Zendrek has the experience. My mighty overlord. The enemy fleet is changing formation again. What are they trying now? It took a long time to understand what he was seeing. It was like several of those organic reptiles, WIRMS, twisting and distorting everything, moving and changing at every instant, and then they fired. My overlord. They have already half-encircled Zendrek. What? But the more the artificial intelligences compiled the data, the clearer the Dustmaker realized what was happening. The enemy commander is adopting seemingly illogical formations, but they aren't chaotic. They're constantly evolving to encircle the Sodic fleet. Their most powerful ships were able to place themselves in a flanking position without Zendrek noticing them. This was an audacious and unconventional strategy, but as the alien starships poured a devastating holocaust onto the surprised Sodic ships and at last the shield ships revealed themselves, none of them where anyone conventional would have placed them, it proved all its worth. 3 cairns blew up. Zendrek began to inflict some damage in return, but his ships were withdrawing in a hurry, and it wasn't difficult to understand why. If he stayed where he was, he may be able to inflict more damage, but his fleet would perish without a single ship to be saved for another battle. Maybe Imodic would have been able to find a countermeasure, but Imodic wasn't in command. My mighty overlord, I don't understand how such an unconventional idea could be thought of by organic vermin. Those lesser species either have geniuses to lead them, or more tortured souls than the average Faeron, Sobekatep declared in a defeated tone. It seems there is going to be a 3-way battle on Mandragora. Do we intervene? No. Josakat doesn't want to recognize the Suriken dynasty as his legitimate masters. Then he can fight the green and pink vermin by himself. Battleship Son of Victory. Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal. Congratulations, Admiral. It seems your plan worked exactly as you promised. The living saint rarely gave genuine smiles in the middle of military operations, and Oscar von Ruenthal was honored to receive one. For the sake of my personal curiosity, how good did you think the chances of your plan were? Oh, he wasn't going to answer that one honestly. Reasonably sure, Your Celestial Highness. The chosen of the God Emperor chuckled before shaking her head. Anyways, the Necron fleet shouldn't be a problem anymore. Zendreka's superior has evidently decided he has lost enough warships and teleport the survivors out of system. We are going to remain on guard for any surprise return, but these enormous dolmen gates aren't exactly subtle. It would be prudent, my lady, the Baka Admiral agreed. The Necron fleet was quite visibly caught by surprise, but even severely outnumbered they managed to inflict a lot of damage, most notably the superb Triumph. No one aboard the Son of Victory had been watching the Vanquisher-class battleship, and the Auspexes were quite puzzled by what sort of weapon it had been hit, but the results were all too clear. Millions of tons of plasteel, ceramite, advanced technology, and adamantium, gone. It wasn't the only loss. 3 of the lunar-class cruisers of Battle Group Volga were so crippled their hulks would not move under their own power regardless of what happened in the next several hours. The living saint didn't take umbrage at it. I know. But if that's the price for 3 Necron battleships destroyed and 2 more crippled, it's a good rate of exchange, and nothing save the orbital grid of Mandragora remains to oppose us. Which was hardly nothing, but their commander knew that. I have decided you won't participate in the operation against Mandragora, the Lady General continued bluntly. I need a reliable naval commander to keep both eyes on the Imga monolith, and since you have just proven you can be trusted to understand and counter the Xeno's tactical skills, you have been chosen for this duty. I am honored, Your Celestial Highness, and he was, truly, but I don't think my division alone can intervene decisively against this immense pyramid if they have offensive ideas. That's why I am detaching the Navy squadrons of Battle Group Musca to form part of your new task force. You will also receive the understrength 8th Battleship Division of Volga and its screening elements. Oscar von Ruenthal bowed, and didn't ask the question which burned on his lips. It was a great promotion for him, and a demotion in all but name for Lord Admiral von Scheer of Karduniash, senior Navy officer of Battle Group Musca. There were several circumstances under which a junior admiral could take priority in the chain of command over a far older Lord Admiral, none of them applicable here to his best knowledge. This meant the rumors of the man's slowness to prepare his squadrons and reach the standards demanded for Operation Stalingrad had finally caught up with him while the battle was fought. Well done, Neidhart Muller complimented him after the lithocast communication with the Enterprise ended. I think your plan and the victory we won here has gone a long way in restoring Her Celestial Highness' faith in the Imperial Navy. Let's hope so. Ruenthal gave a nod to the grey-haired Lord Admiral before returning to a sterner expression. Mandragora remains. Mandragora remains, the older officer repeated with a grimace. And I don't envy the Guard and the other forces which are going to jump into that hell. Ultima segmentum. Tana-Craig System. High orbit over Tana-Craig. Battlecruiser Altar of Salvation. 7.5-11.310 M35. Dark Apostle Kargathar. The slave dogs of the false emperor in this system are pathetic, Cormigran rumbled. Even a Matnam wouldn't have been able to lose against them. Now, Kargathar smiled, something which would have likely caused concern to a Drukari, given his dentition resembled that of a piranha. According to the last report he was able to send before his flagship blew up, his fleet was fighting valiantly against the White Scars fleet. They were running like hell, you mean, the Chaos Lord retorted. I always knew he was incompetent. Did he give a believable reason why they were able to ambush him so devastatingly before they sent him to the gods? No, I'm afraid not. He was short on time, and Lokmhu, who was the primary contact, was already dead, apparently. The Dark Apostle made a gesture of dismissal. Perhaps Blessed Lorgar will be interested in dragging him back from the Sea of Souls to hear his explanations before torturing him for this egregious failure. Or perhaps not. The faith of Amatnam was weak, something I think the gods are going to rectify for all eternity. It was everything the vanquished Chaos Lord deserved. Failures like that were never forgiven, not during a campaign for a warband, and not for the Black Crusade planned and unleashed by the 17th Legion. What angers me the most, the disciple of Kor Phaeron added, is the fact that with Amatnam's fleet not invading the Samarkand quadrant, we won't be able to find a replacement fleet to take up his duties. I would volunteer to achieve what his destroyed fleet was commanded to do, but alas, once we will have seized the Nexus arrangement we will have to bring it to Blessed Lorgar, and it is in the opposite direction. It is a minor failure, in the end, Cormigran affirmed. Once the Nexus arrangement is ours and Blessed Lorgar unleashes the Tier of Nightmares, the false Emperor's planets will be defenseless before us. And once their main battle fleets are destroyed along with their false saint, the heretics and unbelievers will be crushed. We will be able to strike when and where we wish at our leisure, a holy path which will pave the way for our return to the throne world. And this time the corpse of the false emperor will be broken and given to the Pantheon. As you say, and it begins today on Tana-Craig. Though frankly, if this planet didn't have the Nexus arrangement hidden under its crust, Kargathar wouldn't have bothered coming here. The planet's main export was salt of all things, and it didn't have much to offer beyond that. The military opposition was a joke, the temples of the unbelievers, while always a pleasure to sanctify to the Pantheon, were small and unimportant. Tana-Craig was a frontier world, away from the main trade lanes and practically everything of importance. And given how deep the Nexus arrangement was buried, the Dark Apostle couldn't blame the usual blindness of the mortals. If he hadn't received the information from Blessed Lorgar, he would have bypassed this unimportant world. Judging by how successful your cultists are at spreading the will of the gods, I think we can both agree there is nothing opposing our landing, and control of the planet will be contested by the last mortal regiment defending the capital. I wouldn't use the word contested, Cormigran scoffed. Still, at least the new warriors I have will be given the opportunity to paint their armors with some unbeliever's blood. That's a faithful answer, he praised before turning to. The cruiser Fangs of Shadow exploded. So close to the altar of salvation, this could have catastrophic consequences, and it did. Thank the gods the Spear of Faith was providing an unwitting shield on their left 4. 2, 3 more ships were in ruin. What? We're under attack. Activate the void shields. Activate the void shields and all countermeasures. My Lord Apostle. The held rakes are fighting each other under the keel of. And suddenly Kargathar realized the truth. Half of them aren't held rakes. They are those damned dragon armors, and while we weren't looking, they placed plasma mines between the gravitic plates of our starships. Kill them. Cormigran roared. And begin bombardment of the planet before. An immense blast of red light tore apart the bridge, and Kargathar had just enough time to realize he too had failed his primarch before his soul was sent into the immaterium where immense shoals of Neverborn awaited the feast he had promised them. Battle Barge Mantis Blade. Chapter Master Castro Salem. The Codex may be old, but the wisdom of a primarch is not something to take lightly. Indeed, Chapter Master. The traitors are never so prompt to lower their guard as when they believe victory can't escape their grasp, I believe. That and the 10 seconds before the enemy is launching his planetary assault are the moment where he is the most vulnerable. Ah yes, of course, Chapter Master. Castro clapped his hands. You had almost forgotten this page, young one. To be fair, Chapter Master, I don't think that when he wrote the Codex Astartes, Lord Guillimon thought about how painting dragon armors in a different color would lead the traitors to mistake them for held rakes, because while I admit I'm not sure if they had held rakes in M31, I know for certain we didn't have dragon armors. You make a convincing point. The Lord of the Mantis Warriors approved. But he insisted on how misdirection, while not very honorable, was one of the best weapons we could use against the traitors. Their diseased egos want to believe they are the masters of this galaxy, and handing them the knife to slit their own throats with is extremely satisfying. Still, when I proposed the idea, Chapter Master, I didn't think we would manage to catch and destroy 2/3 of their fleet in a single trap. They were even more arrogant than you expected. Obviously, the success of the trap also means we are confronted with two little problems now. As you can see, the orbit of Tana is really crowded with traitor debris. The younger Mantis warrior passed a hand through his beard and coughed in embarrassment. Ah, yes, it seems in my enthusiasm, I failed to take this factor into account in my calculations. I'm glad you are willing to take responsibility for it, the other space marine japed before regaining his self-control. Because the rest of the chapter can't be involved in the clean-up of these wrecks. The governor of Tana is dead and their PDF has lost several cities to the word-bearers cultists. I would prefer tracking down the other fleets which have escaped the Maelstrom blockade, but we have little choice but to launch a ground campaign on Tana. That shouldn't take too long, the captain of the third company stated with a carnivorous grin. Don't forget that, 6 hours ago, the traitors likely thought the same thing. And the graveyard of dead ships above Tana was proof enough their aspirations had not exactly ended the way they had planned. The 4 traitor battlecruisers had been the recipients of the main effort of the Mantis warriors' pilots, the held rakes being roused too late to stop the mines from being fixed onto the hulls, and 3 of the 4 had been destroyed before his fleet arrived and finished the job. Unfortunately, the 4th heretical hull had not been sufficiently damaged, and seeing its fleet torn apart around it with all cruisers shattered or open to the void, had decided salvation would only be found by fleeing. It's too bad one of their ships escaped. We won't be able to trick them that way a second time. The tactic is extremely risky once the enemy has seen it the first time anyway. Chapter Master, before you depart, can I ask how you were so confident the enemies of our chapter would choose to strike at Tana? Apart from cultists and salt, this planet doesn't seem to produce a lot of valuable things. I'm afraid the answer to that question is beyond your clearance level, young one. And not just because he was ready to bet a battle barge that Xeno's sources stood at the beginning of the information chain. Let's just say the Adeptus Mechanicus vouched for it. Until more peaceful times arrive in this galaxy, the secrets of Tana will stay secret. Sodic Space. Mandragora System. High orbit over Mandragora. 8.5-17.310 M35. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor A. Bear. Millennia ago on Earth, the fleets of wooden ships had been massively disadvantaged when facing coastal fortifications. The material they were built from was simply too flammable and prone to blowing up for them to have a chance if the opposition had not funneled the defense funds into the officers' pockets or succumbed to another type of corruption. In the 35th millennium, this advantage theoretically remained with the orbital fortifications, star forts, and other non-powered platforms in place to protect a world. When it came right down to it, these objects had no size limits and didn't require warp drives or anything to move under their own power. Military tugs towed them when relocation was necessary. As a result, something like a Ramles-class star fort was capable of punching far above what its tonnage implied. That was the theory. In practice, the mobility of starships and their ability to send torpedoes in ballistic mode gave a flexibility to a battle fleet which allowed it to choose the pace and conditions it would attack under, and that had been the doom of more human systems than could be realistically estimated. As a result, the Insect Mistress could say that yes, the Imperial orbital grids were powerful. But they were far from a guarantee a world would never fall. In general, to properly limit the risks of that, it was best to have an extensive set of fixed defenses in a mobile fleet, preferably of the Imperial Navy so it could perform maneuvers requiring warp capability. The Sodic dynasty clearly felt otherwise, judging by the way they had sent their surviving ships out of the system. On the other hand, the Necrons had the orbital grid of Mandragora. It was, at the risk of underselling it, a nightmare of Xeno's firepower reality. 3 concentrated rings of things which might very well deserve the name of orbital plates, tough in a way which shouldn't be materially possible, able to teleport, receive millions of Necron reinforcements, and phase green-lit cannons the size of the batteries of the Eternal Crusader in and out at will. There were supersized void-purposed monoliths defended by flare fields. The orcs had discovered the existence of those the hard way, and yes, the name explained extremely well what they did. The entire upper atmosphere was filled with killer bots the size of light cruisers and operated either by Necrons or by vicious artificial intelligences. Additionally, there was a multitude of necrodermis-covered weapons, things pouring green lightning and intense radiation the likes of which no one truly living could survive. And this was after the orcs had blown some of it to Kingdom Come and the Sodic forces had been forced to pour in replacements to fill the gaps. If the Aegis battlecruisers weren't available in large numbers, a conventional assault would have been out of the question. These defenses were far too murderous to risk sending conventional battleships against them. Even then, it had been judged best to sabotage it before the Crown World awakened in full. Unfortunately, the Necrons here had far too many contingencies for anything more than isolated successes. And now, 3 hours after the massive bombardment had begun, the Eternal Crusader and the Flame Wrought, supported by 12 rotating battleships, had only just managed to create a breach in the first circle of the Necron grid. This didn't bring her much joy. Because now that most of the outer jammers were out of the way, Taylor had a clearer view of what was awaiting below the artificial thunderstorms of Mandragora. And it was hellishly bad. Gamaliel. My lady. Tell the Archmagi to begin analyzing the disposition of these immense star-scraper citadels the Necrons made emerge from the planetary crust. I want them to locate a minor node whose local destruction can knock out enough of their systems to permit access a hive-sized landing zone. By your order, the Herald of Sanguinius nodded. But with all due respect, though the blood and the fists are ready to wage war in your service, this promises to be difficult to accomplish. If it's anything like the things the salamanders are currently firing at, the ground tomb fortresses will have 3 layers of shields and maybe more. That's why the Space Marines will be in the third wave. Best to deliver the bad news now. They weren't likely to protest less as the time passed. And sure enough, Kratos protested before the next 5 seconds were over. My lady, our cousins and the sons of Sanguinius are ready to give our lives for you. I don't doubt it, my champion. And that's exactly the problem. Gavriel by her side was the first to understand. You fear the Necron commanders have prepared a trap for us. I don't fear it, I know it, the para-human corrected. Look at what is happening with the orcs on the other side of the planet. It has become a slugging match, with absolutely no tactical skill whatsoever. Granted, fighting the greenskins was always a brutal affair, but still. They had hours to digest the defeat of their fleet and acknowledge the threat we present. And since they have seen the Death Watch operate on Mandragora and the assault against the Golden Crown, they have gained too much insight into the capabilities of Space Marines. Add the records of the ambushes and clashes at Volga, and the Sodic Necrons have learned too much about the might of the Adeptus Astartes. It is logical, my lady, but the 2 waves which will land before us are going to suffer an unpleasant amount of casualties. When an Imperial fist began to speak about unpleasant amounts of casualties, you knew it was going to be very bad. The first wave will be the muster of all the penal legions we have left, with a few companies of stormtroopers and other elite troops hidden in their midst to accomplish several objectives. A mental command was given, and Artemis acknowledged it loudly before rushing to prepare her sisters and cousins along with the other insects necessary for her plan. The second wave will be the 22nd Army of the Peruthan Immortals. And who will command the third wave? The Forge Father asked, in a tone hinting he already knew the answer. Mandragora. 8.520.310 M35. Penal Trooper Jonathan XXII Franklin Soul Wilberforce de Bourbon. I'm just saying, I could offer you 3 palaces if you help me get out of here. Shut up, imbecile, the commissar is coming this way. Jonathan, shut up. He was a nobleman. In his veins flowed the bluest blood of the secular nobility coexisting with that incompetent cardinal of Atlantis, but no one wanted to anger the commissar. In a few seconds, the dread figure of red and black began in a voice that demanded absolute silence and obtained it immediately. This penal legion will land on Mandragora. This is your first and only chance at redemption, scum. Your duty, as the God Emperor wills it, is to storm the Xenos fortress, better men and women than you have designated Point Starfall. If you are still alive when this citadel falls, and if you haven't forced me to use my bold pistol, I will consider signing the papers integrating you into the loyal regiments of the Imperial Guard. Jonathan wanted to scream in fury. He didn't want to join the Imperial Guard and the ugly brutes populating its ranks. He wanted to go back to his Atlantean palaces, his concubines, and the golden life he lived before the calamity known as Weaver had ordered her treacherous troops to arrest his priceless body. But the assault troop carrier crashed into something and the commissar drew his very threatening chainsword. Go. Cover yourself in glory, fallen sons of mankind. They ran. They ran as what seemed to be 100 green rays of death struck to their right, and despite the rebreather mask, the air felt like poison. Onwards. Onwards. A metallic thing opened to swallow the first lines. Fire. Fire. The autoguns and the ugly weapons they were given fired, or in the case of the blades, tried to stab something. Then the world exploded, and Jonathan was thrown, somewhere. What by the golden chalice? Climb back up that hill and claim it for the glory of the Imperium. Are you crazy? He heard one of the plebeians scream. We don't have the weapons to kill this. Blam. Does anyone else want to argue about their orders again? Dead silence answered the commissar's inquiry. Charge. Charge for the Imperium. They charged as lightning formed myriads of impossible phenomena and somehow became green tornadoes. They charged that damned hill while shells and lasers rained everywhere, even as something which looked like a column of light impacted a kilometer away. Holy, their own side was using exterminatus near them? Charge. They charged, but every time one of the abominable things fell against a million autoguns, they lost 10 or 20 of the plebeians and as many true nobles. One could recognize the ones who died with dignity and the ones who hadn't. Yes, the last scion of the line of the Grand Dukes of the Crimson Lion could recognize those who were true to the cause of superior breeding and looks. He had almost reached the top of the hill when a pillar of green light shot out and the resulting shockwave slammed what felt like 10 kilograms of steel into his face. Jonathan XXII Franklin Soul Wilberforce de Bourbon rolled back downwards, in direction of where their transport should be, except it wasn't there anymore. Strange, very strange. He wasn't hearing the commissar anymore. Why was the ground so shiny? Oh, by the precious diamonds of my house. The ground wasn't shiny, the millions of metallic insects coming at him were so numerous they formed a carpet he could not see the end of. They were finishing to eat what remained of the commissar. Some did. There were so many. No, not thinking about this. There was no commissar, he could run away. And so he did. Jonathan threw off everything save the autogun and ran. Who cared about a shovel when he had no intention to dig anyone's grave? Help! Someone help me in getting away from this nightmare, please, there must be someone. He didn't know how long he ran, but after a short while, he saw a lone silhouette appear as the smoke and the dust somehow abated. Please. I am searching for. His words died in his throat as the figure turned around, and it was revealed to not be a human, but one of the enemy Xenos, in a garb of gold, green, and violet. I must have done a lot of good deeds today, for specimens destined to enrich my new galleries are throwing themselves at me. Specimen. Jonathan's outrage overwhelmed. I will have you know, miserable creature, I am the Grand Duke of the Crimson Lion, Master of the Moon of Nova Samara, A&D. What are you doing? I'm taking notes, of course. The Xenos seemed genuinely offended. My galleries include the pedigree of each and every specimen composing an exhibit. But for some reason my cryptechs often try to skip this essential administrative part of collecting, and so when the occasion presents itself, I am forced to do it myself, which I've found it gives better results. Where were we? I am Jonathan XXII Franklin Soul Wilberforce de Bourbon. I am not a specimen. They all say that. The monster stopped writing. Next you're going to tell me you aren't a penal legionnaire of my dear friend Weaver. I am an aristocratic peer of the highest Atlantean lineage. I am. Let the record show that the subject is obviously delusional and mentally unbalanced, the Xenos commented as it continued to write at an impossible speed. I don't want to be subjected to accusations. I took your claims too seriously, after all. In a matter of seconds, Jonathan's whole world suddenly focused on killing this Xenos. Surely there had to be a massive bounty on its head, right? Choose your last words wisely, Xenos. This isn't the end, Jonathan XXII Franklin Soul Wilberforce de Bourbon. I am Trazen the Infinite Collector, an eternity awaits. There was a flash, something hard tore into his neck, and the former Grand Duke knew no more. Mandragora. Point star fall. 8.526.310 M35. Lady Inquisitor Rafaela Harper. Mandragora was going to be her death. This was not an omen, a prophecy, or anything conjured from the feverish words of a psyker. No, Rafaela was describing the situation as it was. Her right arm was missing, and if she hadn't worn power armor or did not have a healer savant in her retinue, she wouldn't even be breathing right now, not since one of hundreds of these miniature sharp things the Xenos were so fond of had tried its best to eat her. The old lady Inquisitor coughed and looked behind her. A graveyard of chimeras and other imperial vehicles offered itself to her gaze as the smoke and dust were temporarily blown away by a storm which was certainly not natural. Tens of thousands of vehicles and hundreds of thousands of human corpses lay there on the Starfall drop zone, so many even the follow-up wave of Skitarii had not yet managed to begin the recovery operations, but the tech priests had other urgent priorities above that. Mandragora was hell. Lady Inquisitor, you shouldn't move, otherwise. I am going to die. She asked one of her last acolytes sarcastically. I have a feeling it's far too late to prevent that. We can still. Hold the line, youngsters, just saying the words left her tired and depressed. Even she, veteran of about 300 Xenos wars, had never seen a battle like this one. The Peruthan immortals, superb in their grey carapace armors, had descended onto Mandragora to die. What had seemed a heavily defended zone had risen to the challenge of transforming into hell, as billions of Necron constructs rose from the ground, artificial earthquakes announced the arrival of monstrous metallic things, and the Necrons still kept coming, wave after wave, no matter how many shells the Imperial artillery poured onto them. The strategists of Battle Group Volga had been right. The Necrons had gained a sufficient amount of time to prepare some ugly traps, and given how violent the situation had turned out to be, Knights and Titans would likely have been blown out of the sky before managing to reach the irradiated war zone. And so the 22nd Army of the Peruthan Immortals had paid the price, with all the Inquisition task forces, the commissars, and even a few knight-errants formerly of several disreputable knight houses. Over and over they had charged to secure ground, more ground so that when the time came, the follow-up waves would be able to set a foot on the ground without first taking a gauze ray to the chest. But the cost. Rafaela Harper was all too familiar with appalling casualty rates, but this was not the idiotic fury of the orcs, which often ravaged armies only to spare immense reserves because they couldn't get a proper fight. It wasn't the Eldar, who slaughtered the head of an expeditionary force and left millions leaderless. The Necron war machine was driven by a malevolent will which tolerated nothing but the extermination of their enemies to the last single life present on Mandragora. 201 regiments. 750,000 men. That was the number of Peruthan immortals which had been thrown against the Necron monoliths and phalanxes. Trained troops, which had watched vids of Necrons, been told about their real capacities. 2 days of total war had slaughtered their numbers down to under 100,000, and the only reason it wasn't more was the heavy support of the 1st Ophelian army and the first waves of the 6th Vostroyan army. And this, the thunder of Imperial artillery and the endless infantry volleys of lasguns, plasma, heavy bolters, and countless weapons proved that these millions of men, along with their Skitarii support, was barely enough to hold their opposition at bay with crippling casualties. My lady, the enemy wave. How many? She coughed. You have to see it. Her vision was declining, but the magna goggles were enough to see the new face of the Necron murder weapons. Clouds. Golden Throne. The Necron commanders weren't playing around, not that they had it since the very beginning. God Emperor, how many are there of them? These were clouds of millions, maybe billions of those Canopitak scarabs, unless this was another murderous variation of them. The lines won't be able to hold, Lady Inquisitor. Not when there were also millions more infantry Xenos teleporting in several kilometers away to join the massacre. This was not a quick offensive, it was evident in the way it was shaped. It was a sledgehammer, a blunt weapon which would erase hundreds of regiments, tanks or no tanks, desperate resistance or not. Find a Navy liaison and tell him I request heavy orbital strikes on my position under my own authority. An acolyte rushed away to relay her words which, despite how they were phrased, were anything but a suggestion. The clouds grew more massive, and approached closer to the Imperial lines. So was the lightning. In the last hours, the massive apocalyptic weather phenomena had not been numerous, but clearly this was no longer the case. We must have really annoyed them. A guardsman of the Peruthan Immortals chuckled. And then the ground opened several hundred meters on their right, disgorging hundreds of thousands more of the damnable Xenos constructs. Rafaela froze. There weren't any reserves ready to repel them, and now there was nothing she could say that could prevent the surviving Peruthan Immortals from being crushed from 2 directions. It was a classical hammer and anvil formation. The onslaught was going to be an affair of mere seconds and lightning flashed and then disappeared. And then, for the first time, a miracle happened. The clouds of murderous machines stopped, right as they were meters away from the defenders. Why did they? A brilliant golden light erupted over their heads, and suddenly, for the first time during the Battle of Mandragora, the sun rose to support the Imperium of mankind. A familiar figure in golden armor and on golden wings flew over the battlefield, and the Necron metal insects bowed to her will, changing their axis of attack to turn their mandibles and weapons against their former Necron masters. In mere seconds, what had borne all the signs of a last stand was transformed into a devastating counterattack. Star-reaching Xenos spires crashed down, and from the skies tens of thousands of transports rained, preceded by hundreds of Astartes drop pods. But more transhumans came, teleporting directly onto the battlefield, slaughtering Necrons and whatever other things had not submitted to the Saint. How? She found the strength to ask as the golden light became her whole world. I thought you couldn't teleport. A small chuckle arrived to her ears. Lady Inquisitor, that was years ago. Contacts with Lucius weren't just to negotiate for the participation of Legio Astorum. They also had several interesting artifacts. One was called the Solar Flare, and this teleportation device has a powerful symbiotic effect with ether gold. Ah yes, that would explain it. Will it be enough, Your Celestial Highness? Yes, yes it will. Now rest, Lady Inquisitor. You have done more than enough to stand proudly before him. Thank you. It was an honor, meeting you. Rafaela Harper smiled and closed her eyes for the last time. Ground orbital grid primary node. Overlord Imodic. What by the dead bones of the Flayer do you think you're doing, Neemzer? Thank the laws of probability Imodic had returned from the front in time. According to the protocols, sending a second wave of Canopitak scarabs is the honorable doctrine to employ. For the briefest of moments, the Storm Lord wondered how such an imbecile could survive the war in heaven. Truly there was something wrong with the reawakening protocols if empty-eyed cretins like this were dragged out of the great sleep before competent commanders. Anyway, there wasn't any time to waste. So he personally disintegrated the sorry excuse of a military leader before ordering the destruction of any personality backups. We just lost over 100 million Canopitak attack units in this offensive. If someone thinks doubling our losses is the logical thing to do, you are of as much value as the waste of necrodermis I just purged from our glorious dynasty. Imodic would have to acknowledge to his failure and the error of his chosen strategy. Of course. While the trap had not been perfect, it had been efficient in destroying millions of the young species, the humans, assaulting them alongside the debased descendant of the Kriegs. Except the enemy commander had correctly anticipated that he would use an attrition strategy to cripple whatever managed to break through the orbital and mid-atmospheric defenses. The enemy had seen it, and estimated it was the price it had to pay so that it could bait him into sending the only true asset the Sodic dynasty had in inexhaustible numbers, the Canopitak scarabs and the other weapons of the same class. And then it had taken control of them. Some part of Imodic still wondered how that was possible, when all logic insisted it couldn't be. The simplest Kanopitak unit had somewhere around 15 million program engrams embedded in its metal essence. Taking control of one, even partially, was something that was supposed to take the lesser species decades at best from their enemy's point of view, and as long as they didn't destroy the trackers inside, Emotic or any other Necron Lord would have the means to track and hunt down the thieves. But here one wasn't speaking about 1 or 2 units misplaced or badly programmed by 15th-rate cryptechs with delusions of competence. 100 million units had been lost in less time than it took to think about it, and the bad news didn't stop there. The subterranean judicial chambers weren't far from the humans' landing zone, an instance after the latest landing, breaches had been reported before everything in them went silent. Worst case scenario, in 2 moves, the enemy commander had somehow gained 200 million Kanopitak scarabs and other battle assets, and with them the means to take control, overwrite, and shatter hundreds of the most defended Sodic citadels. Theoretically, it was completely impossible. Practically, it had just happened, and Emotic had to deal with the consequences. This front is now to be called Human Theater, the veteran of the War in Heaven ordered. No Kanopitak unit is to approach the enemy vanguard lines by 15 times a monolith's range. But my overlord, that means we're essentially going to fight the battle against this vermin without our Kanopitak protocol and battle units. It does, Emotic replied. You prefer to have them fight on the enemy's side. The Nemzer had the good sense to shut down his metallic communication apparatus. I know this is going to create unprecedented problems for our forces, the overlord acknowledged after a few seconds. But until we know how the enemy has done the impossible and turned our own weapons against us, we can't risk Kanopitak weapons on the battlefield. Better to fight without them than using them and having them attack us while we are at a critical point of the battle. Bigger disasters had happened during the War in Heaven due to far less devastating surprises. I want to know how this could possibly happen, the Storm Lord turned towards the cryptechs. Since the Battle of the 10 Black Holes, you assured me this sort of ploy was impossible for our enemies. This, the first technomancy expert proclaimed with a grandiloquent help, is obviously Trazen's fault. Damn Trazen! The other cryptechs trying hard to hide behind their superior voiced in impressive unity. Emotic, however, was far from convinced. We have modified all authorizations previously granted to Nihilok nobles and the privileges acting triarchs possess by virtue of their exalted rank. The thief isn't capable of infiltrating and taking control of one of our armies without vanquishing an overlord first and using him to overwrite one of our primary nodes. He hasn't shown this capacity in millions of years, why would he gain it now? The enemy is obviously in league with Ayashedra and their attack was nothing but a diversion to free its main shard from a Tesseract vault. That would be a more plausible explanation. The cryptech beamed, except, unless you have hidden something from me, we have no shard of Ayashedra on Mandragora. The humans could have found one elsewhere. Where? The Storm Lord questioned skeptically. Lesser dynasties weren't granted the prisons of this infernal false god. Trazen, the cryptechs chorused. Emotic felt a headache coming. To be clear, yes, he was aware the thief of the Nihilok dynasty, distant cousin to the Silent King, was an inveterate scoundrel at best, a traitor at worst. But the moment every wrong was piled upon his shoulders, the Sodic commanders were making a terrible mistake. That was his opinion, he was aware it was far from a universal one. Remove your Kanopitak forces from this battlefield before I decide to appoint more competent successors to take your positions, he growled. And prepare the scythes and our aerial assets. Since the fighting on the ground is lost, we must regain aerial supremacy at all costs. Brunhilde class White lands 2. Commander Freya Brasidas. Commander, there is something I don't understand. What do you fail to understand, White 7? It was of course one of the plebeians she had been forced to accept into the reborn White Squadron, and she didn't like him at all, no respect for the pre-battle briefings, and a sense of humor coming straight from the gutters. Why do the wing commanders always pair White Squadron with the Blacks, Commander? It isn't because there is something between you and Commander Nils, is it? Freya gritted her teeth, she prayed the sound of it wasn't heard through the Vox channel. Commander Nils was, for some reason, able to claim the second highest hunting score in the skies of Kamarak. The air wing commanders, having a lamentable sense of humor, decided this competition must continue here today. Which was fine for her. The commander of Black Squadron and she, like all the veterans of Kamarak and entire squadrons of it, had received the brand new Brunhilde Supremacy Fighter. As a result, they had machines of equal performance. This time, the plebeian ace would have no excuse when his score would be completely outmatched by hers. In other words, White 3 interjected, there is a lot of sexual frustration between our beloved commander and Kurt Nils. But since the Air Marshal himself has forbidden placing one under the command of the other since he doesn't want to lose his bet, they are placed in 2 squadrons guaranteed to fight near each other. That way their star-crossed love story is going to continue and will soon be famous enough to become a space opera VID series in its own right. Freya had a violent and nearly irrepressible urge to murder White 3 immediately, and damn the consequences. If the Necrons shoot you, I won't shed a tear. I'm not hearing you're wrong. Would uttering those words change the rumors you have no doubt been spreading across all fleet carriers of Battle Group Volga? Oh, not just Battle Group Volga, Commander, White 6 corrected joyously. That tech priest assigned to our fighters was really chatty, if you know what I mean. Traitor, the rumor master muttered. Good, if you have finished doing nothing but informing me of the insulting rumors you've spread, it's time to get to work. Form behind me, Aquila 4 formation. What they descended into was best described as a candle of light surrounded by a hurricane of despair and death. Even from orbit, the lights of the sacred animals of the living saint and her celestial highness burned bright, wherever the imperial flags were rising in triumph, the day was chasing back the darkness. But the grounds conquered by the imperial guard, while ever increasing since a few hours ago, were just a small beachhead against the malevolence of the Xenos. Everywhere the auspexes weren't jammed, Freya could see immense structures, some classified as monoliths, with others definitely bigger and more dangerous defenses, rising from the planetary crust. There seemed to be no end to the Necron threat. It was like the guard was fighting the weather in a force of raw destruction with nothing but less guns and tanks. White leader, black leader relaying orders from our superiors. I hear you, black leader. 4 pilots of her own squadron chuckled. She was going to demote them if it was the last thing she ever did in her life. The enemy seems to be gathering significant air assets in Quadrant Alpha for a counterstrike. Kurt Nils explained. We are ordered to intercept them before they can stop the Astartes' primary offensive. Understood, black leader, Freya replied with ill grace. Do you have, oh, God Emperor? Green lightning lit the sky in the distance as they arrived over a zone where hundreds of shuttles and landers began to prepare what had to be one of the most gigantic musters of titans and tanks she'd ever seen. The battleships in orbit had sufficiently penetrated the orbital defenses to hurl several orbital strikes, and for a few seconds, the jamming of the Necrons was destroyed on this part of the front. It was sufficient to let their auspexes register the gigantic aerial fleet coming at them. Doom Scythes, Night Shrouds, Night Scythes, these were the names their commanders had given them. These were gloomy and dark names. At that moment, seeing the first dozens of these monsters emerge from the abyss-colored sky, the names were apt and not exaggerated. Was it like this at Kamarak, Commander? No, Freya replied grimly. At Kamarak we shot down Eldar amateurs at first. These guys are the real deal. Remember your training, and help each other. We try to take them on in pairs once the dogfight begins. Priority is to stop them from hurting the ground forces. Good luck. For the God Emperor, someone whispered. Dozens of squadrons followed hers in black in all haste. The weapons went loose. And soon there was only kill or be killed in the skies of Mandragora. White 7 was the first pilot of her squadron to die. High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa. There were several pages in the Codex Astartes asking for the Adeptus Astartes to never gather in strength unless the threat justified gathering thousands of battle brothers in a single theater. Today hundreds of Blood Angels, Black Templars, Salamanders, Angels Sanguine, Blood Exemplars, and countless other loyal Space Marines were on Mandragora. Since victory was still far from assured, one could say the orders of Guilliman had been obeyed, though the High Marshal knew a fair number of Inquisitors had been far from pleased with her Celestial Highness by the interpretation of certain organizational charts. Their doom scythes are falling back, he informed the chosen of the God Emperor. And we lost more than 20% of our first-rate Brunhilde pilots to achieve it, the living saint sighed. It's a good thing we recovered this STC over 12 years ago, because I don't think we would be able to contest the skies with thunderbolts alone. Gerlach didn't argue with that. Wherever the Xenos had managed to break through, the average pilots had not fared well, and the number of Astartes fallen in the skies was concerning. The Black Templars are ready to go on the offensive. Lady Weaver chuckled. You and every Space Marine we have. We are made for battlefields like that, Your Celestial Highness. The living saint nodded, before petting one of her massive golden spiders. 2 of my tank armies are being deployed as we speak, the 20th of the Vostroyan Firstborn and the 2nd Army of Nyx. If you feel like it is the best use of your tank assets and battle brothers, I would suggest you maneuver as a northwards flanking force for the Vostroyans while we advance on these plains. Insects formed in the air describing a series of complex maneuvers that Gerlach Barbarossa had no problem understanding. You want to convince the enemy Necron commander to face you in a conventional battle between the landing grounds and the next Necron citadel. Yes. The conditions for a victory are unlikely to rise any further in our favor. I don't think the Necrons understand what I am doing with their scarabs, but they have moved them more than 40 kilometers away. Our fleet is still able to hold firm without taking crippling casualties, but more and more escorts are destroyed and our main capital ships need weeks of repair. The Xenos' air assets can be dealt with for a few more offensives, and the orcs are still rampaging on the other side of the planet. The black-haired insect mistress turned to stare unflinchingly at the Xenos' polluted horizon. It's time to force the Xenos to commit their reserves to stop us. If we don't dictate the pace of the offensive, they are going to compensate for their losses sooner or later. Moreover, the herald called Gamaliel addressed him respectfully, there is also the danger the Necrons represent to Our Lady. So far, all mechanic use tests done in the Nyx sector have found no way to counter the insect-controlling power save by attacking her. The moment the Necrons realize it is not some Xenos devilry dropped into our laps by the thief, I think their reactions are going to be predictable, and their cursed death marks have reaped crippling numbers of Skitarii and Peruthan officers since the beginning of this battle. I see. It is going to be a hard but rewarding fight. Indeed. And you are going to have a key part to play in it. With due respect, Chapter Malakbal is far more gifted in the area of ground-based strategy. Yes, but he is not what I need. Her Celestial Highness coughed. Admiral Ruenthal proved that by seemingly abandoning a logical plan of battle, we could inflict great losses to the Necrons without bleeding ourselves to death. So you want to once again adopt a logical plan while hiding it within a series of apparently nonsensical orders. Oh no, the victor of Kumarak bared her teeth. This time, we are going to be illogical from the beginning to the end of the battle. Jerio Sector. Archis System. Archis Underground Necron Galleries. 5.530.310 M35. Destruction Overlord Sitka. And all these pylons bear the mark of the Void Dragon. Yes, Destruction Overlord. At least all the pylons which are still able to passively repel the warp. Most of the hyperconduits and protocol systems are gone of course, since the entire underground network was built before the shattering and obviously didn't anticipate us turning against Magladrith, but the principal parts use Sepulcrand refined to an impressive degree, and this undoubtedly helped them to endure the millions of years of the Great Sleep. That and the fact they are underground protected them from the curiosity of the younger races. The Destruction Overlord added. Thanks to the passive effects of the pylons, the Archis system, as the humans called it, was extremely stable and the abominations of the Empyrean couldn't launch any assault without expending more psychic energy than they had at their disposal. Thus the star and the planets within it had become an important node for the humans as plenty of their warp trails began and ended there. Mortal and short-lived like the Necrontyrs of old they may be, but the humans had relentlessly tried to discover what made Archis such a valuable system that nothing, not even the actions of demented psychic beings out of control, seemed able to alter in any meaningful way. And the activation of the pylons in case of emergency. 92 out of the original 150 pylons can be activated at the first sign of a warp incursion, the Narush-Latsat Cryptek promised. Though for the moment, I firmly advise against it. Oh. Destruction Overlord, setting aside that the passive effects of the pylons are largely enough to stabilize the region in the Matrium and that there are no warp storms to fire them at, the more I examine the protocols, the more I am concerned about what the dragon intended to use them for. The pylons are akin to an old-fashioned dam against the river of the warp in passive state, and more of a super anti-Empyrean gun when used in active mode. The problems: 1. During the war in heaven there were no ruinous powers as there are today to oppose their power. And 2. There are far too many Cetan and Surican protocols in the pylons. They will repel the warp assuredly. But I am ready to stake my reputation as a cryptek on the notion that the Silent King and his former masters intended to do far, far more with them. Plans within plans. Sitka commented. I suppose the artificial intelligence and main archives didn't survive the Great Sleep. As a matter of fact, while evidence is scarce I believe the Saracons were here right after the shattering, that's the time the last protocol modifications happened. The Narush-Latsat Overlord was livid at the implications. If this was true, if the Silent King and his court indeed did have the skill to continue the work of Magladrith, then the Necrons' main problem as the walls of reality fell, the enslaver tide, could have been vanquished in a conventional conflict. The Great Sleep was not necessary. The millions of years which had nearly destroyed the Necron dynasties and deprived them of the crown they had won in the most bitter and exhausting conflict of all times were completely avoidable. The Feeric needs to be informed of this. Then an alarm shrieked. Destruction Overlord, a fleet is coming out of the Sea of Horrors. According to the information the humans have given us, it belongs to the corrupted traitor legion known as the Word Bearers. I see. The Overlord Cryptek specializing in the destruction of her enemies turned towards her pylon specialist. Continue your work. I am going to deal with these intruders. Should I prepare an emergency activation of the pylons, just in case? I do not know if I should be flattered you want to prove your talents, or ashamed you think my fleet and I need such an advantage to win a void battle against the slaves of the abominations. Infernus-class battleship mail dictum book. Dark Apostle Liak the Devourer. So the dogs of the false emperor are consorting with Xenos. And here I thought the mortals could not fall further down the pit of ignorance and blindness to the truth. The mortals and the unbelievers of the Astartes who labor under the delusion their false emperor is something to be devoted to, the Corophos of his host amended. These are the grandchildren of Sanguinius, worshipping the shoes of Weaver now that she can give them half the shadow of their Primarch's corpse, the Dark Apostle replied dismissively. I don't know which chapter they are from, but their purpose is quite clear. They knew we were coming here. I doubt it. A minor conjuration brought the map of the system as seen by the Neverborn. They knew someone might come to seize the heart of the Jerio sector and rip out the pylons hidden beneath the main cities of Archis. But I doubt they knew the moment of our arrival or the strength we would bring to this linchpin. If they did, it's the most disastrous ambush these incompetent mortals have achieved in their life. There were 3 fleets to oppose Liak's own, but none of them were able to support each other. And by not supporting each other, he meant none of them had less than 4 million kilometers between each other. He could take on battle fleet Jerio. This was after all the only opposition whose presence had been expected by the multiple scrying rituals he had ordered. They had 3 battleships against his 8, and all were smaller and less heavily armored than his Infernus-class battleships. He could take on the Astartes. Sons of Sanguinius or not, they only had 1 battle barge and 2 strike cruisers. He didn't know if they followed the Codex Astartes like Guilliman's whelps, but they couldn't have more than 500 space marines inside these 3 hulls. He had a bit less than 4 times this number of loyal sons of Lorgar with him. A clash between this fleet and the remnant of the 9th Legion could only have one outcome. And then there was the Necron fleet, the Xenos Armada no ritual, Lorgar's secrets, or whisper from the Neverborn had told him to expect. It was like something had deliberately hidden them from his sight until they came to raid and plunder Archis of its most precious resources. Since the metallic Xenos themselves had no psychic defenses, that the pylons were still inactive, and that the false emperor did not have this kind of subtle power, the name of the guilty party was obvious. However, Liak would not utter the word anarchy in private, much less in front of his Koryphos and his captains. My Lord Apostle, I can't see any way of defeating them. His Koryphos had been by his side since the end of the Great Crusade, which was why Liak let him speak his mind instead of treating his judgment as defeatist talk. The Xenos have 15 battleships, we have 8. Worse, they are in the exact situation we wanted to have, all their battleships are bigger and, we have to presume with the energy readings they are showing, their batteries are more powerful than ours as well. The readings we have on their armor and their advanced countermeasures are several magnitudes higher than anything save a Gloriana, and we have none in our order of battle to oppose them. This is defeatist talk. Of course his dark acolyte was going to spit his bile at the opportune moment. Why had he accepted this exchange of favors with Erebus again? Phlegethon, do us a favor and shut up, before I decide your principal utility will be as one of my lab rats for my most dangerous rituals. Proud disciple of Erebus, the ungrateful acolyte disregarded his order. The Koryphos utterly fails to mention we have the blessings of the gods with us. The moment we breach the veil separating this false reality from the glorious reality of the warp, the Xenos will shift their pylons into offensive mode, and while it will undoubtedly inconvenience the mortals in Astartes kneeling at the feet of Weaver, this fleet will be annihilated in return. No one had a real idea of how powerful the pylons were at the peak of their anti-immaterium capacities. Everything the Word-Bearer Legion's hosts of the Maelstrom knew had been obtained through gaining access to Eldar lore depositories or by interrogating captured Long-Ears directly. And even for this long-lived arrogant species, the legendary creators of the pylons were now more myths than past enemies. But the most optimistic simulations still predicted a 100% failure of all rituals, possessions, and that most Neverborn would either go berserk or be removed from reality once the first anti-warp shockwave hit. No Word-Bearer fleet would survive that. It is the will of blessed Lorgar that this system must fall. No, that is the will of Dark Apostle Erebus. The orders of our Father are far more flexible than what you imply. Finally, the Dark Acolyte didn't answer. Maybe the number of chain swords and other powerful weapons which were beginning to be drawn gave him a clue or two that his speeches were not meeting approval anywhere on the Maledictum book. Turn us around, Koryphos. If the slaves of the false emperor are so strong here, they must have left our other potential Noctilith acquisition sites undefended. And we are going to exploit them in the name of blessed Lorgar. Mandragora System. Mandragora. Plains of Eternal Glory. 5.533.310 M35. Vargard Oberon. Oberon, I do not understand the plan of the secessionists. My suzerain, saying this while there are several overlords able to hear your words isn't exactly going to give you another chance to regain some prestige after the defeat of our fleet days ago. Oberon, there's more than prestige and glory at stake. What about honor? What about honesty and cleverness? For what felt like the 100,000th time, the Vargard watched as the Sodak nobility murmured and no doubt conspired to hire more assassins and other lethal resources to dispose of his master. They would fail, of course, but Oberon wished there was a way to inform his superior that insisting upon qualities few of the Sodak overlords had cared about before the Great Sleep was one of the few ways to anger them even more than having an insane military general giving them orders already did. So far, all his attempts to explain the issue had been misunderstood or countered by arguments which made little sense, secessionist wars or not. The enemy certainly appears to have a strong fighting spirit, I will acknowledge that much, for honesty's sake, the Vargard voiced the words as he tightened his grip on his Warishith. But certainly there is some logic to this succession of curious moves. Their plan in space at first was mistaken for the young species having gone utterly crazy, when it was nothing of the sort. It is certainly true the cunning trick was camouflaged behind a disguise of false tactical moves that I should have seen coming, since the secessionists tried a false trident offensive during the Battle of the 15 Phaerons, Zendrek admitted. But this time, the secessionists truly appear to not have anything behind these illogical attacks. Surely there is logic of a sort, a pattern which can explain everything. They are inflicting more and more grievous losses as each phase of their attacks is revealed. Oberon. When the secessionists collapsed their own tunnels 3 times while we were in danger of being defeated, the move was illogical in the extreme. There was no reason for our honorable enemies to act as they did, and there was no reason either to dig tunnels for the 4th time or to descend their greatest machines under the tertiary palace of our glorious Phaeron. Yes, it worked, but they could have wasted many days for nothing, since there was no guarantee that we would send a significant army underground while the orders to not use the Kanopitak assets stand firm. Just because you are old and senile, Animzer mocked his suzerain. It doesn't mean everyone is fooled by the enemy's tactics. Then why did the race between the red-painted strange mounts of the 2 secessionists factions end up inadvertently outflanking your army while they tried a curious form of honorable speed duel? The Sodak noble, trying his best to hide his vexation and annoyance at being called out on his inglorious military exploits, refused to answer. One thing is certain, my suzerain. For all the lack of logic, the 2 invading armies have gained a frightening amount of ground in the last Mandragoran day. This can't be helped, Oberon. Withdrawing the Kanopitak scarabs was the correct move, even if tactically, it removes about 1/3 of our arsenal against the secessionists. We could fare better if we had not unwittingly given the secessionists millions of them, but without any prior warning of this major tactical surprise, there wasn't anything we could do to prevent it. With all due respect, my suzerain, I don't think that is what the glorious Phaeron wants to hear. Even Imodic, so far the most successful overlord of the entire dynasty, had been on the receiving end of their ultimate master's wrath. For seconds the Vanguard thought about the stalemate and found a single solution to turn the tide in a monumental battle which was the antithesis of what the Storm Lord wanted it to be. Don't you think it is the time to unleash a Citan shard? The largest ground-based weapons of the secessionists have been recalled from their ambush site, and their fleet is dominating the orbital grid right now, though their rate of destruction is slowing down and not likely going to find a second breath. A Citan shard may break the secessionist armies, but in retaliation, they have the means to destroy Mandragora. And the Dustmaker is refusing to intervene. Pardon me my suzerain, but I don't think that is a shining example for the cause of unity. You are completely right, Oberon, but it's hardly young Sobekhetep's fault if he has been infected by the dishonorable twin disease of petulance and unbridled pride. The way Zendrek phrased it, it was the Surakan's fault. Sometimes Oberon wondered, no, it was probably nothing. Then a monumental explosion arrived, and it hadn't missed the hill where the Sodak court was parading. Thankfully, the powerful shields always protecting the Phaeron also protected every noble, Litgard, and a certain Vargard Oberon from being sent right back to the Necrodermis hyper-assemblers specifically reserved to the commanders of the Sodak dynasty. Ah Oberon! It looks like the secessionists are committing their elites in a headlong charge against our most defended position. This is madness. This time their illogical moves have truly caused their doom. Have they? Zendrek asked. Imodic just sent 5 megaliths to counterattack before the victorious Tomb Palace, which means there is only one left to protect us. The Kanopitak assets are not present, and save for a powerful reserve of 1 million immortals, we are extremely short on available firepower. The green lights of Zendreka's eyes shone with firm determination. The lack of logic has served the enemy's true purpose, Oberon. Now they are unleashing their true plan, and it is a decapitation strike against the dynasty. Imperator-class Titan exemples. Princeps Maximus Cyrus. Tell our warhounds to get out of here. Cyrus roared as a third engine of Legio Crucius fell in less than 15 minutes. They aren't able to do anything to these megaliths and we will need them later. Not to mention Archmagos Hediatrix wasn't going to congratulate him if dozens of allied titans were killed doing something that reeked of terminal stupidity. Legio Aderus, Crucius, and Solarium Maniples are withdrawing, Princeps Maximus. Good. The rest of the Maniples' losses. 2 more Reavers and 1 Warhound. 25% of our Skitarii escort is gone. Cyrus grimaced before coughing up some blood. Being the princeps of a priceless and venerable titan like the exemples was exactly like being a god trampling over ants. The irony on Mandragora was that both sides had things which looked like ants, and yet could do terrible damage to a titan. Legio Astorm is running towards Point Bagration. Given the celerity with which the Necron hover vehicles are pursuing, they appear to be taking the bait. Let's hope so, Cyrus told his Moderati. We won't be able to launch many attacks like these. Given the sheer damage received, 24 god engines of his own Legio were going to need over a month of repairs before they could be considered battle-ready again, and that was only for the visible scars. Much like the Warp Runners and every princeps they had fought for today, the Titans of the Collegia Titanica were paying a dreadful price in blood and metal, and if they accumulated enough daring attacks like the one they had just finished, the exemples had a good chance of being the only god engine which would return to Mars. These megaliths are terrifying things. His second Moderati grimaced all the while he rerouted power to the void shields. It was sorely needed as the last megalith on the field's commander had decided that if it couldn't catch the Legios, the head of Cyrus would be adequate stress relief for the defeat they had just handed it. Thank the Omnisci they are sluggish when they can't teleport, This limits their tactical effectiveness. Which is weird, when you think about it, his other Moderati commented. Seriously, these guys are supposed to have won the first galactic war, ever, how did they do it while being so slow? I asked Lady Weaver the same thing during one of our briefings, Cyrus revealed after ordering 2 warlords to provide a diversion as exemplars ran out of the murder range of the Xenos' monumental weapon. And the Chosen explained that if Necron's claims can be believed, when a Cetan was on the battlefield during their ancient war, it infused them with its unnatural vitality and more special capabilities than they could count. Of course, this was only the case for the major dynasties, but the Sodic are one of them. Practically, they are trying to find their marks in a galaxy where they don't have the Cetan to solve every impossible military and non-military problem they have. That sounds logical, for Xenos killer automatons, machine god be praised. Logic is the only thing they have. Pushing several Necron armies against the Orcs shouldn't have worked again, not after how the Imperium had fed the inferno of war for 12 years before unleashing Operation Stalingrad. Status of the shock armies and the other reinforcements. If the latest projections are accurate, we will meet them in 30 minutes, Princeps Maximus. Good. Judging by the Necrons' reactions, we have managed to convince them we are a costly diversion while the Black Templars go for the enemy's throat. It will be soon time to disabuse them of this notion. Princeps, I was wondering, was it truly the best way to achieve this very partial victory? We have only killed 3 monoliths and 1 megalith at the cost of too many unrecoverable god engines. Ask me in a few hours when the battle will be over, Cyrus grimaced once more as long-range Xenos weapons now tried to bring down his void shield. First, let's make sure we will be able to celebrate and be in position to walk again. Sodic Archive Tomb 8.535.310 M35 Legate Galatea Dumas. The decoration of the Xenos, be it the frescoes or the energy-filled carvings, couldn't be described by any adjective less powerful than morbid. Maybe it was the lack of light, the oppressing penumbra which surrounded them despite all the efforts of the Fey 20th companies and the tech priest to gather the main sources of light in this immense avenue. Maybe it was the military pressure they were all feeling. But Galatea didn't think so. The Xenos structures truly inspired revulsion on a grand scale, and she had seen the pits of Kamarak. She was ready to acknowledge that the rusted murder machines weren't obsessed with torturing, eating, or carving out organs and limbs of their prisoners because they felt it was the best way to amuse themselves. Then again, the armies of Mandragora weren't taking prisoners at all, if the first days of bloodbath were any indication. They slaughtered and killed everything which was in front of them, be it mankind or orcs. The latter, if their vox outbursts were any indication, loved that. That is the great problem of the Necrons, you know. Their lack of artistic sense, your celestial highness. The living saint laughed. No, that is their second greatest problem. Golden armored fingers touched a Xenos fresco where it looked like slaves prostrated themselves before an overlord far bigger than anything they had fought so far. Though it has ties to the first. Most of them are slaves to their own doctrine of war as it was made millions of years ago, and they are unable to look through it without the prism of their own culture. That they still believe in the concept of a decisive battle after their war in heaven is also an inexcusable error, Lady General, General Nikolai Rokossovsky added, his grandiloquent Vestroyan-themed power armor making him an oddity between the ranks of Nixian and Fey-colored equipment. It is an error, yes, Her Celestial Highness agreed. But seriously, General, it isn't so hard to understand why they still think so even while waging campaigns on a galactic stage. The Eldar opponents they fought for tens of thousands of years had their champions and their irreplaceable leaders. The ancestors of the Orcs suffered the same weaknesses as the Greenskins humanity has been fighting for most of its existence, kill the war boss, and the entire horde will collapse. I, respectfully, have to disagree on the inevitability of the Necron tactical and strategic laziness. When your entire command cast is essentially recruited from an inbred conservative nobility, you get exactly what you deserve. By all rights, we shouldn't have been able to land on Mandragora so easily given the massive defenses they erected to prevent exactly that. The dynasty had mere hours to reawaken. And the moment the Skitarii landed on the Golden Crown, they suffered a major defeat. The long-bearded Vostroyan countered. If we are to judge them by this standard, we must go all the way. The truth is that the main threat of the Necrons comes when their most capable generals take command and breathe insightful tactics into their armies. When they are gone or are unable to come up with a counter, we are able to disable their attacks with ease. Our casualties are over 30 million dead guardsmen across the 4 battle groups. The Basileia wasn't smiling when she spoke the words. The last assault of the Black Templars we used to bait this trap alone cost us over 100 Space Marines and 6,000 men and women of the 2nd Tank Army of Nyx. Yes, Lady General. We got off really easy compared to what any Imperial commander with a sound gift for strategy would have done with the Necron assets. The Golden Armored Saint all Sororitas had pledged their lives to Huft and didn't answer. Chosen of the Omnissiah, the last jammers are being destroyed by Necron fire. Prediction of the last machine's death in 10 seconds. This time, the prediction of the Adeptus Mechanicus was more than confirmed. Galatea had barely the time to count to 10 before the prepared battleground flashed in blinding green light and hundreds of thousands of Necrons teleported into the hall which had been theirs until several days ago. We are the Sodak dynasty. In the name of Faerin Josakat, you are sentenced to death. Tech priests, activate the true jammers. Fire at will. Galatea, like everyone chosen to participate in this false ambush, obeyed the order immediately, and the weapon in her hand detonated many skulls of the Xenos. It was strange, in a way, since while she did her best to evade and stay mobile, the enemy was doing the exact opposite, not using anything for cover. The heavily armored Xenos elites were static and unmoving, only the colossal amount of firepower making sense in their strategy. The legate watched as the enemy commanders rushed onto the battlefield, the guardsmen ceding ground before them. And then ground and walls exploded, and the swarm of Lady Weaver engulfed everything. Several millions of the Xenos metal insects had been hidden here, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of insects of chitin and flesh, and in a single second, they were unleashed. The Necron ranks didn't falter, they ceased to exist faster than you could say it. Space Marines, Nyx 1st Heavy Armor, Fae 20th Mechanist Infantry, and Templar Sororitas continued to pour as many shells, laser bolts, and other explosive ordnances into their enemies as they could, but it was the endless number of small helpers from Her Celestial Highness which destroyed everything in its path. Soon there were only the most dangerous killers of the enemy left standing, surrounding their leader. Unfortunately this was also the moment the jammers failed again. The Necron commander, surrounded by Xenos nearly as tall as himself, raised his weapon in defiance. Lady Weaver began to burn in a terrible and magnificent golden halo, and unleashed a powerful ray of golden light, which struck the enemy deep in the chest, shattering part of its armor. The Xenos and all the survivors next to him teleported away 2 seconds after that. One could likely count the Xenos survivors which escaped on 2 hands, and it didn't take long for the cheers of victory to resonate and provide some joy in the center of the ruined Necron fortress. Indomitable Tomb Palace. 8.537.310 M35. Overlord Emotic the Storm Lord. Cryptex, remove this pain immediately. But my glorious and incredible Faerin, we have replaced the artifacts and components of your glorious body several times, there is Ak. I said remove this pain. Emotic had rarely felt so powerless, or furious. He was a loyal servant of his Faerin with the obedience protocols of the Sodak dynasty overriding all the other commands and loyalties. Nothing else was possible but attending their supreme suzerain right now was a monumental mistake. There was nothing the assembled overlords and Nemzers could do to heal Faerin Josakat. But on the military side, there was everything they could do, for the enemy had finally stopped playing them for fools and unleashed its real offensive. The Kinopetak scarabs, the vast horde of insect machines which had been stolen from their rightful control, countless assets which should have guaranteed victory, were now proving their devastating power by crippling the Sodak dynasty they were programmed to protect. As much as he wasn't going to admit it, the humans had inflicted on him a severe humiliation. For days they had been content to adopt illogical strategy after illogical strategy, until a mistake of the white-black shock elites apparently made the fatal error of revealing the location of their real command headquarters. Emotic had advised Faerin Josakat against leading the charge himself, that much was true. But the real reason he had advised his Faerin not to go had been to gain the glory of slaying this tenacious foe himself, not because he had sensed the trap before it closed its death jaws around them. For this suggestion, he had not participated in what was certainly one of the fastest and most humiliating defeats ever suffered by the Sodak court. Over 10,000 Litguards, the pride of the Sodak dynasty, were slain while inflicting no damage at all, decimated and then annihilated. It was like they had fought Ayashadra a second time, without the antimatter meteors and in a lesser theater, but still. Worse, their enemy controlled enough the Kinopetak scarabs or had received enough help from Trazyn to activate the Karnak stasis protocol, which imposed a necrodermis body to not teleport back or self-destruct once it was terminally wounded. As a result, the 50,000 Necrons lost, including valuable immortals and irreplaceable Litguards, gifted cryptex and other elite units which couldn't be replaced, had not returned to the indomitable Tomb Citadel, prime node of all other prime nodes. The losses in Nemzers and Royal Wardens were also significant. It had placed them in a difficult strategic situation, which was worsening by the hour. But they were immobilized and silent here. For the psychic creature responsible for the monumental defeat had inflicted a grievous injury upon the Faerin, and though the physical wound had disappeared once the cryptex rebuilt the body of highly pure necrodermis and hyper-evolved alloys, Josakat still felt the pain which had temporarily overwhelmed him. My Faerin, a Nemzer too impatient for his own good began. We understand your pain, we really do, but... do you? Their lord and master roared. Do you understand the meaning of pain? No, they didn't, not anymore. An invisible shiver went through the ranks of the overlords and Nemzers. Pain and infirmity had been their lot before the biotransference. For all the cruelties and slavery the Citan had imposed upon them for an eternity of war and violence, the Sodak nobility didn't regret shedding the frailty of their flesh bodies. Half of the Necrontyrs on average had died before they reached their first birthday, to the point it was tradition to not give them a name until that date. Then half of the survivors never reached the age of adulthood, which before the deceiver arrived was set at 10 of the old Necrontyr years. Pain, diseases, infirmities, all of this and more was supposed to belong to the past. Just like defeat. But as Emotic studied the data sent by his subordinates, a new set of bad news considerably complicated the already worsening situation. The Greenskins had realized the Sodic phalanxes were less aggressive than usual, and launched an enormous push with about 3 times the armor the containment armies could muster. The fighting wasn't going well. But pointing this out wouldn't be wise, not when the Nemzer who had just spoken was a shapeless thing of broken necrodermis. The outburst of Faerin Josakat had been followed by a terrible blow against the ambitious noble. My glorious Faerin, we are. Stop the pain. Emotic found it hard not to panic as, impossibly, the exact location where his suzerain had been wounded burst into golden flames again, with the necrodermis silver color losing its radiance at an alarming rate and returning to showing the kind of damage which looked like a Citan shard had been too close to him. My Faerin. One of the Nemzers he had been forbidden from purging because he was a second cousin of the Sarakans and it was useful not to burn every tie with these backstabbing leeches. I have a solution to heal you. The Cryptex immediately took a step back from their first and only master. And what is this solution which has evaded the attention of my Cryptex? We kill the vermin which had the audacity to wound you, my glorious Faerin. Emotic groaned internally, and only a lifetime of self-control allowed him not to scream at the new idiot which had decided to think about military matters when obviously his sub-PAR talents had relegated him to the rear lines. How were they going to achieve that when their phalanxes were already in a bad situation and their own arsenal rebelled against them? Segmentum Obscurus. DLX-97 System. Arc Mechanicus Technologia Potstas EST. 9.538.310 M35. Hellforge Mistress Sodanol. The assumption the speed granted by the sorceress rituals would allow the Armada to avoid all interception attempts was clearly, overly optimistic, War Master. How bad is it? The Hellforge Mistress did her best to not look directly at the thing, allowing her to communicate with the vengeful spirit, the massive Gloriana of the Black Legion being of course normally impossible to reach by normal astropathic communications as long as it remained in the Eye of Terror. I lost a Ford ship, the Volskani lost 8 transports, and the 17th Legion lost 5 cruisers. As bad it sounded, it wasn't the real issue. But the number of damaged ships outnumbers the destroyed ones by a factor of 3. And with about 15% of our supply fleet gone, assigning hard priorities became necessary. And the fanatics didn't like that at all. The reply had no anger behind it, but it wasn't complimentary either. You were to show your best and most cooperative behavior. I am. But I can't conjure stocks of metal and spare parts from nothing. And while I desire nothing less than that the maximum number of the 17th Legion's hulls reach our final destination, this goal would be far more achievable if some battleships were detached on convoy duty. The reason Arcos and his band of traitors were able to cause so much damage was that, aside from myself, there were no other volunteers to guard the converted transports, and of course the word-bearers who were commanded by their primarch defended the transports of the Volskani cataphracts and not much else. They really want to use these troops as meat shields to protect their legion. They are selling the souls of their enemies to the gods before the battle has even begun, Sodanol retorted. Before being concerned about ground battles, Lorgar and his sons should be very worried about what is going to happen if they have to face a fleet half their size. The raiders are almost all gone now, and it is only a matter of days before everything below light cruiser tonnage suffers the same fate. Lorgar sent powerful messages to every legion commander proclaiming he gained what he wanted from Cadia. And if you trust him, War Master, I have some large forges on Mars to sell you. Cadia was a beautiful disaster. They got some Noctilith, yes, but I don't think it was as much as their plans called for. The main fortress world didn't fall anyway, and when you summon the things they did, it was either the most costly distraction a Black Crusade ever made, or a significant defeat. Now that the Imperial Navy is trying to slow us down so that our pursuers can catch up, the Armada is risking death by 1,000 cuts. There was a long silence following her declaration. Do you think you will be able to accomplish my will before Lorgar's ego leads his Armada to its doom? Having asked herself the same question 6 times in as many days, Sodanol was ready to give an answer. Yes. Assuming the logistical simulations hold true, the Grand Armada will be able to smash its next target before the Imperial forces overrun them and utterly destroy the capacity of the 17th Legion to wage war as a coherent and united force. They are going to receive reinforcements from the Maelstrom, even if in far less quantities than they wanted. And our pursuers have no idea about the true plan of the Primarches. It isn't going to be an elegant system of gears unlocking each plan in turn, but it is going to work. Good. Contact me again when you reach the targeted system. I will have new information for you by then. Carrion-class heavy battleship Vox Dominus. Dark Apostle Perister. Lord Apostle, we have found the ship where the ritual to summon the Second Exalted is prepared. It is the Blessed Flame. Did you learn the reason why? Aside from being one of the warships which suffered most heavily from the actions of the heretic Alpha Legionnaires, this particular battleship hasn't exactly distinguished itself lately. There are several reasons, my Lord Apostle. First, there were saboteurs, some of the 20th operatives along with the rodent kind, but thanks to the Thousand Suns' help, those heretics were found, tortured and sacrificed to the gods. The ship has therefore been purified and is no longer a security risk. The second motive of importance is there are plenty of rumors the Vile One has made an ignominious pact with one of the covens of the Thousand Suns. Now these are only rumors. But it is Erebus we are talking about. He wouldn't be able to resist involving himself in a treacherous conspiracy against the other members of the Dark Council even if his life depended on it. Ahem. Yes, as you say, my lord. The third reason is symbolic, I think. The exalted Lord of Change is the eye of the architect among the pyroclastic conclave. Shimdri-Lex Khazar, should Perister be happy it wasn't the two-headed Kairos Fateweaver or furious about the magnitude of the threat which was going to be unleashed far too close for comfort to his great host. That is a powerful feathered lord, it was a particularly vicious one too. Yes, I think the symbolism strength was a large part of why Erebus and all his accomplices chose it. Forgive me, Lord, but I thought you would be more unhappy. I am far from pleased. Perister made a silent gesture for his subordinate to stand before returning to the observation of the worthless and sterile system the Grand Armada had chosen to repair and resupply in before translating out on the last step of their crusade. Fighting on the same world with an exalted servant of the gods when said servant is famous for his unmatched fire sorcery is not something that I would consider without great apprehension. Fighting next to an exalted member of a god's favorites and surviving was always a great way to improve your name in the eyes of the Pantheon, true. Unfortunately, the surviving part always proved more dangerous than the fighting part of the equation. It was too bad they didn't have the opportunity to bring back the crippled souls of Drekarth and his main lieutenants, because Perister knew they could have informed them of how many legionnaires of the 16th had been slaughtered by the Guardian of the Throne of Skulls. Your efforts in discovering the Vile One's plans are appreciated. The member of the Dark Council complimented the spy. I am going to prepare more focused contingencies. I am not going to take any chances, not after Cadia. And the exalted servant of the Grandfather. I have to admit failure on that matter for the time being, Lord. We have not found any ritual preparations which could summon such a formidable servant of decay. Sodic Space. Mandragora System. The Throne of Oblivion. 8.541.310 M35. Overlord Sobek Hetep. The Sodic dynasty has utterly failed. Hem. At which moment did this damned cryptek return? Speak your piece, Snifurka, and then remove yourself from my presence. Hem. Mighty Overlord, less than 5% of Mandragora has fallen and it is merging the ground losses of both invading species together. Given the sheer violence the pink humans appear to unleash against the greenskins wherever the Krik's debased descendants come too close to them, they are anything but allied. The Sodic forces have suffered some minor reverses, this is undeniable. But the enemy fleets are forced to commit every warship they have to keep the orbital grid from repairing itself, and their armies must be already severely depleted. The pink invaders left millions of corpses on every battlefield, and billions of greenskins were incinerated by the Sodic destroyers. And yet in the last phases of this planetary campaign, the Sodic phalanxes appear to be utterly paralyzed and ineffectual. Not to mention their obstreperous and immature rebellion against the authority of the Eternal Silent King continues. But isn't it going to end soon, my glorious overlord? Sihathor intervened. Surely this indecisiveness is a sign of Faeron Josakat acknowledging the point he has been misled by ill-informed and treacherous advisors. If that is the case, the situation is about to be resolved in the Suriken dynasty's favor. If that is the case, the Dustmaker repeated venomously, I don't think we should assume ourselves to be that lucky, and you forget that while the paralysis may work in the Sodic favor on Mandragora as their crypteks reawaken millions of warriors with every day, the rest of their core worlds have been brutalized like they never were before. The damage to the Golden Crown and its removal from the system are also major hindrances which will delay the repairs of the throne for far longer than I am willing to allow. In every aspect which matters, the Sodic dynasty is providing zero help to us, and every day proclaims their unwillingness to return to the natural order of things. Hem. I said remove yourself from my presence, Cryptek. Unless you are willing to taste the destruction of your current body in a violent fashion once more. The Master of Despair, the despair of the Suriken dynasty, it went without saying, teleported away, proving he could at least recognize a threat when he heard one. And to think the Sodic were once one of the prime dynasties of the Necrons. In loyalty and competence, they have fallen incredibly far from their former might. Warden, it is time to end this shame. Yes, my glorious overlord. What are your orders? Make the preparations to fire the Nova Reaper on Mandragora. My glorious overlord? We are out of range to fire at anything of importance, besides the energy surplus is currently being diverted to the essential repairs, unless we use. Yes. What a glorious sight and destruction it was going to cause. We are going to use the Nightbringer's shard to kill the enemies of the Suriken dynasty fighting on Mandragora. But, my glorious overlord, it will kill everything with a spark of life in their body, including the Sodak dynasty. Only the overlords and other nobles who have been awakened from the great sleep, Sobekhetep corrected. And the vermin invaders, of course, will be annihilated to the last. But, Royal Warden, execute my orders. You will give a warning shot at low power and reiterate my ultimatum to the Sodak dynasty, but if they persist in their passive insurrection against the authority of the Eternal Silent King, the Suriken can't and won't tolerate their behavior. Are my commands sufficiently clear? Yes. Yes, my glorious overlord. Your orders are clear. I was just worried about the repercussions the destruction of Mandragora would create with the other dynasties. The repercussions are obvious. The lesser dynasties will prostrate themselves once more before the might of the Throne of Oblivion and the unmatched Suriken genius. Mandragora. Drop site Kappa. 8.542.310 M35. Lady General Taylor Hebert. This had to be a warning shot against the Sodak dynasty. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller's voice was flat, almost emotionless. This ray of darkness destroyed one of their most heavily armored plates that our battleships have been unable to scratch and fell upon a war zone where we had no soldiers present. They only killed their own species with that shot. They did. Archmagos Gast of Hediatrix's representation turned to face her. Given the size of the gun which has just been brought to the surface of the monolith, this was just a warning shot. And the energy unleashed by this single shot was nothing like the previous attacks of the Reaper batteries. Our auspexes and augurs detected countless physical anomalies and law-breaking disturbances, but by our understanding, this attack shouldn't have caused the damage it did. And given how the energy dissipated, it shouldn't have killed any Necrons on Mandragora. The Nightbringer, Nefertun had warned her that the Suriken dynasty possessed multiple shards of this Cetan. They used a Cetan shard to power this weapon, and since it is the thing which proclaims itself to be death in physical form, it can kill anything, even if it shouldn't work on the Necrons. Chapter Master Tafor Hezon swore loudly. It was so out of character for him it only confirmed how bad the situation was. If this was truly a warning shot, General Voronov of Battle Group Muska said quietly, the real thing will wipe out everything living on Mandragora when it will hit the planet. We have 24 Aegis battlecruisers here, Archmagos Figalen disagreed. The Chief of Staff of Archmagos Samartian had a lot of mechadendrites in perpetual movement as his hololithic representation was next to the Chapter Master of the Angels and Carmine. Surely their combined Heimdall Psi shields can block this cursed weapon, even if the price to pay is severe casualties inflicted by the Sodak grid while they're away. They probably can, Neidhart Muller said hesitantly. But they won't be able to take more than one shot, and we are likely to lose a lot of them. This is nothing like the former guns they've shown us, and we haven't seen it in action before against the orcs. And if it doesn't work, we will lose every force on Mandragora and the Aegis battlecruisers. Xenos bastards, someone murmured. Your Celestial Highness, High Marshal Barbarossa began, I am not prone to affirm we can't do something, but in this case I have to say it. We can't break the Necrons on this world before they arm this abominable weapon. We don't control a third of this world yet for all the strange behavior of the enemy since you crippled their elite forces and reserve. Unless it takes them days to load this weapon. Not happening, Archmagos Thayer Sagami interrupted. Judging by the preliminary analyses of the auspexes, we have a little over 8 hours. 8 hours. On a battlefield, it was an eternity. To conduct a mass evacuation when you had millions of guardsmen vulnerable to a weapon they couldn't even fight against, it was far too little. There was only one thing to order. General Rokossovsky, Chapter Master Malakbal. My lady. Lady General. On my own authority, execute case Scorched Earth. Contact the inquisitorial teams closest to you. Tell them I heavily suggest they prepare to execute Armageddon. By your orders, the Astartes and her chief of staff answered. Then she turned towards Archmagos Hediatrix. Archmagos, all the Titan Legios must leave the planet before the deadline of 8 hours is met. I suppose it won't be any issue for Legio Astorum, but the other Legios we have are an entirely different matter altogether. Yes, chosen of the Omnissiah. The Martian commander replied between two cants of binary to his subordinates. If you are willing to waive the regulations on the security and proper creation of drop zones, I think we will be able to save our most powerful assets. I don't know if we have enough dedicated transports for the Knights. We do, King Leary O'Hara said. If we had our full complement, it would be a different matter, but many of our lances are already in orbit. Dead or heavily damaged, the Lord of House O'Hara didn't add. The retreat of the Imperial Guard will be in 3 echelons, the black-haired Lady General continued. The tank armies can reach the drop zones and evacuation grounds first, and they will move immediately to do so on my command. The infantry will conduct planned Thermopylae. Order after order was spoken, a lot of them Taylor hadn't thought she would ever have the occasion to say. It tasted like the ashes of defeat, and it was. But there was no use crying over it. The Necrons had made them pay for the choice to attack Mandragora before the Imga monolith. Was it a mistake? Maybe, but given how terrifyingly fast the Necrons had reacted when the Mechanikus went after the Golden Crown, would they have been able to do anything in the opposite case before the Sodic dynasty destroyed them from behind? Lady Weaver, an unfamiliar voice demanded and received the speaking rights. Forgive me, but why aren't we moving against the monolith directly? Taylor stared directly in the eyes of the Astartes who had spoken. A second later, her insects gave the information she needed. Chapter Master Moritz Schneider, Invaders Chapter. Seconded to Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal as part of the containment force ordered to intervene if the monolith made its move, a force which had just been unable to do anything useful when the pyramid opened fire. Because, Chapter Master Schneider, the fleet around Mandragora possesses the only means to fight the Imga monolith without being destroyed in return. You can ask Chapter Masters Barbarossa and Hezon for their data copies of the previous engagement, I think. They will confirm that without a Heimdall psychic shield, any capital ship is doomed. Even a Gloriana super battleship won't survive long. The insect mistress didn't even know why she bothered repeating facts most of her high-rank subordinates had no doubt understood by a glance at the system map. If Battle Group Volga could reach the monolith in time, even if it would mean leaving the guard to fight alone and unopposed, I would take the risk. But all our battleships are more or less immobile facing Mandragora. Moreover, the orbital grid still causes problems as it regenerates. We will need half a day to disengage without risking disaster, and the distance between the Imga monolith and the battle fleets is approximately of 12 to 14 hours. But Battle Group Muska can. The green armored space marine said with a delay indicating the distance existing between him and her Mandragoran headquarters. Well, yes, the para-human said slowly, you are merely 4 hours away. But I took every ground and planetary assault force save the Invaders Chapter. And the battleships have also sent away most of their cruisers. There is no Gloriana in this battle fleet. If you enter the effective range of the Imga monolith, sooner or later its macro batteries are going to massacre you. And as Legio Astorm has proved, the carapace of this Necron space fortress is resistant to every weapon we possess. You would need hours to damage this supergun, and it would solve nothing. The Necrons can and will repair it in hours or a couple of days, at worst. The weakness is the Nightbringer's Tesseract Vault, and it will be protected hundreds of meters, maybe kilometers below the outer shell. Yes. Moritz Schneider answered as fast as the lag in communications permitted him to. It is the kind of mission the Adeptus Astartes has done for millennia. Don't be stupid. Oscar von Ruenthal barked. Even if Battle Group Muska supports you at extreme range to distract the Necrons, the shields over this monolith section are intact. One would need to ram a battleship into them to break through, before in the next seconds launching a drop assault at low altitude because their anti-air guns will be ready to slaughter you wholesale. Too high, the enemy starfighters and the heavy batteries kill you before one space marine lands. Too low, the warship crashes. Admiral von Ruenthal is right, Taylor cleared her throat. I appreciate the proposal, Chapter Master, but this plan is nothing but suicide. If the reports you gave my staff are accurate, you have a splendid battle barge and 500 space marines aboard. Whether you lose them against the guns of the monolith or the millions of Necrons waiting for you in this maze of Xenos architecture, the fact is you are going to die. And the Invaders Chapter will need a generation to recover. But the armies of Mandragora, Cousins, and Skitarii, guardsmen and support forces, will be saved. Damn him. Damn, no, this was unfair. But he had a point. This battle barge was Rhizomade, and another could likely be built in time. The Space Marines Chapter could recover too, though it would need decades to recover the lost battle experience. And inside her heart, around her neck, in her head, the insect mistress felt the power of sacrifice waking up. Worthy sacrifice, because the Sons of Dorn were truly laying down their lives for a cause they believed in. Admiral von Ruenthal is going to give you the simulations made under the operation name Bastion. If you are still willing to offer your lives after that, my prayers will accompany you. Thank you, Lady Weaver. This was one of the moments a Lady General should say something, but for the life of her, Taylor didn't know what she should say. Battle Barge First Crusade. Chapter Master Moritz Schneider. This whole idea seemed far more reasonable in a meditation bay while the enemy wasn't shooting at us. Nonsense, Moritz smiled. Are you telling me you are beginning to feel fear? Several space marines chuckled. The sound, as unconvincing as it was, had the merit of creating some levity in one of the darkest moments of the chapter's history. Brothers, the chapter master of the Sons of Dorn who had centuries ago taken residence on Ogaris spoke when half a minute had passed. I will freely admit this mission is a task our chapter has rarely seen the likes of which, maybe never. We are up against an enemy which can annihilate all life wherever it strikes. Think of the threat it represents. If it achieves its goal today, not only will several army groups be shattered and millions of loyal servants of the Emperor killed, but these Necrons will move to another system and repeat the same genocide again and again. They won't stop until someone stops them. They won't stop unless their Imga monolith is destroyed. And we are the invaders. Planetary assault is our life and our art. And there is no one else. And there is no one else, brother, the chapter master approved the words of his captain of the second company. Isn't it against the Codex Astartes to say something like that? The captain of the fourth company joked. Do you have one of the ultramarines hidden in your quarters? Moritz retorted, generating a few more chuckles. If there had been sons of Sanguinius or other space marines able to arrive in time, I would have asked for their help, he admitted seriously. But they are too far away and we can't wait. According to the most refined simulations of the Mechanikus, once we break through the shields of the Imga monolith, we will have barely 4 hours to sabotage the Cetan Tesseract vault and every part the Necrons will find impossible to repair. This is little time given the size of this pyramid. In fact, the required time schedule for a normal operation of this magnitude should be measured in days at best, but his battle brothers knew that as well as he did. And with only 500 space marines, there wasn't any guarantee the invaders could last 4 hours. The Second Legion had survived longer, but as the name implied, it had been an entire legion. For Dorn and for the Emperor. The First Crusade accelerated again, he felt it under his armored feet. Ahead of the venerable battle barge he had condemned through his decision, the chapter master of the Adeptus Astartes saw the Imga monolith grow in size and malevolence. It was firing its terrifying weapons of green death, but the simple fact it continued to do so after half an hour while ignoring the First Crusade told Moritz the hastily improvised plan worked. The battle fleet was harrying the Necrons at extreme range, and faced with such a threat, the Xenos were too preoccupied to try saturating the space around their battle station to see if something was trying to approach undetected. This was good, for if they had tried to search for the invaders' flagship, they would have found it. Necron technology, everyone including the most supremacist tech priests of Mars had to acknowledge, was far better than anything mankind had. But as the current situation proved, for all this near-divine technology, the Necrons were too arrogant, too sure of their superiority. On the eve of victory, they had convinced themselves nothing would try to disrupt their grandiose plans, and so they had not bothered to check for subterfuge or properly use their assets once. Unity and humility, the Xenos really didn't seem to have these qualities in abundance regardless of which dynasty they hailed from. And thank the Emperor for that, since it gave the invaders' chapter a tiny chance of victory. Your orders, chapter master? The shipmaster asked. Serf he may be, but Moritz couldn't help but appreciate the self-control of the senior officer of the First Crusade as his entire world was going to end in half an hour. The battle barge must get as close as possible to this immense space gun. The next order sounded more like something out of a madman's playbook, but every little helped. If you have the opportunity, ram the battle barge into the supergun. The time the Xenos take to repair it will give us more time to destroy the core underneath. By your command, chapter master. Air, astropathic communications are still available, the large null zone hasn't been re-established. We can still send a last message, if you so desire. A last message, yes, there was Sergeant Digan Belligerus he had sent to the Dawnbreaker Guard. Their poor brother, assuming he was still alive, had to curse him for doing something one could only watch from afar. I am going to take your offer, shipmaster. It would be a final farewell, but the brotherhood of the invaders would not end today. The Throne of Oblivion. Cryptek Aotep. What are you doing, waste of necrodermis? Stop them. Aotep had believed the last outburst of rage of the Dustmaker was his worst, but this one looked like it was going to beat the previous angry fit without even trying. He had already destroyed 3 Nemzir sparing bad news, after all, and the battle was far from over. My glorious overlord. A new annihilation beam, and the count rose to 4 destroyed Nemzirs. Cryptek. I want good news. The repair teams are already at work on the Nova Reaper, oh my sublime and peerless overlord. If this Surican overlord and the defunct Simit had one thing in common, it was how they loved that everyone kissed their feet and metallic genitals. Aotep grimaced as it conjured old images she wanted to forget. Nemesaur. What are your phalanxes doing? The female Cryptek relaxed in the privacy of her own mind, as the rage of the Surican tyrant turned towards someone else. Thank Igranai the World Shaper he had not asked how long the process would take, because she doubted the answer would have satisfied such an arrogant noble. Honestly, the humans had crashed their capital ship straight against the Nova Reaper's outer tube at about 1% of light speed. Did he really think even the Surican weapons could resist a disastrous ramming like the one it had suffered? With the benefit of hindsight, the Plasmancer shouldn't even bother asking herself the question. The Surican overlords took technology as their divine right and the Crypteks were nothing but slaves under their benevolent governance. This is incompetence of the highest degree. Yes, yes it was. But then half of the Crypteks of the Throne of Oblivion were from other dynasties by now, and were outright dragging their feet from fear that their homes were the next targets of Sobek-Hotep. And she wasn't even mentioning the Sodak contingent left aboard. Proof the Dustmaker was as cruel as he was arrogant, it had taken the first sabotage a large-scale antimatter explosion inside one of the armories to realize that maybe, just maybe, it was actually necessary to wipe the minds of the members of his forces belonging to the dynasty he wanted to crush before reprogramming them to ensure absolute loyalty. Naturally, it had left massive holes in the defense perimeter. The intruders had no great difficulty finding them, helped by the fact Aotep may or may not be giving them directions from time to time. Discreetly, as she had seen what had happened to the other cryptechs who were caught showing disloyalty. Aotep was a slave of the Surican dynasty, but she had discovered there were far too many ranks below her current position lately. Alas, all good things were coming to an end. For all their fortitude and seriously impressive willpower, the green-armored humans were beginning to slow down. Of the 483 who achieved the impressive feat of landing alive on the throne of Oblivion, there were 102 remaining. And they were very, very far from the Tesseract Vault which conventional wisdom dictated to be their chief military objective. Very far, and there were several armies blocking the passage, not to mention several passages were heavily favoring the Phalanx's deployment and. Oh dear, did they really try to use the passages reserved to the largest war units? That was, inspired. Sobekatep didn't share this opinion, unfortunately. You assured me they were going to be surrounded and cut off now. By the Void Dragon's maw, at this rate the Dustmaker was going to run out of Neemzers in a few Mandragoran days. Quickly, she used her authorization to unlock a few key compartments and sent out troops. The Plasmancer was reasonably sure she had purged from several of the most horrific Surican mind control protocols. My glorious overlord, the enemy is approaching the energy grid, keeping the Cetan shard safely contained. Excellent. The vermin has committed their last mistake. Their pitiful plasma technology won't even be able to scratch the necrodermis of our best armored protections. My sublime and most exalted overlord, the enemy has. I don't care what sort of pathetic tricks they have. The overlord shouted, though a bit lower than what he roared moments before. Neemzers, teleport, and this time destroy them to the last before they escape. Sobekatep should really have listened to her. When an entire phalanx teleport next to the energy grid, it was to discover two unpleasant things. First, the humans had somehow managed to develop a crude vortex technology, and they had 3 grenades of it. Second, these objects were a second away from exploding right in their faces. Boom. This throne room was quite a distance away from the Nova Reaper, but there was no need to be particularly perceptive to hear the explosion or feel the walls and ground shaking. Divert all emergency power into the Tesseract Vault's containment matrix, Aotep commanded the other cryptechs. Ozagorod was the Reaper of the Necron Pantheon, and letting him escape was not an option. Death was the only thing he would give the Saracons of the Throne of Oblivion, and the Nightbringer wouldn't waste his time ascertaining the culpability of a cryptech. Acknowledged, diverting power. Aotep turned her head away as on a sensor screen, about 40 of the green invaders ran away from the devastation, pursued by the odd immortal or two, but frankly in far larger numbers than her calculations had predicted. The female cryptech hesitated. She could wipe them out. Capturing the survivors of the force which had caused so much damage to the throne would place her in a position to spread more anti-obedience protocols as this disastrous expedition continued. But these curious allies of circumstance had enraged Sobekatep and were spreading devastation and more problems to the Surican wherever they went. Seen logically, letting them continue their work was a good thing. So this is how the vermin wants to play at being the rulers of the galaxy. I am going to annihilate them for their impudence. Cryptechs. Bring the new hypervault containing the shard of Magladrith to the control release chambers. Aotep was beyond horrified, and she didn't need to compare data with the other cryptechs to know they shared her engram emotion. Such a thing had never been done. Oh, there had been monstrous collateral damage during the war in heaven, but it was because the Cetan's powers were so great and the battles so terrible even a crown world could be very fragile when an apocalyptic battle raged. But this was destruction for destruction's sake. Gods, they had been so concerned about the Flayer curse they had missed the signs. Sobekatep was not angry without reason. He was prone to fits of rage because the first roots of the nihilistic behavior had found quite fertile ground in his mind. The Dustmaker was beginning to lose his mind and transform into a destroyer lord. And if that was the case, unleash the Void Dragon against Mandragora. Segmentum Obscurus. Canic System. Canig. 6.545.310 M35. Governor Valamir 8 Maximus Cerebrum. A third of our PDF has betrayed us, General. This is inexcusable. The red-clad officer didn't even have the good sense to be sorry. My lord, the desertions and treacheries are of course a terrible blow, but from a purely strategic perspective, they don't really matter. The archenemy has an entire fleet in orbit, and they destroyed our SDF without really trying. They have a battleship. If the reports of the rare few survivors who lived through the first hours of this war can be trusted, the tribes and the PDF were forced to confront traitor Astartes without warning. The senior general left in the entire Canic PDF shook his head. We have a corps of retired guardsmen to train our troops, but it isn't veterans we need right now, it's the full strength of the Adeptus Astartes and the Imperial Navy to retake our world. The astropaths are dying horribly every time they try to send a warning to the sector capital, Vladimir repeated for the third time. You will have to win with what you have. And I'm telling you, going on the offensive is just going to cause more disasters. The blue-tattooed man had the gall to bark back. The monsters spread their heresy to 5 of the vehicle cities in as many hours, and over 200 tribes have been slaughtered. We have already lost 2/3 of our stocks of heavy weapons, and this equipment hasn't accomplished anything more than annoying the heretics. And what is your strategy, then? We order every vehicle city left, including this one, to move towards the highest and most unstable volcanoes. You want to die by lava bombardment instead of the enemy? The planetary governor asked aghast. The enemy isn't impervious to the lava, and judging by the way they lost 2 or 3 of their sickening engines and transports to the calderas and lava lakes, they aren't used to fighting in this type of terrain. We must adopt a new defensive strategy, one where our knowledge of the planetary eruptions will give us a decisive advantage. And what will we do once our proud cities burn and the administratum demands we pay our tithes? What then? Governor, the general gave him a look that told him he was going to need other generals unless he wanted to be overthrown. Right now, the main priority is to survive this invasion. The administratum is far away, the archenemy is right here. Paying the tithe can wait until we know we will survive. There was a terrible sound, an odor Vladimir VIII couldn't place, and suddenly an immense vortex opened in his throne room. Giants in heretical red armor stormed through and opened fire alongside things, which were born of darkness and the foulest heresy. Soldiers! Defend your governor! For blessed Lorgar and the Pantheon! Something fell into his lap, and the governor of Kanak whimpered as it revealed itself to be the severed arm of the general he had just been speaking with. This is a nightmare. And it has just begun, foolish mortal. Dark Apostle Vorjuk Kral. The governor and the entire leadership were sacrificed to the gods, Lord Apostle. We have captured their capital and enslaved about half of the population. I wish I could say it was an arduous task, but we took the crawler in 1 hour without any legionnaire wounded. Excellent work, Korafos, and don't complain when things go according to the plan. There were several factors which explained why the victory of the 17th Legion had been so quick and so total, of course. First above all, they had the blessings of the gods, and save its astropathic choir, the opposition had no psychers save the occasional weakling. The disturbances created by multiple volcanic eruptions had made sure the Vox communications were erratic before he intervened in person to give the operators a taste of the primordial truth: those who survived may become useful slaves in time. Things could still have been complicated if there was competent opposition on the ground or in space. But the last imperial tithe of guardsmen for Kanak had been sent away 2 years ago, and the governor, a foolish aristocrat with a tight purse if there ever was one, had decided he could wait for a few more years before resuming the effort again. The 4 monitors' relics several millennia old were so poorly maintained a museum would have refused them on principle. And the second most important thing, however, the false emperor and his slaves had anticipated the deployment of the word-bearers' fleets emerging from the maelstrom. It was obvious that Kanak had not been on their list of probable targets. The same thought must have crossed the mind of the Korafos next to him, because his next words echoed Kral's inner musings. No sign of coherent opposition anymore, just a few uppity tattooed tribes. Unless they have reinforcements on the way. They don't, Vorjuk smiled. I am not the equal of blessed Lorgar, of course, but with the number of rituals we use to give us an advance warning should a threat approach Kanak, any fleet sailing the tides of the Sea of Souls in our direction would be noticed, and meet several unpleasant surprises on its way. After the multiple failures of the Sarum campaign, the Dark Apostle had no intention to add another disaster to the numerous reasons his gene sire would have to remove him from his position of command and then throw him onto an altar to the non-existent mercy of his peers of the council. This was why, despite the apparent low danger, the Kanak campaign had been prepared meticulously and his legionnaires trained like never before. It was better to appear as too cautious for the first stage of the plan and realize that your fears were blown out of proportion upon the moment of triumph than risk the opposite happening. Evidently, the other Dark Apostles did not share his views. Incidentally, long divinations and desperate sorcery communications had informed him that out of the 8 fleets prepared at Galmech, 4 were confirmed destroyed beyond any hope of salvation, and 1 had gone dark. Somehow, the insistence of Abaddon the Despoiler to spread multiple sector-wide rebellions and misdirect the false emperor's slaves as to his real goals for each Black Crusade before he actually deployed his forces sounded far wiser than it had several decades ago. But enough about enemies which aren't here. The host of Black Tears is on its way. It is, Lord Apostle. They were finishing the deliveries of the slaves when I last spoke to them. Within 10 minutes, they will be ready to return to action, and eager to do so. These tattooed wretches were funny at first, but their name of Skull Takers is an offense to the god of skulls and blood. Indeed, Vorjuk said drily as they advanced up the slope of a volcano where thousands of recently and not so recently enslaved beings were digging for the greater glory of the Pantheon. To be honest, I don't know if their bloodlust will be sated. The enemy sleeping below Kanak has no blood to shed. Red light shone from his Crozius as the primary dig site had finally reached the Xenos door he had seen in his visions. As long as they have skulls and their death is pleasing to the gods. We will kill them, Korafos, Vorjuk Kral promised absently as the carvings and the cold glyphs of the Aiden dynasty were revealed for the first time in millions of years. But we are here for a far greater purpose. In this tomb which has survived the fall of countless galactic civilizations, the artifacts which will cause the end of the false emperor await. One slave didn't prostrate himself, and the Dark Apostle used the opportunity to step on him, all the while pouring a sliver of power into his body which instantly gave him a second mouth, on his back. The other half-rebellious slaves took note and prostrated themselves, before returning to work with more diligence. Obviously, these Xenos likely won't agree with the arguments of Blessed Lorgar. It will be our role to teach them the goals of the Black Crusade outweigh their need to keep them in this dusty tomb. Sodic Space. Mandragora System. Mandragora. Indomitable Plains. 8.545.310 M35. Sergeant Gavriel Forkas. His lady had not screamed, but at the moment when her helmet was removed, the fire in her eyes gave a significant clue that she had not at all appreciated the Necron's perfidy. Nor had she enjoyed giving permission to the invaders' chapter master to sacrifice 1,000 space marines to prevent a greater disaster from occurring. It had worked. But the invaders were likely all dead by this point, and the Imga monolith was not in range to receive its punishment. The Sodic Necrons would have to do. Gavriel would have almost pitted the Xenos if they weren't such a bunch of genocidal bastards. As far as the view provided by his transhuman eyes reached, the cannons of the 4 artillery armies of Army Group Volga were firing at the Necrons. It was a Chimerac-style bombardment, with the minimum of space between the Basilisk and Sphinx batteries, and it was devastating. For days this tactic was completely unconscionable, but now that the enemy's formations combined apathetic strategy and slow speed, the Imperial Guard was going on the offensive again. And there was a lot of revenge in the hearts of the guardsmen and every Imperial commander on Mandragora. It was day, but the guns of the Astra Militarum were firing relentlessly, and the colossal explosions and endless smoke columns were darkening the diurnal hours. Then the rate of artillery fire began to slow down, not due to lack of targets, no. Despite the plains before them being transformed into a vision of craters and nightmares, the enemy was teleporting in countless troops to replace the ones it lost, some of them unfortunately being formerly crippled Xenos which had been repaired beyond what reality dictated should be possible, and continuing this slow and relentless advance. It was just insane, when you considered that north of these plains, a tank army supported by 2 mechanist armies and several hundreds of thousands of Skitarii were preparing to hammer them in the flank. This time the Imperial Guard did not retreat anymore, and the lesser nobles were marked by luminous flies, which were an incredible boon for the snipers ancient Rylaner had trained for the last few years. When the Necrons manifested a tiny spark of their former military brilliance, their counterattacks were shattered by the fists of Roma, supported by covering fire from the Titans. As the skies were clear of doom scythes, the Marauder bombers and jump pack equipped Astartes dominated the skies and unleashed hell upon the metallic heads of the Necrons. It was, as far as he could see, the perfect picture for the concept of battle in depth General Rokossovsky had championed since the moment he arrived on Nyx. The goal wasn't to destroy the Necron army in a single battle, it was to disorganize their system before shattering it. There were elegant tactical maneuvers of course, but the important goals were to destroy the Necron citadels one after another. Either by having the Heracles Wardens and the Death Watch sabotage them, or through a head-on brutal military assault which left nothing but ruins in its wake. And it worked. After the cancelled retreat, the Imperial Guard and the other forces which had landed on Mandragora were blasting through the monolith's shields, and preceded by Baelite scorpions, devastated the resurrection chambers of the Sodic dynasty. A spider ran away from the insect mistress. Any other time, this would have been an innocent gesture, but since this one was an adjutant spider, there was no reason to send her out of eyesight right now. The Catachan ants and plenty of other parts of the swarm were on the battlefield to receive her orders. And a second later, the bad feelings didn't lessen. Gamaliel. Contact Dragon. Tell her she needs to stop babysitting the tech priests in charge of the Necron loot and treasure. I don't care if Trazyn is nearby or not. I need her command and everything she can deploy right now. A problem. A colossal one which has taken Battle Group Muska by complete surprise and destroyed 2 cruisers, the ruler of Nyx explained. It seems the destruction of their supergun hasn't calmed the Surican commander who wanted to kill us all. The smoke was heavy, the skies having been polluted by the Necron artifices and the demolition efforts of the Imperium, but no one having eyes could miss the falling star in the sky of Mandragora. Is that what I think it is? The former Dark Angel Legionnaire heard himself asking. It is a Citan shard, yes. He could almost hear the silent grimace of the Lady General after that. We have a small chance. It appears the monolith's order giver ordered it to destroy the biggest citadel first. This is going to disorganize our offensive planning, again. The offensive begins here and now, and in a different direction. Yes, my lady. One of the Marines of the Blood said. But, the orcs are attacking in this direction as well. Isn't this the cataclysmic fight you wanted to avoid? Yes, the golden-winged woman reluctantly confirmed. But the choice has been made for us. Everyone goes on the attack. We need to cut off some heads before they grow beyond our capability to handle. For the Sanguinius and the Emperor. For the sacrifice of the invaders and for mankind. The Dawnbreaker Guard received in response. Indomitable Palace. Phaeron Josakat. The Maynarch dynasty was without doubt among the cruelest enforcers of the Silent King during the War in Heaven, but they also had some strange proverbs too. One of them was that no matter how much pain you inflicted upon the organic races, a death sentence always allowed them to focus their minds on the real threat. Josakat had never thought it would apply to him personally. His agony, had cost the Sodic nobility a lot of time and lost ground, but this was of little importance. He still had billions of warriors awakening day after day, so what if he lost a few millions while he was in pain? The damage to the citadels of the Sodic dynasty was more concerning, but the cryptex could restore and repair them. But repairing after a Citan shard was allowed to ravage Mandragora by the Surakan dynasty? That he and his dynasty couldn't recover from. Nikitek. Release the shard of Zarholash. My Phaeron, the shard will be too weak to. I know the potentate is far too weak to vanquish the Void Dragon, Cryptek. The Sodic Phaeron shouted. But it is going to buy us some time. Time they sorely needed, as the minuscule fragment of Magladritha's power pierced the first outer shields like they were made of sand. Time to do what? One Cryptek, forgetting his rank and place, screamed like a vulgar plebeian. It won't give us more than a few hundred of our former heartbeats. Then that will already be a few hundred heartbeats granted to this dynasty. Josakat gritted his teeth as the pain came back, more agonizing, limiting the number of things he could think of at the same time while creating painful emotions when there had been none for millions of years. Emotic. My Phaeron. Take your remaining armies and teleport yourself onto the throne of oblivion. Whatever our fate today, that dishonorable jackal of Sobek-Hotep must not survive his extraordinary violations of the honor code and the crimes he committed against the Sodic dynasty. The Dustmaker will perish by my hand, I swear it on the ancient stars. The Storm Lord swore. The walls of the throne room of the invincible citadel, a fortress so heavily defended it could resist the most punishing bombardments with ease, were beginning to vacillate. May your scythe strike true, Josakat replied before the access to his engrams was once more disrupted by this damnable pain. If you achieve the feat and I don't survive the battle against the Citan, you shall lead the Sodic dynasty in my stead. Now go. The teleportation engines activated, and the Storm Lord was gone. My Phaeron, was it wise to promise him this title he doesn't deserve? I think. Be silent, useless courtier. Josakat spat. Unlike you, Emotic has won battles so far. He has been defeated several times, but he remains an extraordinary general. What have you done to deserve your rank, apart from wedding my sister's third cousin? Alarms which had never been used shrieked at full power as the shields of the indomitable citadel fell. Prepare yourselves, Necrons of the Sodic dynasty. For the greatest of all Citan has been sent to destroy our crown world. Indomitable citadel's outer defenses. Brigadier General Tanya Svrev. They arrived too late. The good news was if they had Lemon Rust tanks, they would have arrived even later. The bad news, well, the gigantic Necron citadel and its last armies were besieged, both in the air and on the ground. Neither of the enemy forces were humans. The Mandragoran plain was infested with orcs. Somehow, for reasons which were known only to themselves, the Greenskins had brought everything they had in from the east, their unstable war machines and everything that had survived the dark days of fighting was thrown into a last roll of the dice which was as insane as it was fast. Proper tanks shouldn't reach speeds above 80 km per hour, even in short bursts. Proper tanks shouldn't try to fly either, but the Hydras of the 2nd Tank Army of Nyx had destroyed several of those ugly contraptions. Orders, my. Tanya couldn't finish her sentence. Not because she didn't want to or someone place a hand over her mouth, but because for what felt like an eternity, time froze. It was like someone had pushed a button and apart from thinking, they were unable to move their bodies or do anything, including breathing. Above the Necron defenses, a new Citan shard rose and slammed into the creature which had neutralized immense armies in a single move. Lady. Time resumed its normal course. But in the next seconds, Tanya shivered, because for the first time, she realized how monumentally outmatched they were. When Lady Taylor Bear spoke again, however, the words weren't addressed to her. How far behind us is the artillery? About 20 kilometers, my lady, one of the Blood Angels who had played the role of spearhead so far answered. We still have a group of whirlwinds that could make a preliminary bombardment. And face the Stompas and Gargants alone and unaided. The ground shook under the feet of the guardsmen of the 20th as the designations of the orcs' insult to the Titans were mentioned. Seconds later, massive shapes emerged from the dust and whatever abominations the Necrons had unleashed to slow down the orcs. Tanya was extremely relieved that the orcs' eastern force was visibly charging towards the Xenos walls and batteries, ignoring them for the time being. It was an ocean of green violence. Lady Weaver had brought her swarm, but a lot of the insects were still kilometers behind with the adjutant spiders and the queen ants. Most of what was present were the units requisitioned from the Necrons, with the rare insects which had volunteered to exchange chitin for metal as support. The normal swarm god emperor, did that feel weird to say aloud, needed rest and did not have a bottomless reserve of endurance. Do we attack? This one was the flesh tearer, no doubt about it. Lady Weaver's sigh was heard by everyone nearby. Kratos, I know your favorite tactic is to rush straight into melee range, but this time the enemy outnumbers us by a frankly horrible margin. If the tank army was here, at full strength, and integrally deployed, we would have 500,000 men, and we don't have them. We have something closer to 200,000 guardsmen and guardswomen right now. Give it a couple of hours, my lady, and we will have a few million men here to properly support the last assault. By that time, the Citan battle will likely be over. Suddenly a part of the Necron citadel was ripped apart, and one of the Citan transformed it into a meteor which was used as a weapon against its opponent. 1 second later, there was an explosion of energy and the meteor became 1,000,000 fragments which... Shields. Tech priests, activate the shields or the army is going to burn. The cogboys were prompt to obey and the blue energy fields blocked the onslaught. The orcs, well, they took the explosions, impacts, and shockwaves in their full fury. Unsurprisingly for those who knew the barbaric Xenos, this incited them to accelerate and commit everything to their attack. Orders, Lady General. The Second Army and all guard units are to use every means of long-range bombardment to thin the orcs' ranks. Lady Taylor Hebert commanded. Her voice was icy and determined, with maybe a touch of anger. If we do that, my lady, we're not going to influence the course of this battle. Dragon is still more than 15 minutes away, Captain. The Basileia retorted as 2 gargants fell when one of the monstrous attacks of the Citan missed and hit them in what had to be a coincidence, since neither flying monster really seemed to care about what was happening below. But, General, if you tell me seriously a single guard army can survive in the middle of that, I will demote you immediately. The single word, somehow, managed to give an adequate description of everything that was happening in front of their eyes. The rigid Necron lines were crumbling in the face of the orcs before reforming in their backs and causing eruptions of green-skin blood and the debris of scrap machines. There were countless explosions as the remaining gargants unleashed everything they had, with the legendary orc inaccuracy earning its galaxy-wide infamous reputation. There were refurbished super-heavy tanks bigger than Bane blades being levitated and thrown over the Necron walls like toys. There were war bosses and their brigade-sized hordes flayed by the Necron gauze guns. The Necrons used proper tactics at last, but they were bombarded from above by the collateral damage of the Citan duel, and they were surrounded. The orcs were just a mob where the plan seemed to be attack everywhere at once, and who cares if it fails. It was chaos. Sure, Kamarak and the Death Star had been chaotic too, but somehow, it felt like the Fey 20th and every guard regiment here was out of their league, and out of their role. This was the orcs against the Necrons. The Xenos had fought each other for years, A&D. You feel it too, don't you, Tanya? The Living Saint had stopped giving orders to the Dawnbreaker Guard and the other Space Marines, and advanced to meet the officers of the regiment she continued to keep next to her in all circumstances. Yes, I think I do, it's... Someone is manipulating the strings of fate from the shadows, the sentence was uttered with an annoyed expression. The parasites are trying to turn my use of the orcs against the Necrons against me. They want to see us bleed on this battlefield. If it is neither my story nor the Imperium's, it can't be our victory. The Imperial victory, I understand, Your Celestial Highness, the blonde Fey officer began carefully. Since it was Necrons against orcs for this apocalyptic butchery, it wasn't by definition mankind fighting. But yours? Surely. There is no endbringer on this battlefield, my dear Brigadier General. The golden-winged Lady General gave her an ironic smile. I have no rivalry with any of the great Sodak commanders. I am merely the senior commander of this operation. I fight because the survival of the Nyx sector is at stake, but that's not enough. The Necron do not have any presence in the warp, and it is a neat drawback both for ideology and symbols. I am going to take your word for it, but how do we remove this drawback? Oh, that's very simple. A golden finger was pointed at the Citan battle, where one of the creatures had bitten into the other and appeared to, what in the name of the Golden Throne was it doing? I am not the only para-human in this battle group, and if Ashadra can be my Citan opposite, why can't another play this role too? The Citan was devouring the one the Sodak had summoned, Tanya realized with horror. And as the process entered its final stage, it began to lose its humanoid appearance. Immense metal wings unfurled. Metallic silver and sickly green scales took over the flawless necrodermis shell. It began to increase in length and height. It was no longer a parody of God, it was reptilian, it was. Yes, this is a draconic Citan. The Void Dragon, the Necrons call it. The monster roared, and then fell upon the Orc shrouded in a cloak of green energy promising nothing but death. Indomitable Tomb Citadel. Throne Room. Faerin Jo Sakat. Sobekhetep must have lost whatever control he had over Magladrith's shard, my glorious Faerin. Something I am completely aware of. The Sodak Faerin snarled, since the alternative was to moan in pain as his new body, the fourth one in a single mandragoran day, was once more beginning to fail him. At least the descendants of the Crix will die with us. Once the potentate's shard had been devoured by the void dragon, the outcome of the battle raging outside had been decided in mere heartbeats. As tall as the scrap walkers were, they were nothing against the power of a star devourer. False gods they may be, but the Citan had the power to fight the old ones directly during the war in heaven. A mid-sized horde of delusional invaders was just an appetizer for the greatest of all Citan, though the Nightbringer had tried to challenge him for that title. No one sane or insane among the Necron dynasties would be stupid enough to allow Magladrith enough power to return to its draconic shape. No one. At least Joe Sakat tried to convince himself of that, because if he was wrong, the Sodok dynasty would be the first and not the last of the great Necron powers to be annihilated. He comes, my Faerun. 3 of the inner gates have been, we think it simply walked through them. The inner protocols are melting when we try to detonate them. Activate all the heaven protocols now. Summon the last lit guards and teleport our last megalith according to the crypt protocol. It isn't going to work. I didn't hear anything intelligent from you. The alarms shrieked again. Something enormous roared. Necrons had supposedly left fear with their frail bodies of flesh, much like pain. So many things had turned out to be incorrect. The gates of his superb throne room failed in that instant, and the entrance gate, magnificent and more than adequate for his grand entrances, burned and was reshaped as flames of pure reality burned the necrodermis and other hyperalloys before reshaping the materials into a far larger opening. Magladrith stepped through. Joe Sakat, you betrayed me. The eyes, all 6 of them, of the massive draconic star devourer fell upon his wound. And you were wounded by a race of lesser primates. Disappointment follows disloyalty in the Sodok dynasty. Green flames burned in this infernal maw, and a myriad of alarms informed him of the intention of this near-divine enemy, taking control of the indomitable citadel and turning it into its new lair. And yet we beat you. Barely, the void dragon growled. I didn't anticipate your treachery, Oathbreaker. But with or without the help of the Ildari, your best efforts were nearly insufficient. I lost 15 shards from the greater hole, and these scars were mended. I have healed from your betrayal as I slept below red sands. Fangs and claws larger than any Necron shifted to become ever more threatening than his engrams remembered. We defeated you once, we can do it again. And who is going to do it? The Ildari? They are on the brink of extinction. The Crix? They are. The unique ceiling of his throne room sundered as something massive fell from it. From the dust and debris, an immense green shape jumped and crashed upon the priceless mosaics depicting the Battle of Dual Flames. It wasn't a Crix. It wasn't big enough though it came near in size, but there was a primal intelligence in these red eyes, which was the confirmation he needed. There was cunning and viciousness, but the beast wasn't intelligent enough. Ingur. The green brute roared. Waiaiaic. Waiaiaic. The thousands of lesser vermin behind it roared. So you are the orc who thinks he can defile metal. Your challenge is accepted, pathetic shadow of the old ones. Waiaiaic. His throne room disintegrated in fire and explosions a moment before his life. Super Meat Boy Bruck X Bruck. Da scaly fing was bigga dan dem guns, but you know what they say, da bigga they are, da bigga the kilts. Boys. Ize want dat EAD for my gargant. Yay Warboss. The Wadaik attacked. Warbosser guard attacked. They fired and they attacked. Bruck fired his new super shoulda with the ups ain't bugs. Thousands of shouldas and funny stuff fired at dat big metal scaly. I have wasted enough energy here. I am Magladrith. And by my will, you die. Dat thing is doin' funny. The boys of the first ranks were fighting with Gork and Mork before 3 teeth were knocked out. That's to fight. Charge. Charge. Wadaik for Eva. Warbosser Guard arrived with his big pincha and his new killa stuff. The Warbosser Guard, and the Scaly's tail was piercing to Warboss EAD. Mork and Gork. Not fair. Surik only delayed your extermination, animated fungi. The enemies roared. Die. Green flaming stuffs pulverized them. Dawak had lost the Warboss and that was bad. Times 2. Crash. A new flashy scaly crash arrived on the battlefield. A new funny dragon, but bigger and redder, as was proper. And above, dat was de swarm bringer. Waig. For the Warboss. Another explosion and half the boys died. RUNZ. Dat wasn't fair. They were as just starting. RUNZ outside. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. When Dragon had first presented the project to build a Titan-sized dragon armor so that the Tinker would have something able to face the monsters of Operation Stalingrad and emerge victorious, Taylor's answer had been a firm and resounding no. In her own words, we don't need something which is more or less the 200 meters long flying cousin of an Ordinatus, dragon. This first refusal had not deterred the Minister of Industry, of course. Yes, she could have used an modified Ankalagan unit in space or a Sapphira class when coming close to the battlefield, but given how fast everything went to hell at the Death Star, Dragon's calculations were that this elegant form of firepower in the shape of a magnificent dragon would be absolutely needed. And sooner rather than later. Still, removing the obstacles for the construction of the armor that the former member of the guild would personally drive during Operation Stalingrad had required Herculean efforts of diplomacy, countless favors bartered inside and outside the Nixian Mechanics, and repeated attempts until the insect mistress relented and the adamantium and other exotic resources were diverted her way. The final result was the Nobilis Draconis Pendragon class Nyx pattern dragon armor Fokker. It was 212 meters of incredible technology elevating the draconic theme to new heights. It had received a psi shield constantly powered by several astropaths. The front paws each had a small integrated crystal of ether gold. Plasma guns, adamantium claws, newly rediscovered alloys and high technology issued from the STC discoveries had been merged into this transport which had, if she wanted to be honest, emptied a few of her private accounts. But the horrified expression the green dark draconic Cetan made when she made her entrance? Priceless. No. 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 You are a usurper. I am the dragon. I utterly disagree, the tinker replied sweetly. You are an insult to the noble draconic form, slug. I am Magladrith. I am the dragon of creation. The Cetan had gone berserk, as the plan for such nightmarish scenarios called for. Because while having a unit of the Pendragon class coated in ether gold would have ensured her victory, the supply had still been far too limited when they left Nyx. Only her front arms had it, and she only had a psychic shield to protect herself with against these cold green flames which destroyed reality before reshaping it from the ashes. Imposter. The female para-human struck fast, parrying the mindless charge and throwing the enemy into a pack of orcs which was trying to flee. Maybe they had finally realized challenging a Cetan was something out of their league? The first antimatter ricocheted harmlessly against her golden defense, and her counterattack pierced the scales and dug deeply into its side. I am going to torture you until this galaxy dies, usurper. Don't invert the roles, please. I am dragon, and I claimed the name first, copycat. The furious roar answered for certain if the Cetan could understand human insults. A roar which turned from loathing to pain, as her claws pierced into the regenerating metal, and this time Dragon smiled, because from her energetic auspexes and the light which appeared, she knew she had struck true. I am Dragon. Mistress of Dragon Armors, sponsor of the Dragon culture, and lore-keeper of the Draconic knowledge. The grenade launcher fired the vortex grenade right into the large wound, and hatred and something vaguely resembling fear fought in the eyes of the Cetan. And I do not share this title with anyone. Fokker flew high and fast to escape the blast zone. Fortunately, as the star god regenerated, the warp explosion had been triggered internally, and Dragon couldn't help but gape as a worm-like thing emerged from the smoking crater and the fortress crumbled under its paws of green flames and darkness. That hurt, usurper. For this alone, I will wipe out all your creations after I have destroyed the Sodic dynasty. This was the moment Taylor chose to drop from the sky, the nebulous shard in her right hand, Call's sword in the other. Both found the gigantic head of Magladrith and stabbed it as golden flames danced upon metal and crystal. The way the monstrous ex-master of the Necrons writhed forced Taylor to jump and return to the sky once more, lest she be crushed. This radiance. The enemy hissed in utter loathing. I remember this bright light. You shine the same way he did. Destruction. The night deserves nothing but destruction. Dragon was forced to rise higher, as the Cetan unleashed more of its apparently technologically impossible powers. Around it phalanxes of Necrons were reformed, returned from the dead, but all wrong. Saruk deprived me of my armies, but I will build a new one. An endless army for a realm of metal and silent obedience. Dragon raced to weaken him again with ether gold, but the element of surprise had been lost, and somehow metallic wings were recreated and used to evade her attack again. I am Magladrith. And I claim this galaxy for myself. Not today. A tornado of green energy materialized and interrupted the Cetan's oncoming attack. Her enemy tried to struggle, to strike with enough power to free itself from its bonds, but in vain. Spitting green flames which destroyed everything in its path, launching miniature antimatter comets, and distorting reality on the plains below, the self-proclaimed Void Dragon was nonetheless dragged for hundreds of meters towards the Tesseract Vault hovering hundreds of meters above the ground. Honorable secessionists. The Overlord Necron who seemed in charge of the artifact and the forces surrounding it on high-tech hover platforms. The deplorable military situation demands we parley at once. Dragon honestly didn't know if she needed to blame Taylor or Trazyn for this one. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Somehow, Taylor was sure a lot of people were going to proclaim this was her fault, especially when the time came to explain why this region of the world of Mandragora had been reduced to a series of burning craters. Why the hell did the Necron call her a secessionist, though? By their standards, she was the commander of a foreign species, not a Sodic Necron, and besides, the notion of secessionist for the Necrons was obsolete. The moment they were transformed into metal automatons, the opportunities to rebel were more or less non-existent due to the combination of the command protocols and the overwhelming firepower and influence wielded by the C'tan. Parley accepted, Overlord. You stand before Overlords and Drek. A Necron herald proclaimed as she hovered in place. Grand Overlord of Gidrum, Master of a Million Stratagems, Bannerholder of the Southern Court. For the next minute, a list of titles long and impressive were recited by heart, which would have been impressive for any race without the eidetic databases of the Necrons. I am Lady Taylor Hebert, Lady Weaver, Lady General of the Imperial Guard, and ruler of the world of Nyx. I invaded the webway and survived the Queen of Blades while destroying the dark city of Kamarak. Why do you seek parley, Overlords and Drek? Faerun Josakat is dead and hostilities have begun against the Suraken dynasty, one of the massive Necrons acting like a bodyguard and a herald declared. There is no reason for your forces and ours to continue this war. You will forgive me, I hope, if I am not ready to accept this without any guarantees. Taylor replied politely. The interrogation of Orikan the Diviner revealed he and the Overlord of the Throne of Oblivion were extremely eager to go to war against the Narush-Latsat dynasty and any forces allied to them, which included and still includes the space zone I am duty-bound to defend. Many forces unleashed considerable forces against mine. You doubt Overlords and Dreka's honor. The bodyguard herald agitated a long and dangerous spear rifle. This had to be Zendreka's guardian shadow, the Vargard Oberon, then. I have the greatest respect for Overlords and Dreka's honor and military skills, the female para-human assured truthfully as Dragon's Pen dragon armor circled behind her, a firm reminder that the parley could end very badly for the Necrons too. But he is not the Sodic Faerun. I know how the dynasty protocols work. Should a new Faerun order that the hostilities between our two nations are to resume, your master will have no choice but to obey. The Necrons stayed silent for a moment, before the Vargard Oberon talked for his master. Assuming the Storm Lord successfully defeats the Suraken phalanxes, he will be the next Faerun of the Sodic dynasty. Fantastic. Bloody, awfully fantastic. Yes, Taylor was sarcastic. The defunct Faerun had just potentially handed the crown to one of the most terrifying military commanders ever produced by the Necrons, and the Golden Crown's actions had proved that his reputation was in no way exaggerated. That is regrettable. The Great Storm Lord is an honorable foe. His military record is peerless, the Insect Mistress acknowledged. But his tendency to wage war wherever there's a moment of weakness in his neighbors is unacceptable for my alliance. Neferton had spoken about this hypothetical scenario, and advised her that in that case, it would be better to destroy the Sodic dynasty down to their last bastion. Given a few years of peace to rebuild the endless Sodic legions, Imodic would likely grow to be a threat surpassing Orc Super Wyx and Chaos Black Crusades. Given how bad it had been to fight a recently awakened dynasty with the Orcs invading at the same time, these concerns had been fully justified. My proposal is simple: if the Sodic dynasty is to survive, Lord Zendrek is to become its Faerun and swear an oath of allegiance to Faerun Neferton of the Narush-Latsat dynasty. As the Imperium of Mankind and the Narush-Latsat dynasty are allied, this will ensure war between our armies is against the foundations of the treaties signed several years ago. Ridiculous. One Necron noble protested. The Narush-Latsat dynasty is the lowest dynasty of the second tier while we are the third of the first tier. It should be them who bow to us, not the reverse. Before the Great Sleep, the imbalance would have made such a thing unacceptable, the golden-winged Lady General admitted. But your worlds have been militarily defeated, and I stand with a massive fleet over your crown world. Gidrum, your greatest world, was deliberately spared by mutual agreement with the Narush-Latsat. We will not bow to the aristocratic Necron was forced to shut up, courtesy of a scepter smashed in his face. These conditions are in accord with the honorable code of our dynasties, young secessionist. It also restores a measure of unity, one that the Suraken Oathbreakers have failed to adhere to. However. Yes, that would be too simple. If Imodic takes the title of Faerun, I will not be able to oppose him. The Necron Overlord was shrouded in an aura which screamed old age. He is more popular than I, and the protocols will be delivered to him if he triumphs against the throne of Oblivion. And if he doesn't, then I will claim the title of Faerun for myself, Zendrek promised. And once again meet young Neferton as supplicant to save my dynasty from a war which benefits no one. The scepter slammed once more on the head of a Necron who looked like he was going to protest, while two teleporting golden-armored Necrons were dispatched with disconcerting facility by Vargard Oberon. In goodwill, the phalanxes and loyal forces remaining on Mandragora will vacate the crown world and stay on Gidrum until the fate of the war has been decided. So honor demands, so it shall be. Farewell, young secessionist. Farewell, Overlords and Drek. It could have been a more decisive victory, but it did fulfill the basic requirements for Operation Stalingrad's goals, and that was all which mattered. Mandragora System. The Throne of Oblivion. 8.553.310 M35. Overlord Imodic the Storm Lord. Before the Great Sleep, Imodic had disliked the Suraken dynasty. Their overlords and Neemsers frequently reserved the greatest super weapons and the best warships for themselves, regardless of whether or not they had built them, and they really didn't care if it was the best tactical or strategic decision. Now that the Great Sleep was over and the mask of beloved authority was broken forever, the Storm Lord knew these signs had been the first warnings of the monumental hypocrisy dirtying the Surican nobility. My overlord! The dishonorable Surican bastards have unleashed a VYGGH on our left flank. An avian screech broke the thoughts of every Necron for a fraction of a second. This was the problem with this redoubtable alien foe, the psychic scream was psychic and paralyzed everyone who heard it, with the fatal consequences one would imagine. Focus our last arcs on the beast, Emotic ordered. My overlord, if we do that. Maneuver of the rolling vulture. Now. It worked, insofar as the immense red-green avian with feathers of poison was finally cornered between two monoliths and unable to return to the heights where it was such a dangerous enemy. After that, it was only a question of concentrating enough firepower to kill it. VYGGH killed. Let's pray to the non-existent gods of this reality we won't have to face another. The species was nearly extinct after the campaign of the Shattered Moons. And the Silent King's heralds proclaimed its extinction 15 years later. Since we have just discovered how much the Surican promises are worth, let's not make any unwarranted assumptions. The tactical situation is in our favor. We have reopened the Dolmen Gates, and they are now reinforcing us with quantities of undamaged forces coming from the abandoned worlds. And many phalanxes have seized the Star Eater drive of the Throne of Oblivion. Tactically we win. Strategically we lose. I wasn't jesting when I proclaimed that a few more victories like those on the Golden Crown would render our dynasty extinct. This reply had just been uttered when his forces began to fire at each other. What? Cease fire. Cease fire. The enemy has been chased from this sector. Cease fire. But while his voice alone should have been enough, it took 5 commands, all embedded with medium-sized protocols, to fulfill it, an unacceptable waste of energy and time. Alas, Emotic knew which entity was capable of such malevolent tricks, and it meant. Sobekhatep was a fool to unleash you, he told one of the Neemsers he couldn't remember the name of, which was a sure sign he had been played for a fool. Foolish is not the word one should use for the poor dust maker. The false Necron smirked before its shell tripled in size and the necrodermis took a golden hue before increasing in size again and taking a very familiar shape every Phaeron and Grand Commander had excellent reasons to fear. Did you miss me? No. Ave, the Citan known to the galaxy as the Deceiver purred, I'm disappointed in you, my poor Storm Lord. So slow and careful, trying to take over the Throne of Oblivion section by section while your doom approaches. You are not my doom. Who said I was? Save shards of your fellow Citan, there is nothing I can't anticipate and. It isn't them. Then I don't see the point of listening to your lies any longer. 10,000 Necrons had taken position in on his order. Sobekhatep is going to escape the system and thus deprive you of the Dolmen Gates as they will overload and shatter. Impossible, his calculations weren't perfect, but they couldn't be that wrong. I hold the Star Eater drive hostage, and even if I didn't, the Surican dynasty has lost so much power in the successive battles and devastation that. What happens, Mephaeron the Deceiver asked maliciously and rhetorically, when someone activates a hyperdimensional bridge and a superfractal time displacer at the exact same place and time? You didn't, you. Oblivion awaits, my dear Storm Lord. The surroundings of Emotic and the armies of the Sotic dynasty fighting on the Throne of Oblivion exploded in a greenish-white light. Mandragora System. Emperor-class battleship Dominus Astra. 8.554.310 M35. Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller. How long? Neidhart was sure his chief of staff was exasperated, but the reliable captain gave him the answer nonetheless. 18 minutes and 15 seconds, approximately, before we enter effective torpedo range, Lord Admiral. The tarot readers and the psychers still confirm their previous readings. They do, Lord Admiral, the senior astropath affirmed with his usual stony expression. The FTL drive of the enemy is partially damaged and controlled by their Necron enemies. Auspex says. The fighting between the different Xenos factions is extremely noticeable, a commander of Karduniash smiled. We estimate that the last hours have been enough to destroy every rebuilding effort they attempted at Volga and additionally increased the mechanical and energy failures by 50%. We unfortunately aren't able to assess how much damage the Space Marines inflicted before they were overwhelmed, but their supergun is non-operational and the Mechanicu's instruments detect severe damage in all the nearby outer sections. They can't flee, and they have no more fleets to hide behind. The Imga monolith is the battleground for a new Xenos civil war. Neidhart summarized the situation. And the number of Citan shards they can unleash has significantly decreased. Not to mention that for all their limited capabilities, we still have all our Aegis-class battlecruisers to disperse the fire of their murderous Reaper batteries. Oscar von Ruenthal added from the Bridge of the Sun of Victory. And the Inquisition has lifted the last restrictions for several special weapons. In that case, I think it is time for us to teach the Xenos angering the Imperium was the first and last mistake they made since they crawled out of their gloomy tombs. He had seen what sort of architecture the Necrons considered beautiful, and by the God Emperor, the metal creatures had artistic tastes on par with several traitor legions, minus the corruption. The Black Templars demand the honor of leading the charge. His chief of staff reported as he raised an eyebrow. The invaders were sons of Dorn like them. At least it explains why my console is suddenly flooded by multiple chapter masters' requests. This was the moment where all instincts screamed something terrible was going to happen. And Neidhart trusted them too much not to react as a sickening glow began to engulf the zone where the Imga monolith was waiting. Evasive actions. Evasive fleet actions immediately. Void shields are to be powered at 100% of military power on the prow. The intact elements of the 4 battle groups which had left the high orbit of Mandragora were superbly trained. Emergency astropathic communication to Her Celestial Highness. Tell her I request a purifying attack from the Titan Moth Lisa. Once again, the Imperial fleet and the naval forces of the Imperium watched as a new disastrous and seemingly impossible phenomenon exploded into existence before their eyes. Once again, they prepared to withstand the storm. But as the favorite animal of the living saint threw a gigantic orb of light against the raging hurricane of Xeno's origin, it receded without much resistance. In mere seconds, the danger was over. The thing went from cosmic disaster to noteworthy addition to the spatial cartographer's collections, and soon even less than that. But as the sense of imminent destruction everyone had felt vanished and everyone breathed in relief, the evidence couldn't be denied. The Imga monolith has escaped. Again. Yes, Lord Admiral. But this time it seems their escape was not exactly flawless. One of the young lieutenants he had received as a gift from the High Admirals of Carduniash a few months ago told him. I could be wrong, Lord Admiral, but the auspexes detect a lot of debris where the Xenos battle station was. Confirmed, Lord Admiral. His master of auspexes spoke a couple of seconds later. The Imga monolith has lost an impressive quantity of mass while translating out of the Mandragora system. We have 3 Alpha-class masses bigger than this very battleship, correction, 5 Alpha-class masses. There's a good chance this wasn't their common FTL they used, clearly. The grey-haired officer whispered. Lord Admiral. I was musing that the translation at Volga and the one here are too different in efficiency, speed, and consequences to be a coincidence. They got away without losing a cog-sized object during the last battle, and now their retreat tears apart the very thing they're trying to protect. The Lord Admiral shook his head. The common FTL must indeed be unavailable, or so damaged it generates anomalies like these. The Necrons had left behind an impressive field of debris. Not enough to create an asteroid field in its own right, but the Mechanikus was going to jump in joy at the idea of new days of work quarantining, exploring, and analyzing the sum of those wrecks. And they must be completely panicking at their imminent defeat to consider options like the one they just used. His chief of staff commented. For all the fact they're Xenos, Lord Admiral, many of these silver killer automatons are not creative. If they tried something that dangerous, it's because they felt their annihilation was a very real possibility if they stayed in this system. You're likely right, the highest-ranking officer of Battle Group Volga agreed. Unfortunately, for all the risks they took, it appears luck was on their side this time. The Imga monolith escaped. Assuming their point of emergence was similarly illuminated the way Mandragora was, it won't be very difficult to locate it and engage the pursuit once more. Yes. Let's just pray the God Emperor they don't emerge in an Imperial-controlled system. We have a living saint on our side, who knows what would have happened if we didn't have Her Celestial Highness and her moth to protect us. Nothing good, I wager, Lord Admiral. Nothing good, Neidhart repeated before glaring at the debris-filled area of space. The prey had fled, bloodied but still alive. Operation Stalingrad was far from over. Somewhere in another dimension. A few thousand years after 310M35. The Throne of Oblivion. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. I ordered you to kill the Storm Lord. Laughter that showed no inclination to hide its mockery and disobedience echoed lengthily in response. You can try to puppet a few of my fellow C'tan, little Sobek-Hotep, the deceiver spoke as if he was a child. But I am beyond such crude methods. I obeyed your first order, because I desired to do so. The army of the Sodic dynasty who came here has been halved in strength and divided into smaller assault phalanxes. Yes, and they are now waging a never-ending series of ambushes and skirmishes in the depths of the Throne of Oblivion. I fail to see how that is my problem. Mafeiran taunted him. If you enjoy your prison, for you will never be released again. The Surican overlord spat as the familiar machinery sucked the fallen false god into something it had no hope of escaping from. The next order to give to the cryptex was simplicity itself. Use this tesseract vault as a battery for the repairs and the other emergency needs. But my glorious overlord, there were rumors that. Do not utter those vulgar superstitions in my presence. Sobek-Hotep barked. The deceiver will be starved in its prison for its insolence. Energy is energy, even the C'tan don't have the power to alter it once we tear the power from their control. Proceed, or I will find myself a new chief cryptech. I obey, great overlord. Fuming at the fact that one of his most brilliant plans had been ruined by lesser minds yet again, the Suriken noble teleported back to the control room, which was for the moment his interim seat of power. The former one was in need of renovations after several walls were revealed to have been shoddily built by incompetent architects. Imhotep has escaped and is at large somewhere on the throne, so Bekhotep announced without delay as his court bowed and made the necessary gestures of respect required for their survival. The Citan have proved themselves completely unreliable once more. First the Void Dragon was defeated, fortunately after killing that secessionist of Josakat, and was imprisoned beyond his reach, for now. Then the Deceiver, the urge to destroy, to lay waste to everything. Double the hunting phalanxes. I want the Storm Lord dragged before me in chains. Yes, my glorious overlord, Sihathor replied fervently. Your will be done. And quickly, he hissed, glaring at the 100+ servants who were certainly conspiring behind his back to usurp him. The vermin which damaged the Nova Reaper survived an incomprehensible amount of time before being cornered and annihilated. Yes, glorious overlord. The court repeated. Time Cryptex, report. We are in the wrong dimension and location, most glorious overlord. The entry translation was too violent to be controlled in even a limited manner, and we have missed the domains of the Charnovok dynasty by a catastrophic extent. We also are in the wrong time period, most glorious overlord, the second Cryptech added. By our most optimistic estimate, we are several thousands of our original years after the battle. Your suggestions? We must resynchronize immediately, the two dabblers of arcane technology replied in a single voice. The Silent King's own orders insist dimensional travel must be limited to short bursts. Otherwise the risk to the supremacy of the Suriken dynasty in all universes is far too great. If we stay in this time period, we will have to deal with the consequences of the Battle of Mandragora as they have evolved for thousands of years. So Bekhotep nearly crushed his armrests in his grasp. On the one hand, Josakat and the majority of his court were dead. With Imhotep unable to rally the survivors to his banner, the Sodak dynasty was finished as a major dynasty. On the other, the number of survivors was far too great when the Void Dragon failed in its secondary objectives, far too many survivors which were not going to spread a version of events favorable to the Suriken dynasty. Very well, the Dustmaker commanded. Prepare our return in our dimension of origin at the correct time period. Keep the same spatial coordinates. Air, my glorious overlord. This system is inhabited and this is why we have our Reaper arsenal, isn't it? Kill those who try to enter the range of our offensive weaponry. But my glorious overlord. I have made my decision, Cryptech. Do not force me to repeat my order a second time. Yes, my glorious overlord. Your will be done. Everything will proceed as you have decreed. Excellent. We will soon be out of reach of traitors and incompetents, and we will have dozens of years to rebuild the throne of oblivion once we reach the Charnovok throne world. Mandragora System. Battleship Enterprise. 8.558.310 M35. Rogue Trader Wolfgang Bach. Wolfgang had rarely seen Lady Weaver look so exhausted. He knew Julia and Adriana shared his opinion, though they hid it well, and they hadn't known the Lady General for as long as he did. I'm going to get 10 hours of sleep once this meeting is over, the Basileia announced bluntly as if she could hear their thoughts. How bad? 4 battleships crippled, 2 which will need over a decade to be functional again, assuming you give them to Ryza. I will. And of course the battle barge First Crusade has been lost. The invaders only took the indispensable crew with them for their desperate assault, so over 2/3 of the crew remains. It was also a Ryza-built Astartes capital ship, wasn't it? Contact Ryza and tell them I am considering the purchase of a warship of the same class. The insect mistress played with several butterflies with a tired smile. Wolfgang raised an eyebrow. The price of a standard battle barge, much less one of this particular forge world, isn't exactly cheap. He knew the Lady of Nyx was fully aware of the economic realities, but they died for us, and their chapter is going to have to rebuild its core of veterans for several decades. I am not going to explain to Rogaldorn why his sons have not been properly honored for their sacrifice. Yes, my lady. Wolfgang exhaled. Leaving aside the ships which can't be relied upon, we have at least 8 battleships which need urgent repairs that can't be delayed for any reason. The preliminary analysis is between 1 and 2 weeks of full-time repairs once the supply fleet joins up in 5 hours. The proportion of damaged hulls is similar across the 4 battle groups, my lady. The officers of the supply fleet are confident they can handle everything at once. One more proof the living saint was utterly exhausted, not that her yawns and the other signs were subtle. Yes, my lady, the blonde rogue trader confirmed gently. We have mustered 12 Arsenal Star galleons for situations like these, and between the mobile yards and every support vessel, I assure you that everything that can be repaired without the support of a full-fledged forge world will be good, because for all the tactical and strategic advantages we had, our forces were hammered. But we accomplished the goals of this campaign, at least where Mandragora is concerned. Partially, Lady Taylor Bear grabbed a snack brought by a member of her Dawnbreaker Guard. The Storm Lord is alive, and though his reputation of victory will unavoidably suffer a hit or two from the fact the Imga monolith escaped, he is still the next potential Phaeron of the Sodic dynasty. The saint grimaced between 2 bites from the mega sandwich which was her meal. Logically, we knew this was a possibility since Nefertun warned us of the Overlord's reputation, but I would have preferred the previous incumbent chose Zendrek from the start. My lady, Julia coughed before intervening. Forgive me, but according to the Navy analysts, using the vids and the communications we now have available, this Overlord Zendrek is likely insane or suffering from serious mental problems. The silent question wasn't asked, but everyone nearby heard it nonetheless. Was it really wise to let such a Xenos take control of the Sodic dynasty? First, I will say one name, Trazyn. Wolfgang couldn't help but sigh. That was a below-the-belt strike, my lady. Perhaps so, but it doesn't invalidate my argument. Lady Weaver finished eating before emptying half of a juice bottle without ceremony. The best Necron commanders are all insane, I fear. It must have been their way of coping with reality between the biotransference and the war in heaven. The important issue for us is how their madness manifests and if it is an obstacle for the goals we set at the beginning of this campaign. Based on the declarations of Zendrek and his heralds, he will bow to Nefertun and his mental instability will make sure his executioners will remove plenty of Necron lords who would have never become our allies in the first place. There is a measure of risk, the brother of the Red who held the standard explained, but it is far better than to have the Storm Lord as Phaeron. We wouldn't have a decade before that warmongering Xenos found a pretext for a casus belli and launched a sector-wide campaign across the eastern fringe. Overlord Imodic must be neutralized, and the same is true for the Throne of Oblivion. The commander of Operation Stalingrad glanced at the bridge's hololithic screens. I understand there's a problem in that regard. Yes, my lady. Adriana immediately projected a map. As you can see, some of the best analysts and Auspex masters studied the exotic particles released by the time-space distortion the Necrons made to leave this system. It is always possible they changed course afterwards, but we have a vague bearing, and it leads us directly southeast, deep into the unknown regions of the eastern fringe. And not far from the limit of the Astronomican's illumination zone, the Basileia had never set a foot into the Carduniash Academy, but she had taken mere seconds to acknowledge the big problem. This is problematic, all right. That was something of an understatement. Without the Astronomican, there was no way any Imperial warship could continue the hunt for the Throne of Oblivion. Not only were the navigators not going to accept suicide missions, the officers of the Imperial Navy wouldn't agree to it either. We have a slight margin before this problem presents itself, as first we must wait for the Throne of Oblivion to re-emerge from its explosive translation. But there is no denying the conditions to find the next battlefield are going to be difficult, Your Celestial Highness, Julia added after a second of hesitation. The region is an extremely diverse and expansive amount of void space, but it will be beyond the frontiers of the Imperium, and the outposts of the Navy won't be able to support multiple battle groups. And fighting in unexplored space is always more dangerous than challenging an enemy in a stellar system which has been properly mapped for years. Far be it for me to disagree with my Navy advisors, the black-haired Lady General nodded. Alert all patrols and the allies we can count upon to locate the Imga monolith. It is vital we find it before it tries to use its armament to wipe out the systems of His Most Holy Majesty. Once it is located, I would advise to spend 2 weeks here no matter the outcome of the hunt, my lady. If you forgive me the remark, you need the rest, and so do the soldiers of each and every battle group which fought on Mandragora. 2 weeks. The words were asked innocently, but Wolfgang wasn't going to negotiate. He had seen the casualties list and the scars of the capital ships and escorts alike. 14 standard days, and not one less, my lady. I thought it was supposed to be and not one more. The woman worshipped by billions of humans huffed. Not when I am against you, the senior admirals agree with me, by the way. Fine, fine, I'm really outmatched on every front. Mandragora. The Orc Crash Zones. 8.559.310 M35. Brigadier General Tom Cameron. Was this what the heroes of old had looked at when the legendary Battle of Talern was over? Tom Cameron couldn't know for sure if this was the case, but looking at it from his elevated position, there wasn't much doubt in his mind. God Emperor be praised. From west to east, as far as the instruments of his command cataphract could see, a graveyard of scrap tanks and tens of thousands of other vehicles was offering itself to the defenders of the Imperium. And as impressive as the spectacle of what had to be the equivalent of several tank and mechanist armies laying broken was, these multitudes of destroyed Xenos armor and weapons of war were overshadowed by the half-dismantled warships which had been deliberately crashed on the planet to make the Greenskins' planetary invasion easier and faster. Thank the God Emperor the Navy could launch all the orbital strikes and aerial support they wanted, General, the tank officer of Patton noted. That would have been a lot of orcs to fight again if they had escaped. And for those who doubted a third round was possible, Tom was going to point out how quickly the Xenos had reacted after the Volga encounter. They had arrived before Her Celestial Highness and Battle Group Volga at Mandragora. Granted, no one in the Imperial Navy or the Adeptus Mechanicus was insane enough to translate out of the warp so close to a planet, Only the orcs were. That is exactly what I said to General Flabinico. General Paul Dundee smiled before grimacing. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, a few of those super rockets the orcs had managed to shoot a few scrap destroyers back out of orbit. So the annihilation of the forces of Regard the Metal Defiler's forces isn't 100% complete, as our Mechanic-Use support loves to remind me. I am not going to underestimate the threat the orcs can cause, Tom replied cautiously, but aren't all the potential war bosses of this horde dead and incinerated? Rumor is the Lady General killed the biggest brute herself. It was something that excited a lot of guardsmen and allied forces, because while the Greenskin leader wasn't a top 100 bounty, it was big enough to be considered a segmentum-level enemy by the Imperium. And since Her Celestial Highness was always generous with the bounties she claimed in the course of her battles where their subordinates were concerned, I wasn't able to confirm the rumors, Brigadier. The officer of Indigo played with his hat for several seconds before donning it on his head instead of the regulation helmet. With the orcs dead to the last and the extermination teams beginning the spore purge protocol setting the orc corpses on fire for the Whiteshields, the level of danger represented by a walk on this Xenos planet had went from dead in a matter of minutes to devoid of most dangers. Well, relatively few dangers, Tom corrected as the ground shook under his armored boots. For several seconds, the vibrations got worse, and it wasn't because the ambules of the Basileia were busy digging new tunnels. The earthquakes are getting worse, General. The tech priests think it was the last parting gift of the Xenos creature Lady Dragon and Lady Weaver fought in the ruins of the Necron capital. That way even in victory we would be unable to claim the planet. Did we intend to conquer this world? Of course the Imperium was always happy to colonize new planets, but though the air was somewhat breathable on several of the immense plains of Mandragora, the sheer abundance of Xenos structures and other obvious dangers were more the kind of environment that the Holy Inquisition was rumored to quarantine at every opportunity. No, I don't think so. But that is above my pay grade. Paul Dundee shook his head. Anyway, this isn't our problem anymore. Lady Weaver told us to pursue the orcs and make sure there wasn't any redoubt left. There isn't. We will finish searching through them here, and then we return to landing zone Gamma. The Mechanic-Use can recycle or try to return the former Imperial tanks into service. Operation Stalingrad continues for us. I am going to relay the new instructions, which are going to be very popular, General. The boys and girls didn't like Mandragora. No one, I think, liked Mandragora much, Brigadier, not even the local species of Xenos. The only army which was happy to fight here was the orcs, that is until their warboss died. And the long trail of broken and cannibalist vehicles across hundreds of kilometers was evidence enough what had happened after that, inter-horde conflicts, total rout, and utter defeat. The orcs must have lost billions of troops between two war zones. What a horrifyingly dangerous species. The souvenir of the threat represented by the Death Star was assuredly rekindled in many minds. Ave Imperator, Paul Dundee said with a tired smile. Mandragora has fallen. The eastern fringe. Beyond the Imperial frontier. The Throne of Oblivion. 9.593.310 M35. Cryptek Aotep. The return to their proper dimension was relatively calm compared to their emergency departure from Mandragora. That much the Plasmancer acknowledged after muttering a few grateful prayers in the privacy of her mind. The resynchronization is complete, the third senior Cryptek to hold the title in as many Mandragoran days informed the aristocratic nihilist in charge. We are back in the dimension where we were born and awaited the end of the Great Sleep. I hope the damage is minimal this time. Did Sobek-Hotep realize how bad his behavior had gotten and how prone to destroying his surroundings he had become? Most likely not, Aotep thought after a moment of introspection. There was a lot about the destroyer curse which was yet to be understood, but a tendency for the Necrons cursed with it to suffer from delusions was not among the known symptoms. Long ago many Crypteks and the brightest minds of the dynasties had tried to reverse it, in vain. The destroyers, whether they were fully committed to their brand of madness or not, had a limitless imagination with which to convince themselves their reactions were natural and absolutely justified. Damage minimal, glorious, and mighty overlord of the Eternal Banner, first under the Silent King, these proclamations, aside from wasting a lot of time, were getting more and more ridiculous as the mental stability of the Dust Maker collapsed. I must warn you though, your instructions forced us to. The tech details are of no concern to me at the moment. Not only was the destroyer in the making mad, his arrogance was so large it was surprising his body could still contain it. Where are we? Before the Great Sleep, the stars of this region were called the Opal Stars by the Ildari. We took it from them in the 22nd phase of the war, maybe. The data engrams of this period have been deleted a lot after the 26th phase. And there are no worlds belonging to the great dynasties nearby. No, glorious and mighty overlord of the Eternal Banner, first under the Silent King. This region was part of the Trakal-Zatekek Accords between the Sotik and Charnovok dynasties. The two Feyrans pledged not to build a great fortress or any other form of significant military outpost so that a clear demilitarized zone existed between Mandragora and Anabia. It is possible a few minor dynasties chose neighboring worlds to spend their Great Sleep on, but our artificial intelligences do not have their coordinates. And even if they did, Aotep and all the other cryptechs certainly wouldn't release them by their own will. Fortunately, as his descent into madness continued, Sobekotep didn't seem to realize that without command protocols active at all times, the cryptechs were able to shamelessly lie to him. Still, it was preferable to saying the truth, especially when lying wasn't going to free them from slavery. Yes, yes. How long until we can activate the Star Eater drive and move to the Charnovo Crown world? 1 year, glorious and mighty overlord of the Eternal Banner, first under the Silent King. Too long. Sobekotep barked. Idly, Aotep wondered how the Suriken overlord would have reacted if they had told the truth. The real answer was never, or we will need to build a new Star Eater drive. The troops of Amodok had been very thorough in their destruction the moment they realized they were about to be cut off from their reinforcements and unable to wage a conventional war. The Star Eater drive was one of the first things which had been crippled by mass application of immortal infantry barrages. The Plasmancer had seen the damage. The Necron cryptechs had skills which were marvels for the uninitiated, but they weren't the Cetan. And it would take one to repair the molten necrodermis and wrecked machinery the drive's core had been turned into. You have 100 Suriken days to repair the Star Eater drive. Aotep was almost tempted to wait, just to see what the aspirant destroyer would do now that half of the cryptechs were in near rebellion against him. Who knew the threats of raising one's home world could generate so much anger? Besides, the ranks of the Necrons versed in the mysteries of the universe's fabric had thinned considerably. And the throne of oblivion was severely damaged. What Shenla had done had been considered cataclysmic damage, and for good reason. But in the last days, the consequences of Sobekotep's fury had resulted in more and more devastation, until the Cetan's wrath was significant, but not of prime importance anymore. The enemy included the Sodic dynasty and its most famous overlord now. The deceiver had disabled countless things, how could anyone think using it as a weapon could end well? Why? Island. There. A fleet. Of. Vermin. Organics. Around. The. Largest. Planet. Glorious and mighty overlord of the Eternal, the senior cryptech received a blast of black energy through the head, preventing him from answering properly. Silently, Aotep prepared to teleport away. We lack sufficient energy levels to breach the dimensional veil again, Overlord, she replied coldly, seeing no reason to be polite since her superior had not been saved by conforming to the demented whims of the Suriken. The only solution we found to compensate was to exchange the system of our dimension with the one of the other dimension. This is the reason we wanted to use an uninhabited system, as it would prevent spatial and time anomalies, in accordance with the decrees of the Silent King. Use the proper honorifics of your ultimate master, Cryptech. Aotep wondered for a few Necron-tier heartbeats if it was worth begging this destroyer in the making to let them relegate the flowery speeches to the end of his list of preoccupations. It didn't take a lot of time to arrive at the conclusion it was useless. Sobekotep was mad, perhaps he always had been, after all he was Suriken. No. One protocol used by mistake and she teleported away. Let's hope the Dustmaker was a bit too slow to react, ruining one of his bodies would give her a lot of time to escape into the secret passages she had discovered since reawakening. Mandragora System. Mandragora. Ruins of the Indomitable Citadel. 8.594.310 M35. Archiovis Trazyn the Infinite. This is why I hate Magladrith, Trazyn complained loudly. No respect for artwork and relics of our glorious history. The Master of Solemnace didn't know if the Void Dragon had foreseen his defeat against his good friend Weaver and her draconic acolyte before being imprisoned anew by Zendrek, but the damages caused to the foundations of the Indomitable Citadel supported this hypothesis. Accelerate the pace of the recovery operations, please, the owner of what was undoubtedly the greatest Necron museum of all times commanded, that barbaric Cetan has done something to the planet's core, and given how quickly Vargard Oberon was obeyed by the Sodic Nemzurs, we won't be able to explore the other citadels. Most of them had either been emptied of everything valuable or outright teleported to Gidrum, which was a real shame. There were a few prizes, mainly rare weapons. The Sodic were not big on anything that couldn't kill someone the Archiovist of Solemnace would have loved to present in the prismatic galleries. Still, the vaults he was currently saving from a dreadful fate held Faerin Josakat's personal trophies and possessions, and he knew his dear friend had also emptied many of the vaults and decorations of other overlords' domains for Nefertun. With the right words and a few judicious exchanges, the humans rarely refused trinkets of their own past. His collections should benefit, everyone should benefit. It was a pity everyone was only thinking about war, really. Given the awakening of more dynasties and the interest of many people in Solemnace, Trazyn had nurtured hopes of opening some of his lesser galleries to a few select visitors, but the time was not yet right, alas. The better times of public acclamation for his incredible work would have to wait another era. No matter. As he prepared new planets to receive his galleries, Trazyn knew that the collection business continued to be in expansion, and with his good friend Weaver around, the benefits showed no signs of abating or returning to the levels before her first exploits. He had really outdone himself in the catacombs of the world the humans had renamed Wuhan. The familiar noise of a protocol he was intimately familiar with soured his mood considerably. I know you are there. Really? The purr was nearly enough to activate one of the many teleportation devices he kept on his person while on collection duties. Inaria El Dinesh. Trazin considered it a triumph of self-control that he didn't panic as he uttered the name that most living species had learned to dread one day. It isn't like you to sit out the battle. The humans seem to have things well in hand, the Queen of Blades shrugged. And I already defeated all the Sodic generals at least once when they were empowered by the Citan. Fighting them when they are balmy from their great sleep would not be very challenging. Only the El Dinesh line would consider fighting the Sodic dynasty, weakened or not, head-on challenging and fun. What do you want, O Queen of Blades? The Harlequins keep pestering me to reclaim the crone sword you stole. I didn't steal it. I saved it from the rampage of the Space Marines sent by Weaver to destroy Biltan. Before any Harlequin mask had the time to save it. The crimson-haired Ildari asked dubitatively. It must have been a quick rescue. It was. And I don't care. A Harlequin appeared by her side and tried to add his own twisting words. Trazin interrupted it angrily before the end, for the speech given was far too similar to the ones the mouthpieces of the Triarch had spoken long ago to convince them to not die as Necron-tears. Do not speak those 4 words, servant of Seguruk. I know the price and the folly they have created for millions of years. I agree with the thief, Inaria surprisingly supported him. I think most of the excess betrayers used the same justifications when they began to covet the Phoenix throne, and we all know what that led to. Give the clown the crone sword and we depart. I don't have it with me. Arch-thief. The Ildari female purred, do you take me for an imbecile? Mandragora System. Battleship Enterprise. 8.595.310 M35. Emperor's Champion Sijanandus. The Saint's personal chapel aboard the Enterprise had been a place where the artistic choices of the Sons of Sanguinius held great sway from the very start. The altar and statues were plated in gold, and the honorific shields and banners along the walls held so many rubies the impression was the ceiling itself was crying red tears for the grandchildren of the god emperor. Sijanandus was nonetheless proud that the Sons of Dorn had been able to add their own touches, be it in the form of their own honorific shields with the different chapters' heraldries, or the commissioned paintings of the 7th Legion's glorious past. Today though, the discussion of how to make the chapel more beautiful would have to wait. My lady. We have received an urgent communication from beyond the frontiers of His Most Holy Majesty's Imperium. A powerful dimensional rift was recorded by one of the Mechaniku's exploratory fleets the Council of Nyx signed accords with. And the tech priests reported the incident so quickly? I will have to give a salary increase to Dragon, in addition to all the others she already deserves, of course. The hundreds of razor beetles in front of Her Celestial Highness began to move in hypnotic patterns at constantly increasing speeds. The Emperor has smiled upon us. Explorator Fleet Lance Vision had a problematic encounter with some upstart pirates a couple of months ago, but their defeat was prevented by the timely intervention of one of the frigate patrols of Battle Group Maskarovka. Ah. So the adepts of, which world are they hailing from? I am afraid that wasn't included in the astropathic transmission, my lady. I will be sure to ask next time. Well, it seems fairly certain the tech priests were eager to repay the favor they owed to Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld as soon possible. Yes, and the Admiral has communicated us the star coordinates and is ready to jump into the Damocles Gulf the moment you give the order. The Damocles Gulf. Her Celestial Highness frowned, and her razor beetles paused for a single second before resuming their informal ballet of wings and blades. Isn't that turbulent frontier where High Queen Esmeralda Terran fought during her first quest, and the Knights of House Terran fight constantly to protect their home world from Xenos threats? Yes, my lady. The Knights of said house had not been shy to regale anyone who would listen with their tales of triumph and protection of mankind. Archmagos Sagami provided some additional information. It was a zone racked by warp storms until recently, difficult to access, but the destruction of Kimarak has changed the strategic situation. It remains far from calm, Lady Weaver commented as she read the data slates Sijanandus had brought with him. 3 warp storms in the last decade? I can mention a dozen sectors which don't have that many warp-related disasters in millennia. The living saint huffed. At least we know when and where the traitors and the ruinous powers are waiting to jump us. My lady, we haven't. Her right hand was raised gently. Twice we have fought the Necrons now, and the archenemy has failed to intervene both times. Twice the Imga monolith has received damage which would have destroyed anything less massive and resistant. First-rate analysis shows a world engine would be crippled after enduring so many disasters. The null zones are gone or crippled. The FTL drive is incredibly damaged. Necrons are fighting each other in the entrails of the Necron battle station itself. We have not given them the opportunity to seize resources or to join forces with another Necron dynasty. If the liars of the warp don't act in this third battle, they will have done absolutely nothing when Operation Stalingrad's goals will be decided on the battlefield. They are coming, Sijanandus. When you phrase it like that, my lady, the argument is unassailable. I wish it were not so, the living saint admitted. How good, No, how bad is the navigator's connection with the Astronomicon? Far better than it would have been before the hour of the Emperor's wrath, but compared to Mandragora and Volga, Chancellor Achelius described it as suboptimal. The Damocles Gulf is a half-veiled region, in his own words. That's going to be a problem. I can't risk 4 battle groups in a translation which, for all we know, will lead us right in front of a star about to go supernova. Admiral Bittenfeld is volunteering to lead Battlefleet Maskarovka into the Gulf as our vanguard. Of course he is. Sijanandus wisely chose to not comment. Personally, he thought their lady was a bit unfair. The admiral was sometimes a bit too aggressive in his tactics, something that had allowed von Ruenthal and numerous naval tacticians to beat him in simulations, but the High Marshal had fought by the man's side when Fritz Bittenfeld was still a young captain, and one couldn't ask for a more courageous and determined navy officer. Speak, Sijanandus. I am not going to bite, nor will my razor beetles. I think, my lady, we need a determined commander to seize a bridgehead in the system wherever the Imga monolith fled to, and the incomprehensible strategic choices of the Xenos have placed a determined admiral in the correct position to act. I know the Psychers are affirming the internal FTL drives of the Imga monolith are crippled, but they were saying the same thing 16 days ago, and it managed to escape. Moreover, there's the issue you insisted upon: we tear out the throat of the enemy, and we don't give it the time to recover. You have a point. The holy Basileia summoned several small spiders to fall in her hands, undoubtedly as a prelude to calling the bigger ones. But if he is to attempt the crossing of the Damocles Gulf on incomplete cartography, he will have to leave the Guard Army Group and all the other ground-based assets of his transports at Voltoris. Then survive 4 or 5 days on his own. There was no grimace on the living saint's noble face, but Sijanandus could understand her displeasure. 4 days was exactly how long battle groups Berezina and Dnieper had had to fight in the Mandragora system on their own, and the result had not been what one might call an overwhelming victory, save for the destruction of the Necron battle fleet. I fear it is a risk the operation is going to demand of the Imperium. Sijanandus replied. The plans I've heard from other Navy officers sounded far worse, though you are going to hear them yourself in the next hours, I'm sure. I hate that, the living saint declared bluntly, and it is not a risk, it is far more than that. But the Imperium can't allow the throne of oblivion to continue threatening its worlds in the Eastern Fringe and beyond it. The Eastern Fringe. Damocles Gulf. TO System. High orbit over TO. Or ESL Leith Battleship Firestar 3. 8.597.310 M35. Commander Shadow Soon. The Montka, her old master often loved to teach them, could come in many forms, but at its heart was the art of landing a decisive blow against the enemy where it was going to win the fight. It also could be repeated many times. The overwhelming application of hunter-cotters or whichever forces of the Tau VA were best suited for the strike were left at the commander's discretion, but it was always about attacking the right foe at the right time. For the first time in her life, the memories of the time when she had only been Oshasera and the more recent ones of her last campaign against the bellicose Imperium didn't find anything to land a killing blow. The energy shields of this planet-sized Necron structure have been reactivated, Admiral Cora Wilde informed her. The Corvatra we have here won't be able to pierce it. If more battleships were present, would the Montka tactics be considered? No, the senior member of the air caste commanding the Tau home fleet answered after a long period of deep thought, all our battleships have endured this disaster relatively intact. And the Corvatra here is the most powerful reserve of brand new or ESL Leith battleships of the Empire. It isn't a problem of numbers, Commander, and you know it. Yes, Admiral. The Tau VA guided her and gave her heart the fire to be the mind and sword which would lead the Tau Empire to its manifest destiny. But I had to ask, the Koeon will not serve us here. The Koeon was the hunter and the lure. It could slay a great opponent who outmissed you in every way, and Shadow Soon had used it to great effect in many of her most impressive victories or to achieve strategic draws where no Montka opportunity presented itself. But no commander, not her old master or one of her fellow students, had ever recorded a privileged tactic when the defensive depth of the Empire was non-existent. Tio was below her feet. The sacred world where the Tau VA had been brought to them by the Ethereals, the source of uncountable stratagems and doctrines of the Fire Caste, and from a materialistic viewpoint, the largest shipyards of the Empire in existence, the support infrastructure to build and maintain the Corvatra, the Tau trade fleet. It had thousands of battlesuit cotters trained and waiting for deployment on the multiple fronts where the Fire Caste fought to expand ever further the Empire. It was the center of the Water Caste bureaucracy and culture, it rivaled Borkin in Earth Caste numbers and Viterlaw in Fire Caste academies. No September could rival Tio in prestige. It was the heart of the vibrant Tau Empire, the jewel of the Tau VA, the proof that united, the castes of the Tio could accomplish the impossible. This distortion rift must be reversed as quickly as possible. However it had been done, it had ripped Tio from the Empire and thrown it into a galaxy where it stood alone. I fully support this idea, Cora Wilde said quietly. But the communications sent to the gigantic Necron pyramid have not been answered, and past conflicts with this arrogant race do not fill me with confidence that the water caste will be able to solve our current problem diplomatically. And this would be a nightmare. Shadow soon knew it without the need to ask the opinion of an ethereal. Past campaigns had told her how dangerous the galaxy outside their frontiers was, and it was with the strength of 2 full spheres of expansion to rely upon. If they only had Tio to draw cotters and resources from, the problems were going to be several orders of magnitude more difficult than any caste command would find tolerable. A sizable number of air caste Corel arrived and spoke quickly to Coro Ylde, before leaving on more urgent duties. The cotters mapping the stars are confident Tio and Lu Val are exactly where we are supposed to be. The stars of Viterla, SACEA, and many others are younger than they should be, and the spatial localization we are beginning to analyze is similar to what our artificial intelligences predicted the Empire's seps would look like several thousand years ago. No. This had to be a nightmare. There had been dark rumors from several demented prisoners some space-time anomalies were maybe, just maybe, possible, but nothing like this phenomenon. We are the Necrons. Surrender and die. The Admiral muttered something which was not polite or particularly respectful. The water caste can't help us. Shadow soon refrained from asking how the fire and air castes were going to do better, until the first detailed long-range observations of this insult to the Tau Va arrived. And she felt hope again. The Necron pyramid is showing clear signs of heavy damage. Yes, Commander. But it won't change anything if the Corvatra can't break through these planetary-sized shields. You can't change anything, the disciple of Commander Puretide smiled, but we misidentified this Necron threat as a predator. It is not. The reason it is here and has inflicted such an incomprehensible disaster upon us is because it is prey. Coro Ylde smiled at first as he understood, before his expression returned to one harboring dark thoughts once more. As you say, Commander, but first, these predators are not here yet, and if they arrive in time to engage the Necrons, will they be friends of the Tio, or will they consider us another sort of prey to be devoured when they have finished devouring the enemy they're preying upon? The words rang with the weight of unpleasant truths, but it wasn't like they were going to be many tactics allowing them to emerge victorious against an opponent fielding better technology than the Tio fire cotters. We have no choice but to try to delay them. The victor of the first battle of Mugulath Bay admitted sadly. For the Tau Va. For the greater good of our race. Grand Armada of Chaos Undivided. Abyss-class super battleship word bearer. 4.598.310 M35. Primarch Lorgar the Urizen. You are smiling, brother. The Daemon Primarch of the 17th Legion didn't bother looking in Magnus' direction. Not when he knew he would see exactly what the Lord of Sorcerias would want him to perceive. The greater servants of the Pantheon often loved to repeat where he could hear them that only 2 beings had been granted the privilege of seeing Magnus' true form, his genitor and Tsiench. Unlike several things which couldn't be trusted, this one was actually very plausible. I am not exactly hearing mournful songs, cries of despair, or questions like can we stop this Black Crusade and find alternatives? Brother. I am not smiling. Magnus protested, far too quickly. Liar, Lorgar retorted, but without any strength in his voice. Your sorcerers are ready. They await only my command to begin. The words could be used as 9 covered insults, but Lorgar wasn't going to summon a small trickle of power in retaliation. Let Magnus play his games, the moment was near when he wouldn't be able to. In that case, cast the ritual of the sacred path. 9 pulses later, the Sea of Souls roared in triumph, and Lorgar didn't need to wait for Magnus' confirmation to know it was a success. Translate out of the warp, now. It was not a smooth process. Nothing could be when you cast something powerful enough to require the skills and sorcery of 9 covens of 1,000 suns. But it worked. The radiance of the Astronomicon had reacted too late, and now it was unable to intervene. The pursuers of the Grand Armada, some of which were recent, others had been racing after them since the Kadayan Gate were left behind in the distance. And the super battleships and battleships of the Grand Armada returned to the dimensions where quadrillions of unbelievers still failed to heed the will of the Pantheon, for now. Nostalgic, Magnus? Lorgar asked as the first planets were sighted for the first time. No. Liar, the word-bearer's Gene-sire replied for the second time of the conversation. You're burning to avenge yourself as much as I am. This isn't revenge, the son of lost Prospero sniffed haughtily. I have grown beyond that. Lorgar gave him a disappointed expression. What I do for the greater good of mankind. Tsiench's oracle had a very different tale to sing to anyone who would listen. Kairos lied. As much as Lorgar wanted to continue testing how many times Magnus would spend defending his ridiculous stance before flaws in his reasoning became visible, there was a military campaign ahead of him and his sons. Good. The invasion of the Fenris system can begin. Approximately 299 hours before the Mark of Oblivion.